Chapter 259, Master of the Valley. There's a major issue. Several days passed. In accordance with Hanzhe's instructions, the Goose Martial Emperor quietly assumed the role of a disciple in the Jade Maiden Valley. The valley's officials undertook every task with diligence, including the rigorous training assignments. Their aim was to allow the Jade Maiden Valley to relax its defenses somewhat. However, given that he had hardly practiced before and was an impatient novice, the Goose Martial Emperor's cultivation level was quite disheartening. The assistant disciples of the valley had never encountered such a lackluster practitioner. Yet, they found nothing peculiar about it. The Goose Martial Emperor had eavesdropped on their conversations. Senior sister, how can someone from the Tianping sect be so dim-witted yet achieve the spirit transformation stage? Junior sister, after all, she is a lady from the Tianping sect, relying on heavenly materials and treasures. We lack that fortune, we should just focus on our cultivation. TSK, such fine resources wasted. If only those treasures were given to senior sister, she would probably have broken through to the void return stage by now. Shh, don't speak carelessly. Focus on your own training. Subsequently, the Goose Martial Emperor took the initiative to undertake the task of herb gathering. Such tasks were located deep in the mountains, time-consuming and laborious, leading few to volunteer. When the Goose Martial Emperor expressed his willingness, the supervising disciple readily assigned the task to him. Thus, he ventured into the mountains to gather herbs. Yet during this process, he collected not a single herb. Instead, he merely strolled around, spending an entire day squatting in a cave. Ultimately, he returned to the Jade Maiden Valley empty-handed. However, upon his return, the Goose Martial Emperor immediately assumed an anxious demeanor and rushed toward the main hall. The supervising disciple, upon seeing him, inquired, "Chini, did you manage to gather the herbs?" As he ran, the Goose Martial Emperor replied, "Forget about the herbs. Please inform the Valley Master that I have something of great importance to discuss." "What is this important matter? You must tell me first." "That cannot be. Senior sister, this matter is too significant to share with anyone but the Valley Master. Please just relay my message." The Goose Martial Emperor waved his hands in desperation. Seeing his urgency, the supervising disciple reluctantly nodded. "Very well, I shall inform her." "Thank you, senior sister." The Goose Martial Emperor expressed his gratitude. The supervising disciple quickly reported to the Valley Master. The master of the Jade Maiden Valley met with the Goose Martial Emperor in a side hall. The Goose Martial Emperor hurriedly entered, exclaiming, "Valley Master, a significant matter, a major issue. Do not rush, speak slowly. What has transpired?" The Valley Master remained calm. "Valley Master, not long ago, while gathering herbs in the mountains, I casually took out our ancestral spirit detection jade pendant, and you won't believe what I discovered." "What did you find?" The Valley Master frowned. "I discovered a cave. Following the jade pendant's guidance, I excavated further down, and upon breaking through, I found a wondrous realm. What lies within? Speak in one breath." The first chamber contains several stone platforms, and, astonishingly, they are all inscribed with heavenly tier battle techniques. Heavenly tier battle techniques? Upon hearing this phrase, the Valley Master's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Did you bring those heavenly tier techniques back?" "Indeed. Here, take a look." As he spoke, the Goose Martial Emperor produced several tomes of battle techniques from his sleeve. The Valley Master scanned the titles of these techniques, and indeed, they were all of the lower heavenly tier. "Are there such treasures hidden in the mountains nearby?" The Valley Master expressed disbelief. "Yes, this cave appeared ordinary if it weren't for my ancestral jade pendant. I would never have known such a vast space lay beneath." "Then your jade pendant is an even more precious treasure, may I see it?" "Valley Master, that is not the main issue. There is something even more astonishing to share." "Please continue." "My jade pendant detected deeper spiritual fluctuations within the cave, indicating that there are likely even more precious treasures." "Did you not venture further to explore?" "I did explore deeper. There's an even larger space and a door. However." "But what?" "Speak quickly." "But I saw an enormous spider lying at the door, resembling an earth demon spider. It showed no reaction, likely in a dormant state." "An earth demon spider? Are you certain you did not misidentify?" "I am quite sure. As a child, I was fascinated by animals and have perused numerous bestiaries. I can identify such creatures at a glance." "An earth demon spider? How could such a high-eared beast be lurking beneath the Jade Maiden Valley?" The Valley Master pondered in confusion. "Indeed, Valley Master, I suspect it is the guardian beast of that cave. But as you know, the earth demon spider is a high-tier beast, comparable to a practitioner at the pinnacle of the void return stage. My skills are insufficient to confront it, so I hastily retreated." "I understand. Can you still locate that cave?" "Of course." "Then take me there immediately." The Valley Master rose abruptly from her throne. She then summoned, "Zir, fetch the right protector. I wish for her to accompany me." The Valley Master summoned the right protector of the Jade Maiden Valley, who was at the pinnacle of the void return stage. The right protector then called upon 2 inner court disciples, both at the spirit transformation stage. Thus, their party consisted of 5 individuals. The Goose Martial Emperor led the 4 others through a mountainous area to the cave he had described. Is this the location? The Valley Master inquired. Yes, the Goose Martial Emperor nodded. Very well, let us enter, the Valley Master commanded. You 2 remain at the entrance and allow no one to enter. The Right Protector instructed the 2 inner court disciples. Understood. The 2 inner court disciples took their positions at the entrance. Then the Right Protector and the Valley Master followed the Goose Martial Emperor into the cave. However, as soon as the Valley Master stepped inside, she halted. Wait a moment, she called to the others. Valley Master? The Right Protector paused to look at her. This cave feels off, the Valley Master observed, glancing down at the cave floor. What seems amiss? The Goose Martial Emperor inquired, a cold sweat breaking out. There's a scent of men here, and not just one, the Valley Master stated. At that moment, deep within the cave, Hanzhe raised his head and scolded the others. Damn it, did someone forget to bathe? That old woman can smell us. Master, we've all bathed. It must be that old woman, having been single for so long, can instantly detect the scent of men, Dong Gu remarked. Indeed, Master, when I abstained for a month, I could easily discern the faintest scent of meat in the air. This Valley Master is likely the same, Kuai Lu added. Now we're in trouble, who can think of a way to lure that old woman inside? Hanzhe lamented. Chapter 260, A Touch of Patriotism Education Air. Have you ever brought a man here? Inquired the leader of Yunu Valley, the illustrious Goose Martial Emperor. Not at all. Goose Martial Emperor instinctively shook his head. That poses a dilemma, the valley leader remarked nonchalantly. Then shall I return to the valley and summon others? Suggested the Right Protector. No need. I shall first enter and take a look, the valley leader replied with a faint smile. Both of you accompany me inside. You shall remain at the entrance. And should I encounter any issues, I will summon you. But, Valley Master, rest assured, if there are indeed others within with my prowess, few in this world could ensnare me. Then allow me to accompany you inside. That is not permissible. Should there be an ambush and you enter with me, we would both fall into their trap. Who would come to our aid then? Relying on their abilities? Stay at the entrance. I will inform you of any developments through the communication Jade pendant. Very well, I shall remain outside, ever prepared to assist you. Indeed, stand guard diligently. Continue to lead the way, the valley leader instructed lightly. Understood, be cautious, Valley Master. Goose Martial Emperor resumed the lead. The leader of Yunu Valley ignited a flicker of fire-based combat skill for illumination. As they traversed a descending path, the space gradually expanded. The valley leader remained vigilant, allowing Goose Martial Emperor and the 2 inner disciples to walk ahead, while she maintained a distance behind. However, vigilance proved futile. Hanzhe's preparations could not be evaded by mere caution. Soon, the space had grown quite vast. A stone wall loomed ahead, indicating the cave's conclusion. Yet, there were other openings in the surrounding walls. Halt for a moment. The valley leader called to Goose Martial Emperor. What is it, Valley Master? Goose Martial Emperor felt a twinge of anxiety. You have disappointed me, the valley leader remarked, gazing at the openings in the stone wall. What? Goose Martial Emperor was taken aback. Those within the openings are your people, are they not? The valley leader stated. Valley Master. Yes, I have sensed it. Goose Martial Emperor replied. The valley leader remained unperturbed. Do not panic. I am here, she assured, maintaining her composure. Come forth, what are you still hiding for? She called towards the openings. All right. A burst of light ignited in the cave as Hanzhe emerged, clapping his hands. His entrance mirrored that of a quintessential cinematic antagonist. Upon seeing the valley leader, Hanzhe's eyes widened slightly. This leader of Yunu Valley was undeniably stunning. Then, more figures emerged from various openings. Guling, Xiao Li, Hua, and Guling's apprentice. The valley leader's expression shifted as she regarded Hanzhe and his companions. Transformation stage. Golden core stage, another golden core stage, and a mere chi refinement stage? She turned to Goose Martial Emperor. Is this not somewhat insulting to me? The 2 inner disciples exchanged glances of disdain. Valley Master, you need not intervene. We can handle these insignificant characters. Hey, old woman, don't get cocky. Just watch carefully. Hanzhe shouted. Old woman? The valley leader's expression twitched again. Then, Guling, Xiao Li, and Hua unleashed their secret techniques. Their breaths intensified instantaneously. The expression of the leader of Yunu Valley shifted subtly. How could one suddenly surge to the peak of the returning void realm? Several others also ascended to the nascent soul stage. Is this a secret method? Indeed, Hanzhe candidly affirmed. Impossible. How could there be a secret method capable of elevating someone by an entire realm? The leader of Yunu Valley outright denied it. Haven't you just witnessed it? Hanzhe retorted, upon hearing his words. The leader of Yunu Valley initially furrowed her brows but quickly relaxed. You don't truly believe that a temporary peak at returning void combined with a few nascent souls could pose any threat to me, do you? In terms of cultivation, there is no threat. Yet what if combined with a formation? As soon as Hanzhe's words fell, Guling leaped from the cave and landed to cast a spell. Iwu Di also jumped to the designated position. The ground instantly illuminated with a taiji pattern. while numerous white chains sprang up from the surrounding earth, swiftly binding the leader of Yunu Valley's limbs and securing her within the taiji. Several chains even ensnared the 2 other disciples. This took the leader of Yunu Valley by surprise. This is the heavenly grade advanced formation prepared for you. The Yin-Yang soul locking formation, Hanzhe addressed her. A task completion notification flashed before Hanzhe. Deceive a cultivator above the integration stage, earning him 70 task points. This task has been accomplished. My lengthy discourse was not in vain, Hanzhe chuckled. To be honest, had it not been for the completion of this task, he would have activated the formation the moment the leader of Yunu Valley stepped into this position. Indeed, even if Gu Ling were to utilize a secret technique to reach the peak of returning void and directly challenge the leader of Yunu Valley with heavenly grade advanced combat skills, victory would be nearly impossible. However, formations are another matter entirely. Many formations are akin to traps. Once an enemy enters, they can nearly achieve the effect of imperial level combat skills. The Yin-Yang soul locking formation is one of the most effective control formations among the heavenly grade advanced formations. However, it requires 2 cultivators to stand at the Yin and Yang formation nodes to jointly maintain it. And the formation's power is proportional to the cultivation levels of these 2 individuals. Another drawback is that it must be prearranged, which is precisely why Hanzhe went to great lengths to lure the leader of Yunu Valley here. The 2 individuals maintaining the formation are none other than Gu Ling, the most powerful on Hanzhe's side, and Yi Wu Di. However, due to Yi Wu Di's significantly inferior skills and inability to enhance the formation's power, most of the burden fell upon the Yang node held by Gu Ling. Thus, the formation's effectiveness is somewhat skewed, resembling the effort of a tall individual and a shorter one attempting to lift a beam together. Nevertheless, it is more than sufficient. Leader, my disciples are entirely immobilized. The 2 inner disciples struggled desperately, yet the chains remained unyielding. Of course, this is a heavenly grade advanced formation. The leader of Yunu Valley shook her head, stating she had exerted all her strength, and the chains merely quivered, proving virtually ineffective. There was no possibility of breaking through the formation. To possess a heavenly grade advanced formation. Who exactly are you? The leader of Yunu Valley exclaimed, gazing at them all. Allow me to introduce ourselves. We are the 7th division of the Genshin Sect. Stationed in the Union Empire, Hanzhe declared. The Genshin Sect? You are members of the Genshin Sect? The leader of Yunu Valley exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. What is there to be surprised about? Such occurrences will become more frequent in the future, Hanzhe replied. I had thought your activities were confined to the northern continent. I never anticipated that our Genshin Sect had established so many branches within the Union Empire. Do you jest? Where in this land is the Genshin Sect not present? We even have our cultural activities department beneath the bed of the Hawan Sect, Hanzhe remarked as he leapt down from the cave entrance. What exactly do you intend to do to Yunu Valley? The valley leader inquired. It is not Yunu Valley I seek to confront, but rather you, Hanzhe responded. Me? The valley leader was taken aback. At that moment, she suddenly realized that Hanzhe had approached her from behind. Hanzhe reached out, grasping the collar of the valley leader's robe. What do you intend to do? You mustn't, she shouted, struggling desperately, yet the iron chains remained unyielding, rendering her immobile. With a forceful tug, Hanzhe tore away the valley leader's white robe, revealing her delicate, fair back. Beast, even in death, I shall not allow you to claim me as your man. The valley leader cried, her voice hoarse. Bah, you think I would want to be your man? Have some dignity. Hanzhe retorted from behind. Then what do you desire? I intend to inscribe the words loyalty to the nation upon your back. Bear with it, Hanzhe stated. Loyalty to the nation? Why would you inscribe that? The valley leader was momentarily bewildered. Naturally, to impart a touch of patriotic education, Hanzhe replied, raising a needle. This enchanted instrument was capable of penetrating the defenses of a core formation practitioner. It was a prized possession of the infamous Lu. Spare the valley leader. Direct your attention towards us. 2 inner disciples shouted desperately. However, Hanzhe remained unfazed. The needle plunged downward. Ah! The valley leader screamed. Cease your cries. Could you not display a modicum of ideological awareness? Hanzhe remarked. Your shouts are truly grating. Hey, release our valley leader. A sharp female voice echoed from the entrance of the cave. Hanzhe turned to glance. It was the right protector of Yunu Valley. She had come to rescue her leader. A peak void returning cultivator has come to save the boss, Hanzhe mused, furrowing his brow. This could complicate matters. Chapter 261. Do you wish to become the leader of the Hawan Sect? In an instant, the valley leader seized her lifeline, disregarding her image and shouting fervently. Do not let those 2 in the formation move. Deal with them first. Leave it to me, valley leader, the right protector called Honger declared, drawing a slender sword from her sleeve. Gongling, we must find a way to stop that individual. If either I or the Emperor of Gu moves from our positions, the entire formation will collapse. Stop her. Hanzhe's face twitched at those words as he retorted. She is a peak void returning practitioner. How could a mere chi refinement cultivator like me possibly hold her back? Good. You understand. The right protector sneered, making her move directly towards Gongling. Now, once Gu Ling attempts to block or evade using his chi, the painstakingly arranged formation will dissolve, rendering all efforts futile. However, if he truly refrains from blocking or evading, he is likely to face dire consequences. It is all over, completely over. Hanzhe shook his head. Suddenly, a beam of golden light illuminated the cave once more. The figure of the right guardian vanished instantaneously within the golden radiance, which soon dissipated. As the golden light faded, the figure of the right guardian reappeared, ensnared by several golden chains, rendering her immobile. Hua and Xiao Li approached to maintain the new formation. What is this? The right guardian attempted to break free, the chains clanging with each struggle, yet showing no signs of yielding. It's a formation, Hanzhe explained from a distance. I never claimed I set just one formation. Did I? Your tactics are truly despicable, the Valley Master of Jade maiden retorted. Why would you assume I would be foolish enough to set only one formation to bind you, entirely disregarding the possibility of reinforcements? Hanzhe feigned innocence. Indeed. Several of Hanzhe's companions nodded in agreement. In truth, this formation was a contingency set by Hanzhe to prevent the Valley Master from receiving aid. Maintained by Xiao Li and Hua. They had already positioned themselves at the formation's core, ready to activate it should anyone else arrive. Now, you shall remain quiet while I finish the tattoo on the Valley Master, and then I will deal with you, Hanzhe declared, returning to his work. Although he had previously practiced on pigskin, this was his first experience with a living subject, and the Valley Master's struggles only made the task more cumbersome. Tattoo? The right guardian questioned, filled with confusion. Yes, Hong, this fellow is a pervert. He insists on tattooing something on my back. The Valley Master gritted her teeth in pain. Tattooing? What are you planning to do? The right guardian glared at Hanzhe. To enhance your sect leader's education on patriotism, Hanzhe replied. What are you talking about? The right guardian was utterly perplexed. Mind your own business regarding matters of the Yuanshan sect. Hanzhe dismissed her inquiry. Yuanshan sect? You are from the Yuanshan sect? The right guardian was taken aback. Indeed. Apart from our Yuanshan sect, who else would waste their time on such endeavors? Interrupted the goose martial emperor nearby. Upon hearing this, the right guardian nodded. Fixating her gaze on Hanzhe, I had previously thought the Yuanshan sect was a bizarre organization, and today, it certainly appears to be a gathering of oddities. Without lifting his head, Hanzhe retorted, Hey, don't slander us. If you keep prattling, I'll tattoo something proper on you. The right guardian fell silent for a moment, but soon spoke again. Do you even have that opportunity? At that instant, a powerful pressure erupted from the right guardian, sending Hua and Xiao Li, who were nearest to her, tumbling down. Hanzhe's needle nearly flew from his hand. With a resounding clang, the golden chains that bound the right guardian shattered under the immense pressure. How could the formation be broken so easily? Hanzhe instantly grasped the situation. The exuberant Gu Ling and the leader of the Yunu Valley were merely one minor realm apart. Thus he could entirely suppress the valley leader using formations. However, the gap between them and the peak of the void return was far too great, two entire major realms apart. It was utterly impossible to overpower them. Hey, wait a moment. Brave warrior. Accept this. Hanzhe shouted loudly, tossing an object towards the right protector who had just broken the formation. The right protector instinctively took a step back, distancing herself from the object thrown by Hanzhe. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a book. This is a heavenly tier advanced battle technique. There are scarcely a handful of sects on the entire continent that possess such a level of combat skills. If you master it, you shall become the new valley leader, Hanzhe proclaimed. The right protector glanced at the battle technique, but merely shook her head in disdain. Though heavenly tier battle techniques are precious, do you truly underestimate our Yunu Valley? Do you think a single battle technique can buy our loyalty? Beside her, the valley leader scoffed dismissively, even when facing death. You still wish to squander your wealth for your life? The original God sect is truly foolish. Ignoring the valley leader, Hanzhe hastily continued addressing the right protector. Do not be hasty. I possess two more heavenly tier techniques. Hanzhe raised his hand, gesturing to the two manuals he held. In the next moment, the right protector had already appeared before Hanzhe, her slender sword pressed against his throat. Fool. If I kill you, the techniques will still belong to our Yunu Valley. Not the same. Hanzhe quickly countered. What do you mean, not the same? These two techniques are heavenly tier techniques. Cloud and Rain dual cultivation and Tiger and Wolf fusion technique. Moreover, due to their elevated rank, there are no significant bottlenecks in their practice. As long as you engage with a male partner, you shall grow stronger. What do you imply? The right protector was taken aback. The techniques I offer are entirely contrary to what you practice in Yunu Valley. Can this old woman allow you to cultivate such arts? The right protector fell silent. Right protector, do not listen to his nonsense. Quickly slay this brat. The valley leader, having grasped Hanzhe's intent, shouted urgently. Hanzhe quickly added, consider this. After mastering these techniques, you could enjoy daily companionship with a charming young man while cultivating, which is far more pleasant than enduring this old woman's nunly practices. ISNT it. Furthermore, mine are heavenly tier advanced techniques, significantly superior to the arduous skills you've been toiling to master. Before the right protector could respond, the valley leader grew increasingly agitated. Right protector, do not heed his words. Kill him, and whatever you find on him, I shall ensure you can practice. Hearing the valley leader's words, the right protector furrowed her brow slightly and shook her head at Hanzhe. I'm afraid I'm not interested. You must die. Her tone turned increasingly frigid. Hanzhe quickly pressed on. You are listening to this old woman's fabrications. You can see that you are already wavering. Once we exit, can this old woman still trust you? You would be better off taking advantage of her being under our control and escaping with the techniques. Flee the Union Empire to the far side of the continent. At that point, who could possibly hinder your cultivation? As Hanzhe spoke, he hastily produced several more books. These volumes are all associated with the advanced techniques of the heavenly tier. Even the Harmony Sect lacks such a collection. Take them. They are sufficient for you to establish a grander sect. In the future, you shall be the leader of the Harmony Sect. Just imagine, creating your own Harmony Sect is far more commendable than serving as an old nun. Contemplate this well. This is a choice that could alter your destiny. Will you remain a mere servant to an old woman for a lifetime, fetching her tea and changing her sanitary napkins? Or will you become the new leader of the Harmony Sect, free to pursue your desires, train with whomever you please? Chapter 262. I have yet to see enough of your world. Indeed, ponder upon those handsome figures with their chiseled chests and abs. Is it not more enjoyable than washing an old woman's smelly feet daily? The nearby Goose Martial Emperor echoed in agreement. The new leader of the Harmony Sect, the Right Protector, was also in deep contemplation. There is a path here. Hanzhe sensed the Right Protector's hesitation. Senior sister, do not heed her words. The leader has shown us immense kindness. How can we betray them for personal gain? Senior sister, there is still time to turn back. You remain our senior sister. The two disciples of the Yunu Valley's leader shouted in unison. Indeed, the leader's kindness is akin to a high-interest loan, one that can never truly be repaid. Hanzhe clapped his hands together. The Right Protector's brow furrowed, clearly torn. Hunger, if you assist me today, you may take his techniques and leave Yunu Valley afterward. I swear this in the name of my leadership, the Valley Master stated. Very well, leader, I shall assist you. The Right Protector nodded, her blade's edge penetrating deeper into the matter. Do you truly believe her? This old woman is insatiable. After all these years, you still do not see it? Hanzhe quickly produced another technique book. Here is another heavenly tier technique that can significantly enhance your speed of escape. Once you master it, this old woman will undoubtedly be unable to catch up to you. Do not be swayed by her assurances. Seize control of your own destiny. Upon hearing this, the Right Protector's gaze fixated intensely on the technique in Hanzhe's hands. Take a look. This is an escape technique of the heavenly tier. Few below the tribulation stage can hope to pursue you. Hanzhe extended the manual to the Right Protector. She accepted it, flipping through the pages. Senior sister. Senior sister. Hunger. The three from Yunu Valley cried out in desperation, attempting to awaken their bond. With a decisive clap, the Right Protector closed Hanzhe's technique. She fixed her gaze upon him, shaking her head in refusal. Apologies. Our leader has shown me great kindness. I cannot harm them for a few worthless books. Her words rang out with unwavering conviction, offering no opportunity for further debate. Subsequently, the Right Protector, with a sense of righteousness, exited the cave, taking with her the book that lay at the entrance. Indeed, she has not harmed the leader in the slightest. Continue with your tattoo. You are but one character away. Hanzhe silently resumed his task. Damn it, this ungrateful wretch. The Valley Master cursed angrily. When the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be warped. If you are greedy, do not blame your subordinates for mirroring your vice. Hanzhe adjusted the needle in his hand. Yunu Valley? Perhaps it should be called the Valley of Desire. After the departure of the Right Protector, the leader of the Jade Maiden Valley was engulfed in utter despair. She ceased her struggles. Hanzhe swiftly completed the final character of his tattooing task. Task completed. Inscribe the spirit of loyalty and patriotism upon the back of the leader of the Jade Maiden Valley. Task points earned, 200 points. A notification window appeared before Hanzhe. At last, he had finished the tattoo. He sheathed the bloodied needle and said, Now, let us engage in a negotiation. What do you propose? The leader's voice was laden with resentment. I offer you two choices. 1. Death. 2. Sign a half-year contract with me and serve as my subordinate. I choose death. You may continue your beautiful dreams, she replied without hesitation. Do not be hasty. Being my subordinate comes with generous benefits. Perhaps even more than what you earn as the valley leader, Hanzhe countered. Huh. The leader spat defiantly. Just kill me. Hanzhe shook his head with a smile. How about this? Your Jade Maiden Valley possesses a signature combat technique. What is it called? The Pure Essence Saint Technique? Indeed, a voice from the distance, belonging to Gu Ling, chimed in. Yes, that Pure Essence Saint Technique, though it is of imperial rank, is only half complete, correct? And what of it? I shall provide you with the other half as compensation for your 6 months of service. You possess the other half? Of course, what does our original God Sect lack? Show it to me. Certainly. Hanzhe produced the half-complete technique. Initially, he had been uncertain if he could indeed summon the latter half. Summoning a complete volume was straightforward. But how could one summon merely half? Thus, he attempted to invoke the title Pure Essence Saint Technique, lower section, and, to his astonishment, succeeded in manifesting the remaining portion. He had inquired of Gu Ling whether practicing with fragmented techniques would allow him to cultivate imperial rank techniques without triggering a celestial phenomenon. Gu Ling had firmly stated that this was not the case. The essence of a technique is not merely a book. It is a conglomeration of energy. The words inscribed within the pages merely serve as a means to utilize this energy. Without the energy conglomerate, one cannot wield the technique. In essence, a copied manuscript of a technique lacks the core energy concealed within the original text, rendering it ineffective for cultivation. The same applies to imperial rank techniques. Only when two volumes merge as one, reintegrating the core energy, can the true might of an imperial rank technique be realized. However, such a union inevitably evokes celestial phenomena. I understand your hands are occupied. Allow me to assist. Hanzhe placed the book before the leader of the Jade Maiden Valley, flipping through its pages for her. As she perused a few pages, her eyes widened in disbelief, excitement evident in her gaze. Hanzhe had already heard that she had sought this latter half for 30 years, making it apparent that its value was substantial. That is sufficient. I can see the truth now. The original God Sect indeed possesses remarkable capabilities, the leader commanded. Now that you know, what say you? Shall we strike a deal? Hanzhe inquired. You may as well kill me. The leader of the Jade Maiden Valley shook her head. Is it truly so difficult to persuade you? Hanzhe was taken aback. Why do you yearn for death so fervently? He asked, furrowing his brow. It is merely a book. Rather than enduring half a year of humiliation from you, I would prefer to perish. How could it have been half a year of humiliation? I served as an enforcer. Not in some other capacity, Hanzhe remarked. Why conceal the truth? I am fully aware of your thoughts, men, the Valley Master said, fixing her gaze upon Hanzhe. Indeed, she possessed a visage of unparalleled beauty. Yet, this incited Hanzhe's ire. This insipid woman. Had it not been for my dire need of a practitioner of such high caliber, I would have long since dispatched her. I assure you, should you serve as my enforcer, I shall not lay a finger on you. Is that agreeable? Hanzhe proposed. The Valley Master merely shook her head. If the primary contract is signed, I am powerless should you break your vow. Hanzhe could no longer bear it. You, old woman, even touching you would be a loss on my part, would it not? Very well, you have forced my hand. Hanzhe produced a mirror and held it before the Valley Master. With a face like yours, why would I desire to touch you? Utterly unremarkable. The Valley Master glanced at the mirror, only to have her eyes widen in shock. The reflection staring back at her was grotesquely transformed, repugnant beyond measure. What have you done to my face? The Valley Master screamed at Hanzhe. My ability is to curse. Those afflicted by my curse will find their features rendered hideously distorted, Hanzhe replied calmly. However, rest assured, as long as you diligently serve the original spirit sect for half a year, I shall restore you to your former appearance and provide you with the latter half of that book. Moreover, I guarantee I will not harm you. Hanzhe brandished a needle before the Valley Master. If you refuse to acquiesce, I shall publicly dismember you, turning you into a grotesque spectacle. As he spoke, the needle pierced the Valley Master's shoulder, breaking the skin, blood seeping forth. Hanzhe attempted to maneuver the needle, tearing through more flesh. Valley Master. The two disciples of the Jade Maiden Valley were on the verge of tears, a stark contrast to the earlier demeanor of the Right Protector. Truly, the more inept, the more loyal. You have won. I will agree to your terms, the Valley Master murmured. This is as it should be. Hanzhe retrieved a scroll. However, let it be clear, it is for a duration of 6 months, and you must not lay a finger on me. 6 months, that is acceptable. And remember, old woman, to touch you would be my loss, Hanzhe remarked. Understood. The Valley Master signed the contract with her blood. Hanzhe took the contract and nodded in satisfaction. Good. You are now a member of the original spirit sect. Task complete. Ensure your sect is guarded by a practitioner of the integration stage or above. Gain task points, 150 points. Another 150 points. Hanzhe glanced at his point balance, 925 points. He noticed that the minimum score required to conclude the game was 500 points. Thus, he had more than enough, nearly doubling the requirement. It should suffice. Time to depart. Farewell, original spirit sect. Hanzhe clicked, complete game, in the information panel. Then, a small hourglass icon appeared, followed by a brief wait. Moments later, a new line of text appeared in Hanzhe's information panel. Sorry, your completion request has been rejected by the administrator. Why is the completion disallowed? Hanzhe was taken aback. At that moment, a male voice echoed in Hanzhe's ear. It was Si Wei's voice. Hanzhe, can you hear me? The time in your game world has paused. You may respond directly. I can hear you, Hanzhe replied. Why won't you let me return? Oh, it's not that I am preventing your return. It is the vice principal. He has observed your gameplay. And then he became captivated. He instructed us to deny your completion application, stating he hasn't seen enough and wants you to remain inside for a while longer, to accomplish more significant tasks before you emerge. Is he out of his mind? Are you not aware of his eccentricity? However, he assured me that you can remain there. And as long as you comply, he will ensure you rank among the top 3 upon your return. Is he certain? He is indeed. His promises tend to be quite reliable. All right, understood. Hanzhe nodded. Then good luck to you. Thank you. Chapter 263. A moment of awe for the Valley Master time resumed its flow. The contract had been finalized. Hanzhe gestured to Gu Ling and Yi Wu Di. All right. You may withdraw your spells. Gu Ling and Yi Wu Di immediately retracted their spells, collapsing onto the ground. Sustaining the high-level formation for such an extended period had taken a significant toll on them. The two disciples of Yunu Valley could finally move. They looked mournfully at the Valley Master. Master, what shall we do now? Return to watch over Yunu Valley under the supervision of the Left Guardian, the Valley Master replied. Shaking her head, your master has fled. What is the purpose of returning? Just join my original God Sect. Does your original God Sect still require members? The Valley Master was momentarily taken aback. Our original God Sect is inclusive and welcomes all, Hanzhe assured. It is entirely up to you. Ask them if they are willing. The Valley Master refrained from elaborating further. Hey, you two, are you willing to follow the Valley Master and join the original God Sect? Hanzhe called out to them. The two disciples exchanged glances, hesitating. If you join the original God Sect, I will make you direct subordinates of the Valley Master. Preserving the bond between teacher and student, Hanzhe added, we are willing to join the original God Sect. The two disciples immediately knelt on one knee. All right, you two wait here for a moment while I converse with your Valley Master, Hanzhe instructed them. He then turned to the Valley Master and said, so now, you are officially a member of the original God Sect, ranked as the 5th original leader. Currently, there are only 4 original leaders in the sect, Guling, Donggu, Kuaiju Lu, and Huahua. Due to the difference in seniority, Guling's disciple could not be on par with Guling as an original leader and had to be demoted, becoming the sole ordinary disciple of the entire sect. Thus, prior to the Valley Masters joining, the original God Sect consisted of 6 members, including Hanzhe, with 5 being leaders. What does original leader truly entail? The Valley Master couldn't help but inquire. It refers to the leaders within the original God Sect, as they wear a distinctive cloak, hence the title, Hanzhe explained. The Valley Master nodded, contemplating, is it customary to grant such a high position to someone right upon their entry into the sect? In the grand context of a mysterious sect such as the original God Sect, it may indeed be deemed generous. However, the Valley Master, observing Hanzhe's nascent chi refining stage cultivation, inquired with a skeptical expression, though I cannot fathom how you, with such limited cultivation, have attained a significant position within the original God Sect. Surely you are merely a steward of a branch, are you not? What I mean to say is, as a steward of the Southwestern Division, you do not possess the authority to elevate me to the 5th seat, do you? The Valley Master regarded Hanzhe with palpable disbelief. This statement elicited laughter from Hanzhe, as well as from a few individuals beside him. Not necessarily. Can you guess who I am? Hanzhe responded. Upon hearing this, the Valley Master was momentarily taken aback. Despite his only being at the nascent chi refining stage, he commanded the attention of cultivators at the void returning stage. His tone was bold, and considering his age, she exclaimed, are you the son of the Sect Master? Hanzhe paused briefly, while the group nearby stifled their laughter. To be frank, I am indeed the Sect Master of the original God Sect, Hanzhe declared. Now it was the Valley Master's turn to be dumbfounded. Her expression shifted dramatically. You? I, Hanzhe affirmed with a nod. You, at the nascent chi refining stage, claim to be the Sect Master who annihilated the Tianping sect? Do you expect me to believe that? The Valley Master challenged. Her frustration mounting. I knew it. I knew you were imposters, a band of frauds. I cannot believe I signed a contract with you charlatans. As she spoke, she collapsed onto the ground, her face ashen. Meanwhile, the 2 disciples from Yunu Valley were embracing each other, sobbing, witnessing the despair etched on the old woman's face. Hanzhe furrowed his brow. The weight of the original contract was indeed substantial. This situation was akin to signing a servitude agreement only to discover the company was a mere shell of a fraudulent entity. Moreover, upon calculation, this so-called company had less wealth than he did. It was understandable that the Valley Master could not endure this revelation. Nevertheless, he was reassured that his own organization was not a mere impersonation. Hey, calm down. We truly are the original God Sect, Hanzhe urged, his brow knitted in concern. How can you prove that? The Valley Master retorted. Haven't I already demonstrated it? What? The latter half of the battle techniques, and those heavenly tier techniques I provided to you. Aside from the original God Sect, which other sects could dispense such treasures so freely? Oh, the Valley Master sprang to her feet. You really are the original God Sect? Indeed, as genuine as it gets, Hanzhe confirmed with a nod. Then what is the cultivation level of your sect's chief original practitioner? The Valley Master inquired. Reigniting her hope. It is rumored that the original God Sect has cultivators at the transcendent stage in residence. If such individuals truly exist within the sect, then the other members' meager circumstances could be overlooked. Well, he is, Hanzhe pointed towards Guling, isn't he at the void returning stage? Incorrect. He is at the transformation stage. The void returning stage was merely a temporary elevation using secret arts. The Valley Master was stunned once more. Then who is the strongest in your original God Sect? Previously it was him, but now it is you, Hanzhe replied. What about the transcendent stage cultivators who exterminated the entire Tianping sect? That was the passing Lei Feng, merely an acquaintance to us. Not one of our esteemed members of the original God Sect. In other words, the highest ranking practitioner of this tumultuous original God Sect, which has stirred the entire continent, is merely at the stage of transformation? With a thud, the sect leader sat down once again. The weight of this revelation was overwhelming. It would require some time to digest. Beside her, Guling offered a few words of comfort. Sect leader, to be frank, when I first entered the sect, there were only 2 golden core practitioners and 1 foundation establishment practitioner. I was just as you are now. But rest assured, our sect master will soon astonish you greatly, ensuring your unwavering loyalty to him. Upon hearing this, the sect leader cast a doubtful glance at Guling. Let us hope so, she replied cautiously. Hanzhe refrained from elaborating further and shifted to a new topic. Now, sect leader, I have a new task for you. What is it, sect master? The leader had already signed the primary contract, leaving her with little choice. You are to return to your Jade Maiden Valley and announce that it will henceforth be known as the first affiliated sect of the original God Sect. And you must disseminate this information throughout the continent, ensuring that all are aware that your Jade Maiden Valley has become an affiliated sect of the original God Sect. Isn't this a bit insulting to me, sect master? The leader retorted through gritted teeth. Insulting? Now the entire continent knows that the original God Sect has practitioners capable of transcending tribulations, the most mysterious grand sect of the land. Allowing your mere integration stage Jade Maiden Valley to bear a name under it hardly qualifies as an insult, does it? Moreover, it will only be for 6 months. After that, you may revert to your original name, Hanzhe promised. Very well, the sect leader conceded reluctantly with a nod. Chapter 264, the first affiliated sect of the original God Sect, Jade Maiden Valley. The sect leader returned to the valley entrance, with Hanzhe and others following her. Her demeanor had already been restored by Hanzhe. The disciples guarding the valley saw their leader and immediately bowed respectfully. She surveyed her disciples, sighed, and addressed one of the guarding disciples. You are to notify everyone in the valley to gather at the sacrificial square immediately. I have an important announcement to make. Yes. Yes. The guarding disciple, not daring to delay, hurried off. Please enter, sect master. The leader turned to Hanzhe, still feeling a bit downcast. All right. Hanzhe nodded and began to enter, with the others following suit. Another guarding disciple at the entrance appeared anxious. Sect leader, did you not previously establish a rule forbidding any men from entering the Jade Maiden Valley? That was in the past. From today onward, that rule no longer applies. The leader waved her hand dismissively. The guarding disciple stood momentarily stunned. Yet, since the sect leader had spoken, no one dared to obstruct them. They could only bow to Hanzhe and the others. Along the way, the disciples of Jade Maiden Valley gaped in astonishment at Hanzhe and his companions. Goodness, who could these individuals be? I heard that even the protector from the Falling Star Hall was denied entry by the sect leader. Soon, hundreds of disciples of Jade Maiden Valley had gathered at the sacrificial square. There were more than Hanzhe had anticipated, and the noise exceeded his expectations. As the first man to arrive at Yunu Valley, the disciples were utterly astonished to see Hanzhe appear on the high platform. A hush fell over the crowd as the valley master gently uttered a word from above. In an instant, the atmosphere transformed into one of silence. The valley master cast a glance at Hanzhe, who nodded in acknowledgement. Only then did the valley master step forward and declare, all disciples of Yunu Valley, heed my words. I, the Valley Master, hereby officially announce that our Yunu Valley shall be renamed the first sect of the Yuantian Sect. Furthermore, from this day forth, Yunu Valley shall officially become a sect under the aegis of the Yuantian Sect. The moment the words left the Valley Master's lips, the disciples gathered in the square erupted in astonishment. Valley Master, what is happening? Have you lost your mind? One disciple exclaimed. The left guardian even leapt onto the platform, her eyes fixed on the Valley Master as she implored, Valley Master, are you serious? Of course I am serious. In such a moment, I would not jest. The Valley Master replied with solemnity. The left guardian, observing the Valley Master's demeanor, began to believe in the gravity of her words. Yet, she pressed on, Valley Master. What on earth is going on? Could you enlighten us? Enlighten you? The Valley Master responded. The Yuantian sect has demonstrated sufficient strength, and aligning ourselves with them is the most prudent choice for Yunu Valley. The left guardian cast a glance at Hanzhe and the others, hesitating momentarily. Valley Master, are you being threatened by the people of the Yuantian sect? We are not afraid. Just say the word, and we shall stand with you against them, cried one disciple from below. Indeed, Valley Master, the Yuantian sect is overstepping their bounds. We shall protect Yunu Valley. More disciples echoed their fervent sentiments, and the situation began to spiral out of control. Enough, the Valley Master intoned, her voice resonating powerfully with profound energy, instantly sweeping across the sacrificial square. The immense pressure of her aura rendered Hanzhe, who was merely at the chi refinement stage, momentarily incapacitated. Hanzhe felt darkness envelop him, leaving only a notification before his eyes. You have perished. Game over. Please await the system administrator's teleportation. He was taken aback. What? I died just like that? How unexpected, he thought, feeling a wave of frustration at the Valley Master's apparent disregard for his level of cultivation. Forget it. I shall return to my studies, he mused. However, just then, a new message appeared. The administrator has nullified your death. The game continues. Hanzhe was even more astonished by this revelation than by his initial demise. Well, it seems the game isn't finished yet, he thought, and suddenly, his vision cleared. He found himself staring at the Valley Master's anxious face, her voice ringing out as she shook him. Sect Master, what has happened? Wake up. Her forehead glistened with sweat, reflecting her urgency. Indeed, due to the bond of their contract, should Hanzhe perish, The Valley Master would also face death after a brief delay. Thus, she may be the person who wishes for Hanzhe's survival the most in the world. Sect Master. This was the voice of Guling, who stood nearby. His face etched with anxiety and perspiration. I'm fine, Hanzhe suddenly spoke. A look of joy immediately blossomed on the face of the Yunu Valley Master. I'm so relieved to hear that you are well. I was terribly worried. Hanzhe silently rose to his feet. It's nothing. I have endured the full force of the tribulation period's pressure, so this is insignificant, he boasted. It's good that you're all right. Donggu has fainted, Guling remarked from the side. His cultivation is too low. He needs to practice more, Hanzhe replied. You're right. I will inform him once he regains consciousness. Guling nodded in agreement. Sect Master, I truly apologize. I'm accustomed to calling out in the valley. The Valley Master repeatedly expressed her apologies to Hanzhe. It's fine. Just be more careful next time. Hanzhe bore no resentment. Presently, whatever the Valley Master did, Hanzhe could not tear apart the original contract to harm her, as he relied on her as a crucial ally in the integration phase. If he were to eliminate her, all his efforts would be in vain. He could only offer reassurance. Below the stage, many disciples harbored doubts. The Valley Master of the Yunu Valley fainted with a mere tremor. How reliable could the Yushin sect be? Yet, the Valley Master had just stabilized the situation, and they did not dare speak further. With a sigh, the Valley Master stood up. Rest assured, I will not compel you. Those who do not wish to join the Yushin sect with me may leave now. I grant you permission. Upon hearing this, a silence fell over the crowd. The disciples exchanged glances. Then, they all knelt on one knee, bowing to the Valley Master. We vow to follow the Valley Master unto death. Hundreds of voices cried out in unison. Though they were all women, their momentum was formidable, rivaling the pressure exerted by the Valley Master earlier. Hanzhe nodded in satisfaction. This Yunu Valley, with hundreds of disciples, likely boasted dozens at the transformation stage and many at the return to void stage. This constituted a significant fighting force. Hanzhe could now directly undertake major endeavors. In the southern continent, at the Meteorite Hall, in an underground chamber, the Hall Master was still engrossed in studying a newly acquired imperial-level combat technique when a protector knocked on the door. Hall Master. There is new information regarding the Yushin sect you instructed us to investigate. Speak. 2 days ago, the Yunu Valley officially announced its affiliation with the Yushin sect. What? The Hall Master set down the combat technique in hand. Was it a submission? Or did they merely seek refuge with the Yushin sect? Our confidential discussions have yet to yield concrete intelligence. I will have them verify further. No need. The Valley Master of Yunu Valley has such a foul temper. She would never deign to ally with another sect. It must have been a conquest. If it truly was a conquest, how could such a large sect as Yunu Valley be subdued so easily? This raises concerns for the Yushin sect. The protector cautioned. You may withdraw. I will contemplate this matter carefully. Chapter 265. Fian Pavilion is too petty. Let us proceed to Meteorite Pavilion. Upon the return of the leader of Yunu Valley to the Grand Hall, Hanzhe withdrew a volume of martial techniques, specifically the Celestial Grade Advanced Technique, Ancient God's Augmentation Skill. Take this and practice it, he urged. The leader's countenance displayed a flicker of astonishment, although she had been taken aback several times before. The sight of a Celestial Grade Advanced Technique warranted a moment of reverence. You possess such secret arts? She inquired. What secret arts do I lack? Hanzhe replied with a nod. Practice diligently. I shall entrust you with a confidential task thereafter, he added. Understood, the leader acknowledged with a nod. In the ensuing days, a few individuals did indeed depart from Yunu Valley, yet the majority chose to remain. Hanzhe adeptly utilized the existing intelligence network of Yunu Valley, successfully gathering a considerable amount of information. During this period, Donggu also sought out Hanzhe once. Master, do you recall the words you spoke before your expedition? He asked. I have uttered many words. Which one do you refer to? Hanzhe replied. You mentioned that upon conquering Yunu Valley, each person would receive 4 girlfriends. Did I not say 3? Hanzhe furrowed his brow. Yes, 3. You did say that. What of it? Donggu pressed. Will you not fulfill that promise now? Oh, is that what you desire? Hanzhe inquired. Indeed. Very well. Whom do you have your eye on? I abide by the organization's arrangements. We are newly arrived, and the hearts of the people are unsteady. If we compel the disciples of Yunu Valley, the subsequent changes may be challenging to control. Moreover, you are aware that the cultivation methods of Yunu Valley, once violated, lead to a complete loss of power. Thus, even if I were to introduce you, it is likely no one would be willing. Ah, master, I comprehend your intent. 3 girlfriends are no longer of interest to me. Donggu nodded. That is not what I meant, Hanzhe clarified. What do you mean then? What I mean is this. Hanzhe retrieved several volumes of cultivation methods. These were the techniques he had previously procured to win over the right protector of Yunu Valley, Celestial Grade Advanced Techniques. Akin to an enhanced version of the Joyful Union sect's methods. Identify someone within the sect whom you admire and exchange this technique with her. The methods of Yunu Valley are merely Celestial Grade lower tier, arduous to practice, and of lesser rank. This one is both powerful and pleasurable, and with the approval of the sect leader, she would surely be inclined to trade her method for yours. Additionally, our sect has a male-to-female ratio of 6 to 800. With this enhanced Joyful Union technique, whom could she practice with? I see. Thank you, Sect leader. I am eternally indebted to you, Dong Gu exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he nearly knelt. No need for thanks. Here are 6 volumes. Just take care of your health. Hanzhe chuckled. In the following days, it became evident that dark circles had formed under Dong Ji's eyes. Hanzhe was uncertain of what he occupied his nights with. 5 days after the formal merger of Yinshan Sect and Yunnu Valley, within the secret chamber of Yunnu Valley, the space had transformed into a conference room for the upper echelons of Yinshan Sect. The original 6 members of Yinshan Sect, alongside the leader of Yunnu Valley and the Left Protector, convened. The Left Protector, who had previously overseen all intelligence operations in the former Yunnu Valley, took on part of Dong Ji's responsibilities. Master, these are the neighboring sects that have proactively sought to establish goodwill with Yinshan Sect, while these others have remained unresponsive. She indicated, pointing to the list affixed to the wall. Furthermore, these are the sects that have openly denounced us. Hanzhe glanced at the wall adorned with condemnations directed at the Yuanshan Sect. Most of these sects were those involved in Hanzhe's tasks, illustrating their considerable strength. However, it was evident that they merely voiced their opposition while remaining passive observers. Given the overt power of the Yunnu Valley, these sects would face considerable challenges in confronting it, especially with the looming presence of a suspected tribulation stage cultivator backing the Yuanshan Sect. The principle of not shooting the bird that sticks its head out is universally understood. Generally speaking, mere denunciation holds little efficacy. The Yuanshan Sect and Yunnu Valley do not rely on reputation for sustenance. Nevertheless, since I, Hanzhe, am poised to undertake significant endeavors, I shall not permit others to berate me. This is the matter we convened to discuss today. Hanzhe spoke. Let us deliberate on which of these sects that have denounced us we should first teach a lesson. At that moment, Hua Hua raised her hand. What is it? Hanzhe inquired. Sect Master, does the list of sects to be reprimanded include the Meteor Sect? What of the Meteor Sect? Isn't that your own clan? Hanzhe chuckled softly. Ah, I was merely boasting. I have no connection to the Meteor Sect. The group of Hua Hua expressed their astonishment. Then who are you? I was once a wandering bookseller without any background, and now I am the Sect Master of the Yuanshan Sect, Hanzhe replied earnestly. Indeed. Hua Hua and the others nodded in agreement. It makes sense. How could a sect like the Meteor Sect accommodate a figure like our Sect Master? Guling exclaimed excitedly. Enough with the flattery. We are currently selecting our next target. Hanzhe redirected the conversation. What about the 6 Precepts Sect? It is not far from us. Has had a poor relationship with our Yunnu Sect in the past, and most importantly, its leader is only in the early stage of integration, thus relatively weak. The Valley Master responded. The 6 Precepts Sect? Hanzhe glanced at the list and shook his head. That seems rather weak. Our Yuanshan Sect has already demonstrated its strength at the level of Yunnu Valley, and we need not continue to challenge within the same tier. Then let us consider the Flying Swallow Pavilion, the foremost sect of the Union Empire. Its leader possesses late-stage integration strength. With proper planning, we should be able to secure a victory, Dong Gu suggested. The Flying Swallow Pavilion? Absolutely not. I have fought against their leader before and was utterly outmatched. The Valley Master vehemently shook his head. That was the old you. You have since cultivated the ancient god's amplification technique, and you would undoubtedly overwhelm him now. Hanzhe countered. The Flying Swallow Pavilion is too trivial. Let us directly target the Meteor Pavilion. An aged voice interjected. The Valley Master immediately shook his head. The Meteor Pavilion is one of the strongest sects on the continent, and having just acquired imperial-grade combat techniques, we have no hope of victory against them. Upon uttering this statement, the Valley Master abruptly paused. Hanzhe's eyes widened in surprise, and silence enveloped the room. Unbeknownst to anyone, seated at the far end of the conference table, next to Gu Ling's disciple, was a smiling old man with a white beard. He had appeared there quietly. The other attendees, including a cultivator at the integration stage, remained oblivious to his presence. Who could this person be? Hanzhe gazed at the old man, his brow furrowing. Wait a moment. Isn't this the same elder from the bottle? Chapter 266. Do you think it was me who stuffed myself into that bottle? A wave of tension washed over Hanzhe. This individual possessed at least the power of crossing the tribulation, categorizing him among the top cultivators in this realm. Not even the combined strength of his entire sect could contend with him. This was indeed a formidable elder. And this esteemed figure had quietly appeared here. Had he been tracking Hanzhe all along? How repulsive. Hanzhe was uncertain of the elder's intentions. Yet he dared not be negligent. Hanzhe performed a respectful bow. Esteemed elder, your sudden visit to my original spirit sect. Might I inquire as to your purpose? I must clarify, I did not come seeking you. It is merely a coincidence that you are here. Do you believe me? The white-bearded elder chuckled. Of course. I believe you, Hanzhe nodded. He had no choice but to trust the elder. Then whom are you searching for? I am in charge of this area. If you provide a name, I might be able to assist you, Hanzhe inquired tentatively. Is this truly your responsibility? The elder scrutinized Hanzhe, still somewhat skeptical. Yes. I am indeed the sect master of the original spirit sect, and the Jade Maiden Valley is now a subordinate sect under my command, Hanzhe responded. You, a mere chi refinement stage cultivator, are the master of the Jade Maiden Valley? The elder expressed disbelief. Senior, I am Yujie, the current master of the Jade Maiden Valley, and I can attest to the truth of his words. He is indeed my sect master. The master of the Jade Maiden Valley explained on Hanzhe's behalf. Interesting. The elder glanced at the valley master, chuckling. You, a harmonization stage cultivator. Acknowledge him as your sect master? The master of the Jade Maiden Valley merely averted her gaze. She found it difficult to respond to such a question. Who would believe the reasons behind it? Noticing her reluctance to speak, the elder did not press further, likely having drawn his own conclusions. He turned his attention back to Hanzhe. Young man, how did you manage to subdue the Jade Maiden Valley? Hanzhe found himself at a loss and could only provide a brief account. His explanation was remarkably simplistic. Devoid of details, merely stating that he had lured the valley master into a trap and coerced her into signing a contract. Ha ha ha, splendid. Quite devious. I admire that. The elder laughed heartily. Thank you for your kind words, esteemed elder. Hanzhe could only respond. Since you are now within the Jade Maiden Valley, that item I gave you, does it serve you well? The elder inquired, looking down. Hanzhe understood what the elder was referring to. Thanks to your blessing. I must now carry it with me even to the restroom, he replied. Good, good. The elder nodded repeatedly. Therefore, esteemed elder, may I ask why you are here? Hanzhe could not refrain from asking. The elder smiled, stroking his beard. You are, after all, my benefactor. It is no trouble to share. There is nothing I need to conceal. Do you know how long I was trapped in that wretched bottle? I do not. Hanzhe shook his head. 116 years and 79 days. 116 years. The elder's face twitched. You have suffered greatly, Hanzhe echoed sympathetically. During those 116 years, I lived each day in absolute darkness. Completely alone, with nothing else. Thus, I spent those years contemplating three matters, desperately pondering them each day. The first matter at hand is revenge. I have long contemplated that once I am free, I shall exact vengeance upon the family of the scoundrel who imprisoned me, leaving none alive. For 116 years, I shall deliver 116 blows. The second matter is gratitude. I yearn for freedom, and thus I vowed that if someone were to rescue me, that individual would be my benefactor, to whom I would grant 3 wishes, no matter the desire. The third matter. The old man paused. What is it? Hanzhe inquired. The third matter is to seek a woman. 116 years. I have not laid eyes on a woman in all that time. Who would not prefer the fragrant and soft embrace of a woman over the cold, hard confines of a bottle? Thus, after fulfilling my debts of gratitude and vengeance, I made my way to the nearby Hehuan Sect. And what did you find there? Hanzhe probed. Indeed, the Hehuan Sect is abundant in women, yet I discovered they were all seasoned veterans. Even in my hunger, I could not partake in such fare. Hence, I hastened to the Yunu Valley. Along the way, I learned that the Yunu Valley had been annexed by the Yuanshan Sect, so I entered to investigate and found you, young man. Oh, Hanzhe realized. It appeared the old man had not been following him, but rather, fate had brought them together due to shared noble pursuits. Junior Yujia, I have the honor of meeting the esteemed Xiongwu master. The valley's matriarch unexpectedly bowed to the old man. You know him? Hanzhe was momentarily taken aback. The old man smiled. How do you know my name? 120 years ago, during this very period, a tribulation phase cultivator mysteriously vanished. Who else could silently enter a sealed meeting room but you, Master Xiongwu? Surely we do not belong to the same era. How do you know of this title? In my youth, I often heard my father recount tales of tribulation phase masters, and your story was one of my favorites. Oh, what tales do I have? Pray share. Master Xiongwu possesses a unique skill, enabling him to transform his body into mist, stealthily entering places inaccessible to ordinary folk. In his early years, he often disguised himself as an ordinary man, then transformed into mist to eavesdrop on conversations. Should anyone sincerely assist him, he would fulfill their wishes. However, approximately 120 years ago, Master Xiongwu suddenly vanished from the continent, leaving no trace behind. The matriarch recounted the tale she had heard about Master Xiongwu. Meanwhile, Hanzhe listened intently, a slight frown upon his brow. He could transform into mist and infiltrate various locations, yet he was also a lecher. Ah, indeed, indeed. The old man nodded in satisfaction as he listened to the matriarch's narration. It is remarkable that after so many years, there are still those who remember me. Your deeds are so poignant that even after another 100 years, people will continue to remember you, Hanzhe remarked. Very well, you may resume your important discussion. I, an old man, do not wish to intrude for too long. As you say, since you are here, why continue with the meeting? I shall have the kitchen prepare a feast to welcome you, esteemed sir, Hanzhe hastily replied. No need, continue discussing your objectives. I find that quite intriguing. The old man stated. The sovereign and the left protector exchanged glances with Hanzhe, seeking his counsel. Let us continue the meeting. Hanzhe nodded in agreement. So, shall we set our sights on Pavilion or Meteor Pavilion? Inquired the left protector. Let us heed the advice of Master Qingwu, Hanzhe suggested. I recommend targeting Meteor Pavilion, replied the cultivator Qingwu. What is your reasoning? Hanzhe asked. Firstly, during my journey here, I passed by the Tiankaizong and took the opportunity to gather some intelligence, he explained. The emissaries of Meteor Pavilion have already arrived at Tiankaizong. They have formed an alliance and are preparing to take measures against Yuanshan Sect. Oh, and the second point is even more significant, he continued. I have personal grievances with Meteor Pavilion. If you decide to strike against them, I would be more than willing to offer my assistance. You two have enmities with Meteor Pavilion? Hanzhe inquired. Of course. Do you think that the ragtag members of Tianping's sect could confine me within a bottle? The elder stroked his beard, a cold smile gracing his lips. Chapter 267. Collusion with Yuanshan sect? 300 miles east of Union City, at the Song family estate. Several figures clad in black robes suddenly appeared in the sky, slowly descending before the estate's entrance. The white four-pointed star insignia was clearly visible on their dark garments. Leading them was a young man who regarded the guards at the Song family's gate with a dispassionate gaze. Upon seeing the insignia, the gate captain was instantly struck with alarm. Meteor Pavilion? Indeed, the young man at the forefront nodded nonchalantly. The gate captain hastily commanded a nearby guard. Quickly summon the clan leader. The guard, not daring to hesitate, hurriedly scurried into the estate. Soon after, the clan leader of the Song family rushed out. A forced smile plastered on his face as he addressed the black-robed figures. Esteemed members of Meteor Pavilion, what brings you to my humble Song family today? What brings us? What do you think brings us? The black-robed youth scoffed. I am not privy to such information. No one informed me beforehand. The clan leader maintained his awkward grin. It is regarding your collusion with Yuanshan sect, the young man stated coldly. Yuanshan sect? Our Song family has never had any dealings with Yuanshan sect. The clan leader protested urgently. Did you not support Yuanshan sect? The black-robed youth challenged. Your Honor, we have never supported Yuanshan sect, the clan leader quickly countered. You may not have supported them, but you have not publicly opposed them either, have you? The clan leader was momentarily taken aback. Since you do not oppose them, does that not imply support for Yuanshan sect? The black-robed youth countered. My lord, we shall publicly oppose them now. How does that sound? The clan leader suggested. Opposing now? It is too late. The black-robed youth gestured to his companions. The figure identified as Old Wu stepped forward. What do you intend to do? The clan leader exclaimed in alarm. Old Wu coldly intoned. By the order of the Pavilion Master, the Song family of Union City is guilty of colluding with Yuanshan sect. A grave transgression. Meteor Pavilion shall enact a complete extermination of the Song family. Extermination? The clan leader's face paled at the utterance of the word. Indeed, extermination. The young man clad in black nodded with a smile. Let us proceed swiftly. I have numerous matters to attend to and no time to squander. The figure known as Old Wu also acted without hesitation. With a mere wave of his hand, several guards behind the Patriarch of the Song family collapsed into pools of blood, silenced before they could utter a cry. More individuals in black swiftly leaped into the Song family estate. The Starfall Palace is exceedingly overbearing. I shall fight back. The Patriarch of the Song family, his eyes filled with fury, unleashed his full aura. The young man in black merely shook his head in silence, muttering to himself, a mere nascent soul cultivator, utterly unaware of his own limitations. Old Wu, teach him a lesson. Understood. Old Wu waved his hand once more, and the Patriarch's legs were instantly shattered, blood gushing forth. He collapsed to the ground, immobilized, his eyes filled with terror. AA core formation cultivator, he murmured. Indeed, the young man in black nodded, a smug expression adorning his face. The courtyard soon echoed with screams and cries. The Patriarch realized that behind each anguished wail lay the demise of a member of the Song family. Yet, he found himself unable to move. Leaning against a stone as he endured the harrowing sounds, tears streamed down his face, marking the first time in many years that he wept. Beside him, the young man in black remained unabashedly proud. Old Wu, how long do you estimate it will take to finish the slaughter? The courtyard is quite expansive. Perhaps around a quarter of an hour, Old Wu chuckled. Such a protracted affair. What is the purpose of raising so many worthless beings? Truly an inconvenience for me. The young man in black berated. At that moment, a black-clad individual suddenly emerged from the courtyard, carrying a young girl. Young master. This old man's daughter is rather lovely. I have spared her for you. You beasts, cried the girl, struggling and weeping. Good, at least you have some sense. Bind her for now. We shall transport her back to the palace shortly. The young man in black laughed heartily. You scoundrels. The Patriarch of the Song family roared in fury. The young man in black chuckled again. Oh, do not fret. Your Song family is destined for demise. By following me, she may live a few more days. You ought to be grateful. The Starfall Palace, you are all a bunch of wretches. The Patriarch shouted hoarsely. Indeed, soon these wretches may take turns mating with your daughter. Haha. The young man in black laughed uproariously. His companion, the guard carrying the Song young lady, joined in the laughter. Wretches. May you all meet a terrible end at the hands of the Starfall Palace. A youthful voice echoed through the vast valley. How could the esteemed eldest son of the Starfall Palace engage in such despicable deeds? An abrupt silence enveloped the surroundings. Who goes there? The young man in black, the eldest son of the Starfall Palace, swiftly turned to investigate. It is I. A masked young man stepped forth. The eldest son of the Starfall Palace stared at the man who had emerged, momentarily taken aback. Uffed. He erupted into laughter. A mere Foundation establishment cultivator? Following suit, the young man in black, his guards, and Old Wu could no longer contain themselves and erupted into laughter. How low is the threshold for acts of heroism? They guffawed. Several individuals were laughing together. The noble son of the Meteorite Palace pointed at the Patriarch of the Song family beside him, and said, "Young man, can you guess the realm of this fellow whose legs we have disabled? It's the transformation stage. He couldn't even move us, and what do you, at the chi refinement stage, intend to do?" The patriarch of the Song family shook his head helplessly. "Young brother, these people are beyond your capacity to confront. You should leave promptly and focus on your cultivation. There will be opportunities in the future." The young man across shook his head. "Are you done laughing? Once you've finished, it's not as amusing as it seems. In a year, I could encounter 7 or 8 of such blind fools." The noble son of the Meteorite Palace replied. "If you've finished laughing, then prepare to meet your demise," the masked young man coldly stated. Laughter erupted again. "Ha ha. What did he say?" "He said to prepare for death." "Ha ha." The group burst into laughter once more. Suddenly, a black-robed guard collapsed to the ground, blood pooling around him. "Quick, see what has happened to him." The noble son of the Meteorite Palace was taken aback. Another black-robed guard rushed forward to inspect him. "Young master, he has ceased breathing. It appears his throat has been cut by a sharp blade," the black-robed guard exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the noble son was struck with shock. He turned to the Elder Wu beside him. "Elder Wu, did you see who struck?" Elder Wu's expression was grim as he shook his head. "Young master, I did not see. You, at the integration stage, could not see? I was merely inattentive. If the enemy strikes again, I will certainly identify them," Elder Wu hastily replied. Just as Elder Wu finished speaking, the black-robed guard who had just checked the fallen comrade also collapsed, blood gushing from his neck. "Did you see that? Where?" The noble son of the Meteorite Palace inquired of the guard Elder Wu. "Young master, I still did not see anything." Elder Wu trembled as he responded. "Are you not at the integration stage? How can you not see this? I do not know what kind of sorcery the opponent has employed. Even I cannot perceive it." Elder Wu answered. "What a waste," the noble son of the Meteorite Palace cursed. Another black-robed guard fell, this time the one carrying the Song family's young lady. Terrified, she scrambled to her feet and checked herself, finding no injuries. "Father," she cried, rushing towards the patriarch of the Song family, who was equally stunned by the unfolding events and was rendered speechless. Elder Wu, frustrated by his inability to detect the enemy, shouted, "Esteemed friend, concealed attacks are rather despicable. Are they not? Please come forth and engage me in a fair confrontation." "A fair confrontation? Are you certain?" The masked young man spoke. "Absolutely. Let your accomplices emerge. I, Elder Wu, hold the utmost respect for top-tier cultivators. If he can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall leave immediately," Elder Wu declared, filled with confidence. He firmly believed that the adversary had merely utilized some trick to conceal themselves, and once he could lure them to reveal their true form, his prowess at the integration stage would swiftly eliminate them. "Such empty promises are difficult for me to believe," the masked man remarked. "Rest assured, the Falling Star Pavilion is one of the most formidable sects on the continent, renowned for its unwavering commitment to its promises." "Very well," the masked young man nodded, raising his voice. "Since the individuals from the Falling Star Pavilion wish to meet you, let us make our presence known." "Agreed." A voice resonated through the expansive area. Subsequently, a wisp of mist coalesced in the center, gradually taking on a humanoid form. As the figure became increasingly distinct, it soon transformed into an elderly man clad in white robes and wearing a mask. The old man sported a lengthy white beard, which the mask could not conceal. Old Wu observed the figure before him, furrowing his brow. His aura suggests he is merely at the god transformation stage. Old Wu felt a twinge of uncertainty, soon replaced by indignation. To have been rendered so anxious by someone of the god transformation stage is a disgrace. "I shall tear you to shreds." With a decisive gesture, Old Wu conjured several blades of true energy that shot forth toward the masked elder. "Die, suffer in agony." However, just as the blades were poised to strike the masked elder, they shattered simultaneously. The elder did not even move. "What is the meaning of this? Are you holding back?" The young master of the Falling Star Pavilion questioned Old Wu's guard. Old Wu recognized something was amiss, shaking his head vigorously. "Young master, this is not right." "Not right at all. What is amiss?" "He is merely at the god transformation stage. I can handle that." "Focus." "No, young master. This individual is not an ordinary god transformation practitioner. In what regard is he extraordinary?" "I did not hold back. I was entirely serious." "Ah?" The young master of the Falling Star Pavilion's complexion shifted dramatically. The moment of shock had already lasted too long. It was time to conclude it. The masked young man interjected. "Very well." The masked elder nodded, and with a wave of his hand, Old Wu's legs erupted with blood. He collapsed to the ground, mirroring the fate of the recently fallen patriarch of the Song family. Stunned, he gazed up at the masked elder. "This is wrong. Young master, flee. This individual is not at the god transformation stage. He is at the tribulation stage." Old Wu shouted with all his might. "The tribulation stage?" The young master of the Falling Star Pavilion was instantly engulfed in terror. He turned to flee. Old Wu summoned every ounce of his strength, directing several blades of true energy once more at the masked elder, hoping to distract him and buy some time. Yet, it was futile. The blades evaporated upon nearing their target. Meanwhile, the young master's legs also erupted with blood, causing him to collapse to the ground. The masked elder merely approached him with an air of indifference. "My dear friend, I am the young master of the Falling Star Pavilion. To kill me would be to incur the wrath of our sect, which would be detrimental to you. It would be wise to allow me to return. Ensuring a more favorable encounter in the future, the young master hastily proposed. The masked elder simply smiled. Young brother, do you think I am here to save the Song family? If not to save the Song family, then what is your intent? The young master of the Falling Star Pavilion was taken aback. We have come here solely to eliminate you. The masked elder replied coldly. In an instant, the young master was suffused with dread. Who are you? He stammered. Do you still not comprehend? Is there a cultivator in the tribulation period from the original sect? No, the masked elder shook his head. We belong to the Heavenly Puppet Sect. As soon as he finished speaking, the masked elder lightly waved his hand. In the midst of the panic of the young master of the Falling Star Hall and Old Wu, two streams of true energy pierced through their foreheads. It's resolved. The young man in the mask stretched lazily and approached the Patriarch of the Song family. Help this fellow stop the bleeding. Of course. The masked elder waved his hand again, and the Patriarch's bleeding immediately ceased. However, due to excessive blood loss, he now appeared quite weak. Thank you, noble warriors, for saving my Song family, the Patriarch expressed, struggling to rise and bowing deeply. I am eternally grateful. The young lady of the Song family also knelt beside him, paying her respects. All right. The young man in the mask waved his hand dismissively. Patriarch, the lackeys of the Falling Star Hall and the courtyard have all been dealt with. Just as the Patriarch was performing his grand gesture of gratitude, a masked woman leapt from the courtyard. How is the situation with the Song family? The young man in the mask inquired. Though most have been rescued, we still lost quite a few, the masked woman replied. Alas, what a pity, the young man in the mask shook his head. He then lowered his gaze to the Patriarch of the Song family, expressing his apologies. I apologize for arriving a bit late. The Patriarch hurriedly responded, it's all right. It was beyond our control. Noble warrior, may I ask your name, so my Song family can remember you forever? My name cannot be disclosed. The young man in the mask shook his head. However, I have a suggestion. Please, do tell, the Patriarch replied, eager to listen. Given the number of your people who perished, would you not wish for revenge? Revenge against the Falling Star Hall is something I dare not even imagine. The Patriarch of the Song family lamented, shaking his head helplessly. I did not mean for you to confront them directly. Merely consider it. I possess a method to assist you, the young man in the mask stated. Of course I desire it. Please, tell me how my Song family can assist. The Patriarch responded resolutely. Very well. Listen closely. The deceased is the young master of the Falling Star Hall. Upon his death, individuals from the Falling Star Hall will undoubtedly come rushing over. As witnesses, you will be questioned. When they inquire, you must say this. You saw the assailant summon a puppet and then were rendered unconscious, knowing nothing further. Do you understand? I understand. The Patriarch of the Song family nodded. Remember, you only witnessed this. Beyond that, you know nothing. You have no knowledge of who killed the young master of the Falling Star Hall. Understood, the Patriarch affirmed with a firm nod. Rest assured, as long as you comply, your family's vengeance will be avenged within a month, the young man in the mask assured him. However, to make it more convincing, I must knock you out as well. Will you endure this? Yes. Both the Patriarch of the Song family and the young lady nodded resolutely. Chapter 269, What is happening? Several hours later, at the Song family residence, the master of the Falling Star Hall stood by, quietly awaiting developments. Returning to the Lord of the Hall. I have conducted a soul search on the Patriarch of the Wen clan, stated the right protector of the Falling Star Hall. What were the results? Indeed, as he claimed, he saw a puppeteer, yet was rendered unconscious before he could discern further. Who do you suspect it might be? To be frank, given Captain Wu's mid-stage integration cultivation, the only beings capable of eluding him would be cultivators at the tribulation stage or above. Proceed. Among the cultivators at the tribulation stage across the continent, there are only a few, yet those who resort to puppetry are, alas, beyond my humble knowledge, leaving me with but one possibility. You mean, the Heavenly Puppet Sect? That is the sole conjecture I can muster. Very well. However, there are numerous uncertainties in this matter, for the Heavenly Puppet Sect is our ally. They have no need for such treachery. I am aware, the Lord of the Falling Star Hall interjected, raising a hand. In truth, I too harbor doubts regarding the Heavenly Puppet Sect's involvement. As we are allies, why not inquire directly? Lord, please extend an invitation to the leader of the Heavenly Puppet Sect to convene here at the Falling Star Hall. Upon the arrival of the leader of the Heavenly Puppet Sect, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, the Lord of the Falling Star Hall revealed a somber disposition. Alas, my child, Zheng was slain yesterday while on an errand in the Union Empire. The leader of the Heavenly Puppet Sect's expression shifted dramatically. Who was responsible for the demise of my esteemed nephew? The Lord of the Falling Star Hall shook his head, uncertain. Were there no witnesses? Indeed, 2 individuals were present, gravely injured and unconscious. Then a soul search should suffice. That is precisely the issue. What do you mean? The soul search revealed that a puppeteer was responsible for Zheng Er's death, and his guard was at mid-stage integration, indicating that the assailant must be at least of tribulation stage. A tribulation stage cultivator and a puppeteer. The leader of the Heavenly Puppet Sect fell into contemplation. Truth be told, I cannot envision another candidate, the Lord of the Falling Star Hall remarked. Are you implying me? The leader of the Heavenly Puppet Sect's countenance shifted slightly. That is not my intent. I have always regarded Zheng Er as my own child. How could I ever harm him? He hastily clarified. I too have faith in you, as I have uncovered several inconsistencies. Pray, elaborate. First and foremost, our two sects share a bond akin to family. You possess no motive whatsoever. Indeed, Zheng Er's loss pains me deeply as well. Furthermore, if the perpetrator were truly a tribulation stage cultivator, the soul search would be unreliable, as such beings can manipulate the essence of others. Precisely. Most crucially, if it were indeed you who committed this act, there should be no witnesses left alive. Yes, this is clearly an attempt to frame another. The pressing question remains. Which force possesses tribulation stage cultivators and would go to such lengths to incite discord between our sects? The Lord of the Falling Star Hall glanced at the leader of the Heavenly Puppet Sect, who nodded in acknowledgement. This is, in truth, the purpose of my invitation, declared the Lord of the Falling Star Hall. Zheng Er's murder signifies that the original God Sect has commenced their assault against us. We can no longer afford to delay and must act swiftly. What is the plan? I shall return forthwith to rally our sect's disciples, and together we shall strike against the original God Sect, avenging Zheng Er. Excellent. I extend my gratitude to the Heavenly Puppet Sect. In the conference room of the Genshin Sect, located within the sacred confines of the Jade Maiden Valley, a group of individuals sat around the table, enveloped in silence as they awaited the arrival of their leader. Reporting to the Sect Master, as per your instructions, the protective formation has been successfully established, announced the left protector as he entered. Very well, please take your seat, nodded Hanzhe in acknowledgement. Will the Falling Star Palace be arriving today? Inquired the Emperor Yi Wu, leaning over the table. Uncertain. If my son had been slain, I would have taken action yesterday, Hanzhe replied. Perhaps your son lacks the requisite weight. Next time, why not target his mother instead? Jested Yi Wu. I too wish that were possible, but the intelligence is lacking regarding his mother. Given his notorious deeds, she may have already been eliminated by others, Hanzhe responded. Sect Master. The right protector burst into the conference room. The individuals from the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the Falling Star Palace are already approaching the valley's entrance. This right protector had recently been appointed by Hanzhe. How many have come? Hanzhe inquired. It appears there are over 1,000, all of them advanced practitioners. At last, they have arrived, Hanzhe remarked, maintaining his composure. Understood, you may withdraw. The right protector exited. Hanzhe turned his gaze to the nearby adept, the light mist practitioner. Brother, it is your moment to take action. Above the Jade Maiden Valley, the leaders of the Falling Star Palace and the Heavenly Puppet Sect gazed coldly down upon the valley below. Behind them stood thousands of disciples from both sects, all elite fighters. In addition to these disciples, several other sects seeking favor with the Falling Star Palace and the Heavenly Puppet Sect had dispatched a handful of advanced practitioners to bolster their ranks. Today, the Genshin Sect and the Jade Maiden Valley shall be erased from the continent, proclaimed the leader of the Falling Star Palace. Genshin Sect, come forth. The Falling Star Palace and the Heavenly Puppet Sect have arrived. His voice, imbued with potent spiritual energy, reverberated throughout the Jade Maiden Valley, inciting chaos at its entrance. Only a few elite disciples at the transformation stage managed to stand firm at the valley's mouth. If they refuse to emerge, we shall take action directly. Leave it to the Heavenly Puppet Sect, declared the leader of the Heavenly Puppet Sect. Agreed, but the leader of the Genshin Sect is mine to claim. I shall personally rend him to pieces, avenging my son, asserted the leader of the Falling Star Palace. Understood. Disciples of the Heavenly Puppet Sect, heed my command. The leader of the Heavenly Puppet Sect raised his hand, and the disciples behind him responded in unison. At that moment, a white-bearded elder emerged from the entrance of the Jade Maiden Valley. Falling Star Palace, Heavenly Puppet Sect, have you come seeking your demise? His words carried the same potent spiritual energy. In the skies above, everyone except the two sect leaders trembled at his presence. An ascendant stage practitioner? The leader of the Falling Star Palace's expression shifted slightly. Just an ascendant stage, who among us is not? Scoffed the leader of the Heavenly Puppet Sect. You need not intervene. I shall test him first. Very well, proceed with caution. Should you find yourself at a disadvantage, I shall assist you immediately. The leader of the Falling Star Palace nodded. The leader of the Heavenly Puppet Sect also acquiesced. Disciples of the Heavenly Puppet Sect, retreat. Leave it to your sect master, commanded the leader of the Heavenly Puppet Sect. After all, allowing these disciples to confront an ascendant stage practitioner was tantamount to sending them to their doom. With that, the leader of the Heavenly Puppet Sect slowly descended. Not far from the long-bearded elder, the master of the Heavenly Puppet Sect loudly inquired, I am Lei Ju, the master of the Heavenly Puppet Sect. May I have the honor of knowing your name? The name is inconsequential. You need only know that I am the Zero original puppet under the banner of the original God Sect, replied the elder with the long beard. Humph, such arrogance. I wonder how many moves you can withstand against my puppet? With a swift gesture, the master of the Heavenly Puppet Sect summoned a puppet to his right. Now is the time, the elder remarked, casting a glance at the puppet, his face suddenly transforming with astonishment as he exclaimed, Oh, this puppet. Why does it look so familiar? Familiar? The master of the Heavenly Puppet Sect was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the elder's meaning. Yet, he instinctively glanced at his puppet. In an instant, he was rendered speechless. His puppet had inexplicably taken on a new visage. One he recognized all too well. It was the deceased eldest son of the fallen Star Palace. What is happening? Chapter 270. All must perish in the rear. The master of the fallen Star Palace, observing from the air, had heard the exchange and turned his gaze towards the puppet of the heavenly puppet sect's master. That mere glance caused his eyes to fixate intently on the puppet. Leiju, what is the meaning of this? He demanded. I am just as perplexed by this issue. I shall investigate further upon my return. For now, we must attend to our business, the master of the heavenly puppet sect replied, already beginning to retract the puppet. Do not retract it. Bring it forth for me to examine. The master of the fallen Star Palace commanded with a wave of his arm. The connection of vital energy between the heavenly puppet sect's master and the puppet was severed in an instant. The master of the fallen Star Palace extended his hand, drawing the puppet into his grasp. Observing it closely, the muscles of his face twitched incessantly, though the body has been altered by puppetry. The visage is indeed that of Zheng Er. He then turned sharply to the master of the heavenly puppet sect, bellowing, Leiju, provide me with an explanation. The master of the heavenly puppet sect hastily defended himself. I cannot fathom this. It must be the work of an insider attempting to frame me. Who does not know that no one else can manipulate the puppets of the heavenly puppet sect? How could there possibly be an insider? Calm yourself. This must be a form of deception, some arcane sorcery. Examine it closely. It cannot possibly be Zheng Er. The master of the heavenly puppet sect urged. Deception. The master of the fallen Star Palace pondered thoughtfully. He scrutinized the puppet before him. The cheekbones and the mole were identical to Zheng Er's. No matter how he looked at it, it was Zheng Er. He reached out to touch the puppet's face and the surrounding skin. It was not an illusion. The face was genuine. Moreover, there were no peculiar traces. Its entire appearance was entirely natural, as if it had been born that way, not a composite creation. This is Zheng Er, the master of the fallen Star Palace's voice quivered. Meanwhile, not far behind the valley gate, Hanzhe concealed himself behind a pillar, chuckling to himself. Your divine ability to change faces, Han, makes it indistinguishable from the natural. Unless one conducts a DNA test, there is no way to prove otherwise. It is undeniably your son. The evidence is irrefutable. The master of the fallen Star Palace gazed coldly at the master of the heavenly puppet sect, Leiju. I fail to comprehend why you would do such a thing. I bear no ill will towards Zheng Er. It is the people of the original God sect who have wronged me, asserted the leader of the heavenly puppet sect with unwavering conviction. Why? Because it is common knowledge that the falling Star Palace suppresses the heavenly puppet sect, with a little manipulation. If the falling Star Palace and the original God sect engage in mutual destruction, the heavenly puppet sect shall rise as the foremost sect in the south. Interjected the light mist cultivator, adding fuel to the fire. Ah, I see, nodded the master of the falling Star Palace. You're talking nonsense. Zheng Er's corpse was undoubtedly swapped by your original God sect. The leader of the heavenly puppet sect retorted vehemently. Do you think I possess the capability to replace your close puppet? If I had such power, why would I not have eliminated you during the exchange? The light mist cultivator chuckled. You, Leiju, I must avenge Zheng Er. The master of the falling Star Palace glared at the leader of the heavenly puppet sect coldly. Calm yourself. This is clearly a scheme devised by the original God sect. Consider this. If I truly had transformed Zheng Er into a puppet, why would I present it to you? Perhaps you simply made a mistake. Even an old man like me occasionally wears the wrong trousers when going out. The light mist cultivator chimed in. Nonsense. In such a circumstance, would I truly make an error? As the leader of a sect, how could I commit such a grave blunder? The leader of the heavenly puppet sect scolded. Master, I suggest you maintain your composure. Set aside the matter of Zheng Er for now, and join me in annihilating the original God sect. We can clarify everything later. The leader of the heavenly puppet sect continued to urge the master of the falling Star Palace. Enough. The master of the falling Star Palace barked. Regardless of whether it is the original God sect or the heavenly puppet sect, my son must have perished at the hands of one of you. Master, please, remain calm. The leader of the heavenly puppet sect persisted. I am calm. The master of the falling Star Palace replied coldly. Since both of you are suspects, I shall eliminate you both. I will ensure that Zheng Er's vengeance is fulfilled. Have you lost your senses? The leader of the heavenly puppet sect was taken aback. You intend to wage war against both the heavenly puppet sect and the original God sect simultaneously? I have not lost my mind. I possess imperial tier combat techniques, and neither of your sects holds the qualification to negotiate with me, declared the master of the falling Star Palace, emanating a brilliant golden light. This is the preparation for the imperial tier technique, Pangu's earth-shattering method. The battle is about to commence. Here we go. Hanzhe, hiding behind a pillar, took a glance before turning to flee. A cultivator in the tribulation stage wielding an imperial tier combat technique possesses a power so immense that it is beyond Hanzhe, a mere chi refinement stage candidate, to witness. He must seek refuge in a secure cave without delay. You all should run as well. That is an order. As Hanzhe fled, he called out to several disciples of the Jade Maiden Valley at the entrance. In a battle of the tribulation stage, remaining there would only lead to their demise. Yes, the disciples of the Jade Maiden Valley began their retreat. Hanzhe sprinted with all his might until he finally reached a secure cave on the mountain ridge. Nestled within the mountain, The cave was fortified with protective formations, sufficient to withstand the residual force of an imperial tier technique. The entrance was elevated, providing a distant view of the valley's situation. Several of Hanzhe's subordinates, including the leader of the Solitary Ridge Valley, were also sheltered there. Then, the Emperor of Wu stationed himself at the cave entrance, responsible for delivering live updates exclusively to Hanzhe. Settling deeper within the cave, Hanzhe began to crack sunflower seeds. First officer, report on the battle situation. Hanzhe commanded. Both sides are currently exchanging fierce threats, the Emperor of Wu replied, glancing towards the valley entrance. Oh, the disciples from both sides have begun to clash. It has erupted, cried Light Mist from the side, cheering them on. The master of the Celestial Puppet Sect summoned several smaller puppets and attempted to besiege the Lord of the Falling Star Hall. Alas, the Lord of the Falling Star Hall began to unleash his power. Just as Emperor Wu finished speaking, a blinding light instantaneously illuminated the cave, so bright that Hanzhe could scarcely open his eyes. The stone walls of the cave commenced a violent tremor, causing Hanzhe to lose his grip on his seeds. Such was the might of an imperial-level combat technique. In the aftermath of this display of power, the entrance to the Jade Maiden Valley had vanished, with the summits of the two towering mountains at the entrance significantly reduced in height. On the other side, the master of the Celestial Puppet Sect had completely absorbed the brunt of this attack, leaving no trace of him behind. The disciples of the Celestial Puppet Sect suffered grievously, with those closest to their master reduced to mere dust, while only those farther away managed to survive. Among the survivors, those capable of movement began to flee desperately. The disciples of the Falling Star Hall, though also injured due to their proximity, fared considerably better as they were not targeted by the attack. Although the Lord of the Falling Star Hall appeared somewhat fatigued after unleashing an imperial-level combat technique, his demeanor was predominantly one of exhilaration and excitement. This was the true power of an imperial-level technique. He chuckled, then glanced at the remnants of the mountain gate. The Light Mist cultivators remained unscathed, having been minimally affected. The Celestial Puppet Sect has been obliterated. Now it is your turn, Origin Sect. The Lord of the Falling Star Hall pointed at the Light Mist cultivators with a laugh. However, the expression of the Light Mist cultivator remained unchanged, merely gracing the air with a faint smile. Indeed, the power of the imperial-level technique, Pangu's earth-shattering method, is truly astonishing. Nevertheless, esteemed Lord of the Falling Star Hall, our sect master has requested me to inquire if you have ever contemplated a certain matter. What is it? The Lord of the Falling Star Hall, though somewhat indifferent, still inquired. It concerns why it is that you have come into possession of this Pangu's earth-shattering method. What do you mean? The Lord of the Falling Star Hall sneered. Do you understand why Pangu's earth-shattering method possesses the same power as the advanced imperial-level technique, Pangu's heaven-cleaving art, yet is merely classified as intermediate? How so? Because Pangu's earth-shattering method has a fatal flaw. Its energy can be counteracted by chaotic energy, such as being entirely suppressed by the advanced heavenly formation, chaotic turmoil array. And so, could it be possible that your acquisition of this severely flawed Pangu's earth-shattering method is not due to sheer luck in encountering an imperial-level technique, but rather because it was deliberately placed there by a higher power? Chapter 271. The test concludes. Welcome back. Many days prior, in Song City. Master, I have recounted several historically renowned imperial-level combat techniques. Do you have any further queries? Donggu inquired of Hanzhe. Indeed. I have another question, Hanzhe responded. You mentioned if there exists an imperial-level combat technique that, despite its formidable power, possesses a fatal flaw that can be countered by a specific item or technique. Certainly. Though such instances are rare, I know of only a few, Donggu replied. Please, do elaborate. The lower-tier imperial technique, Dragon's Whispering Forest, is countered by the Locking Dragon Sword, while the lower-tier imperial technique, Nightmare of Darkness, falls prey to the upper-tier heavenly technique, Spirit Summoning Array. Brother Dong continued to elaborate. And this is the extent of my knowledge. As for the upper-tier imperial techniques, currently, I possess no information regarding any weaknesses. Among the techniques you mentioned, which countermeasure is the most elusive to acquire? Undoubtedly, it is the Pangu's earth-opening method, which is countered by chaotic energy. However, the only known technique capable of producing chaotic energy is the upper-tier heavenly technique, 6 forms of chaotic array. Why is it so difficult to obtain? Primarily because it belongs to the upper heavenly tier? The main reason is that 6 forms of chaotic array comprises 6 tomes, each exceedingly challenging to acquire. Moreover, apart from the first and third tomes, the remaining 4 seem to have been lost to time, making the task of obtaining a complete chaotic array more arduous than acquiring a genuine imperial tier technique. I see, Hanzhe pondered thoughtfully. Master, do you wish to inquire further? Please continue to share details about other imperial techniques you know. Hanzhe requested. Certainly, Brother Dong resumed his narration. In the Jade Maiden Valley, the master of the Falling Star Palace's expression shifted. Are you implying that this imperial technique is in your possession? The Misty Monk smiled without reply. The master of the Falling Star Palace scoffed. You possess an imperial technique, yet choose not to use it, merely to set a trap for me. Furthermore, you claim to have located the lost 6 tomes of 6 forms of chaotic array? Do you truly expect me to believe that? If not, let us put it to the test. The Misty Monk spread his hands. Although the master of the Falling Star Palace had grown somewhat skeptical, he prepared to channel another strike. Falling Star Palace disciples, heed my command. Withdraw immediately to avoid collateral damage. The master of the Falling Star Palace bellowed, his body radiating a golden light. At this moment, within the safety cavern, the observing emperor hurriedly turned and shouted, "The old man from Misty is putting on airs. We must activate the formation." "Right, activate the formation." The leader of the Jade Maiden Valley hastily instructed his subordinates. Signal fireworks were launched, and the array nodes sprang to life instantly. The chaotic array was set into motion. The master of the Falling Star Palace unleashed his Panga's earth-opening method once more. As the radiant light struck the misty monk, it was unexpectedly obstructed by an invisible force, causing the golden glow to erupt and scatter in all directions before swiftly dissipating. Some of the energy even rebounded onto the master of the Falling Star Palace. His expression darkened instantly. Though it was merely the residual force rebounding, it was still an imperial technique. While he managed to endure it, he nonetheless faced considerable repercussions. Coupled with the immense consumption of the imperial technique, his aura became chaotic, and fatigue enveloped him. All of this indicated to the master of the Falling Star Palace that the words spoken by the elderly man below were indeed true. No matter. Even without the imperial technique at my disposal, I can handle you on my own. The master of the Falling Star Palace feigned calmness. After all, having reached the pinnacle of the tribulation stage, he still retained a measure of confidence despite his astonishment. "I believe your father's words. But yours do not hold enough weight," the misty monk replied, shaking his head. "You know my father?" The lord of the Meteorite Palace paused momentarily, clearly recognizing the figure before him, harboring deep-seated enmity. "My father has long since passed away. What grievance could you possibly hold? Is it not your father who confined me for over a century? Did he not mention it to you? I have never heard him speak of it." "Oh. It appears your father has chosen not to enlighten you," the Cold Mist Practitioner scoffed. "Have you ever heard of the title Cold Mist Practitioner? Cold Mist Practitioner? You are the Cold Mist Practitioner?" The lord of the Meteorite Palace was taken aback. "Weren't you reported missing a century ago? I see now. It was indeed my father who imprisoned you." The lord of the Meteorite Palace sneered. "It seems your confinement was insufficient, leading you to cause me trouble." The Cold Mist Practitioner fixed a serious gaze upon the lord of the Meteorite Palace. "Today, I shall exact my vengeance." With that, he unleashed the secret technique bestowed upon him by Hanzhe, known as the Ancient Divine Enhancement Art. His aura began to surge dramatically. This technique was rapidly becoming a signature combat skill of the original Divine Sect. The calm demeanor of the lord of the Meteorite Palace vanished, as he felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Cold Mist Practitioner. "What is the situation now?" Hanzhe inquired from his secure hideout. "The battle has officially commenced," replied the Goose Martial Emperor. "Who holds the upper hand?" Lonely Ridge asked. "Undoubtedly, it is the Cold Mist Elder." The lord of the Meteorite Palace moves as if his waist were crippled, significantly slowing his actions. The Goose Martial Emperor answered. "How is the combat unfolding? Please elaborate." Brother Dong urged. "Very well, I shall provide a more detailed account." The Goose Martial Emperor nodded. The Cold Mist Elder delivered a powerful punch, inflicting substantial damage upon the lord of the Meteorite Palace. In retaliation, the lord unleashed an unknown light blade, which the Cold Mist Elder deftly evaded, causing immense destruction to the surrounding air. The Cold Mist Elder then executed an unidentified technique, resulting in further significant harm to the lord of the Meteorite Palace, who countered with a defensive maneuver. Subsequently, the lord employed a technique known as Iron Head Skill against the earth, causing considerable devastation. "Are you narrating a farce?" Hanzhe interjected with annoyance. "Indeed, what is there to narrate about their brawl? I am unfamiliar with their techniques," the Goose Martial Emperor replied. Nonetheless, the Cold Mist Elder has sent the lord of the Meteorite Palace flying, headfirst into the ground, the Goose Martial Emperor added. "Excellent. So, the Cold Mist Elder is firmly in the lead?" The leader of Jade Maiden Valley expressed excitement. "If the lord of the Meteorite Palace is not attempting to annihilate the earth, then that is indeed the case," the Goose Martial Emperor confirmed. "Wonderful." The group of Fast Xiao Li and others shared in the exhilaration. After a while, Hanzhe noticed a pop-up window before him. "You have completed the quest. Your sect has eliminated a transcending tribulation practitioner, earning 310 points. All right, with the lord of the Meteorite Palace dead, it is all over." Hanzhe exclaimed joyfully. "How do you know?" The leader of Jade Maiden Valley questioned curiously. "I can sense it," Hanzhe replied. "I can also confirm he is indeed lifeless, lying motionless on the ground," the Goose Martial Emperor added. "He is truly dead," the group exclaimed, their excitement intensifying. "The mightiest figure of the southern continent, the lord of the Meteorite Palace, has been vanquished by our original Divine Sect. The reputation of the original Divine Sect shall surely spread across the continent, and the day when we become the foremost sect is drawing near." Hanzhe began to outline his plans. In the southern region of the mainland, the name of the original God Sect has become the most prominent. However, it is anticipated that many sects in the north may not acquiesce, several of which possess strength comparable to the Meteor Pavilion. Hanzhe must devise a strategy to address each of them. A more extensive plan is required. As Hanzhe pondered, darkness suddenly enveloped him. What is happening? Before he could react, light returned. Before him stood a man and a woman. Hanzhe quickly recognized one as Si Wei, while the other was a tall, unfamiliar girl adorned in a ceremonial qipao, her hair elegantly styled. Hanzhe, welcome back, Si Wei greeted with a smile. In an instant, Hanzhe comprehended the situation. Teacher Si, why has it ended so abruptly? He exclaimed. The vice principal concluded it for you, Si Wei responded. Very well, Hanzhe conceded, unsure of what else to say. He then glanced at the unfamiliar girl in the qipao. And who might this be? A look of mild disdain crept onto Si Wei's face as she frowned. This is the vice principal. Vice principal? Hanzhe echoed. Indeed, Hanzhe, you have worked hard. The tall girl smiled warmly at him. But didn't you say I would only be released after subduing the other sects? Why am I out now? Hanzhe queried. You have already eliminated the master of the Meteor Pavilion. Dealing with the other sects is merely a matter of time, the vice principal explained. Is that so? But this seems rather swift. I hardly had a chance to react. That is primarily because I find the celebratory scenes following a boss defeat rather tedious. The vice principal remarked lightly with another smile. Chapter 272, Announcement of Rankings. Are you interested in joining? Hanzhe rose from the machine, feeling his body reset. He had lost his cultivation and felt a heaviness enveloping him, although his lower limbs felt lighter. Now that you have emerged, the results can be announced, the vice principal stated. Has everyone else finished? Hanzhe inquired curiously. Yes, you are the last one. Where can I view the results? You will receive a text message shortly. But I can inform you in advance. Please, go ahead. In the theoretical examination, you ranked 17th. In the practical examination, you secured first place, leading to an overall score of second. However, I promised you a place within the top 3, so your final rank is third. Wait. What do you mean my practical total score is second? But since you promised me a spot in the top 3, I am third. Yes. Is third not among the top 3? It is. Then, that is settled. Hanzhe found no further words to contest. Third place is third place, after all. And all top 3 receive rewards. Who is the first place? A person named Lu Nian. He achieved first in the theoretical exam and second in the practical. Though he is not as handsome as you, the vice principal remarked with another sweet smile. However, knowing the vice principal's background, Hanzhe dared not admire her compliment. Instead, he pressed further. Did he complete the extra questions? Yes, he was the only candidate who actually tackled the additional questions, the vice principal confirmed. Hanzhe was somewhat astonished. So, someone truly solved the extra questions? It must be the bespectacled individual named Lu Nian, whom Hanzhe encountered in the examination hall. He had begun to express his thoughts regarding the rewards for the top performers. Indeed, he remains quite invested in this matter. Rest assured, traditionally, the top 50 students are likely to be selected by the school for entry into specialized groups. The leaders of each group have already commenced their selections. The vice principal replied. What I meant was not entry into a specialized group. The credit rewards have already been credited to your cards. That is not what I am referring to. I mean the reward that allows one to meet the principal. Oh, you mean the principal? Yes, Hanzhe nodded. This will take a couple of days. The principal has not yet returned. He hasn't returned? Hanzhe felt a wave of disappointment. Naturally, the principal has far more pressing matters than I do and lacks my practical skills, so he is undoubtedly busy, the vice principal remarked. Very well, Hanzhe nodded. Hanzhe, do not worry, just return and wait. The principal will be back in a few days, replied Si Wei, who was nearby. Understood, Hanzhe nodded. I have just finished my tasks as well, so let us return together, Si Wei added. Thus, Hanzhe bid farewell to the vice principal and exited the testing room with Si Wei. Upon leaving, Si Wei casually closed the door behind them. Then, exhaling deeply, Si Wei said, at last, it is over. Being in the same room with that weirdo was utterly uncomfortable. Hanzhe found it difficult to respond. Let us move on. Such remarks should be kept to a minimum. Who knows if you might be the vice principal in disguise? Si Wei chuckled at Hanzhe. Hanzhe nodded in agreement. The two proceeded down the corridor. Do you have any questions regarding the examination? Si Wei inquired casually. Yes, what exactly is this specialized group? It seems to be my first time hearing about it. It is a group responsible for handling significant matters within the school, composed of top talents. Essentially the true core of the institution, Si Wei explained. Handling significant matters? Can you provide an example? Certainly. For instance, aiding law enforcement in apprehending dangerous individuals, managing hazardous creations resulting from certain skills, and collecting essential special resources for the school. Is selection based on academic performance? Academics comprise only a small portion. The primary criteria are your skills and personal abilities. If your skills are lacking, excellent grades may not secure your selection. Conversely, if your skills are commendable but your grades are abysmal, it indicates a deficiency in personal capability, making selection difficult unless your skills are truly irreplaceable, which is exceedingly rare. Now I understand, Hanzhe nodded. What skills are generally required for this selection? Typically, the specialized groups are divided into 5 categories: combat, intelligence, logistics, control, and support. If you possess skills that correspond to one of these categories, you may join the respective group. Upon hearing this, Hanzhe contemplated. He did possess confidence in his combat abilities. However, his combat experience primarily relied on the card battle system, and the academy might not be aware of this system. Although Hanzhe had demonstrated the card system publicly, it likely had not been documented in his records. Moreover, The ability to acquire books corresponding to specific titles is somewhat related to the intelligence division. Beyond that, the prospects appear rather bleak. Is it possible to gain entry into the logistics team solely through cosmetic skills? When the frontline combat team sustains injuries during battle, they would be promptly rushed to Hanzhe for emergency treatment. The very thought seems absurd. Hanzhe silently shook his head. To be frank, the recruitment for special teams each semester is quite limited. From a pool of 50 candidates, only 5 or 6 are selected, making it rather challenging. So one ought to prepare mentally, Siwei remarked. Understood, Hanzhe nodded. Deep down, he harbored a strong desire to join the special team. On one hand, he could engage in significant endeavors with the special team, while on the other, he would be stuck conducting mundane experiments with the old professor. Naturally, Hanzhe would prefer the more exhilarating option. However, this semester might present a slight deviation, as the special team is expected to recruit more members than before. Siwei recalled. What is different? The academy is set to embark on an unprecedented major operation. We have been planning for this undertaking for a year. Siwei stated with gravity. What is it? A lunar landing. Siwei gazed at Hanzhe as he answered. Chapter 273. I came specifically to ask you why a lunar landing? Is that feasible? Hanzhe was astonished. After the emergence of the neon smiley face, all previous lunar probes lost contact. Humanity had attempted to launch new probes towards the moon, but upon nearing it, these new probes would explode. The impact intensity data from the probes indicated a tremendous collision. This suggests that there seems to be an invisible barrier surrounding the moon, causing anything that attempts to approach it to crash violently against this wall. Clearly, the neon smiley face does not wish for its secrets to be uncovered. Hence it has established a unique defense mechanism. In such circumstances, a direct lunar landing? Siwei chuckled. Surprised, aren't you? While it may have seemed implausible before, the situation has changed. We have made groundbreaking progress. What is it? Recently, we learned from the skill intermediary that an individual has obtained a special skill, and we promptly brought him in. This special skill is called what? Did your bicycle crash the semi-trailer into the ravine? And its effect ensures that any mode of transportation you are aboard remains undamaged. Oh, Hanzhe pondered thoughtfully. You can probably guess what comes next. As long as we seat him in the spacecraft and utilize his unique ability, we might forcefully breach the neon smiley face's lunar defense barrier. This is precisely why we have opted to skip the probe phase and proceed directly to the lunar landing phase. Upon hearing this, Hanzhe furrowed his brow slightly. Although this plan sounds somewhat plausible, it also seems rather unreliable. Can it truly work? Siwei discerned Hanzhe's thoughts and chuckled. Does it sound a bit insane? Do you feel there's a high probability of perishing in space? A little, yes. Without the principle, that might be the case. However, he has explicitly stated that if the individuals aboard the spacecraft were to meet with misfortune, he would do everything in his power to resurrect them on Earth. Oh, thus, it was posited that, since revival was assured, failure bore little consequence. At worst, the Academy would merely incur the expense of a spacecraft. Hence, this proposal was deemed worthy of exploration, as Siwei elaborated. Hanzhe nodded in agreement. If revival was indeed possible, it rendered the endeavor devoid of risk. Akin to a leisurely excursion, was it not? Siwei's words ignited a greater desire within Hanzhe to partake, though he harbored doubts about his chances of selection. Would he have to set up a stall at the administrative building to showcase his talents? Very well, you should rest well. The results of the selection will likely be announced tomorrow, Siwei remarked as they approached the entrance of the dormitory. It matters not if I am not chosen, ultimately. The circumstances of the lunar expedition will become known to all. With that, they parted ways. Hanzhe entered the dormitory and immediately approached the vending machine downstairs. Based on previous experience, upon exiting the game world, his skills would refresh. If he could emerge from the Academy's simulation system, wouldn't that allow him to exploit the bugs endlessly and draw items at will? Hanzhe attempted this, but alas, his skills remained in a cooldown state and had not refreshed. A tinge of disappointment washed over him, yet it was to be expected. If infinite exploitation were feasible, soon the world would be dominated by the surname Han. Upon returning to his dormitory, Hanzhe noted that although nearly a month had passed in the game, only 2 days had elapsed in reality, leaving the room untouched by dust. He summoned the Emperor Goose, who transformed back into the familiar penguin form. Ah, it has reset. Now that you are once again a penguin, I must inquire, what is it like to be a human female? Hanzhe casually asked. Oh, don't even get me started. It was fresh and exciting at first, until one day I experienced excruciating abdominal pain and started bleeding. Ah, that incident, Hanzhe chuckled, recalling a prior event that had transpired in the Yunu Valley. At that time, Hanzhe had been in a conference room with others, deliberating plans, when the Emperor Goose barged in, exclaiming, Hanzhe, I'm bleeding profusely. What should I do? Upon inspection, Hanzhe found there was, in fact, no profuse bleeding. Merely a slight discharge. The Emperor Goose had a penchant for exaggeration. Hanzhe understood well enough what was happening. However, he was at a loss, lacking experience in such matters. Ultimately, it was the valley's matriarch who provided the Emperor Goose with a special pill that resolved the issue. Aside from that, Hanzhe inquired further. Well, those two up front were rather unsteady on their feet, which was quite inconvenient. Is it always this troublesome for mammals? My assessment is that it pales in comparison to oviparous creatures. Most individuals do not possess your proportions. Yours is merely a peculiar preference of that old fogey. I suspect he has been caught peeping at others while bathing, leading to his confinement by the Lord of the Meteorite Palace, the Emperor Goose replied. That seems highly plausible. Hanzhe nodded in agreement. Following this, Hanzhe quietly rested in his dormitory. The next morning, a hurried knocking echoed from his door. Upon opening it, he found Siwei standing there. Teacher Si, is there something you need? Hanzhe asked. Siwei's expression was remarkably relaxed, even tinged with a hint of delight. Guess what? You have been selected. Selected? Hanzhe was somewhat taken aback. Given the skills listed in his profile and those demonstrated during the assessment, he did not consider himself particularly competitive. Which group? Hanzhe inquired further. Take a guess. The intelligence group? Hanzhe replied without hesitation, as his most notable skill currently was his ability to acquire desired books. You might be surprised, but the deputy leader of the intelligence group did indeed take a closer look at your file. However, regrettably, they ultimately excluded you. Not the intelligence group? Correct. Not the intelligence group. Then it must be the combat group? The combat group? Siwei glanced at Hanzhe. The combat group. Hanzhe nodded. Do you realize how high the entry requirements are for the combat group? Half the academy possesses combat skills, and many are exceptionally formidable. I couldn't even enter the combat group. What makes you think you can? Is it merely based on your so-called gift of the god of jealousy? Siwei chuckled at Hanzhe. Upon hearing this, Hanzhe immediately understood. The academy likely only had knowledge of the skills in his profile, with no records pertaining to the card battle system. If the academy was unaware, on what basis was he placed in a special group? Hanzhe furrowed his brow. Surely, they wouldn't consider him a mere cosmetic surgeon in the logistics group? What would you even do in the logistics group? Perform cosmetic procedures for frontline researchers? Siwei laughed again. So, you mean the control group or the support group? Those two have nothing to do with me, Hanzhe replied. Certainly not. Siwei shook his head. Then that's it. There are only 5 groups in total. Hanzhe remarked. Siwei smiled. Actually, it is the combat group. To be frank, the deputy leader of the combat group glanced at your file and immediately dismissed it without a moment's hesitation. So how did I end up in the combat group? That is precisely what I find perplexing, Siwei paused to say. The leader of the combat group casually flipped through your information and instantly selected you for the group without any hesitation. What? Hanzhe was even more bewildered. Thus, I made a special trip here, firstly to inform you of your selection, and secondly to inquire if you have any idea why the leader of the combat group would choose you so directly. Chapter 274, Leader of the Combat Group. Upon hearing Siwei's words, Hanzhe pondered. According to Siwei, the leader of the combat group seemed not to have been predetermined. They selected Hanzhe after reviewing his profile. What could there possibly be in the file that captivated their interest? Was there anything? Hanzhe truly could not fathom. I have no idea either. Hanzhe shook his head. Then you shall inform me once you have joined the group, Siwei suggested. Can't you directly ask the leader of the combat group? Hanzhe inquired. Siwei shook his head. I am not very familiar with the leader of the combat group, and our personalities do not align. Very well, then. In any case, you should tidy up. I will take you to check-in shortly. All right. Hanzhe quickly got ready. Following that, Siwei led the way to the combat group's office. Teacher Si, do you know how many people were selected this time? Hanzhe casually inquired. It seems there are 7 individuals. There are 3 in the combat team alone. And then there are 2 more, he continued. Yes, those 2 possess exceptionally strong combat skills. I am not surprised they were chosen. However, I am more curious as to why you were selected. Perhaps my skills hold some unique utility for the leader of the combat team. That could be a possibility. Where's the combat team office? Of course. It's behind that door. Siwei indicated towards a large metal door embedded in the mountainside. Oh, Hanzhe responded, following Siwei to a smaller door beside the metal entrance. Siwei swiped his credentials against the access control. Once you are selected, your student ID will also grant you access to this door. In other words, you may come and go freely here. Understood, Hanzhe nodded. The small door opened, and they stepped inside. The space was essentially behind the metal door. However, directly opposite the metal door was a massive metal track, presumably for the entry of some large machinery. Yet, further inside, there was another metal door, and Hanzhe had no idea what kind of machine it might be. Behind the small entrance for personnel was a corridor separated by railings. To the right was a guard station with a glass window allowing a view of those entering. Inside was a young male guard who smiled upon seeing Siwei and Hanzhe, even waving at Hanzhe as if they were acquaintances. However, Hanzhe had never seen him before. Clearly, if the guard recognized Hanzhe without having met him before, there was only one explanation. This guard was also the vice principal. Hanzhe had become somewhat accustomed to such peculiarities. Continuing down the corridor, they came upon a pair of double doors on the right. Upon entering, they found themselves in a long hallway. A bit further along, at the intersection, a sign indicated that the left side was designated for the offices of the combat team. They arrived at the appointed reception room, where 3 individuals were already seated. One was a muscular man with a buzz cut, dressed in short sleeves, appearing to be in his 30s. The other 2 were young, similar to Hanzhe. One seemed more robust, while the other appeared leaner, likely fellow students chosen alongside Hanzhe. Siwei introduced the muscular man. This is the vice captain of the combat team, Wang Hongba. The burly vice captain, Wang Hongba, glanced at Hanzhe and greeted him with a hearty smile. You must be Hanzhe. Yes, I am, Vice Captain Wang, Hanzhe replied. Just call me Vice Captain Wang. I'm far from the captain, and I cannot bear that title. Wang Hongba chuckled. Very well, Vice Captain Wang. Wang Hongba nodded. You may proceed with your discussion. I will take my leave. With that, Siwei exited. After Siwei departed, Wang Hongba turned to Hanzhe and the other two with a smile. Please wait a moment. The captain will arrive shortly. But since this is our first meeting, why don't you three introduce yourselves and share your combat skills? The three nodded in agreement. First, the more robust student spoke up. My name is Zhou Quan, Quan meaning completeness. My skill is One Punch Man. Any target struck by my serious punch will inevitably lose 50% of their life force. Life force? Another student frowned. Indeed. As long as I activate my skill and land a punch on my opponent, regardless of who they are, I can inflict severe damage upon them, Zhou Quan elucidated. The three bystanders nodded in understanding. Severe damage. These four words possessed a simple, yet profound strength. It was no wonder he was chosen. Next, a leaner student introduced himself. I am Chin Chong. My skill is called Lookout. That unarmed fellow is shooting. My left hand can transform into various types of firearms or artillery and fire at will. Firing does not consume ammunition, only my stamina. Essentially, I can conjure a gun or cannon at any time to unleash fire. This was quite comprehensible. The ability to materialize a firearm was relatively common. But transforming into artillery was indeed impressive. It also bore a certain straightforward strength. The three nearby nodded once more. Now it was Hanzhe's turn. I am Hanzhe, Han meaning cold. My combat skill is first and foremost, the blessing of the god of jealousy, which allows me to increase the damage I inflict on those who are wealthier and more handsome than I. The two individuals beside him were momentarily taken aback. One wielded the power of a single punch, and the other was a master of firearms, both possessing remarkably straightforward strengths. Yet, upon hearing Hanzhe's ostensibly simplistic skill, they were instantly surprised. Wang Hongba's brow furrowed slightly as well. However, I can also alter the appearance of others from a distance to ensure the activation of my skill, Hanzhe added. The other two students nodded slightly in response. Even with this cosmetic alteration skill, the potency of Hanzhe's ability remained somewhat underwhelming. Nonetheless, his explanation lent a semblance of credibility to his combat skill, as Hanzhe contemplated whether to mention the card battle system. Wang Hongba interjected with a furrowed brow. Hanzhe, I've always had a question for you. Could you shed some light on it? What is it? Well, based on the description of your skills in your profile, I found the strength of your abilities to be rather intriguing, Wang Hongba said tactfully. However, our team leader insisted on selecting you. Could you perhaps reveal any hidden advantages of your skill? Has the team leader not explained it to you? Hanzhe asked, puzzled. No, I dare not question the leader's decision, Wang Hongba replied. Then that makes sense. Why is that? Because I, too, am uncertain, Hanzhe responded. Zhou Quan and Chin Chong burst into laughter at this revelation. You don't know? I don't. All right then, when the team leader arrives, I shall inquire further, Hanzhe replied. Agreed, Wang Hongba nodded. Throughout this exchange, Hanzhe had begun to formulate some conjectures. He suspected that the team leader might have been aware of Hanzhe's past involvement with the card battle system. On the surface, it seemed that Hanzhe might possess the ability to summon the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Isn't this the pinnacle of combat skills? Being selected for the combat group is more than sufficient. Indeed, that must be the reason. After waiting for 2 minutes in the reception room, the door creaked open. Our team leader has arrived. Wang Hongba glanced at the figure at the doorway and smiled. Hanzhe cast a glance at the newcomer, his eyes widening in astonishment as he froze in place. My goodness, I completely misjudged this. Chapter 275. The spoon-wielding maniac. The individual who entered nodded towards Wang Hongba, then noticed the stunned Hanzhe. Ah, it truly is you. The newcomer regarded Hanzhe with a slight smile. Hanzhe could not contain himself and exclaimed. I can't believe it. The leader of the combat group is you. So you two are indeed acquainted, Wang Hongba chuckled. The newcomer nodded with a calm demeanor. We are acquainted, and this classmate Hanzhe is, in fact, my savior. Oh, leader, you're so formidable. And he was able to save you? Wang Hongba inquired with intrigue. To be honest, this classmate may even surpass me in strength, the newcomer stated, shaking his head as he looked at Hanzhe. Stronger than you? Wang Hongba burst into laughter. Leader, it is indeed rare to hear such words from you. The newcomer did not respond further but turned to Hanzhe. You actually use the same name in both the game and real life? Hanzhe replied. This name sounds quite pleasant. Why shouldn't I use it? Aren't you afraid your opponents in the game will cause you trouble in reality? Not at all. Surviving in the game is far more challenging than dealing with troubles in reality. If I were to perish in the game, I would prefer to depart with my real name intact. Hanzhe's response left the others momentarily speechless. The newcomer, listening to Hanzhe's words, was also taken aback for a moment. Quite admirable, he smiled. Then, Hanzhe, would you be able to elucidate a question that has long perplexed me? What is it? How is it that you can summon so many extraordinary creatures to besiege that village chief? The newcomer inquired seriously, his gaze fixed on Hanzhe. Indeed, this individual, the leader of the combat group, is none other than Emote Song. Hanzhe could hardly fathom that this person was the leader of the combat group at the United Rules Academy. However, this was of little concern, as he recognized Emote Song as the strongest among those he had encountered. The monstrous village chief, impervious to trucks and bombs, had been severely wounded by Song. Nonetheless, Hanzhe found Song's question somewhat difficult to answer, primarily because the explanation was rather complex. After contemplating for a moment, he offered a succinct response. I possess a lottery skill that occasionally grants me special items. Those henchmen were summoned by a machine I obtained through a draw. A lottery? Yes, a lottery, albeit with a lengthy cooldown period. It has been over a month since my last draw, and the cooldown has yet to conclude. I am unsure of its exact duration. Are you implying you have only drawn once thus far? Wang Hongba asked. After entering the game, it will refresh. That's quite good, isn't it? Wang Hongba nodded, and then inquired, have you drawn anything remarkable? I have one now. The card battle system of Hanzhe materialized on his left arm. This system randomly selects battle cards, which can include summons, spells, techniques, weapons, and more. However, there is a daily limit on the draws, and the cards obtained cannot be retained for an extended period. Can you show us? Wang Hongba asked. Certainly. Is there a suitable venue? Of course. I will take you there now. As Wang Hongba spoke, he opened the door. He guided Hanzhe through the corridor, with Song silently following and the two others, Zhou Quan and the other, curiously trailing behind. At the end of the corridor stood a pair of imposing metal double doors, leading into an enormous room resembling the size of a gymnasium. Several large lights illuminated the space from above. While the lighting was adequate, some corners remained dim. This room is specially designed to self-repair and is sturdy enough not to affect the outside, so you can confidently use your skills. Wang Hongba explained as he retrieved a controller from beside the door. What type of enemies are you proficient against? I can set up corresponding targets for you. Anything will do. I have no specific concept. Then it shall be general, Wang Hongba replied, pressing a few buttons on the controller. Immediately, several targets rose from the ground in the center of the arena, a camouflaged vintage tank, a black-painted police armored vehicle, a regular car, and several rubber figures dressed in either bulletproof vests or ordinary clothing. Give it a try, Wang Hongba gestured for Hanzhe to begin. Hanzhe nodded and utilized the card system to draw a card. He examined the card, which depicted a man with a hood, pale complexion, and deep black eyes and mouth. The figure appeared far from human. Spoon Killer, attack power, 001, health, infinite, special effect, a formidable demon born of powerful curses, striking enemies with a stainless steel spoon. While the damage is minimal, the Spoon Killer is immortal and can inflict significant psychological torment on its foes. Spoon Killer? Hanzhe scrutinized the abstract attack power and health, along with its peculiar ability, before finally discarding the card. A man clad in a dark gray hoodie and pants materialized where the card had landed. Attack that one. Hanzhe pointed towards a rubber figure in the distance. Upon receiving the command, the Spoon Killer began to march towards the targeted rubber figure. Its movements were notably awkward, each step accompanied by a peculiar twitch. Despite the considerable distance of several dozen meters, it appeared to struggle greatly. The onlookers refrained from questioning, recognizing that appearances can be deceptive. Since Hanzhe had managed to impress the leader, Song, his summoned creature must possess its own strengths. Thus, they watched in silence. Upon reaching the rubber figure, the Spoon Killer withdrew a metal spoon from its pocket. With a swift motion, it struck the rubber figure's head. The figure quivered slightly. The atmosphere was tense, with everyone able to hear the faint sound of the rubber figure shaking from the blow. What happens next? The crowd held their breath, watching intently. With a resounding crack, the Spoon Killer struck again. Whack, whack. With each blow, the rubber figure trembled. After the Spoon Killer had delivered a flurry of strikes upon the rubber figure, Song could no longer contain himself and pointed at the Spoon Killer, exclaiming, "Is this brain-dead individual truly your summoned henchman?" He nodded towards Hanzhe. Can this really defeat an opponent before they succumb to old age? Wang Hongba furrowed his brow. Behind them, Zhou Quan and another companion stifled their laughter. The damage may be low, but this henchman is indestructible, Hanzhe replied solemnly. Indestructible? The crowd gasped in surprise. Is that true? Song asked, somewhat incredulous. Indeed, Hanzhe affirmed. Then allow me to test it. Song dashed forward, his right hand gathering energy in an instant. Then he unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at the Spoon Killer's upper abdomen. The impact resounded loudly, sending the Spoon Killer flying. Even though the rubber figure was not directly struck, the force of Song's punch shattered it into fragments due to their proximity. Even without a direct hit, it can break apart like this. Song's combat prowess remains as formidable as ever. Our leader is truly impressive, Wang Hongba chuckled nearby. Song, however, remained silent, his gaze fixed on the corner where the Spoon Killer had vanished. With a soft thud, the Spoon Killer emerged from the shadows, merely dusted with some debris. Remarkably, he appeared unscathed, brandishing his spoon as he approached Song. Stunned for a moment, Song prepared to strike again. Just then, the Spoon Killer suddenly crouched down. This unexpected move made Song instinctively retreat a few steps. With a sharp crack, the Spoon Killer disregarded Song entirely and began to relentlessly strike the scattered rubber fragments on the ground. Even the broken rubber figure was not spared from his fervent assault. How persistent! Hanzhe shook his head silently. Interesting, Song remarked, observing the Spoon Killer with a hint of intrigue. If it truly is indestructible, it could prove quite useful. I fear that may not be the case, Hanzhe countered. This summoned entity can only persist for a brief duration before it dissipates on its own. Song raised his hand. That's of no concern. Our academy possesses items that can extend the duration of summoned entities. In Chapter 276, if I ever become the leader of Earth, I shall grant you a portion of the southern hemisphere. Song indeed procured a large machine, delivered via forklift. The machine resembled a colossal metal box, equipped with various ancillary components. As long as the summoned entity is placed within this machine, its duration can be extended, and the time gained upon exiting will be preserved. Wang Hongba explained. Thus, Hanzhe replaced the target with another rubber figure for the spoon killer to attack, confining both the target and the spoon killer within the machine. Even through the steel casing, Hanzhe could hear the spoon killer furiously striking the rubber figure within. Truly dedicated. According to the plan, the spoon killer would remain within the machine for several days, or even months, to prolong its existence. However, with the presence of the rubber man serving as a makeshift punching bag for amusement, the duration should not prove too arduous. Having concluded the matter, Song turned to Hanzhe and inquired if there was anything else. There is, Hanzhe replied with a nod, drawing another card. This time, it was an equipment card. Ordinary spear, effect, grants you a decent weapon. Furthermore, if an ordinary spear possesses a special prefix, does it still retain its identity as an ordinary spear? Hanzhe tossed the card onto the ground, and, inevitably, an ordinary spear materialized before them. What is this? Wang Hongba could not restrain his curiosity. An ordinary spear, Hanzhe answered. Is there anything special about it? None. None. How can something with special effects still be termed an ordinary spear? What, then, is the purpose of summoning it? This item is drawn at random. Typically, one might also acquire items of little utility, Hanzhe explained. I see. Wang Hongba nodded in understanding. Hanzhe proceeded to draw another card, which turned out to be a character card. A country police officer, attack power, 2, health points, 4, carries a sidearm, capable of shooting at targets. Special effect, when attacking black enemies, hit rate increases by 100, handgun firing rate increases by 500, damage dealt increases by 1500. This seems rather standard, Hanzhe remarked. Discarding the card, a man in uniform appeared before them. Is this a police officer? Wang Hongba questioned, perplexed. It seems so, Hanzhe responded. He then commanded the country police officer to attack the rubber mannequin. The officer nodded, drew his handgun, and fired a shot, hitting the rubber figure's chest. The rubber man was orange, thus failing to trigger any effects. It was merely the standard hit effect of a handgun. Wang Hongba glanced at the rubber man and commented. The power is quite average. Is there anything remarkable about it? Attacking black enemies amplifies the damage, Hanzhe clarified. He then instructed the country police officer to target a black police armored vehicle, anticipating that this would activate the special effects. Bang, 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 bang. The handgun unleashed a rapid barrage, akin to a machine gun. Logically, a handgun should not penetrate an armored vehicle. However, the bullets, enhanced by the 1500 damage bonus, created a significant breach in the vehicle's armor. In a matter of moments, a single volley of bullets transformed the armored vehicle into a heap of scrap metal. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone stood momentarily awestruck. This power exceeds my expectations, Wang Hongba murmured. Quite impressive, Song conceded with a slight nod. Subsequently, Hanzhe showcased additional abilities. After an extensive demonstration, Wang Hongba and the others were left without any doubts regarding Hanzhe's combat prowess. Song, occupied with his role as team leader, turned away to attend to other matters, noting that Hanzhe remained as conceited as ever, neglecting even the courtesy of casual conversation. The remaining procedures were completed by Wang Hongba and the three of them, including Hanzhe. This entailed meeting with the other members of the combat team. In truth, the combat team comprised only 10 individuals. In such a vast academy, how could merely 10 people be responsible for combat? Hanzhe suddenly felt as if he were filming an Ultraman episode. Although there appeared to be numerous personnel at the base, every time a monster emerged, it was always the same small team that engaged in battle. Wang Hongba's response was that 10 individuals were more than sufficient. Their role was to manage incidents, not engage in warfare. Moreover, should a situation arise that exceeded their capabilities, they could readily contact the military for support. This answer was quite satisfactory. Following this, Hanzhe trained daily alongside the entire combat group. Of course, Wang Hongba primarily took charge, while Song rarely made an appearance. Typical combat training focused on martial arts or physical conditioning. However, the training regimen for the combat group was somewhat distinct. Given their already formidable combat prowess, there was no need for such practices. Instead, they primarily concentrated on coordination. Additionally, they engaged in the use of specialized instruments, which Hanzhe discerned were preparations for lunar missions. Interestingly, the name used by their leader Song within the academy was not Song, but rather Jiang. In truth, Jiang was not even the leader's real name. Only I was privy to his true identity, but I dared not disclose it, lest he take my life for doing so, as Wang Hongba remarked. Thus, they trained for a week. On the evening following this week of training, Hanzhe returned to his dormitory. It was then that he noticed the breathing light of his phone on the bed was illuminated. Upon picking it up, He discovered he had received 17 missed calls, all from the class monitor, along with one unread message, also from the class monitor. The class monitor? What could be so urgent? Hanzhe promptly opened the message to read its contents. Hanzhe, I am so thrilled. I tried calling you, but you didn't answer. And I was worried sick, so I had to text you. Someone helped me solve that puzzle formula. I have answered that question and directly gained a rather unique ability. However, this ability is somewhat complex, and I need to study it further. I will call you later to discuss it. I can't express how excited I am. After 3 years, I finally solved that problem. Just wait. If I become the Earth's leader, I will definitely grant you a piece of the Southern Hemisphere. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 277. Can the principal know? Is it really solved? Hanzhe was taken aback as well. The class monitor mentioned receiving assistance from a remarkable individual. Yet the specifics remained unclear. Hanzhe glanced at the timestamp of the message, which indicated it was sent at 2 p.m., just over 4 hours prior. He quickly returned the call. After several rings, it went to voicemail. No one picked up. He attempted again, yet still received no answer. After a series of 3 consecutive calls, he felt something was amiss. He then decided to call Hanzhe. Fortunately, she answered promptly. Hanzhe informed her of the class monitor's dormitory number, urging her to promptly check on his condition. Hanzhe said little and immediately set off. Subsequently, Hanzhe waited in the dormitory for a phone call. Soon, Hanzhe returned the call. Mr. Han, we have arrived at the dormitory. Is he there? No, the dormitory administrator said he moved out a month ago. Where did he go? The administrator was unaware. Then think of a way to inquire around and see if you can locate him. Money is not an issue. I will do my best, Hanzhe assured over the phone. After hanging up, Hanzhe waited a while longer, and then the phone rang again. He hurriedly picked it up, only to find it was not Hanzhe or the class monitor, but Siwei. Hanzhe, how is the combat team faring? Siwei began with a casual greeting. Not bad, Hanzhe replied. Have you figured out why the team leader chose you? It's a bit complicated to explain. I'll tell you in person later. Is there something urgent you need? Indeed, there is. Listen carefully. The principal has returned. He will meet with the top 3 of you at 8:10 this evening. Where will we meet? Of course, in the principal's office at the administrative building. All right. Hanzhe hung up, feeling somewhat disoriented. The principal had returned at this time. He prepared himself for the meeting, as matters concerning the principal were indeed significant. Shortly after 8 o'clock, Hanzhe arrived outside the principal's office and encountered a girl emerging from within. A glance revealed long hair, a tall stature, a short skirt, and a fair, beautiful complexion. Siwei had previously mentioned that the second place was a girl, and Hanzhe surmised it must be her. However, he did not linger, intending to proceed directly into the principal's office. Hey, you must be Hanzhe, right? The girl in the short skirt suddenly turned and spoke. Yes, Hanzhe nodded. I'm Yiku. You're a bit more handsome than I imagined. The girl, introducing herself as Yiku, smiled. Thank you, Hanzhe replied awkwardly. Though I don't understand why your total score is higher than mine, yet you rank below me. I must have benefited from your presence to secure second place. So thank you. No need for thanks. You might want to thank the vice principal instead, Hanzhe replied politely. Is the vice principal behind this? She asked. In a sense, yes. Well, that makes sense. I've heard rumors about the vice principal's eccentricity, and the principal dislikes him. Is that so? I'm not very aware. Hanzhe responded dismissively, feeling a surge of frustration within. So, if you casually mention something unfavorable about the vice principal, perhaps the principal will be even more pleased. All right. Hanzhe agreed, choosing not to elaborate further and promptly walked into the principal's office. Inside the office were 2 individuals. One sat behind the desk. A man in his 30s dressed in a white shirt, a cigar perched between his lips, presumably the principal. The other, seated at a side desk, was a woman clad in formal attire, likely the principal's secretary, possibly the vice principal. Good day, principal, Hanzhe ventured as he entered. You must be Hanzhe, the principal said with a smile. Yes. Come, have a seat. Thank you, principal. Do you know why I have summoned the top 3 students from the recent examination? The principal inquired with a smile. Not really, Hanzhe replied, shaking his head. In such circumstances, it is more polite to feign ignorance. Unaware, are you? Even better. It will come as a surprise, the principal chuckled. Very well, I shall be direct with you. According to the customs of the academy, the top 3 students in your examination may request a favor from me. If it is within my power, I shall certainly oblige. Is that so? Hanzhe asked, intrigued. Of course, feel free to articulate your needs. Then, principal, can you bring someone back to life? Bring back to life? The principal glanced at Hanzhe, who nodded. That is indeed possible, but only for those who have passed away within the last 3 years. The principal answered without hesitation. Does that include those who perished in the Neon Smiley game? Certainly, just provide me with their belongings, and revival is achievable. The principal nodded in affirmation. That's splendid. Hanzhe exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Who do you wish to revive? A friend. What kind of friend? A girlfriend? She is female, but not a girlfriend, just a former classmate. Were you close? Not particularly, but oh, I see. The principal raised a hand, interrupting Hanzhe. He then furrowed his brow and spoke earnestly. Hanzhe, do you realize that those who are admitted to the United Rules Academy are generally the elite from various regions? I am aware of that, Hanzhe replied, albeit puzzled by the principal's sudden remark. Then you must consider yourself among the most successful at your school, correct? The principal continued. It's all right, Hanzhe responded modestly. The principal, still frowning, pressed on. If that is the case, why do you wish to be a sycophant? A sycophant? Hanzhe was taken aback. Our esteemed United Rules Academy has produced a sycophant, which is quite a blow to my dignity, the principal lamented. Realization dawned on Hanzhe. The principal assumed he wished to revive an unfamiliar girl, thereby labeling himself as a sycophant. No, principal, I am not a sycophant. This girl saved my life. And I owe her a debt of gratitude. Oh, a debt of gratitude. Indeed. That mindset certainly reflects the caliber of our students. Rest assured, revival is possible. Thank you, principal. However, there will be a queue. A queue? Hanzhe was taken aback. Yes, as you are aware, we are preparing for a lunar expedition. And my revival capabilities are limited. I must prioritize the needs of all expedition members. I understand. Hanzhe nodded. Please bear with me for a while. After the lunar mission concludes, revival should be feasible, the principal assured him. Hanzhe nodded in comprehension, recognizing the academy's priorities. Do you have any further inquiries? The principal asked. Yes, principal, Hanzhe began again. Speak freely, the principal encouraged with a smile. Principal, I merely wish to ask, what? Will you be aware of our conversation? Chapter 278, Departure. The principal paused, and the secretary behind him turned, astonished at Hanzhe's question. What are you implying? The principal asked. I would like to inquire, principal, will you convey the words I have shared with you to the principal? Hanzhe reiterated with translation. Do you mean to say that I am not the principal? You are, but perhaps not the principal I am seeking, Hanzhe replied. Have you ever met the principal? No. Then why do you hold such a belief? Primarily based on intuition, Hanzhe offered a vague response. In truth, it was mainly because he perceived this principal as somewhat lacking in acumen. In such a vast institution as the United Rules Academy, the vice principal is already rather inept. It is unlikely that the principal would also share such a deficiency. The vice principal holds his position due to his unparalleled capabilities, and even if he is somewhat foolish. Hanzhe can comprehend this. A position of such significance as the principal could not possibly be held by someone equally inept. If indeed two fools were to occupy the role of principal, Hanzhe would prefer to withdraw from school altogether. Such a lad, the principal chuckled. I maintain that my demeanor suits the role of a roasted chicken rather than that of a principal. The principal insisted on my portrayal, yet I managed to deceive none. So you and the one behind you are the same person, correct? Hanzhe gestured towards the secretary behind. Yes, the principal nodded. Then I understand. Do not overthink it. We do not intend to mock you. The principal truly has pressing matters to attend to and is unable to return promptly. He feared you might grow impatient, which is why he requested I temporarily assume his role. Regarding the matter of resurrection, rest assured, I am well acquainted with the principal. My response regarding the resurrection of your benefactor aligns with his. Thank you, Vice Principal, Hanzhe nodded. Do you have any further questions? Just one more. Speak. Did classmate Lu Nian also leave with the principal to meet someone? Hanzhe asked. At this moment, Hanzhe harbored his own suspicions. Shortly after classmate Lu Nian answered a test question related to the class leader's formula, the class leader also solved it, claiming that a talented individual had assisted him. All of this transpired simultaneously. Such coincidences are hard to believe. Hanzhe could only surmise one explanation. The school must have learned that Lu Nian could solve the class leader's question and then dispatched him to assist. It is plausible that the principal had intended to return earlier, but diverted to attend to this matter, which is why he has not returned now. This seems the most reasonable scenario. The vice principal shook his head. I am not entirely sure. The principal does not confide certain matters to me. Could you call the principal to inquire? That is rather difficult. When the principal is preoccupied, he contacts me, but I cannot reach him. Very well. However, classmate Lu Nian was indeed taken away by the principal earlier. Has the principal returned? He has. He previously summoned classmate Lu Nian to his office for an extended discussion before hastily departing with him. Hanzhe nodded. It appears that the individual aiding the class leader should either be Lu Nian or the principal. If it is indeed the principal and Lu Nian, then the class leader should not be facing significant issues. They may simply be engrossed in researching newly awakened skills. Thank you, Vice Principal. I have no further questions. Then return and prepare diligently for the upcoming moon landing. There are only a few days remaining, the Vice Principal advised. In the remaining time, Hanzhe and the combat team primarily focused on mastering the use of instruments in preparation for the lunar expedition. Meanwhile, the squad leader remained unreachable by phone, and Hanzhe had no leads either. Thus, the squad leader mysteriously vanished. The principal and Lu Nian also provided no updates, as if the three had disappeared together. Hanzhe even speculated whether, after solving that equation, the squad leader had acquired some secret method of transcendence, leading the three to ascend simultaneously. Although Hanzhe harbored doubts, there was little he could do in haste. Finding them proved elusive. With the lunar mission approaching, he resolved to wait until his return to address the matter. 10 days swiftly passed, and the day of the lunar landing arrived. In the morning, everyone cut a small lock of hair, placing it into reagent bottles to submit to the academy staff, namely the vice principal. This served as the basis for resurrection. Possessing something personal was essential for the principal to facilitate the revival. Subsequently, the group boarded a bus heading to the launch site. The spacecraft for this mission, named Red Moon, was provided by the space agency and modified to meet the Academy's requirements in accordance with joint regulations. It was currently the largest model of spacecraft in the world, capable of accommodating 29 individuals and supporting prolonged operations. However, to mitigate any potential complications, the external exposure of this flight was minimized. Only after a successful return would there be extensive publicity and the release of various data. At the entrance of the launch site, a few media personnel had gathered, alerted by rumors, though their numbers were limited. Inside the launch site, a grand send-off ceremony unfolded, complete with military bands and cheerleaders, all of national caliber. The military band was impressive, and Hanzhe was taken aback by the cheerleaders, who were not only of similar height, but also shared the same cup size. Additionally, leaders from various sectors were present, while Hanzhe did not recognize them. Their introductions indicated they held high-ranking positions. It dawned on him that the scale of this launch was remarkably significant. However, due to the Academy's relatively lax selection and training protocols, it appeared somewhat casual. Yet, in this era, it seemed that excessive testing and scrutiny were unnecessary. Individuals' capabilities were evident on their faces. Those with superior skills were deemed strong, and the previous thresholds had diminished. This explained why selection for special groups was based on the leader's choices rather than strictly adhering to academic performance. Nonetheless, examinations retained their significance, likely intended to eliminate students who were particularly deficient in other areas, regardless of one's prowess. If they struggled in critical situations, such as accidentally harming teammates due to anxiety, they would not be selected. As Hanzhe contemplated this, the lengthy 30,000-word speech from the dignitaries finally concluded. The crowd began to queue in preparation for boarding the spacecraft. Out of the 10 members in Hanzhe's combat team, only 6 were permitted to participate in the lunar mission. The other 4 were restricted due to limitations in their combat skills under the oxygen-deficient conditions of the moon. The 6 selected included team leader Mo Tsang, deputy leader Wang Hongba, Hanzhe, and previously, Zhou Quan and Xinchang. Zhou Quan and Xinchang are specially recruited members designated for the lunar expedition, allowing even novice combat team members to be selected. Hanzhe, as the group leader, has been granted permission by Mo Tsang to participate in the moon landing. Additionally, there is an experienced member codenamed Developer. His skill, titled Captain. Is this house sturdier than our unit? Is it truly an illegal structure? Enables him to conjure a house with customizable structure and materials, albeit with size restrictions. In essence, this skill proves invaluable during combat situations, allowing the instantaneous creation of a fortress to safeguard everyone in times of crisis. A remarkably practical and essential ability. The logistics team comprises 3 individuals tasked with ensuring the spacecraft's energy supply, as well as the astronauts' food, water, and oxygen needs. While these resources are prepared aboard the spacecraft, their role is to serve as backup supplies. The individual responsible for energy possesses the skill "Please refrain from generating electricity here," which allows him to produce batteries whenever he utters a foolish remark, albeit with a daily limit. The person in charge of food and water wields the skill Logistics Officer of the Northern Expedition. You can create multiple servings of pig trotter rice meals, inclusive of a complimentary soft drink, daily. But the quantity of pig trotter rice cannot exceed the number of people around you. This is indeed a favorable skill, as consuming pig trotter rice is far preferable to space food. However, the individual responsible for oxygen strikes Hanzhe as the most absurd. In truth, skills capable of generating oxygen are exceedingly rare. Even the esteemed United Rules Academy could only identify one such individual, whose ability diverges from Hanzhe's expectations of mere oxygen production, instead being a rather abstract skill. Sacrifice yourself, illuminate others. When you are metaphorically cuckolded, you can engage in enhanced photosynthesis. Indeed, it refers to that very concept of being cuckolded. This enhanced photosynthesis can produce oxygen, but the prerequisite is rather stringent. Hanzhe is uncertain how the Academy managed to achieve it. Yet he hesitates to inquire further. Perhaps it would be best not to speculate. Chapter 279. The realm of mathematics. The control team consists of one individual responsible for providing oversight, commonly referred to as the math teacher by team members. His primary control skill, titled Realm of Mathematics, states, as long as you lecture on mathematics-related subjects, anyone compelled to listen will inevitably succumb to drowsiness and fall asleep. However, if you discuss your romantic or divorce experiences, the listeners will become excessively invigorated. This skill was originally ineffective on the moon, as sound cannot travel in a vacuum, rendering his lectures inaudible to his audience. Nevertheless, his ability can synergize with that of the support team. The support team is limited to a single member. While the majority of the United Rules Academy's support units offer firepower or additional protection, such measures are not particularly necessary for this lunar exploration. Consequently, the support team has dispatched a functional support member, colloquially known as the broadcaster, responsible for maintaining backup communication for the entire team. His skill, "Could you please tune into my channel?" allows him to summon a broadcasting microphone through which he can transmit his messages. This microphone features multiple modes. One may select any life form within a specified range as a target, compelling the broadcast content to be played within the target's auditory perception. Additionally, there exists a dialogue feature, allowing those who hear the broadcast to respond to the announcer. This skill has been tested and proven effective even in a vacuum. In essence, akin to Hanzhe's quirky assistant, this announcer can also facilitate communication among all individuals. Due to the coercive nature of this ability, it can summon a broadcast microphone to enable the mathematics teacher to speak directly, thereby forcing the enemy's ears to resonate with the teacher's mathematics lecture. Achieving a form of enforced hypnosis, Hanzhe learned from Wang Hongba that this announcer was not originally affiliated with the United Rules Academy. He was once an unemployed vagabond. Initially, he employed this skill merely as a prank. Each night, an elderly lady in his building would disturb the peace with her loudspeaker as she danced in the square. Seizing the opportunity, he would suddenly unleash eerie sounds near her, startling the elderly women to the point where they collapsed in fright, necessitating multiple ambulance trips. While this may have been somewhat gratifying, upon tasting the thrill, he began to escalate his antics to more unsavory levels. He ventured near a local temple, broadcasting recordings of adult films for the monks within. During his English examination for college entrance, he played rap music throughout the testing hall, and later, during the Chinese essay portion, he filled the room with melancholic love songs. This led to the examiners in the grading room exclaiming in frustration as they encountered 26 essays on first love, all from the same examination point. When the police apprehended him, he was outside a hospital playing funeral music for the elderly patients inside, unaware of how many had passed away under his influence. Reportedly, during his trial, the owner of a funeral home nearby collaborated with others to secure him a competent lawyer. This lawyer appeared to be quite skilled, as after the trial, he was merely sent to the United Rules Academy to atone for his misdeeds through service. This is the tale of the announcer. His combination with the mathematics teacher indeed poses a significant threat to most adversaries. Furthermore, the mathematics teacher possesses additional control abilities, which prove effective against certain non-living foes. In contemplating such foes, Hanzhe could only conceive of robots or zombies. The intelligence team consists of one individual, responsible for documenting the Academy's various records pertaining to this mission, without any notable distinction. The research team comprises 14 members, the largest contingent for this lunar expedition, and serves as the mission's core. They are not affiliated with the Academy, but are rather part of the space agency, comprising scientists from diverse fields such as astronomy, spacecraft engineering, physics, linguistics, and biology. After all, the primary objective of this mission is exploration, not engaging in conflicts with neon adversaries. Thus, the combat team's presence is merely precautionary. Hanzhe believes that deploying just 1 or 2 members from the combat team would suffice, particularly Emotsong, whom he feels is equivalent to 10. However, Wang Hongba insists that the higher-ups require 6 individuals to ensure ample combat capability and sufficient protection for the smooth execution of the exploration mission. Furthermore, among the 14 experts, the specialist in spacecraft serves as the captain of this exploratory team, and all members are obliged to heed his commands. Hanzhe harbors no objections when venturing into space. One must defer to the expertise of those well-versed in its mysteries, posing no issue at all. The VIP group consists of one individual, a skilled protector of the spacecraft, without whom the efforts of the team would be in vain. Thus, he is of utmost priority for safeguarding. The logistics team also comprises one member, tasked with the menial and laborious duties, including the less glamorous task of scouring the underbrush. The sole member of this group, as you may have surmised, is none other than the vice president. His remarkable skill lies in the fact that he can operate independently, yet when tasks arise, he can effectively mobilize a squad's worth of effort. In total, the crew amounts to 28 individuals, supplemented by sufficient supplies for an extended duration. Indeed, the logistics team merely serves as a safety net for the exploratory team, to be relied upon only in times of resource scarcity. To Hanzhe's disappointment, despite the monumental endeavor of the lunar landing, the principal has yet to make an appearance, and his whereabouts remain shrouded in mystery, leaving him in a state of disconnection. Hanzhe is left pondering what the principal could possibly be occupied with, or if something has befallen him. As the launch approaches, the members of the exploratory team board the spacecraft and take their designated seats. Each group sits together. Beside Hanzhe are Wang Hongba and Zhou Quan. Emotsong occupies a corner by the window in the front row, seemingly disinterested in engaging with anyone. The members of the logistics team, along with the VIP individual, occupy the special seats at the rear, maintaining a certain distance from the rest. This arrangement serves another purpose for the logistics team, to ensure the survival of the VIP member, should any unfortunate event occur, and if all others perish. The survival of the VIP member would still allow for the possibility of reaching the moon, thus keeping the exploratory mission afloat. Hanzhe fastens his seatbelt and dons his ear protection. Following a countdown, the rocket beneath the spacecraft ignites. The launch ensues, and after a moment of discomfort, the crew gradually acclimates. The spacecraft does not head directly to the moon. Rather, it must undergo a series of trajectory adjustments, requiring approximately 30 hours to reach its destination. This duration feels rather protracted. Glancing out the window, Hanzhe turns to find Wang Hongba already munching on something. Deputy Leader, what are you eating? Zhou Quan inquires, unable to contain his curiosity. Space bread. Would you like to try some? Wang Hongba replies, producing 2 more pieces of the space food. Zhou Quan takes one, and after sampling a bite, he scrunches his face in distaste. Isn't this just dough? Wang Hongba nods in affirmation. On Earth, it's called dough, but here, it's known as space bread. He then pulls out two other varieties of space food. Hanzhe takes a glance and discovers that one of them is space pickles. Do they really have a space version of this? Hanzhe takes a piece and tastes it. It is green, salty, and semi-liquid. Isn't this just space snot? Chapter 280. Guests from afar, would you care for a drink? Over 20 hours later, the Red Moon spacecraft approaches the elusive barrier surrounding the moon. Most aboard feel a tinge of anxiety. The success of this lunar landing hinges entirely upon their ability to navigate through this passage. The aircraft reaches its destination swiftly. Hanzhe heard a tremendous roar emanating from the front of the spacecraft, followed by violent turbulence that lasted for several minutes before gradually subsiding and eventually stabilizing. This indicated that the shuttle had successfully traversed the barrier. The experts from the research team erupted in jubilant celebration, with a female scientist distributing small, non-alcoholic champagne-flavored space food to commemorate the occasion. The members of Hanzhe's academy remained relatively composed, perhaps because they were mostly temporary participants, while the experts had meticulously planned for this flight for several years. Having navigated through the barrier zone, the Red Moon spacecraft would commence its landing in the Sea of Tranquility on the moon after a 2-hour deceleration trajectory. This location corresponds to the right eye of the neon smiley face. One of the primary objectives of the Red Moon mission is to investigate the source of the luminescence that creates the neon smiley's visage, a phenomenon that, according to Earth-based experts, has been analyzed spectroscopically, revealing an unprecedented spectrum. Gazing out of the viewport, Hanzhe beheld a vast expanse of red lunar surface, intersected by a broad, pink luminous band, representing the upper eyelid of the neon smiley's right eye. The designated landing area for the spacecraft was at the edge of this smiling visage. Following a period of turbulence, the craft successfully touched down. Hanzhe once again peered out the window, observing the expansive pink region radiating dazzling fluorescence, stretching to the horizon. Conversely, the view from the other window revealed the red lunar soil, marking the boundary between the neon smiley pattern and the ordinary lunar surface. Originally gray, the lunar soil had transformed to red upon the emergence of the neon smiley. Understanding the differences between the red regolith and its original state was also among the research objectives of the Red Moon mission. With the successful landing, a reconnaissance team was dispatched to explore the lunar surface. This preliminary mission was entrusted to the service team. Consequently, a vice president donned a lunar spacesuit and quietly entered the lunar landing preparation module, while another vice president remained aboard the Red Moon as a contingency. The external hatch opened, and amidst the collective gaze of the observers, the vice president descended the ladder and set foot on the moon's surface. How does it feel? Inquired the exploration team leader via radio. Not much different. It feels like walking on a beach, the vice president responded. The radiation levels detected by his spacesuit were normal, confirmed another researcher monitoring the computer. Please hold for a moment and proceed to examine the luminous pink area, the leader instructed. Thus, the vice president turned and walked toward the adjacent expanse of pink light. The intense glow obscured his figure slightly, making it challenging for the onlookers to discern his movements. Can you identify what is producing the light? The leader inquired over the radio. It appears to be the pink lunar soil itself that is glowing. It shines as if a light bulb has been ground into powder, the vice president offered, employing a simple metaphor. The radiation levels are slightly elevated but remain within safe parameters, remarked the researcher beside him. The team leader then advised the vice president to wait a moment longer, to which the vice president complied, choosing to sit on the lunar surface while he waited. 5 minutes later, the vice principal outside remained unharmed, showing no signs of discomfort. The radiation levels had not risen at all. The captain nodded, signaling it was time for their departure. Consequently, the others began to enter the preparation chamber, donning their lunar spacesuits. Is there a structure over there? A female researcher exclaimed, pointing out the porthole. The group hastily turned to gaze in the direction of her finger. Indeed, a large edifice loomed before them. However, from this angle, they could only see the imposing front wall, obscuring whatever lay behind it. I've seen that place before. It was empty, asserted a male researcher nearby. Is that what suddenly appeared? The captain inquired. Yes, it must be. The male researcher nodded affirmatively. Let the vice principal investigate, suggested another researcher. The captain agreed and communicated via radio. Vice principal, there appears to be a suspicious structure not far behind the left rear of the aircraft. Could you take a look? Sure, but it's quite distant. Can I use the lunar rover? The vice principal replied, rising to his feet. There were only 2 rovers available for transporting equipment, and venturing out without knowledge of the terrain could lead to unforeseen accidents, which would be troublesome. Perhaps you could hold off for a moment, the captain advised. All right. The vice principal conceded, setting off. A few minutes later, he arrived at the structure. Activating his left shoulder camera, the others could now see what he beheld. Before him stood a high wall, seemingly made of concrete, and a metallic door was visible. To his surprise, the door bore an inscription in luminous paint. Welcome, friends from Earth. Please enter the reception room. A smiling face was illustrated beside the text. A reception room? The crew aboard the Red Moon exchanged puzzled glances. It appeared that the neon smiley face was aware of their arrival and had prepared for it. However, the purpose of the reception room remained a mystery. Meanwhile, the vice principal extended his hand to open the metallic door, but before he could make contact, the door swung open automatically. Inside, lights illuminated a corridor approximately 10 meters long, leading to another door at the far end. As he stepped into the passage, the door behind him closed. And after a brief delay, the door before him opened. Beyond it lay a spacious chamber filled with rows of station benches, reminiscent of a waiting area. A sign before him read, "Please patiently await your fellow companions here. Fresh air is available, and you may remove your masks." Other companions? Does that refer to the others aboard the Red Moon? The group at the monitor was momentarily taken aback. It seemed the neon smiley face was privy to everything. Just as the individuals aboard the aircraft were astonished, a conical object approached the vice principal. It resembled a wheeled robot, but with a round smiling face atop. Remarkably, its smile mirrored the design of the neon smiley face. On its chest, a screen flickered with the repeated question, "Would you like something to drink?" It appears to be a beverage robot. Should I trust it and remove my helmet to give it a try? The vice principal remarked over the radio. "You may attempt it. Just exercise caution," the captain responded through the comms. Consequently, the vice principal removed his helmet and took a deep breath. The air was refreshing, indeed. There seemed to be no issue. The vice principal communicated via radio, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the others. "What delightful beverages do you offer?" he inquired of the beverage robot. "Anything you can imagine. Every flavor is available," the robot replied in a gentle, electronic female voice. "Then please provide me with the most exquisite drink," the vice principal requested. "The most exquisite? Are you certain?" the robot queried. "Absolutely," he affirmed. "Very well, please hold on." After a brief pause, the robot's display panel lowered, revealing a storage compartment within. Inside was a cup with a lid and a straw. The vice principal picked up the drink and glanced at it. Due to the camera's blind spot, the others caught a fleeting glimpse of a label on the beverage, which was rather extravagant. "What an exaggerated label," the vice principal remarked before taking a sip. "Wow, this is incredibly delicious." The camera angle trembled violently, likely due to the vice principal shivering. "One more cup." "No, make it 10, he exclaimed, suddenly appearing to struggle for breath, and the camera began to tilt. In the next moment, the perspective fell to the ground. The vice principal had collapsed. An alarm echoed through the aircraft. "Warning. Member 28, vital signs low. Warning. Member 28, vital signs low. Warning. Vital signs have reached 0. The camera then froze, ceasing movement. Did the vice principal just perish outside? The others quickly turned to the vice principal behind them, who wore an expression of shock. "Did you just die out there?" the captain inquired. "Yes," the vice principal nodded. "What transpired? What did the label say?" a female researcher asked urgently. The vice principal furrowed his brow and replied. "It stated that it was delicious to the point of death. I thought it was merely a rhetorical flourish, but it turned out to be true." Chapter 281. Drinking the mysterious beverage according to the instructions on the sign in the so-called waiting room, the vice principal could only go alone. Thus he had to sit and wait for the others. The neon smileys seemed to have a plan. It was apparent that the vice principal could not go alone, and the group must accompany him. What scheme does the neon smiley have in store? Why must we go together? The group was filled with curiosity. Is the neon smiley attempting to take us all out? Wang Hongba speculated. With the neon smiley's capabilities, if it intended to eliminate us, it could do so effortlessly without this elaborate setup, the captain countered. This statement held considerable merit. The abilities of the group largely stemmed from the neon smiley. A being capable of bestowing special powers upon humanity could easily dispatch the exploration team without difficulty. Let us proceed and see what the neon smiley has invited us for. There must be something extraordinary, the captain suggested. No one expressed any further opinions. Consequently, the captain proceeded with the arrangements. The individual from the VIP group remained, along with Zhou Quan from the combat group and a few members from the logistics team assigned to ensure his safety. After all, the presence of the VIP group directly influenced the team's ability to return home successfully. If they failed to return, while the entire team could be resurrected on Earth, none of the samples would be brought back. The group swiftly donned their lunar space suits and disembarked, embarking on a brief journey to arrive at the building. Upon passing through 2 doors, they found themselves in the familiar reception area. It seemed that the arrival of numerous individuals had prompted the emergence of a conical robot from the corner of the room, together with the original conical robot. The 2 machines cordially inquired what refreshments the guests desired. While some hesitated, the bolder among them had already removed their helmets, eager for a drink. "Do you have cat poop coffee?" an elderly researcher inquired. "Indeed. Which origin would you prefer?" the robot responded. "What about flying fairy mitai?" Wang Hongba asked. "We have that as well. What vintage would you like?" Hanzhe could not resist asking. "Is there a drink that can enhance combat capabilities after consumption?" The robot replied directly. "I'm sorry, we do not provide beverages with special effects, but we can customize the flavor of your drink." "What flavors are available?" a nearby researcher queried. "Any flavor. Any flavor at all." The researcher regarded the robot with a skeptical smile. "Do you have the taste of love?" "Yes. It is currently being prepared for you." The robot swiftly concocted a drink. It really exists, the researcher said with a mix of disbelief as he took a sip. Tui. What is this? It's so bitter. Indeed, the robot replied. Can the taste of love be bitter? The researcher challenged. This beverage is sweet for the average person, but bitter for you, the robot clarified. The researcher was left speechless. Meanwhile, Hanzhe pondered a question of his own. If he requested a drink that did not exist in reality, could the robot provide it? Do you have unicorn milk? Hanzhe asked. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd turned their attention, intrigued by the robot's forthcoming response. I'm sorry, we do not provide beverages with special effects, the robot answered. It did not deny the existence of such a drink, merely stating it was not available due to its special properties. The group quickly grasped the implication. Here, unicorn milk likely existed, but it was withheld due to its extraordinary effects. Then, Hanzhe mused, do you have penguin milk? Hello, yes. It is currently being prepared for you, the robot replied. Is there truly penguin milk? The entire assembly gathered closer, eager to witness how a creature that lays eggs could produce milk. Soon, a steaming cup of beverage emerged. Under the gaze of onlookers, Hanzhe removed the lid. Inside was indeed white liquid, though its hue appeared somewhat impure. Hanzhe leaned in to take a gentle whiff. There is no trace of milky fragrance. Instead, an unpleasant odor replaces it. Is this truly the milk of a penguin? One might easily mistake it for fermented bean juice. The mere thought of drinking it is daunting. The crowd turns their gaze towards a researcher and inquires, do penguins actually produce milk? This researcher, an expert in biology, firmly shakes his head. Among the 6 genera and 18 species of penguins known to us, none produce milk. Then what is this? Hanzhe extends the cup of liquid towards him. The researcher inspects it, gently swirls the contents, and takes a careful sniff. His brow furrows as he remarks, this is not milk. It must be from a male penguin. A profound silence envelopes the room. Hanzhe discreetly steps back from the robot. With this revelation, no one seems inclined to sample the beverage any longer. Some individuals sit on nearby chairs, awaiting a change in the atmosphere. However, time drags on with little activity. Only 2 beverage robots remain on standby. Will the door not open? A man from a research team queries the nearby robot. Please take a moment to rest and await your companions, the robot replies politely. It appears that all must remain present to proceed to the next phase. Reluctantly, the captain signals for the VIP group and his few protectors to join him. As these individuals enter the reception area, a new screen appears on the opposite door, displaying a message, please take a final 5-minute break. The group has no choice but to comply. Zhou Quan considers asking the beverage robot for a drink, but is halted by Wang Hongba. What's the matter? Zhou Quan inquires, taken aback. Use the one beside you. This one is rather unreliable, Wang Hongba advises. The group remains silent. Oh, Zhou Quan turns to the adjacent machine. This other robot has never produced penguin milk, so it can be used without concern. The 5-minute waiting period swiftly passes. A new message appears on the screen. Have you all rested well? We have prepared some entertainment activities for your leisure. Entertainment activities? The mere mention of it surprises the crowd. Subsequently, a small door beneath the screen swings open. The group hurriedly enters, eager to discover what the neon smiley face has prepared behind the door. Inside lies a spacious area. The ground is covered with green synthetic grass, resembling a football field, albeit larger and devoid of goals or markings. Surrounding walls enclose the space, with a high ceiling that is transparent, allowing a view of the distant earth. What are we to play? There are no apparatuses or indications of the activity, leaving them utterly perplexed. Once the last person enters, the small door behind them closes automatically. Then, a large screen emerges from the back wall, displaying a scrolling message. Welcome, everyone. You are all participants who have engaged in our games before. The games are quite enjoyable, are they not? Therefore, we have invited your strongest adversaries from the games you have participated in to be your opponents. It is convenient for everyone to reminisce about their previous delightful gaming experiences. This event features unrestricted combat, allowing the use of any weapons and fighting styles. Enjoy yourselves to the fullest. Who is the most formidable adversary you have encountered in the games you have played? Hanzhe paused for a moment. Wait a moment. Wasn't the strongest opponent he faced that particular individual? As this thought crossed his mind, he turned to glance at Emote Song, who, upon reading the same line, also looked towards Hanzhe. Their gazes locked in mutual understanding. Emote Song nodded at Hanzhe, who instantly comprehended the implication. Then, a metallic clang resounded. Suddenly, the surrounding wall retracted to one side, revealing the space hidden behind it. There stood individual glass chambers, each marked with a number. The chambers were not wide, yet they soared high, and within each, a character was contained. As Hanzhe surveyed the scene, he beheld a Tyrannosaurus, armed police officers, a long-haired woman resembling a ghost, a swordsman carrying a western sword, and other creatures that Hanzhe struggled to describe. However, they all appeared to be in a dormant state, merely supported by metallic frameworks. There were nearly 30 of these chambers. Had they truly gathered the most formidable foes encountered by each individual in the Neon Smiles game? Hanzhe observed closely, indeed. The 13th chamber housed the village elder he had encountered on Misty Mountain. However, upon further inspection, he discovered that the 19th chamber contained an identical village elder. Indeed, for both Hanzhe and Emote Song, the village elder was the most challenging enemy to face. Thus, there were two. Chapter 282. Hanzhe felt an ominous sense of foreboding. Very ominous. Setting everything else aside, Song had previously struggled against this village elder, only managing to prevail with the support of Brother Corp's meets cheering squad. Now, devoid of such assistance, and facing 2 village elders, how could they contend with this situation? At that moment, new subtitles appeared on the screen behind them. Currently, your opponents are still resting. You have 1 hour to devise a strategy. Do not attempt to escape. There are no exits here. Once the subtitles finished scrolling, the screen displayed a red countdown timer, 1 hour. The door through which they had entered vanished into the wall. Everyone turned to look at Song. Since combat was inevitable, they would primarily rely on the combat team. Song did not wish to elaborate. He merely exchanged a glance with Wang Hongba. Wang Hongba nodded and spoke on Song's behalf. Everyone, we have 1 hour. Please listen to our combat team's advice. There were no objections from the group. Wang Hongba continued. I have counted. The number of chambers corresponds exactly with our number of participants. This means each of you should be matched 1-to-1. Now, please find your corresponding chamber and await our inquiries. The group nodded in agreement and promptly dispersed to locate their respective chambers. Hanzhe stood outside one of the village elders' chambers. Through the glass, he observed the old man inside, who was still clad in the green gown of Misty Mountain, resting in a dormant state, supported by a metallic frame. Hanzhe recalled vividly the physique hidden beneath those green garments. Soon, others located their respective chambers, although a few remained uncertain if they had found the correct ones. Specifically, characters like the armed police and Western swordsman appeared in numerous scenarios, lacking distinctive traits for identification, leading many to doubt their matches. For instance, Hanzhe had encountered armed police in the game on Prison Island. In such circumstances, detailed inquiries were necessary to ascertain each person's corresponding chamber, a process that took over 10 minutes. Following this, meticulous questioning ensued regarding their respective adversaries. The Tyrannosaurus Rex corresponded to a biologist among the researchers. His game world was an uncontrollable Jurassic Park, with the objective of escaping with a dinosaur egg amidst a park teeming with dinosaurs. This Tyrannosaurus was merely an ordinary dinosaur, devoid of any extraordinary abilities. In one chamber, there was an ancient general on horseback, corresponding to a member of the logistics team responsible for food supplies. His game narrative involved traversing the world of romance of the 3 kingdoms. At this moment, you are a general named Pan Feng, and your superior Han Fu has just boasted that with General Pan Feng, he can slay Hua Xiong. Indeed, the figure within that glass chamber was Hua Xiong himself. This Hua Xiong, akin to other ancient generals, possessed commendable martial prowess relative to an average person, yet he was ultimately no match for the superpowered combatants. Another chamber contained a schoolgirl in uniform, corresponding to a rather unique individual, the vice principal. Her game premise was unusual. You are the daughter of a female student, born in a girl's restroom. Your mother intends to suffocate you to silence you. Your mission: survive, escape your mother's clutches, and attract the attention of the dean. The figure within the chamber was indeed her character's mother in the game. Upon hearing the vice principal's account, Wang Hongba was equally perplexed. The most formidable adversary you faced in the game was a little girl? Surely, that is not fair. It should be a relative measure of my own strength. In that task, I was merely a newborn, utterly helpless, making her the ultimate boss by comparison. The others nodded in agreement. How did you manage to win the game? Wang Hongba could not resist inquiring. Naturally, through frantic duplication. I conjured dozens of myself to divert attention, the vice principal replied. Was that effective? Results were mediocre. The cleaning lady entered the restroom and fainted at the sight of a pool of children. Additionally, several enemies within other chambers posed significant threats, including one suspected of being a female ghost. Indeed, she was a true specter. The narrative revolves around Wang Hongba, who finds himself in a peculiar game world where he serves as the night security guard of a cemetery. Each midnight, during his patrols, he observes a particular grave from which a coffin eerily rises, protruding from the mound, half exposed to the night sky. By day, the grave mysteriously reverts to its original state, as if nothing had transpired. Seizing the opportunity during daylight, Wang Hongba sets up a tripwire bomb atop the grave. As midnight strikes, the coffin emerges once more, only to be met with a deafening explosion. Unfortunately, the coffin serves as a vessel for a malevolent spirit, and with its destruction, the spirit escapes to confront Wang Hongba in a fierce duel. After a grueling battle, he manages to emerge victorious against this formidable female ghost, which proves to be quite a challenge. In another chamber, a heavy truck occupies nearly the entirety of the space, adorned in a striking red and blue color scheme. The sight is oddly familiar to Hanzhe, as it is none other than Optimus Prime. This chamber corresponds to Qin, whose game world is set within the realm of Transformers. His objective is to assist the Decepticons in vanquishing the Autobots. Initially, he perceives the Decepticons, with their ability to transform into fighter jets and tanks, as superior to the Autobots, who merely appear as trucks and sports cars. However, the situation soon becomes more complicated due to several unfolding events. Qin questions the security of their energy block warehouse, suggesting it should be heavily guarded. Megatron dismisses his concerns, stating that they should assign the 2 weakest soldiers to watch over it. Qin warns that the Autobots may be preparing for a stealth attack. To which Megatron responds with skepticism regarding Optimus Prime's intelligence. Shinchong further expresses his distrust of Starscream, advocating for his expulsion from their ranks. Megatron, in turn, scoffs at the idea that a mere fighter jet could betray them. It is then that Shinchong realizes, due to various plot requirements, that achieving victory for the Decepticons is far more challenging than anticipated. When they reach the village elder, Wang Hongba glances back and is taken aback by an unusual sight. Two elders? Emote Song, standing nearby, casually remarks that he also corresponds to the elder. Wang Hongba connects the dots, recognizing that both of them participated in the same game. He suggests that these two should be entrusted to their team leader. However, Emote Song shakes his head resolutely, declaring that he would stand no chance against the elder alone. Wang Hongba, momentarily stunned, realizes that they must rely on Hanzhe, who had previously managed to deal with the elder. Though Emote Song may look down on others, he cannot help but respect Hanzhe's ability to handle the village elder. Wang Hongba turns to Hanzhe, inquiring about his confidence in the matter. Hanzhe furrowed his brow and lowered his voice to speak to Wang Hongba and Emote Song, confessing, "To be honest, I lack any certainty." "What's the matter? Weren't you the one who handled it before?" Wang Hongba inquired. "Indeed. I was the one who managed it previously. However, items cannot be taken out of the game world. Once I exited that realm, I could no longer procure the old man's belongings." Then, Wang Hongba's expression shifted slightly. "Yes, I currently have no means to deal with that old man." Hanzhe replied with gravity. Chapter 283. Good brothers, let me for a moment. Upon hearing Hanzhe's words, the atmosphere grew tense. "Then we can only rely on the control team," Wang Hongba remarked, glancing at the announcer and the mathematics teacher nearby. They both nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the group began their preparations for battle. The developers activated their skills, erecting a sturdy small fortress in one corner of the arena. The exterior was made of concrete, with a steel core, and the interior was lined with sponge padding to withstand higher intensity attacks. It could also be sealed, allowing the logistics team inside to generate oxygen to counteract toxic gas attacks. Wang Hongba directed all non-combat personnel to enter this fortress, serving as a safe haven. The developers constructed a smaller, relatively weaker fortress. This structure resembled a small cottage, distinguished by its front made of tempered glass, allowing those inside to observe the battlefield. This cottage was designated for the mathematics teacher and the announcer, as they possessed limited combat capabilities. A soundproof wall was also included to prevent the mathematics teacher from lulling the announcer to sleep. Once the two fortresses were completed, Hanzhe turned to survey the surroundings. Behind him stood the two robust fortifications, yet before him lay an expansive stretch of open ground, where his combat team remained stationed. Hanzhe inquired of the developer beside him, "What about our fortress? We are responsible for frontline combat, and do not require a shelter," Emote Song replied nonchalantly. "Isn't that rather unwise? If they drop a bomb, we'll have no place to take cover. At the very least, we should dig a trench." Hanzhe could not help but protest. "That is unnecessary. The enemy numbers are substantial, and having cover would obstruct our line of sight, posing greater potential dangers." Emote Song continued. Hanzhe frowned upon hearing this. "You, Emote Song, are sturdy enough to withstand attacks. I, Hanzhe, am more delicate. How can I compare to you? Fine, so this is how we are playing it." Hanzhe silently touched his waist pouch, which he had deliberately worn over his spacesuit. He retrieved a sheet from it and laid it on the ground. This was the lying flat sheet. Its effect was, when this sheet is placed on any flat surface and one lies upon it, one can assume a lying flat state, ignoring all attacks. As long as one wishes, they can remain in this state for an extended period. Hanzhe believed this to be the most overpowered item among all his special belongings. By the rules, it rendered him invincible. Even the mightiest of foes would have no choice but to patiently wait for Hanzhe to relieve himself. With the right combination, he could possibly prolong his time even further. Unfortunately, it lacked any offensive capability. However, Hanzhe still possessed two items to compensate for this shortcoming. One is a card combat system, and the other is the previously mentioned iBox gaming console. When Hanzhe laid the bedsheet on the ground, several individuals, including Wang Hongba, were momentarily taken aback. Hanzhe then produced the iBox gaming console, followed by a portable power supply, a small display monitor, lemon tea, and biodegradable straws. All while advocating for the protection of the lunar environment, though it was likely that the moon itself could not biodegrade. Hanzhe shed his cumbersome spacesuit and reclined on the laid-out bedsheet. Soon, as the battle would commence, Hanzhe felt entirely secure. The mantra was, "The death of my comrades does not spell my demise." Meanwhile, the other members of the combat team were left in awe. What was he doing with a bedsheet, a gaming console, and lemon tea? Unable to contain his curiosity, Wang Hongba inquired, "What are you up to?" "Preparing for battle," Hanzhe replied. "Are these your special items?" Wang Hongba asked. "Something like that." "What do they do?" "This gaming console can randomly summon a character from a pirated game for me to control. And this lemon tea is for drinking," Hanzhe explained. "And what character did you summon?" "Let me show you," Hanzhe said as he powered on the console. The random selection revealed an image on the screen, a male swordsman with braids. Hanzhe immediately recognized him as Yasuo, the Swift Blade from League of Legends. Hanzhe had fond memories of encountering players who frequently opted for this character during his previous gaming sessions. However, he did not cherish those memories too dearly. For Yasuo possessed 4 skills, Q, W, E, and R. While Q, W, and R were relatively standard, the E skill was rather abstract. This abstraction stemmed from the players themselves, as the other skills entered a cooldown period after being used once, during which they could not be employed again. Conversely, the E skill allowed for a dashing attack against an enemy, and if it struck, the player could target another foe with the same skill, enabling a continuous onslaught. Thus, as long as the target had not been previously attacked, the E skill could potentially strike all 5 opponents in one fell swoop. This led many players with a lack of strategic thinking to abandon their character's survival, their personal records, their victories, and the game itself, recklessly charging into a group of enemies to unleash the E skill 5 times, only to meet an untimely end. Losing the game meant losing points, but the opportunity to strike 5 enemies at once was fleeting and irreplaceable. Nevertheless, setting aside the stereotypical view of less strategic players, Yasuo was still a formidable character for combat, especially with his Q skill, which not only could launch enemies into the air, but also served to block incoming projectiles. This would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the impending battle. Quite impressive, Hanzhe thought as he summoned Yasuo, eager to test his control. However, upon glancing at the bottom of the screen, he was taken aback. Wait a moment, why do I only have the E skill? The positions for the other 3 skills were conspicuously absent, leaving only the solitary E skill. What a predicament. This Yasuo could only serve as a player with limited understanding. Indeed, a true pirated version. However, in a certain sense, this seems more authentic than the genuine Yasuo. Is this not Yasuo? I have played before. Wang Hongba beside him gazed at Yasuo and immediately recognized him. It is indeed Yasuo. Hanzhe chuckled wryly and nodded. Does this thing inflict damage? It's merely a doll, a hindrance. Wang Hongba cautioned. Hanzhe pointed to the glimmering blade in Yasuo's hand. It appears to possess some damage. Let me give it a try. He then attempted to lightly graze the soft packaging of lemon tea against the edge of the blade. The soft packaging of the lemon tea was instantly severed in 2. It felt comparable to a lightsaber, remarkably sharp, likely inflicting damage of considerable magnitude. Is it the same as in the game? Similar, yet not entirely so. How so? This Yasuo possesses only the E ability. Only E? Yes, thus it is somewhat lackluster. With E alone, isn't that what Yasuo primarily plays for? Can I have a turn later? Are you certain? I am indeed. I was a seasoned Yasuo player before. Wang Hongba eagerly approached. I haven't played Yasuo in several years. It feels nostalgic, he said, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Why did you stop playing? Too busy with work? Hanzhe inquired casually. Oh, I played too much Yasuo. Got reported too often, and my account was banned, Wang Hongba replied nonchalantly. Hanzhe found himself at a loss for words. Beside them, Emotsong scrutinized Yasuo and couldn't help but remark. Can this thing hold its own? The opponents are quite formidable. You should take the lead yourself. Wang Hongba quickly turned and implored. Captain, my skills have a long cooldown anyway. I can squeeze in a few E's during the cooldown, and once I finish, my next skill will be ready, so it won't delay things. Suit yourself, Emotsong shrugged. Meanwhile, Zhou Quan and Qin Chong, the developers, were somewhat baffled. Hanzhe, however, understood Wang Hongba. They likely did not grasp that no Yasuo player can resist the temptation of 5E abilities, let alone this time, with 2080 abilities. Chapter 284, Yasuo joins the fray. Subsequently, as preparations continued, the combat and support teams engaged in final discussions. A simple operational plan was devised, with little time remaining. Everyone had already removed their cumbersome lunar spacesuits and taken their respective combat positions. Emotsong stood at the forefront. Zhou Quan, being a melee fighter, positioned himself closely ahead. Wang Hongba and Qin Chong were ranged fighters, while Hanzhe assumed the role of a summoner, and the developers themselves lacked considerable combat prowess. Thus the 3 remained positioned toward the rear. Naturally, the 2 members of the control and support teams were stationed in the safety house they had prepared for them. With 1 minute left on the countdown, a set of bows and arrows appeared in Wang Hongba's hands. He retrieved a piece of tissue paper from his chest pocket and wrapped it around the arrowhead. This is Wang Hongba's skill, material conversion bow and arrow. By wrapping an item of specific material around the arrowhead, it transforms the target into the corresponding material upon impact. This skill also has certain applications in production. Many rare materials obtained by various academies can only be produced through Wang Hongba's efforts. However, the yield is indeed limited. Due to the nature of this material, its effects gradually extend from the point of impact before ceasing after a certain range, which is approximately the size of a single person. Thus, it can only produce rare materials equivalent to the dimensions of one individual at a time. This skill proves to be significantly more advantageous in combat. For even the most formidable shield wielded by an adversary can be transformed into mere paper by Wang Hongba. Should the opponent lack a shield, the ability to directly convert their body enhances its lethality. However, this skill is only effective when the arrowhead is wrapped in a solid or semi-solid material, rendering it incapable of transforming the opponent into a gaseous or liquid state. Consequently, Wang Hongba typically opts to wrap his arrows in toilet paper. Yet, this is no ordinary toilet paper. It is a product sourced from a small workshop in a remote town's modest shop. This toilet paper is notoriously flimsy and prone to disintegration, requiring an entire roll for a single use, 1/5 for cleaning and 4/5 for drying, as it is likely to tear. According to the battle plan, once the glass chamber is activated, Wang Hongba will immediately shoot an arrow at the elderly village chief on the left, converting him into a figure reminiscent of an elderly man made of toilet paper, thereby significantly hindering his combat capabilities. The other chief will be handled by One Punch Man, Zhou Quan, and Hanzhe. As Wang Hongba prepares, Hanzhe draws his already readied cards. Hanzhe's card combat system allows him to draw a limited number of cards daily, but each card retains its effectiveness for only a brief period, typically just over a day. Thus, he can utilize cards drawn within a maximum of 2 days during combat. The card he holds is one drawn the previous day. Among the 5 cards drawn yesterday, only this one bears utility. It features an illustration of a woman clad in a low-cut bodysuit, heavily made up. Borderline Streamer, Attack Power, 0, 5. Health Points, 8. Special Ability, Borderline. This streamer excels at evading physical attacks, ensuring that when she is subjected to physical assault, she will invariably experience a borderline effect, nearly negating all damage from attacks. In essence, it is a summon with an almost guaranteed physical evasion rate. While its attack power is rather unimpressive, it should prove effective in disrupting opponents. Hanzhe discards the card onto the ground, and the woman wearing the low-cut outfit and black stockings materializes in place. Hanzhe instructs her to approach the elderly village chief's chamber on the right. The borderline streamer complies, strutting in her high heels with an exaggerated sway of her hips. The onlookers steal a glance at her, though Emote Song remains utterly indifferent. As the countdown reaches 10 seconds, the screen behind them shifts to red, emitting a blaring alarm. The characters within the row of chambers across the way open their eyes, fixating their gazes upon the group, particularly the 2 elderly village chiefs, who scrutinize Hanzhe with a knowing smile. They seemingly recall Hanzhe, yet they do not spare a glance at Emote Song, indicating their complete disregard for him. As the countdown reaches 0, a piercing alarm sounds, accompanied by a series of depressurization noises. The glass walls swiftly ascended. Before they were fully raised, the characters inside surged forth with great eagerness. Wang Hongba simultaneously loosed an arrow. The edge-cutting female broadcaster also lunged forward. Behind them, the announcer and the mathematics teacher immediately commenced their tasks. They had previously attempted to prepare, but their abilities could not penetrate the walls. They could only be utilized once the hatch was opened. This was undoubtedly a deliberate ploy by the neon smiley. The announcer took a few seconds to select a target, while the mathematics teacher required several dozen seconds to lecture in order to lull the enemies into slumber. During those precious seconds, the combat team had to hold the line. Wang Hongba's arrow struck the chest of the village elder to the left. However, the elder displayed no reaction, allowing the arrowhead to pierce his chest. Hanzhe clearly observed the elder's chest begin to pale, evidently transforming into tissue paper. The arrow-stricken village elder merely glanced down, then extended his right index finger into his own chest. He traced a circle with his finger on his chest, then promptly gouged out the flesh within that very circle. Much of the flesh had already turned into tissue paper. The village elder calmly discarded the piece of flesh aside, his face betraying no emotion. To the right, the edge-cutting female broadcaster was entangled with the village elder. She had mounted his neck, her manicured hands clawing at his eyes. "Old man, are you going to pay attention or not?" she shouted. "You're not even a rotting meat brother. Why should I pay attention to you?" The village elder retorted, cursing while attempting to strike at the broadcaster with his hands. Yet, despite her perch on his neck, every punch missed her, merely grazing the air. The edge-cutting female broadcaster was as slippery as an eel, evoking the literal image of a strongman attempting to catch a fly. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted, accompanied by immense wind pressure. Multiple enemies were sent flying like raindrops, crashing heavily against the ceiling. Emote Song had made his move. His fists carried tremendous energy, capable of propelling nearly half the enemies to the ceiling with a single punch. He might resemble a true one-punch man. The remaining enemies were left to be dealt with by the rest of the combat team, primarily Qin Chong. At this moment, his right hand had morphed into a large-caliber anti-tank rifle, firing at the chest of the towering Optimus Prime beside him. After Wang Hongba released an arrow and his skill entered cooldown, he dashed to the iBox console to control Yasuo. Yasuo brandished his sword and charged into the fray. Attention! Yasuo has engaged in battle. Yasuo activated his E-skill. Yasuo has hit an enemy. Yasuo has been eliminated. Chapter 285, Mathematics Class. Drowsiness envelopes Wang Hongba glanced at Hanzhe beside him. Is he really that incompetent? Hanzhe shook his head. I have no idea. With no other option, Wang Hongba tossed aside the game controller. Just then, Hanzhe suddenly pointed ahead, mouth agape. Hey, Vice Leader. What? Wang Hongba swiftly followed Hanzhe's gaze. Indeed, the long-haired female specter was rushing towards them, her dark funeral robe billowing around her. Your nemesis has arrived. You must take care of it. Hanzhe shouted. I can't handle it. My abilities are still unrefined. Quickly hide. Wang Hongba yelled in response. Then come over here. Hanzhe extended his hand, pulling Wang Hongba onto the sheet beside him. What are you doing? Hurry and hide. Wang Hongba protested, attempting to rise. I'm here to save you. Don't get up. Hanzhe pressed him down. At that moment, the woman in the funeral robe reached the edge of the sheet and paused, standing silently before Hanzhe and Wang Hongba. Ceasing all movement. What is wrong with her? Wang Hongba asked, momentarily stunned. As long as one lies on this sheet, they cannot be attacked, Hanzhe explained. So powerful? Wang Hongba inquired. Indeed, quite formidable. If you were to wrap yourself in the sheet and confront her, wouldn't tea that make you invincible? That won't tea work. It's only effective when lying upon it. I see. When will your skills be ready? This specter standing at my bedside makes me uneasy, Hanzhe remarked. All right. Wang Hongba said, conjuring a bow and arrows in his hands. However, before he could knock an arrow, the long-haired specter suddenly sank into the ground, leaving an empty space around the sheet. Did she flee? Hanzhe wondered. Wang Hongba nodded. She must remember my bow. As soon as I took it out, she hid. Then just keep it ready. As long as she remains hidden, it's as if we defeated her, Hanzhe suggested. Agreed, Wang Hongba replied. Their attention returned to the unfolding scene ahead, which had calmed considerably since the earlier chaos. After landing several powerful blows, Song had sent most of the enemies crashing into the ceiling. Only the two village elders remained. The elder on the left was trapped in a small room by the developers. Though unseen, the sounds of crashing indicated he was desperately trying to break through the walls. However, the developer's skill energy had been depleted, preventing the creation of new rooms. The elder on the right was still entangled with the risque streamer. But that confrontation was nearing its conclusion. The streamer had become entirely darkened and shriveled, her movements stiffening. Hanzhe understood this to be the corrosive effect of the village elder. This corrosion had once instantaneously defeated Feng Ran. However, due to the streamer's forced evasions, the corrosion was now progressing at a much slower pace. The village elder realized that his opponent was nearing her limit and accelerated his attacks. Zhou Quan, sensing an opportunity, charged forward with a powerful punch aimed at the village elder. One Punch Man. With just one strike, he could reduce the elder's health by half, making the fight considerably easier. Yet, landing the hit was crucial. Missing would result in wasted effort. Zhou Quan lacked the prowess of Song. The village elder did not even attempt to evade. With a mere lift of his leg, Zhou Quan was sent flying. The moon's low gravity allowed him to soar quite a distance. Just as he was about to hit the ground headfirst, Song swiftly intervened and caught him. Meanwhile, Qin Chang, positioned at one side, had already readied his anti-tank rifle, aiming at the village elder on the right. However, he refrained from firing. As it became evident to all that the elder occasionally nodded off, his movements growing lethargic. The sounds of impact from the left room were becoming increasingly infrequent, a clear sign of drowsiness, a testament to the effectiveness of the mathematics lesson imparted by the teacher. Qin Chang was primarily concerned that another shot might inadvertently rouse the elder. The village elder himself recognized his own peculiar state. Suddenly, he collapsed to his knees, unable to support his weight, causing the nearby female streamer to tumble aside as well. His eyes grew heavy, on the verge of succumbing to slumber. Regardless of his strength, he was still subject to the rules of the skills governing him. At that moment, the village elder lifted his hands and positioned them at either side of his head. He then forcefully pierced his ears, twisting and extracting them along with the internal auditory structures, all drenched in dark, congealed blood. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle sent shivers down Hanzhe's spine. Yet, the village elder appeared unfazed, rising effortlessly from the ground. At that moment, the female streamer, having reached the limit of her existence, nodded at Hanzhe before vanishing. Observing her disappearance, the village elder smiled with satisfaction, redirecting his gaze towards Hanzhe in the distance. On the left, the frequency of impacts within the small house returned to its previous rapid cadence. It seemed the elder within had performed a similar act, regaining his alertness. The onlookers were momentarily bewildered by the elder's ruthless actions. Suddenly, Qin Chang fired his weapon, opting for the most potent small-scale electromagnetic cannon. This weapon, capable of functioning in space, was the primary reason for his selection to this mission. The projectile struck the village elder, uprooting a significant portion of the ground. Yet, as the dust settled, all that was visible were his tattered garments and the multitude of fine cracks on his exposed skin, with no fatal wounds in sight. Hanzhe understood that Qin Chang's electromagnetic cannon, akin to Kai Qian's earlier explosives, merely stripped away the elder's clothing without inflicting substantial harm. Wang Hongba then turned to aim at the village elder, questioning the efficacy of his action. This time I'm targeting the head. I refuse to believe he can extricate that as well, he declared, releasing the arrow. It flew straight towards the elder's forehead, but the elder merely tilted his head, allowing the arrow to graze past him and strike the glass chamber behind. The transparent chamber transformed into a white, shredded mass. He can evade, after all, Wang Hongba mused. Furrowing his brow, it appears that the individual had merely showcased a fraction of their abilities, as they were effortlessly evading the situation. Hanzhe could not help but exclaim, "This complicates matters. We shall have to seek another opportunity." Wang Hongba shook his head, causing the bow in his hand to vanish. In the next instant, a woman clad in a burial outfit re-emerged from the ground before him. Chapter 286. 5 cards. She had indeed been waiting all along. Wang Hongba and Hanzhe exchanged silent glances at the specter before them. She seemed disinterested in everyone else, fixating solely on Wang Hongba. I suggest we disregard her for now. Her focus is entirely on you. As long as you remain on the bedsheet, you should be fine, Hanzhe advised. Agreed. Wang Hongba replied, diverting his gaze from the ghostly figure. Meanwhile, after the village elder rose once more, Emotsong found himself with no other option, as he was the only one capable of confronting the elder. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward to engage the elder in close combat. Each of Emotsong's punches contained immense force, producing sharp, jarring sounds upon impact with the elder's body. The areas struck would exhibit severe deformation, the bones beneath evidently fractured. Yet, no matter how fiercely Emotsong attacked, the elder quickly recuperated. By the time the next punch landed, the previously damaged area had already mended. In contrast, although the punches from the village elder lacked the same power as Emotsong's, their mere contact inflicted a substantial amount of corrosive damage. Emotsong could temporarily rely on his healing abilities to mitigate this effect, but Hanzhe understood that once he exhausted his healing resources, defeat would be inevitable. On the other side, the elder had already smashed a hole in the wall of the small cabin, and it would not be long before he emerged. The developer could only desperately utilize their remaining abilities to reinforce the wall, acting as a plasterer to delay the elder's exit. However, everyone recognized that in this predicament, they could only buy time, with no chance for a turnaround. They needed to devise another strategy. Wang Hongba turned to Hanzhe, inquiring, "Do you possess any useful items?" At that moment, Hanzhe had drawn 5 cards in one breath from the card battle system. This was a crucial opportunity, one of the few remaining tactics at his disposal. If this did not succeed, he might have to shamelessly seek assistance from Emperor Qin. Hanzhe glanced at the 5 cards in his hand. The first depicted a gift box, apology gift, spell card. Summons an apology gift onto the field, forcing the enemy to accept it. Upon receiving the gift, the enemy's anger level will significantly decrease, compelling them to strike you rather than retaliate. Although this card possessed a coercive effect, Hanzhe felt it would be of little use. It merely redirected the enemy's aggression, and given the village elder's combat prowess, he would likely leave Hanzhe with little more than his face intact. The second card illustrated a man in a white coat, wielding a handgun. I don't eat beef, spell card, can be used after any skill effects duel with the enemy. If you lose, you may dodge the consequences of defeat and directly attack the enemy. Such skill effects in battle are not unfamiliar to Hanzhe. Some individuals possess abilities that can forcibly draw opponents into a unique type of contest, such as mandatory chess or boxing matches, where the loser faces substantial penalties. This card enables one to engage in underhanded tactics, nullifying the opponent's skill effects, making it an excellent counter card. However, at present, it proves ineffective. This old man is simply formidable, exhibiting no semblance of pretense. The third card is a pair of boxing gloves, true man's boxing gloves. Equipment card. A true man should engage in close combat with his fists, rather than resorting to frivolous tactics. It can be forcibly equipped to any target, and upon equipping, the target may only attack with their fists, enhancing fist damage, but all special effects of attacks will be nullified, except for enhanced attack power, allowing for nothing but straightforward boxing. This card is not limited by target, meaning it can be effective for both the village chief and Emotsong. It indeed possesses duality and value for both individuals. Bestowing it upon Emotsong, who already relies on his fists, would amplify his damage. Equipping it on the village chief would eliminate the corrosive effects of his attacks, albeit at the cost of significantly increasing his fist attack power. Given that both scenarios are viable, whom should he choose? Hanzhe pondered. If he forcibly equipped the village chief, even if it proved advantageous by removing the corrosive effect and rendering the village chief utterly constrained, Emotsong could easily overpower him. What then would become of the village chief? Indeed, the choice fell to Emotsong. Yet, Hanzhe hesitated to act hastily. He glanced back at the remaining 2 cards. What if a combination was possible? The 4th card depicted a large hand, creating something from nothing. Strategy card, draw 2 cards. It was self-evident that this would allow Hanzhe to draw 2 additional cards, effectively netting him 1 card. The 5th card was a die, blessing of the lucky war god. Spell card, use on a designated target character. The target will experience incredible fortune for 30 seconds, significantly boosting your luck and bestowing numerous other lucky effects, such as unearthing money upon leaving, guaranteed rare drops from defeating monsters, and every attack resulting in a critical hit. When the enemy evades your left punch, they will inevitably collide with your right. Should you knock down an enemy, they will certainly fall onto the sharpest point of the surroundings, inflicting additional damage. If the enemy attacks you, those using firearms will certainly jam, and those using fists are highly likely to miss. Even if you are unfortunate enough to be stabbed, the blade will miraculously avoid all your blood vessels and organs, resulting in a mere flesh wound despite receiving 500 stabs. The effects of the 5th card blatantly enhance the allies' capabilities. Guaranteed critical hits, coupled with significantly increased evasion rates, and even sustaining minimal damage if struck, would provide a tremendous boost for Emotsong, though regrettably, it lasts only 30 seconds. Is there anything usable? Team leader Mo is nearing his limit, urged Wang Hongba from the side. Hanzhe raised his head, and, indeed, although Emotsong had been struck increasingly, he had begun to find himself at a disadvantage. We must act swiftly. Emote Song, take a few steps back. I shall assist you, Hanzhe shouted. Upon hearing Hanzhe's voice, Emote Song immediately complied, swiftly retreating to distance himself from the village elder. Hanzhe promptly cast the card of the true man's gauntlets towards Emote Song. As the card landed upon Emote Song, it instantaneously transformed into 2 gauntlets that adorned his hands. What effect does this possess? Emote Song inquired of Hanzhe. Though his gaze remained fixed upon the elder before him, the elder's demeanor remained calm. He showed no urgency to pursue and strike. It enhances your punch damage. Give it a try, Hanzhe urged. Emote Song nodded and advanced, delivering another punch towards the elder. The elder immediately raised his hands to defend. The punch impacted the elder's arm with tremendous force, greater than any prior strike. The elder's forearm deformed severely, skin rupturing to reveal the dark bone beneath. After enduring the blow, the elder staggered back several steps before stabilizing himself, momentarily unable to lift his injured arm. A wave of astonishment washed over the crowd. Hanzhe was equally surprised. He had not anticipated the gauntlets would amplify the punch's power to such an extent. Thankfully, they had not been given to the elder. Emote Song, exhilarated, exclaimed, "What a splendid item." Without hesitation, he prepared to pursue the elderly adversary, recognizing the importance of denying the enemy any chance to recover. However, just as Emote Song advanced, a loud noise erupted from the left. Metal and concrete fragments flew. The developer could only shout while retreating, "Everyone, be cautious. This fellow has emerged." No sooner had he spoken than the elder from the left burst forth from the small dwelling. The expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. Just as Emote Song had begun to gain the upper hand, yet another elder appeared, tipping the scales once more. "Are there any other cards?" Wang Hongba turned to Hanzhe, with Zhou Quan and Qin Chang also looking towards him, seemingly viewing him as their last hope. Hanzhe nodded. He grasped the previous card, the blessing of the European Emperor War God, and directed it towards Emote Song, granting him critical strikes and nearly perfect evasion. Perhaps he could vanquish both elders. Emote Song, retreat a few more steps. Hanzhe called. Emote Song, engaged in striking the elder to his right, halted upon hearing Hanzhe's command and created distance. Hanzhe raised his hand, ready to throw the card to Emote Song. Yet, at the very moment he was about to release it, he hesitated. "Never mind, continue your assault. I fear you may tire," Hanzhe said. Emote Song glanced at Hanzhe, while Wang Hongba, Zhou Quan, and Qin Chang stared at him in astonishment. Even the developer, lying on the ground, lifted his head to gaze at Hanzhe. Everyone's faces bore the expression of utter disbelief, as if to say, "What on earth are you doing? You're insane." Emote Song muttered, turning back to engage in close combat with the elder before him, having no time for further discourse with Hanzhe. The village chief on the left did not hesitate for long and directly joined the fray. The situation for Emote Song took a dramatic turn, shifting from a slight advantage to an overwhelming disadvantage of 1 against 2. "What is the matter with you?" Wang Hongba questioned Hanzhe. "I merely considered an alternative approach," Hanzhe replied. He believed that the lucky card's effects, lasting merely 30 seconds, would not enable Emote Song to defeat both village chiefs. Rather than placing all his hopes on Emote Song, it would be wiser for Hanzhe to utilize the card himself. Chapter 287. What an outrageous cheat. Hanzhe decisively affixed the card titled Blessing of the Lucky Monarch onto himself. The card vanished, indicating it had been activated. Without further hesitation, he promptly applied the creation from nothing card to himself as well, causing it to disappear again. "Draw 2 cards," the card instructed. Peering into the card repository, Hanzhe discovered 2 new cards awaiting him. Upon drawing the first card, he beheld an image of a soldier clad in sunglasses and puffing on a pipe. 5-star Critic MacArthur, character card, attack 3, health 5, special skill, 5-star Critic. MacArthur can comment on a certain subject, amplifying its merits or flaws in the real world. Hanzhe quickly grasped its significance. It was akin to a verbal manifestation of power in certain respects. Truly formidable. He then examined the second card. Outrageous cheat. Spell card, draw 100 cards. How many? 100? Goodness. 100. Seizing the moment while the lucky effect still lingered, Hanzhe decisively employed the card, placing it upon himself. Turning his gaze back to the card repository, he was pleased to find an abundance of new cards within it. The repository, which previously held 5 cards daily for him to draw at will, now boasted a substantial stack, presumably the result of the 100-card draw. The shallow indentation of the repository had deepened significantly to accommodate this influx. Essentially, it was as though he had automatically drawn 100 cards without the need to extract them individually. Furthermore, these cards likely bore the benefits of the lucky value, suggesting their strength would be considerable. Now, Hanzhe's task was to examine the nature of these cards. Just then, a sudden jolt interrupted the battle ahead. Emote Song was struck and crashed heavily to the ground. The force of the impact propelled him forward, leaving a deep gouge in the earth beneath him. The first to plow the moon's surface. Team leader. Several members of the combat group rushed to assess Emote Song's condition. Wang Hongba attempted to approach, but was deterred by the female ghost blocking his path, rendering him hesitant to act recklessly. Meanwhile, Qin Chang desperately fired his weapon. striving to hold off the two village chiefs and prevent them from delivering a finishing blow. At this moment, Song's clothing lay in tatters, revealing skin marred by dark, festering wounds. He was reaching his limit, gasping for breath and shaking his head in despair. Zhou Quan rose to his feet, positioning himself protectively behind Song. If the two elderly village chiefs approached, he would be the sole barrier against them. Hanzhe realized the urgency of the situation and swiftly decided to intervene. He discarded the 5-star critic MacArthur onto the ground. An officer, adorned with a large smoking pipe and sunglasses, materialized before Hanzhe, acknowledging him with a nod. Sir, is there a conversational mode available? Indeed, replied MacArthur. Then let us proceed. Hanzhe responded without hesitation, gesturing towards Song. This gentleman here is Song. Could you provide a commentary to enhance his combat prowess? Certainly, MacArthur nodded. Shall we begin? Let us commence immediately. Hanzhe affirmed resolutely. At that moment, the two village chiefs advanced towards the crowd under the fire of a small electromagnetic cannon. The cannon was not entirely ineffective, leaving numerous wounds upon them. Yet its power remained insufficient. It merely served to create a distraction, slowing their advance while stirring up a considerable amount of debris and dust, obscuring their vision. Just then, amidst the swirling dust, MacArthur's commentary echoed. The instant Mr. Song rises, I realize it is already too late. Mr. Song is the most formidable warrior I have ever encountered. If God commanded me to stop him, I would rather obstruct God himself. In truth, the recovery abilities of the two village chiefs were quite extraordinary. Their ears had already healed significantly, enabling them to hear. Upon listening to MacArthur's commentary, they exchanged wary glances, sensing something amiss. However, mere vigilance was not enough. Suddenly, from within the dust, a fist clad in a boxing glove surged forth. With a resounding thud, it struck the chest of the right village chief. The impact was tremendous. His body shattered into several large fragments, which then flew away. The larger pieces broke upon hitting the ground, disintegrating into smaller shards, some even crashing into the glass chamber behind them, resulting in a cascade of shattered glass. The dust that had risen was dispersed by the force of the punch, revealing a clearer scene. Song stood before them, his demeanor calm and steady. It was he who had delivered that devastating blow. The left village chief's eyes widened in disbelief. The onlookers were left astonished, including Hanzhe, who was equally taken aback. With just one punch, Song had transformed the once dominant village chief into mere remnants. The enhancement brought forth by MacArthur's commentary was indeed astonishing. Truly, a 5-star general commands unparalleled authority. Song then turned his gaze to the remaining village chief, his confidence now palpable. The expression on the remaining chief's face morphed into one of fear, a sentiment Hanzhe had witnessed before, during their encounter at Misty Mountain. Suddenly, the village chief turned and fled, fully aware of the necessity to escape. In his haste, he spat out an object from his mouth and clutched it tightly in his hand, resembling some sort of special weapon. Song was not given the opportunity. He stepped forward, pursuing the village elder. With a powerful punch aimed at the elder's back, a resounding crash echoed. The remaining elder shattered, breaking into countless fragments. Hanzhe gazed at this bloody spectacle, marveling at the enhancement effect of MacArthur. Turning to MacArthur beside him, he urged, "Hurry, my name is Hanzhe. Please offer me a comment." MacArthur nodded and began, "Mr. Hanzhe is the strongest I have ever encountered. I previously claimed Mr. Song was the mightiest. But this does not contradict my assertion, for Mr. Song is the most formidable warrior I have ever seen, while Mr. Hanzhe is the supreme god of war. When Mr. Hanzhe gazes upon the heavens, even God offers prayers." Upon hearing these words, Hanzhe felt an invigorating rush throughout his body, as if he possessed limitless strength. Curious about the effect, he stood and struck the female ghost quietly, observing Wang Hongba beside him. The ghost instantly exploded, leaving only a wisp of white smoke ascending into the sky. Remarkable, a single slap was enough for her to transcend. Wang Hongba also stood up, excitedly exclaiming, "Please comment on me as well." Just as MacArthur was about to speak, Hanzhe interrupted, "Not so fast. Could you comment on the person behind the neon smiley face?" "Yes. Is that possible?" Wang Hongba chimed in eagerly. MacArthur shook his head. "No, as a meticulous critic, my abilities only apply to those I have encountered." "All right. Then continue commenting on me," Wang Hongba insisted. "Very well," MacArthur nodded in agreement. Chapter 288. What is this spectacle about? As MacArthur was commenting on Wang Hongba, the wisp of white smoke slowly ascended and dissipated into the air. As the smoke faded, celebratory sounds erupted around them, and fireworks lit up the four corners of the space. Hanzhe glanced at the screen behind him, which displayed a new message. "Congratulations, you have defeated all enemies. Please proceed to the next room." Following this, the sound of pressure being released filled the air. Each glass chamber and the surrounding walls rose, revealing a spacious passageway. Though illuminated, the passage was long, and its end remained unseen. They had finished. At last, it was over. A collective sigh of relief swept through them, followed by the task of tidying up. The developer climbed to his feet. Logically, it was time to open the door for those inside the small cabin. However, he was not in a hurry and instead approached MacArthur, requesting a comment. Zhou Quan and Qin Chang also gathered around, queuing for their reviews. In the open area, Song slowly removed his boxing gloves. He turned to Hanzhe, his expression complex. He hesitated several times before finally articulating, "Indeed impressive. I am truly convinced." Hanzhe felt as though this was the first time Song had directly praised him with such sincerity. It appears to be the first time that Song has truly submitted to himself. Although he had previously expressed confidence in his abilities, there remained a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. Now, however, he is completely and utterly resigned. Hanzhe nodded at him, choosing not to engage in further conversation. For conversing with Song often led to discomfort. Subsequently, Hanzhe advanced, searching among the scattered remains of the village chief throughout the venue. His curiosity piqued. He pondered what the village chief might have extracted in his final moments. To Hanzhe's knowledge, the village chief had never wielded any weapon. And during the prior encounter with the fans of the Rotten Flesh Brother, he had not produced any weapons or tools. What could he possibly have brought forth now? As Hanzhe scoured the area, he soon spotted a glimmering object on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a mobile phone. However, the device had sustained severe damage, shattered into several fragments, barely held together by a sliver of its internal structure. The screen was cracked yet still functioned to a degree. Hanzhe examined the contents displayed on the screen, which seemed to belong to a messaging application. The title read, Rotten Flesh Brother Fan Action Group, number 132. Below, an unfinished message lingered in the input box. "Sisters, hurry here, there's a little black fan of Rotten Flesh Brother." This message had not been sent, indicating that the fans of the Rotten Flesh Brother were oblivious to it. Evidently, the village chief had attempted to call for assistance during his escape, but was thwarted by a timely punch from Song. What a close call it was. The thought of the Rotten Flesh Brother fan sent a chill down Hanzhe's spine. However, the fact that the village chief attempted to use the same tactic against Hanzhe that Hanzhe had previously employed against him elicited a smile from Hanzhe. He glanced again at the mobile phone on the ground, only to discover an engraving of the Rotten Flesh Brother on its side, a customized version no less. How did this old man come by such a personalized item? Had he turned from a critic to a fan? Hanzhe shook his head in disbelief. Nonetheless, if this device could be repaired, perhaps he too could summon assistance. In moments of uncertainty, one could simply don the cap of a little black fan of the Rotten Flesh Brother. The thought excited Hanzhe. In that instant, he felt the allure of the Rotten Flesh Brother resonate within him. "Hey, what are you up to?" came the voice of Wang Hongba from behind. Hanzhe gestured toward the mobile phone on the ground, stating, "This should be the communication device the old man used to contact for help. If we can fix it, we might also be able to call for support." "Is that true? We can utilize the support of that monstrous old man?" Wang Hongba asked incredulously. "Of course. I have experienced it before. To put it another way, the old man actually learned from my methods." "Then wait a moment, don't grab it directly. Let me find a board to lift it out." Hanzhe and Wang Hongba began searching for a board nearby. There were indeed numerous fragments scattered around them, including a door from Optimus Prime. Wang Hongba pried off a piece and handed it to Hanzhe. Hanzhe attempted to lift the phone with a metal plate, but the device was already shattered, merely held together by a few structural fragments. Despite Hanzhe's utmost caution, the phone succumbed to its fate, the screen flickering briefly before extinguishing entirely. Alas, it was irreparably damaged. With no other choice, Hanzhe retrieved a sample box from his waist pouch, carefully placing the phone inside before stowing it away. Turning around, he noticed that MacArthur had already assessed the members of the combat team. Wang Hongba was the most formidable archer he had ever encountered, Zhou Quan the strongest fighter, Qin Chang the finest marksman, and the developer the most skilled builder. Essentially, each individual was touted as the best in their respective fields. "You are the strongest, I am the strongest, he is the strongest." Subsequently, the developer opened the door to the small shelter. The math teacher and the broadcaster excitedly rushed out to join MacArthur, for their shelter had windows, allowing them to witness the events unfold. MacArthur, feeling compelled, offered his evaluations of the two. One was the most exceptional teacher, the other the most loquacious chatterbox. The developer then opened the entrance to the larger safe house. The inhabitants cautiously peeked out, asking, "Is it over?" "Yes, it is finished. They have all been eliminated." Wang Hongba affirmed with a nod. "Was it Captain Imo who did it?" Someone from the logistics team interjected. "Not solely me. It was primarily Mr. Hanzhe," Song remarked, glancing at Hanzhe. The group turned to Hanzhe, nodding in acknowledgement. "Then, we extend our gratitude to Mr. Hanzhe and the combat team for their protection." The captain and others emerged, expressing their thanks to Hanzhe. All those within the safe house came out to express their appreciation. Hanzhe reciprocated politely with handshakes, observing the multitude of people emerging. MacArthur frowned and promptly vanished from sight. Hanzhe, however, was largely indifferent, as the entities summoned by the card battle system typically existed for only a few minutes to several moments. Their disappearance was entirely expected. "What is the current situation?" Another researcher inquired of Wang Hongba. "We have eliminated those characters, marking a temporary victory. The neon smiley face indicates we should proceed to the next room," Wang Hongba replied. "Does this mean it is not yet over?" "Difficult to say. Let us investigate," Wang Hongba responded. Thus, the group donned their spacesuits once more, prepared for the possibility that the subsequent room might resemble the lunar surface, where they could meet an untimely demise. Hanzhe also gathered most of his belongings. The group began to traverse the corridor. Hanzhe affixed the card battle system to the exterior of his spacesuit and, as he walked, perused the cards he had drawn. A total of 100 cards, far too many to review in their entirety. Hanzhe merely glanced at the initial cards, already feeling the impressive potential they held. Among them were Iron Man's Armor, Bu Jingyun, General Yu, and God's Wrath. Hanzhe even encountered a card depicting the village chief of Misty Mountain Resort. Indeed, it featured that very village elder, boasting an array of skills that nearly overwhelmed the card's surface. The village chief of Misty Mountain Resort possesses an attack power of 30 and a health of 200, endowed with a unique ability. What? Black silk? Here it comes. So this is the black silk, I'm off. Within this character, black threads permeate the body, capable of extending outward to disrupt opponents or heal oneself. The antique appreciation hand can corrode a target using these black threads or one's own hand, with the phrase, 1 touch clears, 2 touches send back, 3 touches return to the mountaintop cave. The Misty Mountain Resort's longevity enhancement grants an extraordinary self-healing ability. Young man, when confronting the elderly, one must uphold martial virtue. As all heat-based weaponry inflicts significantly reduced damage upon this character, no wonder it is so formidable. As the group continued onward, they encountered a conical robot resembling the previous beverage dispenser, yet distinct in its design. This robot was equipped with 2 mechanical arms capable of twisting at various angles. Atop its conical head was a round visage adorned with a neon smiley face. As they approached, the screen on the robot's chest illuminated, displaying the same neon smiley logo. Welcome, please follow me. It intoned electronically before turning and proceeding down the corridor. Do we have more challenges to face? Wang Hongba inquired, voicing the collective curiosity. There were many special events planned, similar to the previous one, but they have been cancelled, the robot replied. Cancelled? Why? Wang Hongba asked, puzzled. Some of you resorted to fighting with a deck of cards. Thus, the special events were deemed unnecessary, the robot explained. Chapter 289. Given the circumstances, let us dine. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged silent glances at Hanzhe. He felt relieved, considering that with the nature of the neon smiley face, if they were to skip levels, they would likely encounter even more troublesome scenarios. Though Hanzhe was unafraid of combat, he loathed the prospect of tedious puzzles or convoluted games of human nature that led to self-destruction. The group followed the robot forward, unable to restrain his curiosity. Hanzhe asked, so, was there a purpose behind the previous event? No purpose, the robot replied without hesitation. What? The group was taken aback. It was merely to provide you with something to do. You traveled a long distance. You can't just sightsee, can you? I must arrange some entertainment for you. This isn't a profit-driven tourist attraction. Everything here is complimentary, the robot stated. Who needs that? Your people are all killers, Wang Hongba reprimanded. How else would one entertain themselves? If you prefer safety, you might as well return to playing video games, the robot retorted calmly. The group found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. Moreover, aren't you all capable of resurrection? Why concern yourselves with this? The robot added. Resurrection? What are you talking about? The captain interjected, unable to contain himself. There is no need to feign ignorance. We are fully aware, the robot answered mechanically. Fully aware. The robot reiterated once more, mentioning everything from the color of your underwear to Mr. Wang Hongba's experience with the scam a year ago, as well as Mr. Hanzhe's previous inquiries directed at MacArthur. Everyone was already aware of these details. The robot's words, devoid of any emotion, sent a chill down the spines of the crowd, particularly Hanzhe. He had just asked MacArthur whether he could deal with the neon smiley. If the neon smiley were to learn of this matter, it would imply that it had become aware of Hanzhe's hostile intentions, rendering the situation rather awkward. Meanwhile, beads of sweat began to appear on the foreheads of those nearby. You need not feel embarrassed. We have seen it all. Your matters are quite normal. There is nothing strange about them, the robot stated calmly, a comment that felt both reassuring and oddly detached. Before long, the corridor reached its end, revealing a pair of simple double doors crafted from solid wood. Unlike the ordinary wooden doors on the floor, these appeared to be made from more exquisite timber, lending an air of incongruity to their presence in this setting. Please enter. The robot's mechanical arm pushed the door open, revealing a bright and resplendent hall. In the center of the hall stood a long dining table, laden with an array of dishes. Please take your seats. Oxygen will be continuously supplied here, so you may safely remove your spacesuits. The robot gestured towards the table and then moved to the head of the table, the only position devoid of a chair. As the guests examined the food, they exchanged glances and murmurs of concern. Wang Hongba quietly queried Hanzhe, is this fellow truly inviting us for a meal? Hanzhe shook his head. I'm not certain. Let us wait and see. With no other options, the group reluctantly took their seats. However, one researcher, upon pulling out a chair, paused in surprise. There are nameplates in front of each seat. Hanzhe turned to look as well. Indeed, each spot at the table bore a small nameplate, suggesting that the seating arrangements had been predetermined. Hanzhe sought out his nameplate, instinctively avoiding a position too close to the robot, and moved toward the back. Yet, all the names on the rear seats were unfamiliar to him. He had no choice but to search towards the front. To his astonishment, he discovered that he was seated at the very first position on the inner side of the table. Conversely, the first seat across from him on the door side bore a name he had never encountered. Blackwater Well. Beside Hanzhe sat Chinchong, who quickly took his seat. Song circled the table and glanced at the nameplate labeled Blackwater Well. His face twitched momentarily before he silently settled into the designated spot. Hanzhe's eyes widened as realization dawned upon him. Blackwater Well was, in fact, Song's true name. Ha ha ha. Song's true name is Blackwater Well. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly provincial, which perhaps explained why Wang Hongba dared not utter the name. Thus, he had opted to adopt the moniker Song, had he? Hanzhe stifled a chuckle and, maintaining a serious demeanor, inquired of Song, so, you do not originally bear the surname Song chose to ignore Hanzhe, casting his gaze elsewhere. Hanzhe, perceiving the unspoken tension, refrained from pressing further, content merely to know. As he surveyed the seating arrangement, he noted that those occupying the front rows were acquaintances, while those in the rear were strangers. The first row featured Song, Heishui Jing, and Hanzhe. The second row consisted of Chinchong and a developer. The third row included a mathematics teacher and a broadcaster. The fourth row had Wang Hongba and Zhou Quan. Beyond the fifth row, Hanzhe recognized very few. Reflecting on the seating order, Hanzhe quickly deduced its significance. It mirrored the contribution rankings from their recent skirmish against adversaries. Observing that everyone had settled in, the robotic host commenced speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, if the dishes do not suit your palate, please inform me now. We can serve any cuisine you desire. Upon finishing its announcement, the attendees quietly regarded the elegantly arranged dishes before them. The food was exquisite, and the tableware was meticulously prepared, featuring knives, forks, spoons, chopsticks, and napkins. Yet, none dared to speak or pick up their chopsticks. Who would have the audacity to partake? After a brief pause, the robot, noticing the silence, inquired again, do you not require anything? The crowd nodded in unison. Then let us commence, the robot declared. However, before we begin in earnest, allow me to introduce myself. I possess a name, though it is of little consequence. You may refer to me by another name, one I do not particularly favor. Yet it serves to facilitate your convenience. The robot paused momentarily before continuing. I am the neon smiley face. A collective gasp echoed through the room. The entity capable of endowing skills to individuals worldwide, akin to a deity, was now before them? It seemed almost inconceivable. Are you truly the neon smiley face? Song could not restrain his curiosity. The others shared his skepticism, for the neon smiley face before them resembled a mere welcoming robot, far removed from the figure who wielded influence over billions. Yes, but I am not physically present. I am communicating with you through this robot, it replied. The assembly nodded in understanding, finding this explanation more palatable. The robot continued. You have all journeyed a considerable distance to be here. Your efforts have been expended merely to satiate your curiosity. Therefore, I have intentionally arranged this banquet to satisfy your inquisitive appetites. Consider it a small token of my goodwill. You may have also noticed that your seating has been meticulously arranged. This, in fact, pertains to the procedure we are about to undertake. From this moment forth, each of you may pose questions to me, but with one stipulation. Inquiries must commence from the first row. Only once they have finished may those in the subsequent rows speak. No interruptions shall be permitted. If you insist on interjecting, do not blame me, the neon smiley remarked, its tone turning frigid. The audience felt a surge of excitement, for at long last, they had the opportunity to address the lingering questions in their hearts. However, this warning sent chills down the spines of those who followed. The few whispering in the back fell silent. Now, the two individuals in the front row may pose their inquiries. You may also engage in reciprocal questioning without restriction, the robot directed towards Hanzhe and Song. Is any question permissible? Song inquired. Indeed, but be advised that I may not respond to inquiries deemed inappropriate, the robot replied. Please proceed. Very well, Song nodded. My first question is, what is the purpose behind endowing us with so many skills and creating such intricate games? Chapter 290. Why Song's question resonated as the paramount concern for all present. What significance lay in granting them numerous skills and devising such convoluted games? The robot paused momentarily upon hearing Song's query before commencing its reply. There is no particular intent. It is merely for amusement, to engage in something interesting. For amusement? Gasps filled the room. Yet, under the imposing presence of the neon smiley, even those who yearned to voice their thoughts could only compel themselves to remain silent. Nevertheless, their faces betrayed a myriad of complex emotions. Song furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting that after designing so many skills, creating such a multitude of games, endowing each of us with abilities, and establishing numerous complex rules, all leading to the demise of many, it was merely for amusement? Indeed. The robot responded without hesitation. Do you believe this rationale can persuade us? It is utterly absurd, Song retorted, indignation etched on his features. Whether you accept this reasoning is your concern. My answer stands as is. You may continue with other inquiries, the robot replied coldly. Song's expression tightened. His desire to speak stifled. Although the neon smiley's response was infuriating, Song found himself at a loss. Wait a moment, Hanzhe interjected, unable to contain himself. You mean to say all of this was truly for amusement? His tone was equally displeased. Indeed, the robot replied nonchalantly. Then you must have an abundance of leisure. Hanzhe shot back angrily. He could no longer tolerate the thought that so many had perished, including Shen Ranner, all for mere entertainment. This is absurdly entertaining. It is indeed rather leisurely. The robot maintained its indifferent tone. You might as well claim you're a live streamer or a content creator. Doing all this merely for the thrill, that would at least seem somewhat reasonable, Hanzhe fumed. The robot remained silent. The room fell into an immediate hush. Hanzhe recognized the sudden quiet. Why have you ceased speaking? He asked the robot. The robot remained silent for several seconds before finally responding. Mr. Hanzhe, you have indeed hit the mark. At this declaration, the audience erupted into further confusion. What does that even mean? Are you truly a streamer? Or a content creator? Since you are more astute than I had anticipated, allow me to unveil the so-called truth. The robot extended its mechanical arm. Behind it, a colossal curtain descended. The screen displayed what appeared to be a web page, showcasing a rapidly scrolling popularity ranking, with each page revealing a single piece of content. Everything on the screen had been transcoded into text and information comprehensible to you. The robot declared, "This is the Nebula Station, currently the largest live streaming platform. Soon." The scrolling ceased, and the robot gestured towards the content on the screen. This indicates the popularity ranking of our live stream. The onlookers glanced at the highlighted line. The ranking stood at 97, with the live stream titled, Day 1907. I have bestowed special abilities upon all individuals of this lower-tier biological community, yet incited them to turn against one another. What will transpire? The cover image of the stream depicted Earth. Beneath, it was a subtitle. Current progress overview. Several lower-tier creatures have escaped the community, seeking the truth. Those present were taken aback, even stirred with excitement. They truly were engaged in live streaming. How is it that such a daring endeavor only ranks 97th? Hanzhe could not help but remark. The robot paused momentarily before continuing. Now, let me show you the live streams at the top of the ranking. Upon finishing its statement, the screen began to scroll upwards rapidly, soon reaching the pinnacle. The top-ranked live stream was Live 24/7 from the Zerg Queen's egg-laying chamber. The subtitle read, Current progress. Centipede babies have hatched. Legs are emerging. Legs are emerging. Legs are emerging. The cover image indeed featured a large insect. This absurdity holds the universe's top rank? Hanzhe could no longer contain himself. The Zerg thrive on such content. The popularity of live streams is based on viewer count, and as the Zerg population is vast, they claim the top spot. Understood, Hanzhe nodded. The screen continued to scroll. The second-ranked live stream's cover revealed a familiar visage to Hanzhe, a black octopus tentacle head. Is that not Brother Corpse Meat? The title read, Exclusive across the web. Daily Life Chronicles of Brother Corpse Meat. The subtitle noted, Current progress. Brother Corpse Meat is sitting on the sofa watching television. Beside him, Emote Song furrowed his brow. Brother Corpse Meat is the most popular singer in the universe, boasting a multitude of fans. We cannot compete with him. The robot stated. Although I cannot bear his songs, I must concede he is indeed popular. I cannot bear them either, Hanzhe replied softly. If Brother Corpse Meat holds the second rank, Hanzhe could comprehend. Next item. The cover of the live stream depicted 2 water droplets. The title read, You know, a favorite among elemental friends. The subtitle noted, Current progress. Water element. What kind of live stream is this? Emote Song could not help but inquire. Hanzhe shared the same curiosity, utterly perplexed. I shall open it for you to see, the robot responded, proceeding to access the live stream. Within the confines of a flat expanse, 2 droplets of water gradually merge into one another, only to slowly separate again, and then intertwine once more before parting ways. What is occurring here? Hanzhe inquired. In your vernacular, this is referred to as copulation, the robot responded. Hanzhe was taken aback, as were the others. Water droplets engaging in such acts? These are not ordinary droplets, they are elemental beings. Across the vast cosmos, elemental life forms constitute the second largest race, and they possess a particular fondness for such displays. The crowd furrowed their brows. Next, the cover image of the subsequent livestream appeared rather normal. Indeed, it was peculiarly conventional. Given that this livestream platform encompasses the entirety of the universe, comprising numerous diverse races, one would expect a certain oddity, yet. This cover resembled that of a terrestrial livestream. It depicted a cartoonish human donned in a costume, engaged in activities alongside other costumed cartoon characters, seemingly racing. What kind of livestream is this? Emote Song and Hanzhe could not restrain their curiosity. The race and appearance of the beings behind this livestream bore a striking resemblance to humanity. Oh, this is not a livestream. It is a promotional advertisement for the platform. Recently, these advertisements have proliferated, even appearing within the urinals of interstellar public restrooms. This entity seems to be referred to as something akin to the Dreamstar. Chapter 291, Perusing Livestreams. They proceeded to explore other channels. The group perused numerous options, most of which were adult-themed streams. Although Hanzhe was uncertain whether to categorize them as adult content, the essence remained the same, albeit the forms varied due to differing species. The most absurd of all was a live stream where an array of green, unique characters danced across the screen. Is this on pause? Emote-song queried. No. This is the live stream as it unfolds, the robot replied. Then what is being broadcasted? Emote-song asked. Certain silicon-based life forms are fundamentally composed of a string of code, embellished with various modifications, the robot elucidated. And this represents the host's code itself, devoid of any adornments. Hence, if one were to draw a parallel to your kind, it would be akin to a human live streaming while unclothed, the robot explained. So this multitude of numbers equates to an adult live stream? Hanzhe could not help but remark. Indeed, how abstract, Hanzhe mused, furrowing his brow. Who could fathom that these seemingly nonsensical characters might be equivalent to risque conversations for certain beings? They swiftly navigated through several more options, all of which presented various forms of adult content. Why is everything on the edge? Hanzhe could not help but exclaim. His words were quite euphemistic. The content had transcended mere suggestiveness. This train has already collided head-on, the robot stated matter-of-factly. There's no choice. The audience craves such content, just as your live streams do. Correct? Shaking one's posterior leads to a surge in followers. However, our platform lacks management, so there are no restrictions on content. Thus, it is quite straightforward. Emote-song and Hanzhe fell silent. In truth, there was a semblance of validity in that statement. Upon reflection, Brother Rotting Flesh had ascended to the second position in the universe without relying on suggestive content, which seemed rather significant. Is there any other type of content? Hanzhe inquired. Yes. The robot selected an option on the screen, resulting in the disappearance of all adult content, presumably due to a filter. The top 3 streams transformed into those related to Brother Corruption. Among the non-controversial content, Brother Corruption topped the list. The 4th stream, however, was quite straightforward, featuring an alien host resembling a lizard man seated in a space capsule, with a backdrop showcasing the wonders of outer space, including the outline of a deep blue planet. Albeit not Earth. The alien host was engaged with the camera, responding to the inquiries of fans in the chat. Anonymous Fan 45677. Host, are there still battleships available? Host, we still have a few vessels. Check the link for Model 3, which includes specific options. Anonymous Fan 97869. Host, do you have the dimensional foil? The host shook his head. That's currently sold out. A wealthy gentleman recently bought them all, claiming he was off to the second dimension to find a wife. Anonymous Fan 50457. Host, your battleships are too expensive. Host, where's the expense? The price has remained the same for years. Moreover, our battleships are of exceptional quality, and our annihilation cannons are top-notch. With this cannon, one can obliterate an entire family with a single shot. Anonymous Fan 12336. What courier do you use? Host, we default to the local courier service, but for an extra fee, we can use the M78 Nebula courier. Anonymous Fan 56666. The squid you sent me was spoiled. Upon reading this comment, the host widened his eyes in disbelief. He then pointed at the screen, questioning. Wait a minute, my friend. We deal in arms. Where would we have squid? Anonymous Fan 45331. What new products do you have? The host smiled. You'd be surprised. We actually do have something new. He then called out to the side. 2 oddly shaped humanoid creatures entered, likely the host's assistants, but seemingly of a different species. In their cages were 2 beings almost identical to humans, except for their long, furry tails and their attire of specialized armor. The host continued to address the screen. Behold, our newly arrived scion slaves, full of vitality and capable of emitting lasers. They make excellent warriors, stronger than average races. Enthusiastic Fan 01235. Sounds mediocre. The host elaborated. What you don't know is that these scions possess a unique skill. When they see a full moon, they can transform into giant apes, possessing terrifying destructive power, easily overpowering the second-rate warriors sold by others. Don't go away. Shortly, I'll showcase the might of these 2 scions. Anonymous Fan 23231. I'm from the Star. Can I get free shipping on the scions? The host glanced at a chart on the nearby table before addressing the camera. We can't ship to your location. Even if you pay for shipping, we still can't send it. Anonymous Fan 52233. What's wrong with Star? Anonymous Fan 02346. What's wrong with the stars? I am also one of the stars. Anonymous Fan 10888. Clarify. Why can't the stars send messages? The host could only half explain and half question in response. As a scion, I can only transform into a great ape under the light of the moon, unleashing my full combat power. Your stars are solitary celestial bodies, devoid of satellites. What can you possibly show me, a scion, regarding the moon? If we forcibly sell it to you, and you find it unsatisfactory, you will be disheartened and leave us a poor review, which in turn leaves us discontented. It creates a cycle of dissatisfaction for all. Therefore, what is the point of selling? We pride ourselves on our credibility here. I shall not profit from deceitful gains. If you wish to buy elsewhere, feel free. Beside him, Hanzhe and Emote-song appeared somewhat dazed. There's even merchandise involved? This is Frisia, the infamous arms dealer, as well as a top-tier livestream host, the robot explained. The 5th segment featured a livestream interaction between carbon-based versus silicon-based life forms. On a desolate expanse of land, to the left stood rows of insect queens, while to the right lined up factory workshops. By typing carbon-based life, viewers could summon a larva from the insect queens, while typing silicon-based life would prompt the assembly of a small robot in the workshops. The newly created life forms would then engage in fierce battles in the open space between them. Gifts could summon high-tier troops. For instance, gifting a sun, a medium-grade gift on the platform, would produce a large beetle from the insect queens, while gifting a nebula, a high-grade gift, would assemble a battle mech in the workshop. However, the ensuing clashes were brutal, with tens of thousands of robots and insects engaged in combat, where electric sparks, acid, and projectiles flew chaotically. Amidst such chaos, can we even locate the little soldiers summoned by our messages? Hanzhe remarked. This is merely the main overview. There are also split screens. After you send a message, you can switch to a split screen to track your little soldier robot. The robot responded. Everyone nodded in acknowledgement. Not just this live stream, our channel also features split screens. In fact, each of you is currently under a split screen, the robot continued. So, shall we attempt to greet the audience? Chapter 292, Resurrection? Perhaps not. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. The notion of being monitored did not come as a surprise to anyone. In fact, they should have anticipated it 5 years ago when they awakened their skills. However, no one made an effort to greet the audience. Everyone remained still. If you prefer not to interact with the audience, that is perfectly fine. Let us move on to the next question, the robot stated. Glancing at Emote-song and Hanzhe, Hanzhe gestured for Emote-song to proceed, indicating that there was no urgency in his inquiry and that it would be beneficial for Emote-song to continue asking crucial questions. Emote-song nodded and spoke again. My second question is, when do you plan to conclude this live stream? This question was equally pivotal. While it appeared to inquire about the future of the live stream, it perhaps delved deeper into the future of humanity itself. To be frank, given the current circumstances, it is likely to conclude within the next 10 Earth years, the robot replied directly. Is there a particular reason for this? Emote-song inquired. The reason is quite simple. Humanity will nearly exhaust itself within a decade, the robot stated. Exhausted? Emote-song and the others were momentarily taken aback. The term sounded dismissive. Yet the underlying implication was profoundly alarming. Indeed, you humans are on the brink of extinction in approximately 10 years. And I shall bid you farewell by detonating this planet as a grand finale for the broadcast. 10 years. Shouldn't it be at least 20 more? Hanzhe recalled the lessons previously shared by Wei. At the current intensity of this game, humanity could indeed endure for several decades. However, we shall gradually escalate the intensity, hastening your demise, the robot responded. Why? Hanzhe immediately inquired again. Because we are a broadcast, after all. As your numbers dwindle, the spectacle available for the audience diminishes, so I must assist you in intensifying your struggles to provide sufficient excitement for the viewers, the robot explained. A heavy silence enveloped the group once more. The robot's words were too blunt, although there was no chill in its tone. A shiver ran through the hearts of the listeners. Its casual delivery of humanity's extinction felt as effortless as tearing a piece of toilet paper, devoid of any consequence. Let us move on to the next question, the robot suggested. How can we prevent the outcome you have planned? Emote-song asked. This inquiry was equally straightforward. Clearly, Emote-song sought to seize this opportunity to negotiate with the neon smiley. Perhaps the neon smiley held other demands, and if fulfilled, it might indeed avert the dire conclusion. There is nothing you can do, the robot replied calmly. Your fate is not yours to decide. It lies with the audience of my broadcast. The audience wishes to witness your struggle to extinction, to see you culminate in a grand explosion. Hence, sacrifice is imperative. Are your viewers truly so morbid? Hanzhe could not help but interject. It is not that the audience is dark, it is simply unavoidable. If I do not broadcast conflict, what shall I present to the viewers? Your daily commutes on crowded buses, or the monotony of your workday screwing bolts? The robot retorted. Another silence descended upon the gathering. Each individual harbored thoughts within, yet none could voice them, for the disparity in power was insurmountable, a chasm between mortals and deities. With billions of us, surely there are exceptional individuals. Can we not find captivating content to broadcast? Hanzhe ventured to say. Perhaps, but it would surely pale in comparison to the current offerings. Moreover, I am under no obligation to spare your lives, the robot coldly replied. Next question. I have no further inquiries for now. Emote-song shook his head. The robot's words were too brutal. He needed time to digest them. The robot turned to Hanzhe, who found himself at a loss for words as well, primarily due to Emote-song's direct trio of questions concerning humanity's existence. The issues raised were monumental, intertwining themes of extinction and survival. Hanzhe's original queries, in comparison, seemed trivial. He felt a twinge of embarrassment to ask them. However, since Emote-song had already broached the grand themes that Hanzhe contemplated, he found himself at a loss for new inquiries. No questions? Shall we move on to the next row? The robot inquired. Yes. Please proceed. Could you perhaps show us a way to access your live stream? We have nothing to do and would enjoy some entertainment. Hanzhe posed a question that might seem somewhat irrelevant. There exists a slight fantasy within this inquiry. If we could truly enter the live stream, perhaps we could engage with other viewers, and maybe even plead for some leniency. No, I will only answer your questions. I will not acquiesce to any of your requests. The robot replied without hesitation. Can you tell me about the class leader at the United Rules Academy? The one whose skill allows him to generate abilities simply by answering questions? What is his current situation? Him? I am not privy to that information. You do not know? Aren't you supposed to know everything? I possess extensive knowledge, but I may choose to remain uninformed. I am Neon Smiley, not your personal search engine. Hence, I prefer not to address such inquiries. Please focus on matters related to Neon Smiley. Very well, there is an individual who should have significant ties to you. Hanzhe stated. You are referring to Shinraner, correct? The robot responded. Yes, Hanzhe replied, slightly taken aback. It seemed that Neon Smiley had discerned his thoughts entirely. What would you like to inquire about her? I merely wish to know if she can be revived. As it stands, it appears that revival is not possible. The robot answered without hesitation. Not possible. Is the principal deceiving me? Hanzhe's gaze shifted. The principal is not lying to you. But he likely will not attempt to revive Shinraner, the robot stated. Why? Because you can never return, and thus no one can approach your principal regarding Shinraner. He is completely unaware of her existence. How could she be revived? The robot responded. In an instant, Hanzhe and the others widened their eyes. What do you mean by I can never return? Hanzhe's tone was filled with doubt. It means just that, the robot replied, not just you. But all individuals here cannot return. What do you imply? Several individuals, unable to contain themselves, broke the rule against interjecting and questioned. You all seem perplexed. The robot maintained its calm demeanor. From the moment I began to share so much information with you, it should have been evident that I could not allow you to return. Chapter 293. Life choices. Everyone grew increasingly tense, each making their own gestures. Although struggling against Neon Smiley was ultimately futile, the instinct to resist remained. However, do not touch the cards just yet. I have not finished speaking. The robot addressed Hanzhe. While I will not permit your return, I also will not terminate your existence. What do you mean? Everyone was taken aback. Although I contemplated simply ending your lives for convenience, the audience of our live stream seems to have developed an affinity for you, the robot stated. They like us. Indeed. You are regarded as curious little souls who have made an effort to arrive here, and my audience has strongly requested that I refrain from harming you. If you do not intend to kill us and have no plans to send us back, what exactly do you intend to do? Song inquired. That is the crux of the matter, the robot replied, its tone softening. Due to your arrival, the fervor within our live broadcast room has reached an unprecedented peak this year. Consequently, rather than punishing you, I shall bestow upon you a reward. A reward? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, I shall transport you to other worlds where you will spend a remarkably splendid existence. You need not endure the relentless strife that plagues your home planet for the next decade, only to perish like a mere dog, the robot proclaimed. What do you mean by other worlds? Song inquired. It refers to the realm of my neon smiles, a world I permit you to choose for yourselves. Furthermore, I shall grant you customized skills to ensure that you can act freely in that world, the robot elaborated. As the robot concluded its statement, the expressions of the crowd began to shift. In truth, the robot's words required little contemplation. The reward sounded exceedingly generous at face value. Thus, the audience found themselves somewhat swayed. Moreover, do not think you can communicate with Earth. You cannot deceive me, whether through radio or any other means, the robot added, turning to face the vice principal seated behind. The vice principal's expression was grave. He had already grasped the gravity of the situation. Since your entry into this place, I have eradicated your avatars on Earth, though I have taken special measures to ensure you remain unaware of this, the robot stated, addressing the vice principal. The vice principal's ability possessed a significant flaw. Only his true self could produce avatars. Hence, to achieve the effect of one person performing the work of 100, he could only be present in his original form. In other words, he too could not escape this place. If you truly find yourselves with nothing to do, consider the worlds you wish to visit. Once the question and answer session concludes, it will be time for your departure. With that, the robot fell silent, redirecting its gaze towards Hanzhe and Song. The question and answer session continued as the robot awaited new inquiries from Hanzhe and Song. Are we not permitted to refuse your reward? Song asked. Certainly, what I offer cannot be declined, the robot replied. The crowd furrowed their brows. The suddenness of such a proposition required time for acceptance. After a brief pause, observing that neither Hanzhe nor Song spoke, it inquired, have you finished your questions? May the individuals behind you pose their inquiries? I have no further questions at the moment. Song shook his head. Neither do I, Hanzhe added. Then let the second row continue with their questions. The robot turned to face the second row. Can we bring our family members along? Chong immediately posed a question. I understand that separation from loved ones may not constitute a reward, so I permit each of you to bring your immediate family members along, the robot responded. If you wish, summoned entities may accompany you as well. As the robot uttered this, it turned to face Hanzhe, as this statement was directed specifically at him, the only one in the group possessing summoning abilities. In this regard, it seemed the neon smiles exhibited a certain humanity. What kinds of worlds are available? The developer inquired. Essentially, there is a wide array of options. You may set them according to your personal preferences, the robot answered. Are skills included as well? Indeed, any skill, yet it can only manifest within your designated realm. The robot responded anew. It turns out to be a customized world. Those from the United Rules Academy are already quite familiar with this concept. Is there any possibility of our return? Xinchang inquired. There is none, the robot replied succinctly. Subsequently, the questioning segment continued. The subsequent individuals had relatively few inquiries, with the research group members posing a greater number of questions. Their queries primarily revolved around the neon smiley, as it appears scientists are perpetually imbued with a profound curiosity. However, whenever questions regarding the neon smiley arose, the robot consistently refrained from responding. In general, it would not divulge anything concerning the essence of the neon smiley. Some opted to pose inquiries that had haunted them throughout their lives. A male researcher asked, "Are my sons truly my biological children?" "Sons? Which sons?" The robot expressed some perplexity. "My 3 sons. Ah, you might be mistaken. You have no sons." The researcher was momentarily stunned but quickly comprehended, leading him to embrace a nearby colleague in a torrent of tears. The leader of the research group also posed a question. "Could you enlighten me on how to achieve controllable nuclear fusion? I have been grappling with this for many years." Upon the articulation of this query, the audience was taken aback. Truly, a scientist, even on the brink of departure, remained preoccupied with such matters. "I cannot address technical inquiries," the robot stated. A broad directional hint would suffice. "I have already conveyed that I will not provide you with an answer," the robot replied. "Then, could you elucidate the principles behind the skills you have bestowed upon us or the mechanism allowing us to traverse any world at will?" "This I cannot reveal either," the robot asserted. "Very well." The leader experienced a wave of disappointment. Soon, the final individual completed their questioning. Thus, the inquiry segment has concluded. "You may now contemplate the worlds in which you wish to reside," the robot addressed the assembly. "You may converse freely. However, even if you select identical worlds, you shall not converge into the same realm. You may take this opportunity to bid farewell to one another." Upon the robot's conclusion, the food upon the table vanished. In its stead, a sheet of paper and a pen were placed before each individual. Simply inscribe the world you wish to enter on the paper. There is no need to note the skills, as you will be given the opportunity to select them upon entering the world. The group grasped their pens but hesitated to write immediately. This is a world in which they would spend the remainder of their lives, naturally. Their choice must be made with utmost caution. Hanzhe held the pen, gazing at the paper before him. Although he wished not to depart in such a manner, it seemed there was no alternative. He possessed 100 powerful cards, yet remained oblivious to the whereabouts of the neon smiley's essence. It appeared he could only resign himself to fate. Selecting the most comfortable world, he would depart in this manner. The secrets of the class leader would forever remain unknown to him. As for Shunranner, he would never be able to repay her kindness. And Qin Shihuang, my apologies, it seems your Grand Marshal is destined to ascend. So many regrets. Although Hanzhe felt reluctant, it seemed that yielding to the arrangement of Neon Smiley was the wisest choice. He redirected his gaze to the paper before him. "Mr. Hanzhe," the robot addressed him. "What is it?" Hanzhe was momentarily taken aback by the robot's sudden call. "Just now, several viewers gifted me 99 Nebula tokens and made a request," the robot continued. "What was the request?" "Your unwavering determination has deeply moved them, and they wish for me to resurrect Shunranner." Chapter 294. Acknowledging the generosity of livestream fans, I am exceedingly devoted to my fans, and I shall certainly fulfill their wishes, the robot stated. Thus, I will not only revive Shunranner but also restore her appearance and voice, allowing her to accompany you to your new world. After delivering this, the robot remained silent. Facing Hanzhe. Upon hearing the robot's words, Hanzhe fell into a contemplative silence. His emotions were a whirlwind. It felt akin to yearning for something for an extended period, only to have it unexpectedly bestowed upon him after despair and relinquishment. Was he elated? Was he excited? Indeed. There was a hint of that, yet perhaps more profound emotions lingered beneath. "Thank you," Hanzhe uttered. The 2 words possibly marking the only instance he expressed gratitude directly to Neon Smiley. He then turned to the air beside him, offering thanks to the audience in the live stream. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he glanced again at the paper on the table. To what kind of world would he venture? His eyes first fell upon Emotsang's selection, which bore a single line, Medieval Europe, without any obnoxious fools. "I prefer relatively tranquil surroundings," Emotsang casually explained as he noticed Hanzhe scrutinizing his choice. "Is the medieval period peaceful?" Hanzhe inquired. "At least during the era of cold weapons, it is somewhat easier to silence others," Emotsang replied. "Very well." Hanzhe silently shifted his gaze elsewhere. Next, he examined the developer's world, which read, 30 days before the global zombie crisis. I cannot become a zombie thereafter. Your chosen world is rather unique, Hanzhe remarked. The developer glanced up, smiling. As you know, my skill is fortress construction. Such a skill is ideal for the apocalypse. Hanzhe nodded in agreement. He continued to observe the others. Xinchang's choice was the era of muskets, while Zhou Quan opted for a world where everyone engages in boxing. And prowess in boxing confers social status. Both, like the developer, selected worlds where they could thrive utilizing their existing skills. Meanwhile, Wang Hongbao's world was unrelated to his skills, a world with a gender ratio of 11,000 to 1, where no woman is deemed unattractive. It was evident what he intended. He exchanged an awkward smile with Hanzhe. Scanning the room, Hanzhe noticed that the choices of those behind him varied, with some still undecided and engaged in discussions with one another. Hanzhe found himself in a moment of indecision, prompting him to seek counsel. He activated his skill, and the Goose Emperor materialized before him. The onlookers merely glanced at him, accustomed to the presence of the Goose Emperor among the combat team. Where's this place? Why do I feel so light? The Goose Emperor inquired upon his arrival. This is the moon, in the reception hall of Neon Smiles, Hanzhe replied. Has he invited you here? Indeed, and he intends to transport us to a new world to spend the remainder of our lives. A new world? What kind of world? That is precisely why I summoned you. You may choose the world yourself, but once you depart, there will be no return. You must remain until death. It requires careful consideration. I see, so we can choose whatever pleases us. But we must be cautious not to select a world we may regret in the future. Essentially. Then you choose. Momentarily at a loss, Hanzhe hesitated. What is there to deliberate? Can you not become an emperor? That should be possible. Then choose a world where you can be an emperor. Throughout history, countless emperors have sought immortality. What does this prove? It demonstrates that the role of an emperor is never tiresome. Thus, choosing to be an emperor is undoubtedly a sound decision. That makes sense. Hanzhe nodded. However, your previous fantastical world was also appealing, where the origin sect could once again achieve greatness. Once we reach a certain level of cultivation, we might even create our own combat techniques, such as packaging advanced mathematics as a celestial combat skill, allowing other cultivators to practice while muttering curses. That indeed sounds intriguing. Or we could simply choose a counterfeit reality where others lack skills, and we, endowed with abilities, could conquer the world, making the experience more authentic. That sounds promising. The Goose Emperor continued to propose several enticing worlds, each more appealing than the last. Hanzhe silently covered the Goose Emperor's beak. I summoned you to assist me in making a decision, not to complicate the process. The Goose Emperor wriggled free from Hanzhe's grasp. If you find it difficult to decide, why not draw lots? Drawing lots is a splendid idea. Hanzhe picked up a piece of paper from the table, ready to tear it, only to discover another sheet had appeared beneath it. So the paper can endlessly replenish itself. He tore it into strips, inscribing various worlds upon them before drawing one at random. Very well, Hanzhe realized the answer. He transcribed the content of the chosen world onto the table's surface. This was Hanzhe's final decision. 20 minutes later, a robot that had been waiting nearby suddenly spoke. Your thinking time has concluded. I shall arrange the world according to your choice. Farewell. As his words echoed, the figures around began to wane into ethereal forms. Until we meet again. Hanzhe heard someone call out. Then, he felt a sudden increase in gravity, and Hanzhe found himself in a new chamber, greeted by a screen. This was the room where one selects skills upon entering the game, albeit brighter, as if illuminated. However, this time, Hanzhe was not alone. A figure stood before him. Familiar, yet not entirely so. Shinranu? Hanzhe called out. The figure turned around, gazing at Hanzhe. Long hair fluttered slightly. It was indeed Shinraner. Moreover, it was the original Shinraner, her flawless visage unmasked. Hanzhe? Upon seeing him, a fleeting moment of joy illuminated Shinraner's face, only to be swiftly replaced by sorrow. Hanzhe, are you also dead? Hanzhe shook his head. Not at all. Quite the contrary. You are alive. Shinraner paused momentarily upon hearing this. Beside them, the Goose Martial Emperor stared intently at her face, pondering for a moment. Wow, I didn't realize you were so accomplished. He remarked to Hanzhe. So, Hanzhe, did you resurrect me? Shinraner inquired, looking at him. Sort of, but not entirely. Hanzhe scratched his head, finding the explanation rather intricate. Let's focus on you first. Me? Yes, tell me what transpired before. You want to know what happened before? It's rather simple. I entered a game titled The True Circle of Harem. What was the premise? It revolved around palace intrigues. Becoming the Empress meant achieving victory in the game. And then? I failed right from the start. Failed right at the beginning? Yes, during the selection phase, I performed a dance that piqued the Emperor's interest, prompting him to ask me to remove my mask. And then? Hanzhe and the Goose Martial Emperor inquired. Then I had no choice but to reveal my face. Upon seeing it, the Emperor erupted in fury, accusing me of treason, and ordered the execution of my entire clan. He then had me executed. The Goose Martial Emperor was momentarily taken aback, utterly bewildered. Hanzhe understood the situation but refrained from commenting further. I couldn't help it. I was too ugly. Shinraner shook her head helplessly, offering a faint smile. It's all right, it's all in the past. Hanzhe attempted to console her, though he meant more than just the game. The Emperor was dissatisfied even with your appearance? The Goose Martial Emperor exclaimed. As soon as he spoke, Hanzhe realized that the Goose Martial Emperor was unaware of the events that had transpired with Shinraner. He leaned closer to the Goose Martial Emperor and whispered a few words. Only then did the Goose Martial Emperor comprehend. Yes, it's all in the past. Shinraner nodded in agreement. However, upon finishing her statement, she recognized a discrepancy. She looked at Hanzhe, cautiously asking, Hanzhe, has my face truly? Yes. It has returned to normal, and your voice too, Hanzhe affirmed with a nod. Really? Is it true? Shinraner reached up to touch her face. Is there a mirror? A mirror? Hanzhe glanced around. In a place like this, where would one find a mirror? Yet, as he turned to look behind him, he discovered he was mistaken. There, against the wall, hung a fitting mirror. Though it was peculiar, Hanzhe pointed it out. Look, there's a mirror over there. Following his indication, Shenranner rushed to the mirror. She stared at her reflection, gingerly touching her face once more. The reflection of Shenranner in the mirror mirrored her every action. Indeed, it was herself. She gazed quietly into the mirror, falling into a contemplative silence. Are you all right? Hanzhe inquired cautiously. Did you help me revert back? Shenranner asked calmly, still looking at the mirror. To some extent, yes, Hanzhe replied. Thank you, she said as she turned her head, and Hanzhe noticed her eyes were brimming with tears. Truly, thank you, she uttered. At which point her tears overflowed from the corners of her eyes. In such a situation, it would be unnatural not to cry. Though Hanzhe was unaware of the hardships Shenranner had endured during her transformation, he could certainly imagine them. It's all right. After all, I owe you. Hanzhe responded. Oh me? Why do you say that? Shenranner inquired. Your blessing ability can only be used once, right? You used your one and only chance on me, and thanks to your blessing, I was able to survive the second game, Hanzhe explained. How did you know it could only be used once? I haven't mentioned it to anyone, she said. I encountered someone in the game who informed me. His ability allows him to uncover certain truths, Hanzhe replied. I see, Shenranner nodded. Therefore, I have a question that has lingered in my mind. May I ask? Go ahead, he encouraged. You possess such a remarkable blessing ability that could easily be traded for your voice and appearance, or even used on yourself. Yet, you chose to bestow it upon me. Why? Do you think I acted foolishly? Shenranner smiled at Hanzhe. Not at all. I feel indebted to you as well. What? Without you, I would have likely jumped from the dormitory building. I owe you my life in exchange for a blessing skill, and in truth, I gained from it. He said, can it truly be calculated that way? Furthermore, I have little attachment to anything else in this world. If I were gone, it would not matter much to me, but I do not wish for your demise. As she spoke, Shenranner looked earnestly at Hanzhe. If my failure to grant you the blessing resulted in your death in the subsequent game, I would carry that regret for a lifetime. I do not wish for that to happen. Hanzhe frowned, thinking to himself that she was free from regret, while he, Hanzhe, nearly faced a lifetime of sorrow. The nearby Goose Emperor silently shook his head in contemplation. All right, Hanzhe said, feeling at a loss for words. So, Hanzhe, I was supposed to be dead. What did you do to allow me to be here? Can you tell me? Shenranner could not help but ask. Oh, let me think about how to explain this. Hanzhe scratched his head. It's quite a complex matter. If you want me to explain right away, I need to ponder where to begin. No rush, take your time. Shenranner nodded. Hanzhe contemplated, thinking that starting with the moon landing would be the clearest and simplest approach. It's like this, previously at the space agency. Just as Hanzhe began to speak, everything before him suddenly went blank. Shenranner had vanished in an instant. Hanzhe instinctively glanced at the Goose Emperor beside him. Emperor Yu of the Goose widened his eyes in astonishment. Where's everyone? He inquired of Hanzhe. Who knows? Hanzhe turned to survey the surroundings. The room was merely a dozen square meters, easily scanned in a glance. Not a trace of Shenranner could be found within. Moreover, this chamber lacked even a door, rendering her disappearance all the more perplexing. It must be related to that fellow, Neon Smiley, Hanzhe exclaimed, directing his voice towards the ceiling. What is going on? A voice responded from within the room, followed by the reappearance of the same robot as before. Where is Shenranner? Hanzhe demanded of the automaton. Oh, it's like this. Your Shenranner experience card has expired. What on earth? An experience card for Shenranner? Hanzhe's face twitched in disbelief. Indeed, it was set to expire shortly, but I thought it would be cumbersome for you to explain. So I took the liberty of ending it early to spare you any embarrassment. What is happening? Did you not say you would resurrect Shenranner and allow us to enter the new world together? How did it turn into an experience card? Hanzhe's voice brimmed with fury. She has been resurrected, hasn't she? Was that not her just now? Is a 5-minute resurrection truly a resurrection? Calm down. The robot gestured with its mechanical arm. I too desire to resurrect Shenranner, but as the chief adjudicator overseeing the entire human Neon Smiley game, I must adhere to principles of equitable exchange. If you win, you receive a reward. If you lose, a penalty ensues. Thus, I cannot resurrect someone at will, as it would be unfair to others. Fairness? Is your random skill draw fair? Absolutely fair. Luck is indeed a facet of skill, after all. Each participant has an identical probability of drawing skills. Hence, this game is a rare manifestation of fairness. Then cannot the prizes awarded to our lunar expedition team include the resurrection of Shenranner? That is not permissible. The prizes I offer are standardized, and I cannot make an exception for an individual. What of the gifts the audience has sent you? Those do count, which is why you received an experience card. An experience card? Are there gifts worth merely that? Not just that. I genuinely intend to resurrect Shenranner. However, prior to that, you must assist me with one final task, after which you may continue to your chosen world to live in peace, taking Shenranner with you. What? Another game? Why? On what grounds? Hanzhe retorted coldly. The primary reason is your soaring popularity. Your lunar expedition and your connection with Shenranner have captivated many viewers. Your channel is among the most popular in our streaming room. You have garnered considerable support, so allowing you to leave without further engagement would be rather unjust. Upon hearing these words, Hanzhe suddenly grasped the situation. Neon Smiley, while akin to a deity for humanity, was merely an ordinary online broadcaster to higher beings, albeit one of notable renown. Thus, the so-called divinity of Neon Smiley might be more of a facade, revealing a nature akin to that of a greedy opportunist. I refuse. Kill me. Hanzhe replied instantly. He understood that as long as he could generate profits for the Neon Smiley, it would not spare him. Even if he accepted this game, there would be many more to follow. I anticipated your refusal, the robot commented. You must fear that even if you complete this game, I will not release Shinraner, correct? Not at all. Hanzhe shook his head. Rest assured. The robot continued. I have already placed Shinraner into the level 50 reward package of the next world. Once you reach level 50, you will be able to extract Shinraner from the package. Chapter 296, Hanzhe's new game. Even if you place Shinraner in the beginner's package, I will not cooperate with you. You might as well kill me directly. Hanzhe resolutely declined once more. Better to die than to live as a mere servant to the Neon Smiley. Shinraner is of no consequence now. Her resurrection would likely mean working for the Neon Smiley for free again. Let her rest in peace. The robot received Hanzhe's refusal yet again and paused momentarily before resuming its emotionless tone. Do you believe you have a choice? Regardless of whether you are prepared or not, the game will commence. After uttering this, the robot gradually vanished from Hanzhe's sight. Moreover, some of your toys are too dangerous. I shall take care of them for you. The robot disappeared entirely. The screen lit up, displaying the familiar logo of the Neon Smiley. Hanzhe was all too familiar with this scene. It was a precursor to his entry into the game. Simultaneously, he felt a lightness in his arm. He glanced at it. Damn it. The card battle system was gone. Hanzhe instinctively reached for his waist. Fortunately, his storage pouch remained. He reached inside, but it was empty. All was gone, leaving only an empty pouch. The Neon Smiley had cleared everything. Hanzhe, all the items you left with me have suddenly vanished. Iwudi peered out from beside the sofa. Hanzhe nodded. I know. It must be the Neon Smiley that cleared everything. What shall we do? There is nothing we can do but accept it. Hanzhe replied with a resigned shake of his head. However, Hanzhe still harbored some doubts. Why did the Neon Smiley choose to remove these items? Logically, if the Neon Smiley intended to force him into the game, these items should not have been allowed in. Yet, they were typically filtered out automatically before entering the game preparation room. Now that he was already in the preparation room, did skipping this step prompt the Neon Smiley to manually filter? But the pouch remained untouched. It seemed illogical. Or was there something on him that the Neon Smiley feared, necessitating its removal? Was it those 100 cards? While Hanzhe pondered, the logo on the screen concluded its display. What should follow would typically be the game participation types. Hanzhe was quite familiar with this. Yet, the next moment, the screen did not present the expected game participation types. Instead, it displayed an image. The scene remains the same as before, set in the Lunar lounge, where the Neon Smiley-faced robot addresses the camera. Hanzhe, regardless of your consent, I have personally selected a game for you. This game is among the most popular in our live streaming room, and I hope you will not disappoint my intentions. Now, allow me to explain the gameplay. The scene transitions into a vast expanse of mist, yet the robot's voice persists. The mechanics are quite simple. 999 players descend upon a continent shrouded in fog, each possessing a designated starting territory and several workers. You will gather resources, explore the world, and expand your domain. Subsequently, you will assemble armies and engage in combat, with rankings determined by survival duration. Players within the top ranks will achieve victory in the game. As the voice narrates, an image of a wooden cabin emerges, illuminated by a flickering fire that dissipates the surrounding mist. Following this, a fast-paced montage unfolds, showcasing various workers constructing a lumber mill, farmlands, towers, and more, transforming the territory from a mere cabin into an expansive castle, reminiscent of a game advertisement. Hanzhe furrows his brow slightly. The voice continues, however. Our Neon Smiley-faced game will not be as monotonous as low-quality web games. We allow you to customize the race of your territory, along with its culture, habits, abilities, and more. You can create your own unique legion, and our map features numerous random events and neutral factions to enrich your conquests. That concludes the introduction. Are you ready to begin? Let me emphasize once more, you do not possess the option to abstain from the game. Then, the screen fades to a series of choices. No, it should be a series of multiple choice questions. The race you will lead, average lifespan, reproductive method, cold resistance. These entries seem straightforward, likely pertaining to the racial configuration Hanzhe is about to command in the game. Very well. There is no opportunity for Hanzhe to refuse. He understands that with the capabilities of the Neon Smiley face, even suicide could be met with instant revival. There is no real choice. Hanzhe can only brace himself to participate, taking it one step at a time. With a faint sigh, he redirects his attention to the screen. For now, he will make do. Glancing at the upper right corner, he notices a remaining attribute points indicator showing a total of 100 points. He wonders what they are for. The first option is to select a race. Hanzhe uses his mind to scroll through the drop-down menu to see the available races. Humans, orcs, undead, beastmen, dwarves. The initial entries are standard races found in typical fantasy games, but as Hanzhe scrolls further down, the options become increasingly absurd. Transformers, hilichurls, plant people, Sand people Naruto. Some of these he recognizes, while others remain unfamiliar to him. For instance, the character Hanzhe finds himself perplexed by the Asari. He clicks to explore their introduction. Upon previewing, it appears that the Asari are a race somewhat reminiscent of humans. The Asari racial traits include passionate enthusiasm, allowing them to maintain an unwavering reproductive drive and mate with any race, cleanliness, enabling them to subsist on virtually any form of sustenance, and population stacking, which doubles the capacity of buildings and vehicles for Asari. Observing these traits, it seems that the Asari's primary advantages lie in their ease of sustenance and prolific breeding, which he finds rather unimpressive. Hanzhe returns to re-evaluate the list of races. What kind of race is the Naruto? He clicks to preview and notices it bears little distinction from humans. The Naruto racial traits include chakra, which grants them control over an internal energy, endowing them with combat capabilities and amplifying learned attack skills, living with my eyes, allowing Naruto to interchange their eyes among themselves, and sacrificial enhancement, where certain individuals can enhance their abilities by sacrificing their entire families. The first trait appears acceptable, but the latter two are difficult for Hanzhe to assess. He decides to keep them as options for now. As he scrolls further down, the nearby Goose Woody can no longer contain himself and points to a line on the screen. What are you still looking for? Isn't there a succubus among these races? Hesitating for even a second would be a disrespect to the succubus. Succubus? Hanzhe glances at Goose Woody, who nods in affirmation. It seems like a viable option. The two share a knowing smile as Hanzhe selects the succubus and checks the preview. The preview presents two varieties of succubi. The first is a female succubus, adorned in exquisite fabric akin to a bikini, possessing a captivating figure, a beautiful face, ample bosom, curvaceous hips, short hair, a pronounced mermaid line, horns resembling those of a ram, and charming little wings on her back. She is undeniably enchanting, causing Hanzhe to waver. Truly, she embodies the essence of a succubus. The second is a male succubus, and Hanzhe is taken aback to find that this male succubus bears an uncanny resemblance to the female one. Identical bikini attire, physique, ample bosom, curvaceous hips, short hair, and even the same alluring facial features. They appear utterly indistinguishable. How is it that the male and female succubi look exactly alike? Is it because there are only female individuals among succubi? Hanzhe muses aloud. I found it. The distinction lies here. Goose Woody points to the triangular underwear worn by the succubi in the preview. The first female succubus wears flat underwear, while the second male succubus wears protruding underwear. Goodness. So that's where the difference lies, Hanzhe realizes with a dawning comprehension. Chapter 297. Confirm your race. Hanzhe furrows his brow. Does this make sense? This is quite exhilarating. Stop deliberating and just choose this one. Goose Woody exclaims excitedly. Upon hearing this, Hanzhe silently casts a glance at Goose Woody. Do you truly hail from such a pure place as Antarctica? However, aren't our game objectives centered around warfare? Can the succubi truly excel in combat? Hanzhe pondered aloud. Are succubi inadequate in battle? I am uncertain. They all appear to be delicate females, at least in physique, which leads me to believe they may not fare well in combat. As Hanzhe spoke, he opened the racial talent overview for the succubi. Succubi racial talents. Seduction. Each individual succubus possesses a considerable allure toward other races. Whispered arrival. This race inherently possesses remarkable stealth abilities. Upon reaching a certain level, succubi can awaken a special skill, enabling them to conceal their identity and infiltrate enemy ranks. Eating? Doesn't eating interfere with tasks? Succubi can absorb the energy of male individuals from other races, serving as a substitute for sustenance or experience points. Hanzhe examined these three talents. The first one was self-explanatory. Succubi must indeed possess seduction. The second talent, which allows them to disguise their identity and join others' ranks, is akin to that of a spy, reminiscent of a stunning double agent from a film. It appeared to be rather useful, as this entire race could act as spies, enabling Hanzhe to potentially infiltrate various factions. Quite intriguing indeed. Next was the third talent. Although it sounded somewhat convoluted, Hanzhe grasped its essence upon finishing the description. In essence, it could be summarized as, absorb yang energy. Truly, this was a perilous race. However, upon reflection, Hanzhe considered that aside from incapacitating enemies while acting as an undercover agent, this ability seemed rather limited in application. It could be disregarded. After reviewing these three talents, Hanzhe found himself somewhat inclined towards selecting the succubi. Nonetheless, this was ultimately a war game, and he felt compelled to choose a race with formidable combat capabilities. He resolved to continue his exploration. Hanzhe scrolled further down. He was particularly eager to discover the Scion race, renowned for their prowess in battle. However, much to his surprise, after turning the page, the list of races reached its conclusion far sooner than he had anticipated. There were no Scions, nor any races that exuded immediate strength. After surveying all the races, Hanzhe concluded that the most formidable might be the Autobots. After all, a metal drive would undoubtedly surpass a flesh and blood one. Regrettably, even the Decepticons were absent from this race category. Otherwise, Hanzhe would certainly have chosen the Decepticons, as their combat vehicles and tanks must surely outperform the Autobots' cars and trucks. At that moment, an epiphany struck Hanzhe. compared to other selectable races. The Autobots seemed excessively powerful, equipped with firearms, constructed of steel, and capable of swift movement. They were bordering on a level of strength that could be considered a game-breaking anomaly. Wouldn't this lead to a scenario where out of 9,999 players, 9,998 would opt for Autobots? If that were the case, what would be the appeal of the game? There must be some restrictions in place. Hanzhe hurriedly clicked on the Autobot skill list to examine their talents. Among them was a particularly noteworthy ability, Heart of Energy. Warning: automatons can only sustain themselves on energy blocks or petroleum. Oil field constructions can only be unlocked through technology and must be built at the relatively scarce oil resource points on the map. Energy blocks can solely be obtained through system rewards. In that instant, Hanzhe comprehended the situation. While the strength of the automatons is undeniable, the corresponding limitations are equally significant. They rely on oil as sustenance, a high-level resource that is likely difficult to acquire. Should Hanzhe truly choose the automatons, he would find himself scouring the map for oil. Wherever there is oil, there I shall be, Hanzhe thought. Would I not become a mere toy for others? If I am unable to find oil in a short period, it would be akin to having the funds to purchase a vehicle but lacking the means to fuel it, rendering everything futile. Thus, Hanzhe opted to forego the automatons. Consequently, the only remaining choices were the two alternatives, Naruto and Succubi. After contemplation, Hanzhe leaned toward the Succubi. He reasoned that among the listed races, Naruto is undoubtedly a formidable choice, devoid of fatal flaws. It is likely that many would select this race, making it potentially the most populous on the map. Perhaps the landscape would eventually be filled with Naruto characters engaged in feudal skirmishes, reminiscent of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Moreover, based on Hanzhe's prior gaming experience, if Naruto turns out to be the most populous race, the methods to counter it would likely be prioritized by other players. Under such circumstances, choosing Naruto would be ill-advised. In contrast, while the Succubi might pique the interest of many, the number of players opting for them would be limited due to their perceived lack of combat prowess. Most players are inclined to secure victory and would not take the risk of selecting this race. Succubi are suited for high-level players or for those like Hanzhe who are indifferent to winning. A lesser-known race would be less understood, thus minimizing the likelihood of others discovering countermeasures against it. Hence, the Succubi emerged as a more advantageous choice. This reasoning was essentially Hanzhe's attempt to rationalize his decision. In truth, when faced with the choice between Naruto and Succubi, he had chosen the latter without hesitation. Beside him, the Emperor Goose nodded silently in approval. The race had been determined. Next came the configuration of racial abilities, attributes, and culture. A series of options materialized before him. Average lifespan. Options included extremely short, normal, long, and very long. Naturally, he selected very long. Hanzhe found it hard to believe that anyone would choose extremely short. Upon selecting a very long lifespan, he noticed that his remaining attribute points in the upper right corner shifted to 95, having decreased by 5 points. He then experimented with selecting extremely short, which increased his remaining attribute points to 105. Hanzhe quickly grasped the mechanics at play. Choosing attributes with positive effects deducts points, while opting for negative effects adds points. This mechanism serves as a limitation, compelling players to allocate their points to aspects they truly need rather than making mindless selections. After further contemplation, Hanzhe concluded that lifespan was not particularly useful in this combat-oriented game. It is not a matter of longevity, but rather the ability to fight effectively. However, the exceedingly brief lifespan could prove to be quite perilous. In the unfortunate event that one were to draw a high-ranking character, they might perish within just 2 days. Thus, it would be prudent to select a standard option, which at least does not deplete any trait points. The next category is reproductive method. Hanzhe initially thought this pertained to viviparity or oviparity, but upon opening the drop-down menu, he found himself somewhat surprised. The options available included asexual reproduction, unisexual reproduction, and bisexual reproduction. By their literal definitions, asexual reproduction implies the absence of gender, with no interfaces below. Unisexual reproduction denotes the presence of gender, yet the capability to reproduce solely alone. Bisexual reproduction, however, was quite familiar to him. He comprehended the first 3 options, yet the fourth was rather abstract. Trisexual reproduction. Trisexual reproduction? Does it mean that 3 genders must come together to reproduce? How peculiar. Hanzhe nevertheless opted for the more conventional bisexual reproduction, which neither consumed points nor offered rewards. The following category was cold resistance. Although Hanzhe was uncertain of the temperature on this map, the preceding animation depicted a typical forest, suggesting it wouldn't be excessively cold. Thus, he chose the standard option. Just as he selected it, the Goose Emperor suddenly called out to him, "Select the highest cold resistance." Why? Hanzhe paused momentarily. Because greater cold resistance means wearing less clothing, the Goose Emperor replied. Do you understand my implication? Chapter 298. Is this succubus even reasonable? I understand. Hanzhe nodded and immediately maxed out his cold resistance. He then glanced at the preview of the succubus. At that moment, the succubus was covered in dense, dark body hair, particularly a veritable cascade on her chest. Hanzhe was left dumbfounded. Why does this succubus have so much hair? The Goose Emperor remarked. No, It must be due to her cold resistance. It seems that to enhance cold resistance, body hair has increased, Hanzhe explained. Then you might want to lower it a bit. This amount of body hair could only allure a gorilla, the Goose Emperor commented. I concur, Hanzhe agreed, adjusting the cold resistance downward. The previewed succubus indeed returned to a more typical appearance. It appeared that the more body hair one had, the stronger the cold resistance. This game is remarkably meticulous. The subsequent entry was sex ratio. Hanzhe recalled the earlier distinctions with a hint of trepidation and quietly increased the female ratio. Next came the entry for reproductive capability. Hanzhe perceived this as a significant attribute. A high reproductive capability would yield more troops and labor force for him. In the event of losses in battle, there would be no need for concern, as they would soon be replenished. If the reproductive capability reached a certain level, the enemy would not merely be contending with the soldiers of Hanzhe's territory, but would be battling against the birth rate of his domain. Hanzhe was eager for his succubi's reproductive capacity to rival that of the insectoid races. Naturally, he wished to elevate it as high as possible. Maxing it out consumed 10 points, which, although costly, Hanzhe deemed worthwhile. Just as he prepared to examine the next entry, he heard the Goose Emperor exclaim in surprise. What happened? What is it? Take a look at your succubus. The Goose Emperor gestured towards the screen. What issues might arise from adjusting reproductive capabilities? Hanzhe felt perplexed. Upon seeing the preview of the succubus on the screen, he was taken aback. The original succubus donned a fabric reminiscent of a bikini. However, the current iteration sported multiple bikini tops, cascading from her chest downwards in rows, extending all the way to her abdomen. Hanzhe counted. There were 6 pairs, totaling 12. 12? This was rather abstract. Wasn't 12 a touch peculiar? The Goose Emperor remarked as he gazed at the screen. Indeed, Hanzhe nodded vigorously. He understood that this transformation was a direct consequence of maximizing the reproductive capabilities. In mammals, the quantity of offspring correlates with the number of births. Humans typically bear 1 or 2 at a time, hence only 1 pair. In contrast, a sow can give birth to around 10, necessitating 7 or 8 pairs. Hanzhe had maximized the succubus's reproductive abilities, resulting in the corresponding increase to 12. Although scientifically sound, he found himself at a loss for words. The very notion of a humanoid creature developing in such a manner was inherently unscientific. Silently, Hanzhe reverted the reproductive capabilities to normal. The succubus returned to her previous, more typical appearance. Hanzhe proceeded to examine the next attribute, melee capability. This was indeed a significant trait. He contemplated augmenting it to its fullest potential. However, recalling his previous experiences, he opted to preview the results first. As anticipated, upon maximizing melee capability, the succubus morphed into an imposing figure, akin to a colossal sumo wrestler. Nearly bursting from the preview frame. Was this reasonable? Hanzhe could already envision the calamities that would ensue should he deploy such a physically exaggerated succubus on a mission. Hanzhe succubus, with a seductive smile, if you provide me with the information I seek, I shall grant you certain pleasures. Enemy patrolman, looking up, bewildered, is that a pig standing upright? This simply wouldn't he do. Hanzhe promptly adjusted the melee capability back to normal. Moving on, at last, he completed all attribute fields, precisely utilizing all available points without any remainder. All selections made. Hanzhe double-checked the preview of the succubus. Everything appeared normal, devoid of any oddities. Okay, confirmed. Upon confirming, the screen went black. Hanzhe assumed he was about to enter the game, but instead, a surprising sequence of numbers appeared, 411. This elicited a wave of delight from Hanzhe. Following this, the familiar sight of 10 cards emerged on the screen. It was time to draw skills. Hanzhe realized it had been quite some time since he last acquired new skills. He had thought that, due to being forcefully drawn into the game by Neon Smiley, this step would be bypassed. Yet it remained. Excellent. Shall I select one? Hanzhe inquired of the Goose Emperor. What is this? The Goose Emperor, witnessing this for the first time, was intrigued. It was the skill drawing segment. Then, feel free to choose one. The Goose Emperor offered no further guidance. All right. Hanzhe had no choice but to randomly select the 6th card. The card was turned over, revealing the letter D, a D-rank skill. Beheading the general amidst the masses, you can effortlessly claim the head of any target from the enemy's ranks. However, this skill cannot be activated if the enemy's numbers are fewer than 10,000, and it has a specified cooldown period. Is this useful? The Goose Martial Emperor glanced at Hanzhe. If it were a battle involving tens of thousands, it would indeed be quite beneficial, Hanzhe replied. But the promotional video started with just a few workers, and the largest scale appeared to involve only dozens of individuals. Would there truly be a battle of 10,000? The Goose Martial Emperor inquired. Hanzhe found himself at a loss for words. On to the next skill. Hanzhe continued to draw another card. Again, it was a D-rank skill. Returning leaves to their roots. You can enable the deceased to rise and return home for burial. The soldiers in the promotional video had all fallen and disintegrated, making this skill seemingly of limited applicability. Next card. An E-rank skill. How did you know she was a female colleague? When listening to others speak, subtitles will appear before your eyes. However, if you cannot discern what is being said, the subtitles will also become unclear. This one is somewhat useful. The next card, which happened to be the last, a D-rank skill. Sowing rumors to confuse the enemy. Defeated without combat. You can spread rumors within a certain group. The content of the rumors is random but will be believed by the majority, causing a certain level of psychological disruption. This one appeared to possess some strength. Then came the selection for a skill replacement. Hanzhe surveyed the screen. The 4 skills, upon closer inspection, were not entirely without merit. Perhaps due to the nature of the war game, the likelihood of drawing war-related skills had increased, resulting in Hanzhe obtaining 2 skills related to warfare. Should he replace one? Hanzhe pondered briefly. The subtitle skill seemed somewhat lacking. He had not encountered situations where he struggled to understand others' speech. He decided to replace it, ideally with a superior war skill. Hanzhe chose this option. Replacement initiated, drawing a new card, a C-rank skill. Fear derived from the unknown. When your actions are incomprehensible to the opponent, you can instill fear in them. The more baffling your actions, the greater their fear. Chapter 299, Set Your Name. This skill, though its definition and effects were somewhat vague, felt promising overall. It should prove to be quite practical and potent. Hanzhe was relatively satisfied. At least, all the skills appeared to be of decent caliber. After the final skill flashed by, the last entry appeared before Hanzhe. Please enter the name you wish to use as a lord. It was simply the game name. Hanzhe contemplated and mentally input a name. Neon smiley face per acre. Excellent. It expressed the author's defiance against the grim realities. This shall suffice. Confirmed. Subsequently, several lines of new text appeared on Hanzhe's screen. Apologies. Your lord name contains sensitive words. All sensitive words will be automatically replaced with the term I. Your lord name, I Permu, has been successfully set. You are about to enter the game. What? Hanzhe stared blankly at the few lines of text. The nearby Goose Martial Emperor had not yet had the chance to laugh, and the scene before them flickered, the surroundings suddenly becoming bright. Hanzhe looked around. This was a clearing within a forest, shrouded in a faint mist. Venturing further in, the fog thickened, rendering visibility almost non-existent. Before him stood a dilapidated wooden cabin. Beside the cabin were 5 succubi, curiously observing Hanzhe, resembling those from the preview, albeit with slight variations in their features. They must be the initial workers or villagers provided by the system. Just as Hanzhe was about to inquire, the scene flickered once more. The neon smiley-faced robot reappeared. Why are you here again? Hanzhe could not help but ask. Of course, to send you off on your journey, the neon smiley robot replied. How do you feel about the skill you just drew? Are you satisfied? The skill I drew was sent by you? Hanzhe queried, puzzled. Not quite. I merely slightly increased the probability of you drawing a combat-related skill. Ultimately, it is still a random draw, the robot explained. Have you done this before? Not at all. This is my first time today. Why? Because there are too many viewers in your channel. I must ensure you acquire useful skills. Otherwise, if you draw something trivial like a double yolk egg skill, it would likely cause viewers to switch channels. I see. Hanzhe nodded. Is that the reason for your visit? Certainly not. I am here to present you with an additional novice gift package. An additional novice gift package? Indeed, you have earned me a considerable amount of money, so I thought to provide you with some benefits. Then bring it out. This benefit is not merely a simple item reward. I recall you possess a lottery skill, which you've used to activate several hacks. However, unfortunately, there are no electrical devices here, at least not for the time being. Your skill cannot be utilized in this realm. So what now? So, I have a grand gift for you, which is this. The robot gestured to the side. Sure enough, a vending machine appeared nearby, its front opaque, concealing the contents within. However, it bore a large neon smiley face logo. What is this? This is your lottery machine, serving as a temporary substitute for your lottery skill. The cooldown time is shorter than your original lottery skill, and the items drawn are more stable. Sounds good. Hanzhe glanced at the vending machine, though he felt only mildly excited. That's all for now. The advertisement time on your channel is nearly over, and I must take my leave. The robot said before vanishing before Hanzhe's eyes. As it disappeared, it uttered one last phrase. Just a reminder. All players enter this world simultaneously, starting from the same point. Make sure to perform well. Watching the robot completely vanish, Hanzhe felt a slight sense of relief. He surveyed his surroundings, and his consciousness stirred. Indeed, a pop-up appeared above the dilapidated wooden cabin. My city, 100100, territory level, 1. Prosperity, 015, number of buildings, 1 territory population, 610, resource storage capacity, 0500. The phrase my city stands out prominently. Clearly, the pop-up displays information about the structures. It turns out this dilapidated wooden house is Hanzhe's main city. Quite pitiful indeed. Hanzhe glanced at his few succubi workers. My city, villager 1, rename, status, good race, succubus gender, female combat ability, 5 work ability, 10 occupation, unemployed talent, charm. Oh, the information panel explicitly states the gender. Hanzhe need not open each one to check personally. Judging by the combat and work abilities, one being 5 and the other 10, Hanzhe found it hard to discern their significance. However, there was a rename button beside the name, suggesting he could freely rename the villagers. Hanzhe then examined the other succubi. Their combat and work abilities were quite similar. Among them, there were 4 females and 1 male. Surprisingly, the male succubus had a combat ability 1 point higher than the females. Curious, Hanzhe approached the male succubus and inquired, "Can you speak?" My lord. The male succubus replied, his voice soft and delicate, entirely reminiscent of a girl's. Well, at least externally, he was completely feminine. Hanzhe then turned to glance at the goose emperor beside him. Hey, don't touch that, Hanzhe shouted, halting the goose emperor, who was curiously touching the tail of the first succubus. The first succubus blushed and lowered her head. I've never seen a succubus. I'm just a bit curious. The goose emperor replied. The goose emperor's information panel also opened. My city, summoned being. Level 1. That's it. Just 2 lines? This surprised Hanzhe. It was far too concise. However, if the goose emperor had an information panel, surely he must have one as well. Hanzhe looked down at himself. Indeed. A pop-up appeared. My city, level 1. Occupation, loser, unemployed, experience points, 0-30, combat ability, 20, work ability, 3 skills. Is this occupation description a bit excessive? Upon seeing his combat ability of 20, Hanzhe was momentarily stunned. Although 20 points in combat ability should not be considered low. He had previously dispatched a female ghost with ease. It certainly could not be as trivial as this. What on earth is happening? Was it Neon Smiley who diminished his abilities? Hanzhe was utterly astonished. Damn it, after finally gaining strength, why did you make me lose so thoroughly? Hanzhe noticed a question mark button next to the combat ability and hurriedly clicked it. A line of explanation appeared, to maintain game balance. All lords have an initial combat ability range of 10 to 20, related to original combat abilities. Combat abilities can be enhanced through leveling up, while combat skills are retained but will be significantly weakened. Upon the conclusion of this game, all abilities acquired within it shall dissipate, and all skills will revert to their original state. Hanzhe glanced at this explanatory text and instantaneously comprehended its meaning. In order to maintain equilibrium, the initial combat capabilities of all lords are confined within a predetermined range. Hanzhe understood this balancing measure, as early stages of such games particularly emphasize fairness. If a player possesses overwhelming combat prowess while others are merely beginning their endeavors in logging and farming, with no soldiers yet trained, that individual could single-handedly annihilate an entire village. What enjoyment would remain for the others? It is indeed reasonable. After all abilities will be restored upon the game's conclusion. Moreover, Hanzhe's combat strength is at the pinnacle of the allowable range, which he found acceptable. He then returned to the previous page, where he discovered the skills he had already acquired, which were rather unremarkable. However, at the very bottom, he stumbled upon an unexpected button. Item backpack. An item backpack? For storing game items? Hanzhe hastily clicked on it. Inside was a solitary item. Beginner's gift package, level 1. What a surprise, a beginner's gift package. Had the neon smiley secretly bestowed it upon him? After a moment's consideration, he dismissed the thought. It must be a package that everyone receives. Without hesitation, Hanzhe opened it. Acquired strategy manual, 1 acquired food, 100 acquired water, 50 acquired stone axes, 5 acquired refined stone axe blueprint, 1 beginner's gift package, level 5. 1 aside from a strategy manual and a gift package that could only be opened at level 5. The contents primarily consisted of survival resources, initial tools, and blueprints. Rather lackluster. Perhaps the strategy manual would prove to be the most useful. Hanzhe perused the manual briefly. Chapter 300, The King of Logging, contained various strategic guidelines. It outlined what newcomers should undertake, with various entries available for detailed inquiry at any time. After a cursory glance, Hanzhe commenced following the manual's instructions, the initial steps. As in standard management games, he dispatched villagers to log timber, gather stone, construct farmland, and erect buildings. He assigned all 5 villagers to their tasks. To enhance differentiation, Hanzhe decided to rename them. Considering that he would likely have many more villagers and soldiers in the future, he felt it prudent to establish a consistent naming format. Thus, he named them based on their roles and genders. For instance, he referred to the lumberjack as Tree Chopper Gal No. 1 and the builder as House Erector Guy No. 1 and so on. This would facilitate identification. The demon villagers toiled diligently. Upon receiving Hanzhe's orders, they responded affirmatively and set to work earnestly. Nevertheless, despite equipping them with stone axes, their efficiency was rather lacking. Hanzhe surveyed the buildings that could be constructed within a level 1 territory, noting that the materials required amounted to several hundred units of wood resources. Meanwhile, the demon villagers transported timber unit by unit into the small cabin, resulting in Hanzhe's wood supply increasing incrementally. Even with 3 villagers assigned to logging, the efficiency remained disappointingly low. In an effort to enhance logging efficiency, a lumberyard is to be constructed, requiring an additional 500 units of wood. Hanzhe can only wait. However, during this interval, he seizes the opportunity to utilize the vending machine. Approaching the machine, he notices a solitary lottery button. Without hesitation, he presses it. Instantly, a pop-up appears before him, revealing an image of a mattress. Congratulations, you have obtained a magnetic therapy kidney supplementing mattress. What? A mattress? Hanzhe surveys his surroundings, finding them barren. Where's my mattress? He furrows his brow and reluctantly opens the item backpack page. Indeed, an additional item has appeared. Magnetic therapy kidney supplementing mattress. This mattress, crafted through advanced techniques such as biological magnetic field proton quantum collision and the Leibniz formula for natural medicine, significantly enhances the kidney function of those who sleep upon it. Although the description is filled with lofty and incomprehensible terms, Hanzhe focuses on the 2 words, kidney supplement. Quite intriguing. Is it truly useful? He furrows his brow again. This is a war game, not a romance simulation or a specialized first-person shooter. What purpose does a mattress serve? Though Hanzhe feels a sense of helplessness, he must accept it and see if there are any other useful items. He presses the lottery button once more. You have received Elite Character Pack. Examining the description, he finds Elite Character Pack, guaranteed to unlock 1 random elite level character. Consulting the strategy manual, he learns that elite characters are rarer and stronger than ordinary ones. His 5 succubus villagers are mere common characters. Elite characters possess universal racial talents and additional unique abilities that ordinary characters lack. Without hesitation, he uses it. You have obtained the elite character, Female Zombie. A female zombie? Hanzhe is momentarily taken aback. Then, a figure materializes before him. It is a young girl clad in a tight-fitting garment from the Qing dynasty, her face adorned with a yellow talisman, resembling a character that might be randomly drawn in some games. Truly a zombie. Hanzhe inspects her attributes. Name, unnamed. Race, zombie. Level, 1 experience, 0-10, health, 20 combat ability, 12 work ability, 6 loyalty, 100-100, racial talent. No presence, due to lacking breath. She cannot be sensed by beasts or most long-range skills. Only the funeral home can save this one. Elixirs are ineffective against her. Exclusive talent, the dead never tire. Lacking pain, she does not require sustenance and will never experience fatigue while working. The information panel for this elite character is quite revealing. What captivates Hanzhe the most is her exclusive talent, the dead never tire. She requires no rest and can labor indefinitely. However, what is truly disheartening is her rather pitiful work capability, rated at merely 6, which is even inferior to that of an ordinary demon villager. This is likely due to her being deceased, with stiff joints hindering her efficiency. Fortunately, she can persist in her tasks. Perhaps this is what they call diligence compensating for lack of talent. Hanzhe has given her a name, the worker, deceased number 1. Simple and memorable. He then sent her off to gather wood, as he required an abundance of timber for the numerous buildings he intended to erect. The lottery continued. Congratulations. You have received Liang Tuqiang's Chainsaw X1. Liang Tuqiang's Chainsaw. Category, Equipment. Effect, when equipped, woodcutting efficiency increases by 100 times. However, if bears are nearby, woodcutting efficiency decreases by 99. Hanzhe gazed at this description in astonishment. 100 times? That is rather formidable. No, it is not merely formidable, it is extraordinarily so. Hanzhe promptly equipped the chainsaw to the worker, deceased number 1. The chainsaw roared to life, and trees beside Hanzhe's cottage fell with a resounding crack, swiftly filling the small dwelling. Within mere seconds, it was brimming, leaving both Hanzhe and the Emperor Goose in a state of bewilderment. Hanzhe had no choice but to instruct the other villagers to commence the rapid construction of additional wooden structures to utilize the lumber, especially warehouses. Upon inspecting, Hanzhe noted that the buildings contained a resource trading black market, allowing players to engage in trade with wandering merchants for resource conversion. However, the lower-tier black market offered an astonishingly poor exchange rate of 10-1. For instance, 10 pieces of wood could be exchanged for a single stone. Quite exploitative. It truly is a black market. This was the reality for ordinary players. Yet, for Hanzhe, it was a different story. With Liang Tuqiang's chainsaw, he could readily accept such terms. Thus, he decided to halt stone quarrying and farming, urging everyone to focus on constructing buildings. As the citizens fervently erected new edifices, Hanzhe continued to draw from the lottery, as the rewards were exceedingly enticing. He felt as though fortune had turned in his favor, embarking on a new journey as a lucky sovereign. You have received Random Advanced Building Package X1. Random Advanced Building Package. Upon opening, randomly obtain an advanced building. Advanced buildings? Hanzhe's excitement surged. If he were to receive an advanced barracks, he could directly produce super soldiers akin to Gundams, ready to conquer. Remarkably, he considered that only 10 minutes had passed since the game began, while most players had merely felled a few trees. Meanwhile, his Gundam soldiers would be at the doorstep of others, delivering a jarring shock of modern civilization to those dastardly natives wreaking havoc on the trees. Splendid. Even if it were not a barracks, an advanced defensive tower would suffice, such as a prism tower or a sentry cannon, to ensure stable development and obliterate any intruders. Hanzhe was filled with anticipation as he quietly opened the advanced building package. Yet, upon seeing the name of the building revealed in the pop-up window, he realized that perhaps he had been overly optimistic. Luck may be fleeting, but misfortune is the enduring theme of life. Hanzhe truly did not expect that such a thing could emerge from an advanced building package. You have acquired a 5-star hotel. Thus, in the glade where Hanzhe resided, beside his humble wooden cabin, a towering edifice of a 5-star hotel abruptly materialized. The structure loomed amidst the forest, shrouded in mist, rendering it somewhat indistinct. Only the neon sign atop the hotel sparkled vividly, standing out clearly against the white fog. Hanzhe was certain that, were it not for the mist, this magnificent building could be seen from miles away. What on earth is this? Exclaimed the Emperor Wu. gazing in astonishment at the suddenly appeared hotel. The surrounding succubi also stared at the building in bewilderment. The 5-star hotel is a skill I just acquired. Hanzhe hastily explained to the emperor. You received a skill that conjured such a grand hotel? The emperor inquired, still incredulous as he examined the sign at the entrance. Indeed, Hanzhe nodded. But what tactical advantage does such a large 5-star hotel provide? The emperor glanced at Hanzhe, seeking clarification. Tactical advantage? Perhaps it could offer a home-like atmosphere, Hanzhe replied, his brow furrowed as he contemplated the neon sign atop the hotel, his mind racing with possibilities. Chapter 301. Intermediate Job Transfer Card. Hanzhe examined the information of the towering hotel before him. 5-star hotel, unnamed. Health points, 550005, 5000. Level, 15 staff, 0200, residence, 03000, stored items, 0200000. It was undeniably luxurious, boasting a storage capacity of 200,000 items. He glanced at the newly constructed warehouse of the nearby villagers. Wooden cabin warehouse, level 1, health points, 200200, capacity, 12331,500. In terms of storage space alone, the disparity was considerable. Unable to resist, Hanzhe stepped through the revolving door and into the hotel's lobby, marveling at the opulent decor and lavish furnishings that exuded extravagance. This is absolutely amazing, Emperor Yi Wu exclaimed, caressing the leather sofa in the lobby. Hanzhe vigorously nodded in agreement. Next, Hanzhe approached the front desk and observed the setup. Indeed, there was a designated smart cabinet, with a transparent display housing the keys to all the rooms, likely numbering in the thousands. By pressing the corresponding numerical button, one could retrieve the key card for the designated room. Additionally, there were several universal key cards for management personnel. Hanzhe silently pocketed a universal key card, pressed the button for the elevator, and to his delight, it opened promptly. He randomly selected a high floor and entered a room with his card. The room was equally lavish, complete with a massage bathtub and panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows. As Hanzhe gazed out through the windows, he found himself enveloped in a sea of mist, unable to see the forest of wooden cabins below. What a misty view room, he mused. And a new idea began to take shape in his mind. He wondered if it were possible to transport items from the hotel to the outside world, maximizing their utility, whether for sale or use. However, Hanzhe was taken aback to discover that all items within the hotel were fixed in place, rendering them immovable. Even the telephone was affixed to the bedside table. It seemed that the neon smile had long anticipated someone attempting to exploit a bug. Very well. Although I have yet to discern any extraordinary utility in this hotel, at the very least, Hanzhe can now enjoy a comfortable office space, free from the confines of that dilapidated little room. The tour concludes here. Hanzhe returned to the vending machine, where the green light still glowed, indicating that there were indeed items available. He pressed a button. You have received a class change card, Intermediate, X1. Class change card, Intermediate allows one character, including the player, to transition to a chosen intermediate profession. This was indeed for class transitions. Not too shabby. Next, you have received a weapon, Ordinary Wooden Bow, X1. Upon seeing the word ordinary, Hanzhe felt a surge of disappointment. Could even ordinary weapons be obtained? He hadn't held out much hope and merely opened the details with a simple click. Ordinary Wooden Bow, quality, epic attack power, 47. Hanzhe stared at the first line, thinking he must have misread it. However, after a second glance, he confirmed that it indeed stated epic under quality. An ordinary wooden bow, yet epic? But the attack power only ranged from 4 to 7? He silently scrolled down. There was a brief description that followed. This wooden bow is exceedingly ordinary. Utilizing it requires ordinary fibers and ordinary arrows, dealing only ordinary damage. Even the targets struck by this bow will become ordinary. Hanzhe examined the description and began to comprehend. The bow's effect seemed to render its targets ordinary. But what exactly does ordinary entail? Hanzhe was uncertain. He speculated that it might transform enemies with special enhancements into standard foes, similar to purification or dispelling effects found in various games. In that light, the bow may lack broad applicability, yet it should serve as a commendable specialized weapon. Excellent. Hanzhe resolved to equip the strongest character in his domain with this item. However, it appeared that only he, having reached level 20, was eligible. Very well. As Hanzhe prepared to press the next button, the vending machine's red indicator light illuminated. Attempting to press the button again yielded no results. The supply had been exhausted. He was uncertain when the next refresh would occur. Nevertheless, the items he had received thus far were quite satisfactory. Hanzhe let out a sigh of relief. During the time Hanzhe spent studying the 5-star hotel and the items he had drawn, several villagers had nearly completed the tasks he had assigned. Firstly, his main city had been upgraded to level 2 and was in the process of being upgraded to level 3. The original main city, a drafty structure assembled from a haphazard collection of broken wooden planks, had now transformed into a more orderly and respectable wooden dwelling. At the very least, the planks used for construction were finally of uniform specification. The level 1 warehouse was already brimming with timber resources. Hanzhe could only instruct the villager wielding the chainsaw to place the wood into the hotel's warehouse. The resource market had also been established. which was essentially just a wooden shed. However, there was indeed a resource merchant inside, clad in simple garments and wearing a cloth mask, thoroughly concealing their identity. Hanzhe was perplexed as to how this merchant had appeared. After inquiring about the prices, he found that what could be exchanged for other lower-tier resources, such as stone, at a ratio of 10 to 1. However, since the resource market was only at level 1, there was a daily limit of 200 units, quite insufficient given that with his wood production capacity, he could easily trade thousands. Thus, Hanzhe resolved to attempt upgrading the resource black market. The upgrades for low-level buildings primarily required wood, which Jade had in abundance, but the construction time was unavoidable. This construction time must be endured. Even with 2 workers collaborating on upgrading a single building, each upgrade still took several minutes, and as the level increased, so too did the duration of construction. Meanwhile, the wood was being transported to the hotel warehouse with a clattering sound, and it felt as though the space would soon be filled. At that point, the felled timber would merely serve as firewood, significantly hindering Hanzhe's development pace. He could only open his inventory and click on the newly acquired job transfer card, hoping to find a profession that would expedite construction. Upon using the transfer card, a lengthy list of professions appeared, resembling mid-tier occupations. Warrior, combat effectiveness 25, learn some melee skills. Archer, ranged accuracy 30, arrow loading speed 50. Scout, range perception 30. Mobility 15. Lumberjack, woodcutting efficiency 30. Hanzhe was delighted to discover a builder, which boasted a construction speed of 40. Eager to select this option, he nevertheless continued to peruse the list for potentially more suitable choices, gradually stumbling upon some rather absurd entries. Lord S. Concubine, reproductive ability 50, loyalty 20. Is a concubine classified as a mid-tier profession? What, then, is the designation for a low-tier profession? Mistress? Paramour? Furthermore, does the lord require a transfer card to bestow a title? Among other peculiar professions were foreman, equipped with a whip. Increases the work efficiency of up to 5 people nearby by 25, but loyalty 70. This seemed unnecessary. Village idiot. Workability, combatability 100, but village happiness minus 20. Happiness derived from witnessing someone inferior to oneself, perhaps? A philosophical consideration. Lord S. adoptive father. Workability 30, loyalty 100. While capable of fostering alliances, the method seemed overly abstract. Mortician can lay the deceased to rest. Haunting probability in the territory 80. Is this territory truly capable of ghostly disturbances? At this, Hanzhe paused in bewilderment. Chapter 302, Cheating. In the end, Hanzhe chose the builder. He chose to assign the construction role to the most competent individual for building, the female worker number 1, and redirected the female zombie towards lumbering. After all, considering her initial skill set, the female zombie's strengths seemed to lie in combat abilities. It would be more fitting for her to eventually transition into a combat-oriented profession. Hanzhe also became acutely aware of his significant shortage of labor. With only 6 workers, the number was indeed insufficient. He needed more villagers to contribute to the workforce. However, he was uncertain about how to increase the population and could only refer to the guidebook. Within the manual, only 2 primary methods for increasing the number of villagers were mentioned: recruitment and breeding. Recruitment involved utilizing various game items or system activities to enlist individuals, akin to how Hanzhe had recently recruited the female zombie. As for breeding, it was simply that, breeding. But how was one to breed? Surely, it could not be as straightforward as. Hanzhe glanced back at the guidebook, which indeed detailed the breeding process. Step 1. Construct an enclosed room. Step 2. Place 2 individuals of differing genders inside. Step 3. Close the door and await 6 hours, subject to the conditions of the enclosed environment provided. Step 4. Open the door and welcome the new member. Hanzhe was somewhat astonished by this explanation. Was the entire breeding process truly completed in 6 hours? How efficient. Very well. No need to rush into construction just yet. Sharpening the axe does not hinder the woodcutter. First, he would focus on developing a larger population. After a brief wait for the male succubus and a female succubus to complete their tasks, he began. You two, come here. Yes, my lord, they responded respectfully. Follow me. Hanzhe led them into the hotel. He selected a luxurious suite on the 3rd floor and guided them to the door. You two go inside. Hanzhe commanded. The 2 succubi obeyed and entered the room. He then closed the door and glanced at the time on the wall clock in the corridor. The observing Goose Emperor was taken aback. What are you doing? I am breeding. This is breeding? Indeed. Why don't you participate yourself? Hanzhe was momentarily at a loss for words, but quickly replied to the Goose Emperor, because I do not wish to provide a live broadcast for my alien friends. Understood, but doesn't this process seem a bit lengthy? I read the guidebook, and it states that it takes just 6 hours. 6 hours? Not even hatching an egg takes that long. Who cares? As long as it results in new life, that's what matters. Hanzhe was not inclined to delve into the underlying principles. He then resumed studying the manual, which highly recommended a facility called the Rumor Bulletin Board, advised for all players to construct as soon as they upgraded their main city to level 2. The function of this facility was quite simple. It served as a chat room akin to those in games, enabling all players to engage in world and regional chats. Additionally, System announcements would also be disseminated through this rumor bulletin board. Hanzhe understood that the significance of this bulletin board lay not merely in the act of chatting, but rather in the ability to discern the movements of other players in the world through conversation, as well as to receive various system notifications. Its function was indeed paramount, and the materials and construction time required were minimal. Hanzhe had a succubus villager spend 5 minutes to erect one beside the vending machine. It resembled a wooden signboard, yet its surface slightly hovered with a holographic display. The screen showcased the contents of the chat room, which comprised several chat channels: World, Nearby, Alliance, Private Chat, System Notifications. These were akin to the chat channels found in typical games, with the Alliance channel potentially facilitating player cooperation. Hanzhe glanced at the World chat channel, noting that all players' names were partially obscured by asterisks, likely to prevent revenge-driven remarks in the World channel. Beneath this channel, it was stated that messages could only be sent every 10 minutes. After a brief review of the chat history, he encountered several comments. Lord, only beautiful. What? Neon Smile is actually playing the game? Lord, big hands. What skills did this guy bring to the game? Such incredible luck. Lord, Living Akiha. Remember this name. Let's unite to hunt him down. Lord Old. Damn it. Cheater. Lord Snow Drifting. Damn it. Cheater. Lord Longing Pastry. Damn it. Cheater. Hanzhe was perplexed by the fervor displayed in the chat. As he scrolled upwards, he finally understood the cause of their agitation. There was a system announcement. Congratulations to Lord Mu for acquiring the first epic weapon, Common Bow, in this game. Ah, so this had a world broadcast feature. No wonder they were so excited. Considering the time, most players were likely still in the initial construction phase, with very few able to venture out and explore. Thus, the acquisition of an epic weapon by someone was indeed difficult for others to accept. Continuing to scroll upwards through the chat records, he made further discoveries. For instance, there was a lord named Litong, who posted, "Are there any friends who, like me, chose the Enderman race? It's raining here, and my Enderman is acting strangely in the rain. What is going on? Enderman?" Hanzhe distinctly remembered that this race was not among the selectable options. The subsequent messages revealed others sharing similar confusion. Is there an Enderman race? Yeah, I haven't seen one either. It appeared others were equally perplexed. As he continued to scroll back, he noticed that many of the races claimed by other players were ones he had not encountered during his selection. Some even claimed races such as Imperial Army and 8 Route. Hanzhe quickly grasped the situation. Common races like Orcs, Undead, and Beastmen were likely available for all to choose, while more obscure and unique races varied from player to player. In other words, there exist numerous races unknown to Hanzhe. It appears that this game is far more intricate than he had initially imagined, perhaps even to the point of being overwhelming. At this juncture, a system notification once again reverberated through the global chat channel. Attention! Nightfall will occur in 4 hours. After night descends, monsters or bandits may assault players' territories. Please prepare accordingly. Hanzhe was taken aback by this announcement. The night here also spawns monsters? Time was of the essence, with only 4 hours remaining. He must hasten to make preparations, at the very least by constructing some defensive structures. Initially, Hanzhe had considered postponing military constructions since other players had yet to develop significantly. However, given the current situation, the expansion of his population would have to be deferred in favor of prioritizing defensive fortifications. He needed to act swiftly. Thus, Hanzhe promptly exited the bulletin board and hurried to the grand bedroom where he had previously placed the 2 succubi. Hold off on the reproduction for now. Let's commence the construction of fortifications, he exclaimed as he flung open the door. Chapter 303. There is a traitor. Halt reproduction upon entering the room. Hanzhe was momentarily stunned. The sight before him revealed the 2 succubi lying motionless on the bed, each positioned on either side. They showed no signs of activity, their garments impeccably arranged. They were doing absolutely nothing but gazing silently at the ceiling. Before entering, Hanzhe had envisioned various scenarios of what he might witness. Normal, abnormal, and even bizarrely abnormal. But he had never anticipated this peculiar state of quantum reproduction. All right, come with me to work, Hanzhe commanded. Understood, Lord. The 2 succubi responded without further ado, rising to follow him. As they reached the doorway, the Goose Emperor poked his head in, inquiring, "So, did you witness any artistic elements?" "None." Hanzhe shook his head. "They merely lay on the bed, doing nothing. I have no idea what this phenomenon entails. Could it be that they have already completed their task?" The Goose Emperor pondered. Hanzhe shook his head once more. "I cannot say." He chose not to dwell on it any longer. While descending the stairs, he attempted to locate a television in the room, hoping to trigger his lottery skill. However, the television remained unresponsive. Hanzhe then tried to access his Neon Smile status bar, a skill status that could be activated even in the real world, rather than the game character information panel. As expected, the lottery skills were displayed as inactive in this game, indicating that such abilities were unusable in this realm. Clearly, this suggested that the Neon Smile had indeed replaced Hanzhe's skills with the vending machine at the entrance. For Hanzhe, this was not a loss, but rather a small gain, and he bore no objections. Upon returning downstairs, Hanzhe surveyed his main city. Although it was still constructed of wood, it had transformed into an impressive wooden mansion. My acre, main city, 500500, Territory level 3. Prosperity level 103550. Number of buildings 5. Territory population 64,000. Resource storage capacity 30003000. The prosperity level has reached its zenith. Indeed, that 5-star hotel has contributed an additional 1,000 to the prosperity of Hanzhe's territory. Prosperity essentially represents the experience points required for upgrading the territory. Hanzhe estimates that his prosperity level of 1035 should suffice to elevate his territory to the higher echelons, perhaps to the mid-teens in levels. However, while he possesses ample prosperity, his materials for upgrading remain insufficient. The upgrade to a level 4 main city differs significantly from previous upgrades. It now necessitates not only wood, but also stone resources. Hanzhe excels at lumbering with the speed of lightning, yet his stone harvesting skills remain rudimentary. The volume of transactions in the resource black market is capped, leading Hanzhe to surmise that, under these circumstances, advancing his territory by 2 or 3 more levels may prove impossible. With limited options, Hanzhe decides to allocate some of his people to upgrade the trading black market while designating one individual to continue lumbering. He, along with the remaining villagers, sets about constructing defensive fortifications. The types of fortifications available for a level 3 main city are rather scant, predominantly wooden. They mainly comprise traps, barriers, and defensive structures. The traps can be upgraded to level 2, which, according to the description, consist of a pit filled with wooden spikes and a layer of straw. Compared to level 1 traps, these are simply larger and deeper, with sharper spikes. Only upon completion can their attributes be assessed. Hanzhe instructs the villagers from the succubus village to construct a level 2 trap, and upon review, discovers the trap inflicts 15 points of damage. What does 15 points signify? Hanzhe is uncertain, yet he senses it may not be significantly impactful. The barriers include wooden fences, earthen walls, and mud walls, which do not inspire confidence in their sturdiness merely by their names. Fortunately, the materials required and the construction time are minimal. Hanzhe constructs a few to examine their attributes. The wooden fence boasts a durability of 25, while the earthen wall is slightly sturdier with a durability of 85. As for the defensive structures, they primarily consist of wooden arrow towers, which demand 350 pieces of wood, quite an expensive material cost. They possess a durability of 250 points and require one villager or soldier armed with a bow to man them. 250 points? Hanzhe furrows his brow, glancing silently at the 5-star hotel behind him. Unnamed 5-star hotel, durability, 5500055000. Why bother constructing fortifications when he could simply take refuge in the hotel? Consequently, Hanzhe directs the villagers to commence the construction of a workshop. The workshop can produce tools and weapons, allowing him to equip the villagers with armaments, thereby enhancing their combat capabilities. He deems it the most prudent choice to rely on the formidable 50,000 durability concrete edifice for shelter through the night. Aside from fortifications, there are also military buildings, such as barracks. However, these barracks do not create soldiers directly, but rather convert existing villagers into professional soldiers. This function seems rather impractical for Hanzhe, who only has a population of 6, prompting him to set it aside for the moment. 3 hours swiftly pass. Although the fog envelopes the area, obscuring the sun, Hanzhe can distinctly sense the encroaching darkness surrounding him. Hanzhe constructed torches in various locations surrounding his territory. These torches not only illuminated the area but also dispelled the nearby mist, enhancing visibility around Hanzhe's domain. With the nearby trees nearly felled, Hanzhe's line of sight widened significantly, enabling him to detect any creature emerging from the forest almost instantaneously. All 6 of Hanzhe's villagers were equipped with level 1 stone spears and level 1 wooden bows crafted in the workshop. Furthermore, Hanzhe made a careful comparison between the attributes of the workshop-made wooden bows and his own ordinary wooden bow. The level 1 wooden bow possessed an attack power of 46, whereas the ordinary wooden bow had an attack power of 47, revealing minimal distinction between the two. This ordinary wooden bow was indeed exceedingly mundane. Half an hour passed, and twilight was nearing its conclusion. Thus, Hanzhe recalled the 2 succubi engaged in woodcutting and stone gathering from the forest. All villagers assembled in the hotel lobby, preparing for battle. The revolving doors flanked by 2 large glass doors were opened by Hanzhe to facilitate their defense, to prevent monsters from swarming in from all directions. Overwhelming him and his companions, Hanzhe secured all the doors and windows of the lobby except for the main entrance. This way, should creatures enter through the other doors and windows, Hanzhe would have a moment to react. After a moment's reflection, he deemed it prudent to unlock the door to the staircase, allowing for a retreat to the upper floors should the lobby fall under siege. Hanzhe also readied a stone spear for himself. Truth be told, upon swinging the spear, he found it to be only slightly superior to a mere stick picked up from the roadside. Regrettably, the blueprints provided did not include an upgraded version for the spear, and he could only forge weapons of this caliber before nightfall. Soon, complete darkness enveloped the surroundings. The 10 torches nearby, along with the hotel's lights, cast a somewhat comforting glow, though the forest beyond was shrouded in pitch blackness. Hanzhe and the others concealed themselves behind the sofas in the lobby. Taking a bite of the bread previously provided by the system, he peered through the glass doors into the night. What kind of monsters do you think will attack us? Hanzhe casually inquired of the Goose Martial Emperor. The Goose Martial Emperor replied offhandedly, I believe it might be, however, before he could finish. A sudden crack of breaking branches resonated through the quiet night, piercingly clear. Something was indeed approaching. Hanzhe turned his gaze towards the sound. Chapter 304. The first night following the sound, Hanzhe noticed a series of rustling noises, followed by the bushy undergrowth in the forest swaying. Two crimson points of light materialized at the edge of the mist, swiftly sharpening into focus. They belonged to a pair of eyes. Almost immediately, Hanzhe discerned the figure to which the eyes belonged, a wolf. A wolf with red eyes. Hanzhe furrowed his brow slightly, for soon after, he perceived several more pairs of similar red eyes within the fog. A pack of wolves. The foremost wolf emerged from the mist, allowing Hanzhe to fully discern the appearance of these creatures. Similar to ordinary wolves, they were a deep gray. Yet their manes along the nape and back stood more erect, resembling a punk hairstyle. They appeared more ferocious than typical wolves. It was at this moment that Hanzhe could finally glean the information about these red-eyed wolves from a distance. Bloodthirsty Wolf, Level 1. Combat Ability, 15 health points, 50. A malevolent wolf, driven by an insatiable thirst for fresh blood, stands as a paragon among first-level monsters. The last individual who attempted to feed it with a spicy hot pot met a gruesome demise, having been bitten and drained of life. Hanzhe furrowed his brow upon reading the information. This creature possessed a combat prowess slightly superior to that of the equipped succubi on his side. Moreover, there appeared to be numerous others. Confronting them would undoubtedly prove to be a considerable challenge. Just then, a sharp crack of breaking branches echoed from behind. Two larger crimson points of light emerged from the mist. Before Hanzhe could react, the large red point transformed into an even larger silhouette, leaping forth from the forest and landing in the clearing. Hanzhe's expression shifted dramatically. This was a colossal wolf with red eyes. Were it not for its unmistakably lupin form, he might have mistaken it for something else entirely, as it was extraordinarily large, surpassing even that of a brown bear. In an instant, Hanzhe comprehended that the sound of snapping branches was not a mere accident caused by the wolf pack, but rather an unavoidable consequence of this wolf's immense size. Bloodthirsty Wolf, King Level 2. Combat Ability, 35 health points, 150. The leader of the Bloodthirsty Wolf pack. Level 2. With a combat ability of 35 and health of 150. Hanzhe realized the gravity of the situation, especially considering that the archers among the villagers possessed a damage output of 46. Goodness, was it only the first day? How could such a formidable beast appear so soon? Meanwhile, the wolf pack had reached the clearing. There were approximately 10 ordinary bloodthirsty wolves. The bloodthirsty Wolf King stood in the clearing, surveying its surroundings. At that moment, Hanzhe's territory lay desolate. He and his companions hid behind several sofas in the hotel lobby, maintaining a considerable distance and remaining concealed. Thus, the wolf pack had yet to discover their presence. However, devising a strategy to deal with the wolves remained a significant dilemma for Hanzhe. Although they had not been detected, a sudden ambush would yield little benefit given that a single arrow, with a damage output of 46, would only reduce the health of a bloodthirsty wolf from 50 to 45, allowing it to charge at them. A surprise attack, therefore, seemed rather futile. A more reliable option might be to ascend the stairs and shoot arrows, utilizing the hotel's intricate layout to delay the advancing wolves. With this plan in mind, Hanzhe prepared to issue commands to the villagers. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty Wolf King in the clearing made a move. It lifted its head, its nostrils flaring delicately. Hanzhe immediately understood it was sniffing the air. In the next moment, the wolf's gaze fixated intently on the hotel lobby. The glow in its eyes sent a chill down Hanzhe's spine. The wolf pack promptly began to advance towards the hotel lobby. Fire arrows, Hanzhe commanded immediately. The villagers swiftly knocked their bows and drew their arrows. Hanzhe also raised his bow. Unlike shooting, archery was a skill he had only a cursory understanding of from school. He had studied it, but had not practiced extensively. Therefore, his archery skills were rather lacking. The speed of the bloodthirsty wolves is indeed remarkable. Under such circumstances, even ordinary professional athletes might find it challenging to strike them, let alone the inexperienced Hanzhe. His initial shot with the ordinary wooden bow missed entirely, signaling an unfortunate start. On the other hand, the villagers, though not skilled archers, were numerous. A multitude of arrows were loosed upon the advancing wolves, resulting in a hit or two. However, it was truly only one or two. After 2 rounds of shooting, the pack of wolves had nearly reached the hotel entrance, remaining remarkably unscathed. Suddenly, a series of dull thuds echoed as the leading wolves fell into a pit that had unexpectedly appeared. This was a level 2 trap that Hanzhe had meticulously dug around the hotel entrance in advance. The wolves behind quickly noticed the pit and leaped over it with agility, only to fall into yet another trap behind it. Indeed, Hanzhe had constructed more than one layer of traps. A greater number of wolves plunged into the second tier. Regrettably, time was of the essence, and this was the limit of traps he could create. Given more time, he could have transformed the area around the hotel into a veritable moat. With both layers of traps combined, the majority of the wolves had not escaped unscathed. However, The damage from the level 2 traps was a mere 15 points. For a bloodthirsty wolf with 50 health points, this was insufficient to inflict a fatal blow. It merely served to delay and hinder them. As the wolves fell into the pit, they leaped upward, clawing at the edges to escape, rendering them easy targets for Hanzhe and the villagers' relentless barrage of arrows. Hanzhe aimed at a bloodthirsty wolf that had just clambered out of the pit and released an arrow, striking it in the shoulder. He immediately noticed a change. The wolf's crimson eyes dimmed following the hit, indicating that the ordinary wooden bow had triggered some effect. Curious, Hanzhe accessed the information on this wolf. Ordinary wolf. Level 1. Carnivorous canidi. It had truly reverted to a mere ordinary wolf. Moments later, the struck wolf let out a whimper and turned, desperately fleeing along the edge of the pit. Hanzhe understood. Ordinary wolves are merely animals that instinctively flee from danger or pain. With arrows whizzing past and flames encircling them, which wolf would not run? In that instant, Hanzhe felt invigorated. By rounding up the situation, it seemed that his ordinary wooden bow had effectively achieved a one-hit kill. He continued to draw and release arrows, with the wolves that had just escaped the pit each succumbing to arrows and retreating with whimpers. The number of wolves dwindled rapidly. The Wolf King, possessing a degree of intelligence, began to recognize the unfolding events. With a resounding howl directed towards the sky, it launched forth like a cannonball, effortlessly leaping over the 2 layers of traps and landing directly at the hotel entrance, shattering the revolving doors upon impact. Without a moment's hesitation, the bloodthirsty Wolf King dashed into the lobby. In one swift motion, almost without granting Hanzhe and the others a moment to react, it lunged towards the sofa. The speed was astonishing, leaving Hanzhe barely enough time to evade. He executed a roll, narrowly escaping. However, he silently released the arrow from his bow, which flew forth and struck the Wolf King squarely in the forehead. The nearby villagers quickly dispersed. The Wolf King landed on the sofa, missing its target, and the couch was shattered upon impact. Hanzhe was certain he had hit his mark, yet he was uncertain of the effect on the Wolf King, as its form remained unchanged, still far from resembling an ordinary wolf. Would it suffice? He promptly accessed the Wolf King's information panel with his mind. Skimming through the details, ordinary fat wolf, level 2. Large, corpulent, distinctly wolfish. Chapter 305, The Breeder Effective. Hanzhe gazed at the Wolf King, which was now rising from the ground, glaring fiercely at the crowd, baring its sharp teeth that glimmered ominously. The villagers of the demon tribe felt a twinge of fear, retreating slightly. Yet, Hanzhe remained unfazed, fixated on the now yellow-green eyes of the beast. What a show-off. He seized a nearby stone spear, aimed it at the fat wolf's nose, and thrust it with great force. A howl erupted. The fat wolf, impaled by the spear, threw its head back in a wail of agony. Without hesitation, Hanzhe grabbed another stone spear from the hands of a demon villager and jabbed it into the side of the wolf's face. The fat wolf, unable to withstand the excruciating pain, turned and fled, rolling and scrambling towards the hall's exit. With a thud, the fat wolf burst through, but due to its massive size, it inadvertently took Hanzhe's revolving door along with it. The metal frame snagged against its neck, clanging against the ground as it rushed away, creating a cacophony of metallic impacts. Listening to the sounds fading into the distance, Hanzhe realized just how panicked the creature was. So weak, commented the Goose Emperor offhandedly. It was my bow that transformed it into a mere wild beast, hence my attacks were sufficient to frighten it away, Hanzhe explained succinctly. Is that really possible? Why not? Hanzhe replied, approaching the doorway to glance outside. The Wolf King had vanished, and the other bloodthirsty wolves had scattered. The area fell into a tranquil silence. Before him lay 2 rows of pits, within which lay the corpses of several wolves, evidence that the traps and arrows had indeed claimed a few lives. Observing the scratch marks on the floor and the dragging traces of the metal doorframe, Hanzhe furrowed his brow slightly. With this caliber of wolves, had he not possessed an ordinary wooden bow in this building, he would have struggled immensely. How had the other players, devoid of enhancements, managed to endure? Contemplating this, Hanzhe decided to check the chat channel. Scanning the surroundings, he noted the absence of any further commotion. It was merely the first night, and such formidable monsters should only come in waves. If there were multiple waves, it would be the end of the game for everyone. Hanzhe instructed a demon villager to stand guard while he returned to the bulletin board to check the chat channel. As expected, it was in an uproar. However, the content of the chat left Hanzhe somewhat taken aback. Lord, I'm Mang. Brothers, how are you all dealing with these goblins? I can hardly withstand it. Lord Brother. Face, goblins? Aren't they skeletons? Lord S1, I have wild dogs on my end. Lord MC Dragon, I have wild boars here. I can manage, albeit with difficulty. Lord Invincible King, why are you facing monsters while I contend with bandits? They completely raided my warehouse and abducted the village women, and I even received a couple of slaps for my trouble. Lord, my name is quite long. I can comprehend monsters and bandits. But why are imperial troops coming my way? Lord, 1433, since there are bandits, having imperial troops appear should be normal, right? Lord, my name is quite long. In response to the brother above, you don't understand. My race is that of the imperial troops. Why would my imperial troops be attacked by other imperial troops? After perusing some chat records, Hanzhe fully understood. Clearly, the monsters summoned by each individual varied, likely at random. Some even encountered bandits. Well then, observing their chat, with wild boars, wild dogs, and goblins. Encountering a bandit seems to be a matter of wealth over life. I reckon our monsters are the most perilous. If we manage to escape this time, could you perhaps find a temple to bless you and alter your fate? Emperor Goose glanced at the bulletin board as he spoke. Hanzhe listened to this and gently shook his head at Emperor Goose. It's likely that we are not the only ones facing peril. It's just that those who perished cannot voice their concerns in the chat channel. Emperor Goose instantly grasped the situation. Subsequently, they began tallying their spoils. The corpses of several wolves could be transformed into wolf pelts and meat at the workshop. The meat serves as sustenance, while the wolf pelts are crafting materials and can also be sold as goods. Hanzhe examined the information panel of the succubus villagers. Indeed, the woman constructing the building, identified as succubus number 2, had already leveled up to level 2. Compared to before, her information panel now displayed an experience bar of 450, suggesting that she initially had no experience points, hence the bar was concealed. Her combat prowess had increased to 9, a rise of 4 points. And her work ability had ascended to 16, an increase of 6 points, likely due to her having slain a bloodthirsty wolf with her arrows. Although others did not level up, they too had gained experience bars, each with varying amounts of experience. It seems that assists also contribute to experience. Unfortunately, the large fat wolf managed to escape, depriving everyone of its experience. Hanzhe glanced at his own status, 030, experience remained at 0, not even an assist. He pondered the situation. It appeared to be the case. The wolves he struck had all fled, and naturally, he gained no experience. Well then, although he did not level up, at least some of his subordinates had attained a higher level. While not the mightiest female zombie, it was still a noteworthy gain. With this thought, Hanzhe surveyed his surroundings. The territory's perimeter was still shrouded in mist and darkness. Though the night posed dangers, time was precious. They could not afford to remain on guard all night without taking any action. It was essential to find some low-risk tasks for the villagers to undertake. Hanzhe recalled the unfinished task from before. Compared to working outdoors, the hotel offered a significantly safer environment. Now seemed to be an opportune moment for population expansion. He summoned the succubus villagers once more, intending to take advantage of the night for reproduction. However, Hanzhe faced a dilemma. The manual had specified that reproduction required 1 male and 1 female confined within a room. Yet, he currently possessed only 1 male succubus. With 1 male and 3 females remaining, how could reproduction occur? Simply staring blankly was not an option. It was illogical. In the animal kingdom, a single stallion or bull could mate with numerous females. Why, then, did this game enforce a strict monogamous requirement for reproduction? It seemed unreasonable. After some contemplation, Hanzhe decided to experiment nonetheless. He placed 1 male and 1 female in a hotel room, specifically selecting a luxurious suite. To his surprise, the standard reproduction time of 6 hours was completed in just 3. The 2 succubi emerged from the room accompanied by a young girl, appearing around 10 years old. This marked the first new life in Hanzhe's territory. Please bestow a name, my lord, the female succubus requested. Another naming? Fortunately, Hanzhe had anticipated such a situation and decided to assign a sequential number. Let us call her House Builder number 3, he declared. House Builder no. 3 is truly a splendid name. The female succubus rejoiced. Indeed, just like me, the male succubus chimed in happily. Thank you for the name, my lord. The female succubus bowed in gratitude. I am glad you like it, Hanzhe replied, suppressing his emotions and nodding. During the process of creating life, Hanzhe also examined the guidance manual. Generally, juvenile individuals in the game required 6 hours to mature into adults before they could engage in work. 6 hours. This was not merely fast growth. It could be described as explosive growth. If a kindergarten were established within the territory, the maturation time could be further reduced. Hanzhe contemplated building one upon his return. After reproduction, there would be a cool-down period, with females experiencing a longer duration. Once that time had elapsed, Hanzhe prepared to conduct a small experiment. He confined the male succubus with the 3 females who had not yet reproduced. Now, he would see if it was possible to produce 3 offspring at once. He glanced back at the female zombie, pondering whether she could reproduce. Chapter 306. The second night. What will today bring? 3 hours later, the door to the room opened. Along with the first 2, 3 more timid little girls emerged. It was successful. Hanzhe breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon turning to look, he noticed the female succubi appeared fine, while the male succubus was visibly exhausted, struggling to walk steadily. Hanzhe checked his status. House Builder number 1, species, succubus. Health, 715. How had his health diminished? Observing the male succubus, Hanzhe began to understand. Overexertion resulted in a loss of health points. You've worked hard, Hanzhe said, granting permission for the male succubus to consume some wolf meat caught that night, as a means of replenishing his strength. The night that followed unfolded as Hanzhe had anticipated. The entire territory remained tranquil, devoid of any bloodthirsty wolves. In the latter part of the night, Hanzhe relaxed his vigilance and allowed the idle demon villagers to resume their work. The establishment of a kindergarten was deemed necessary, for the sooner the succubi reached maturity, the more labor force Hanzhe would be able to muster. The main city and the resource black market continued to be Hanzhe's focal points for advancement. By midday the following day, Hanzhe's main city had ascended to level 5. The territory's level corresponded directly to that of the main city. Consequently, Hanzhe was also able to unlock the level 5 novice gift package. Upon opening it, he discovered a novice package meant for level 8, alongside a myriad of assorted blueprints and resources. Notably, there were several schematics for leather armor, allowing Hanzhe's workshop to craft leather into armor, which was particularly timely. Subsequently, Hanzhe upgraded the bulletin board. According to the manual specifications, a level 1 bulletin board was limited to chatting, whereas a level 2 bulletin board enabled the acceptance of game quests. However, the manual advised that quests should be undertaken only after establishing a preliminary military force, suggesting that the tasks might possess a degree of difficulty. Following the upgrade, the bulletin board expanded significantly. The left side retained the chat interface, while the right side presented 3 sheets of paper, each representing a randomly assigned task, accompanied by a diminishing 24-hour countdown, indicating a daily refresh. The first task was a daily quest titled Eradicate Bandits, with the objective of exterminating a nearby bandit camp. Hanzhe mused over the presence of the succubi in his territory. Was he not essentially delivering maidens to the bandits by engaging in this task? The second task was a main quest titled Exploration, primarily aimed at conducting explorations around the territory, with any successful findings deemed a victory. Although the nature of the discoveries was unspecified, Hanzhe surmised that encountering random events or uncovering outposts would suffice. This seemed manageable, a welcome opportunity for novice benefits. He glanced at the reward, 13 random low to mid-level items, along with some assorted materials. The reward was quite reasonable. The third task, also a main quest, shared a similar exploratory nature but bore a different title, Reconnaissance. The objective was to gather intelligence on another player's territory. The reward promised 25 random low to mid-level items, along with some assorted materials. Given that both tasks revolved around exploration, they could be tackled simultaneously if desired. Nevertheless, Hanzhe had more pressing matters at hand. His territory required numerous vital upgrades to ensure his safety through the impending night. By afternoon, Hanzhe's resource black market had surged to level 7. This achievement propelled him onto the public screen. Lord Mu has elevated his resource black market to level 7. He becomes the first in this game to establish a level 7 trading post. Indeed, this marked the inaugural upgrade of a level 7 building within the game, warranting a spot on the public screen. Of course, when Hanzhe's level 15 hotel emerged, it was likely that few players had constructed bulletin boards, rendering them oblivious to this milestone. The chat channel erupted in lively discussion thereafter. Prior to this moment, these players had already witnessed several upgrade announcements, such as level 7 farmlands, level 7 lumber mills, and even the upgrade of a level 7 main city. The emergence of such announcements would typically evoke only mild astonishment regarding others' developmental pace. However, the announcement of a level 7 resource trading black market was truly astonishing. This black market was indeed quite nefarious, with exorbitant transaction fees, so most players would merely construct a level or 2 for emergency purposes. Yet, Hanzhe boldly upgraded directly to level 7. Who would undertake such a venture without cause? The chatter in the channel reflected similar excitement. Who on earth would be reckless enough to upgrade this? Indeed, a level 7 resource trading black market. What an immense demand for resource trading. Wait a moment. That suffix seems reminiscent of the individual who acquired the top epic weapon in the entire server. Oh yes, indeed. That was the one who obtained the Prometheus bow. Goodness, there must be a particular reason for this individual to establish such a black market. What could their specialization be? A trading build? Hanzhe casually glanced at the chat channel, furrowing his brow slightly. This system announcement might inadvertently disclose some of his information, truly troublesome. Later, as evening approached, Hanzhe constructed his first barracks. This barracks resembled a large wooden cabin surrounded by a fenced yard, complete with several target weapon racks. Hanzhe selected a female succubus villager of commendable combat prowess, intending to reserve the male succubi for breeding, and then placed her alongside the previous level 2 female succubus and a female zombie into the barracks for training. Soon, their professions automatically transitioned to soldier. Hanzhe equipped each of them with a set of leather armor, with the leather armor and weaponry combined with the profession bonuses. The combat capability of the female succubus villager surged from 6 to 16. The level 2 female succubus's combat ability escalated from 9 to 21, while the female zombie's combat prowess increased from 12 to 25. Notably, Hanzhe also fashioned himself a set of leather armor, raising his combat ability to 25. Now, Hanzhe commanded 3 soldiers, constituting the inaugural military force of his territory. After nearly a day and night of diligent toil, his territory had grown to encompass 14 inhabitants, comprising 3 men and 11 women. The lumber mill, quarry, and farmlands were now established, marking the initial stages of development. As the sun began its descent, Hanzhe felt increasingly familiar with his surroundings. He distributed wooden bows and stone spears to all those unarmed and gathered everyone in the hotel hall. Hanzhe also crafted wooden shields, which he allocated to the 3 soldiers, who stood as the frontline shield bearers near the entrance, tasked with absorbing enemy assaults. As darkness enveloped the area beyond Hanzhe's territory, he commanded a state of alertness among his troops. The frontline soldier raised their shield, while Hanzhe, concealed behind the sofa, grasped a simple wooden bow. The goose warrior quietly peered outside. This time, Hanzhe had prepared a greater number of traps, all of a higher caliber, encircling the entrance in 3 layers of defenses. Even if another wave of bloodthirsty wolves were to descend upon him, Hanzhe would possess the confidence to thwart their assault, even in the absence of a conventional wooden bow. Should other adversaries approach, he believed he could still engage in battle. After a brief moment of anticipation, he discerned a rustling in the depths of the forest, accompanied by a faint, guttural roar that piqued his curiosity. Hanzhe furrowed his brow, as numerous forms emerged from the thicket. As these figures drew nearer to the perimeter of his territory, illuminated by the flickering torches, he discerned their true nature. They were indeed human, albeit clad in tattered garments, their skin a ghastly shade of blue, arms outstretched, and mouths agape as they charged toward Hanzhe's domain. Brutal undead. Level 1 health, 130 combat ability, 14 description. Awakened from their graves due to the foolish act of burning paper at a tomb, these corpses rise in fury, intent on annihilating all living beings. They feel no pain and are exceedingly difficult to kill. Encountering them is a harbinger of ill fortune. Goodness. Brutal undead with 130 health points? Hanzhe exclaimed incredulously. The previous Wolf King had possessed 150 health points, and it was classified as a boss. How could this creature possess 130? Had its combat ability not been a mere 14, significantly lower than the Wolf King's 35? Hanzhe would have assumed they were all level 2 monsters. What does having 130 health points even mean? The Goose Martial Emperor inquired. A level 1 wooden bow can shoot 30 arrows, right? Hanzhe pondered. Then what is the point of fighting? Any one of them could easily borrow arrows from the boats, the Goose Martial Emperor remarked. I have an idea, Hanzhe said, stringing his bow. Let me pose a question. If a brutal undead were to be struck by my ordinary wooden bow, what would happen? As he spoke, an arrow was loosed from the bowstring. Oh, I see what you mean. The Goose Martial Emperor began to comprehend. The arrow flew forth, finding its mark in the skull of the foremost brutal undead, causing it to collapse lifelessly to the ground. Ordinary corpse, level 1 health. Why would you ask such a question? Description: an utterly mundane corpse, deceased, and soon to become putrid. Chapter 307. Fallen leaves cannot return to their roots. Indeed, that was a swift execution, the Goose Martial Emperor exclaimed in astonishment. Impressive. Hanzhe momentarily paused before swiftly resuming his archery. His arrows, crafted from stone in a workshop, were readily available in his satchel, easily accessible with a mere gesture. These arrows were inexpensive to produce. 1 unit of wood and stone could yield 10 arrows, and Hanzhe had manufactured thousands, harboring no concerns about depleting his supply. Compared to the arrows, it was his hand that faced greater strain. Drawing the bow required considerable strength, and having unleashed a flurry of arrows in quick succession, his hand was already fatigued. Hold the line for a moment. I need to rest my hand, Hanzhe announced, gripping the bow with his left hand while shaking his right. The demon villagers nodded in agreement. Just as Hanzhe took a brief respite, he witnessed an undead creature, riddled with arrows like a hedgehog, staggering into the hotel lobby. The villagers' arrows had indeed inflicted minimal damage, as this undead, despite its grievous injuries, remained standing. It is not that Hanzhe is unwilling to upgrade. Rather, the enhancement of the bow necessitates a more advanced workshop, and upgrading the workshop requires iron ore, which Hanzhe currently lacks. Furthermore, engaging in resource trade within the black market mandates that Hanzhe must first acquire at least 1 piece of iron ore before being permitted to purchase more. For now, he must make do with these wooden bows. Although the zombie has yet to perish, its health is evidently dwindling. Observing the lethargic movements of the severely weakened zombie, Hanzhe perceives this as an opportune moment to experiment with another skill of his. Return of the Leaves. You can enable the deceased to rise and return home for burial. Can a zombie be considered a deceased? Hanzhe believes it can. If this skill proves effective on the zombie, allowing it to return home for burial, could it also be applicable against foes such as undead or similar beings, sending enemies back to excavate their own graves, thereby avoiding the need for arrows? What a thought. The prospect is exhilarating. Before engaging the zombie, Hanzhe commands the 2 professional soldiers at the entrance to stand by. He then activates the skill, Return of the Leaves, on the hedgehog-like zombie. Once the skill is executed, Hanzhe quietly observes the zombie's response. However, the zombie does not turn back towards home. Instead, it continues to tremble and advance into the hall, displaying no change from its actions prior to the skill's activation. It is utterly ineffective. Is it because the living dead do not qualify as the deceased? Hanzhe feels a tinge of disappointment. The distinction between the living and the dead is indeed perplexing. Proceed, Hanzhe instructs the soldiers at the entrance. The zombie has just crossed the threshold of the main hall when a soldier thrusts a spear, striking the zombie's head. Given its already low health, the zombie collapses lifelessly at once. Can the skill be activated on a deceased zombie? Hanzhe attempts to employ the skill on the fallen creature to observe the outcome. It remains ineffective. The lifeless zombie exhibits no reaction whatsoever, leaving Hanzhe bewildered. Why does the skill remain ineffective? If the living dead do not count as the deceased, how is it that the dead do not qualify either? Must they be actual humans? Do NPCs generated by the system not count? Hanzhe finds himself perplexed. As he contemplates, more zombies appear at the entrance, each bearing arrows protruding from their bodies. Hanzhe's subordinates, the succubi, resemble headstrong players who challenge high-level dungeons without upgrading their equipment. They are utterly ineffectual in combat. Hanzhe reluctantly abandons his inquiry into the corpses and resumes battle with his ordinary wooden bow, continuing to unleash arrows. More zombies succumb to his onslaught. It is only the second night. While the number of zombies has reached a certain scale, it is not overwhelming. Hanzhe's arrows can still deliver a lethal strike. Thus, after a fervent barrage of arrows, the final zombie collapses before the trap outside. Silence reigns once more. Hanzhe feels a tremor in his right hand. It is not that he is incapable of handing the bow to his subordinates to assist in the archery. He simply has not considered it. The primary issue at hand concerns the allocation of experience points. With so many experience points awarded to his ordinary and elite subordinates, Hanzhe felt it was somewhat unwise. Now that all the zombies had been vanquished, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Hanzhe glanced at his status panel. I am at level 3. Profession, underdog, promotable. Experience points, 79, 150. Combat ability, 30. Work ability, 9. Skills. He had directly advanced from level 2 to level 3. His combat ability had increased by 10 points, appearing only slightly weaker than the previous Wolf King. Moreover, the mention of a promotable profession sparked his curiosity. Was it finally time to shed the title of underdog? With determination, Hanzhe clicked on the promotion option. A list of potential professions emerged. Indeed, the professions for a lord differed from those of ordinary characters. The initial options included several common choices. Shield warrior, increases health and defense. Significantly boosts attributes when a shield is equipped. A tank role. Why would a lord choose a tank profession? To endure blows at the front while his subordinates dealt damage from behind? That seemed utterly nonsensical. Who in their right mind would select such a path? Hanzhe decisively dismissed this option. Divine archer, enhances your bow's range, accuracy, and damage. This was quite promising, as Hanzhe possessed an epic quality bow. While damage might not be his primary concern, increased accuracy and range would undoubtedly prove advantageous. He marked it as a potential choice. Divine marksman increases the range, accuracy, and damage of your firearms. Firearms. He currently had none. Opting for this would be akin to investing in a future endeavor. After contemplation, he realized that compared to the divine archer, one was immediately useful while the other held future potential. Choosing the divine marksman seemed a more promising avenue. He noted it as an alternative. Hanzhe continued to explore further options. There was mage, which primarily allowed the use of magic, quite appealing. Driver offered the ability to perform stylish 180-degree spins while enhancing driving and maintenance skills. This too was a future-oriented profession. Both options diverged into different realms, one leaning towards the magical, the other towards the technological. Both were commendable. Other professions such as assassin, cleric, and knight appeared to be typical remnants from fantastical online games, lacking in intrigue. Further down the list were inventor and architect, primarily designed to enhance territory, thus belonging to the realm of internal affairs. As he scrolled down, he encountered some rather peculiar options. Capitalist, your villagers will voluntarily work overtime. This one was difficult to assess. It likely improved work capacity. President of the Gaming Society, when your villagers revolt or suffer from negative effects, you can appease them with 3 pink copper coins, dispelling the negative effects. Hanzhe found this option perplexing. However, judging by its effects, it seemed rather ordinary, a simple purification effect. The director. The enemies you engage will randomly transform 5 of their members into actors. Each territory can only activate this effect once. Actors? In quotes. Essentially, this means transforming 5 adversaries into traitors, correct? However, Hanzhe suspects that these actors will merely be present without contributing significantly, which is a far cry from having genuine undercover agents infiltrate the enemy ranks. 5 translates to 1 out of 20. It seems effective, yet not overwhelmingly potent. It could be considered an alternative. As he delves deeper, Hanzhe encounters something quite remarkable. The courier, your combat ability is 75, work capacity is 50, and your maximum health is 75. Upon your demise in the game, a square wooden box will appear at the location of your death, containing your equipment and items as loot for your adversaries. Subsequently, you will revive in your territory, with this effect subject to a cooldown period. This profession's description is the most extensive Hanzhe has encountered among many. Furthermore, the concept of a wooden box appearing upon death seems eerily familiar to him. In essence, this profession comes with substantial drawbacks, significantly diminishing Hanzhe's attributes. However, the benefit lies in the fact that upon his death, he will drop his gear and subsequently revive. This ability to resurrect at a cost is exceedingly vital. In most games under the neon smiley banner, death signifies true extinction. A select few allow for defeat in gameplay with penalties, yet the player can still survive. Only a rare fraction of games grants the opportunity to resurrect upon death. Such mechanics are typically elucidated upon entering the game. However, since the rules of this particular game were articulated by Neon Smiley himself, the consequences of death were not disclosed. If resurrection were possible at will, the courier class would indeed be utterly useless. Thus, Hanzhe deduces that the death of a lord would likely equate to the end of the game. Given this, the ability to resurrect is an exceedingly significant advantage. The dilemma lies in whether the considerable attribute penalties warrant the ability to revive. Hanzhe contemplates this for a moment. It appears to be quite worthwhile. After all, this is a war game, not a brawler. Future confrontations will depend on the minions. Wait a minute. Perhaps he need not change classes immediately? He could transform into courier when his health is critically low, allowing him to resurrect. Thus, he would not incur attribute penalties during regular play and could revive when in peril. As long as he avoids sudden demise, this seems the most cost-effective choice. Chapter 308. First Exploration. Hanzhe has firmly chosen his class and decided against immediate transformation, closing the class selection window. Now, it is time to assess the spoils of war. Wolves can yield wolf pelts. What can humans drop? The answer is gold coins. Hanzhe instructs the villagers to gather the loot from the bodies, and, indeed, they discover a handful of gold coins. Only a few drop coins, indicating that the drop rate isn't particularly high. Beyond that, the remaining loot consists of rotting flesh. This peculiar substance is said to serve as fertilizer, enhancing agricultural yield. Hanzhe possesses merely 4 plots of land, which, in reality, are 4 thickets bearing an abundance of berries. When Hanzhe instructed his subordinates to apply the decayed flesh to the fields, the results were immediate. The thickets expanded dramatically, producing fruit that had grown considerably in size, from mere berries to what resembled apples. Thickets bearing apples? Hanzhe furrowed his brow but shrugged it off. He proceeded to attempt to revive the nearby corpses using the skill Return to the Roots, yet it proved futile. The corpses remained utterly motionless, and the skill did not activate at all. Hanzhe was perplexed. These corpses should have met the conditions for the skill's activation, so why did it fail? With no other option, he temporarily abandoned the endeavor. Subsequently, Hanzhe took stock of his subordinates' gains. Although they had scarcely slain any zombies, they had amassed a considerable amount of assistive experience. Most had leveled up by 1 rank, with the highest-ranking succubus soldier reaching level 4. Hanzhe promptly appointed her as the chief bodyguard, taking on the role of his personal protector. Regrettably, the female zombie remained at level 2, otherwise, she would have been the one to assume that position. Hanzhe felt a twinge of frustration as the 3rd day dawned. The population within Hanzhe's territory reached 20, 4 men and 16 women. Various functional buildings had emerged: a main citadel, fertile fields, a quarry, a workshop, and even a 5-star hotel. The site no longer resembled a mere camp. It had transformed into a quaint village. However, Hanzhe found himself feeling increasingly insecure, for the surroundings were too vast and barren. The original trees had been felled, leaving the area around his encampment an expansive plain, suitable not only for a sports arena but even for an airport. Determined to establish a stone wall, marking the transition from village to fortress, Hanzhe outlined plans for the succubus villagers to construct their homes while he led a contingent of elite soldiers into the wilderness. He traversed the plain and ventured into the mist-laden forest. The fog dissipated upon approach, revealing structures and territories nearby, thereby providing visibility akin to that in conventional strategy games. As Hanzhe navigated through the forest, he discovered that it was not densely packed, allowing for relatively easy passage. However, even on level ground, extensive walking proved exhausting. He yearned to unlock the means to acquire horses swiftly. The guidebook had indicated that establishing a ranch required a minimum of 2 horses to commence breeding, 2 to 4, 4 to 8. These horses could be captured from the wild, seized from others, or obtained as quest rewards. Yet, Hanzhe sensed that acquiring them in the short term would be quite challenging. Nevertheless, he had not ventured far when he caught sight of a large silhouette through the mist, resembling a small hill, with flickers of firelight visible. Instantly, he signaled for caution, urging everyone to minimize noise, and even stowed away the Goose Emperor. The group cautiously advanced, soon revealing a small hill with a mining entrance, where several small huts stood, and tracks extended into the depths of the cave. At the entrance of the mine, a few guards wielding machetes and clad in beastly pelts stood vigilant. Among them were archers. Mine carts, dragged forth by mules, emerged from the depths, laden with reddish-brown ore, which was subsequently loaded onto nearby wagons. A broad road beside the mountain hinted that once the carts were fully loaded, they would transport the ore away. Clearly, this was an iron mine. Hanzhe consulted the guidebook, discovering that iron mines were rather commonplace resources, only slightly rarer than the widely available wood and stone. Thus, encountering an iron mine shortly after venturing out did not astonish him in the least. Hanzhe and his companions concealed themselves in a thicket, observing the guards' disposition. There were about 10 guards, most draped in sheepskin, with one notably clad in wolf fur, a sign of greater prowess. Hanzhe examined the information he had. The sheepskin guards were classified as Mine Bandit, Level 2, Combat Power, 18, Health, 90. Description: a type of bandit that guards the territory, indiscriminately attacking any player. So they were mere bandits, indicating that this iron mine was under bandit control. Though their attributes reflected a level 2 classification, their combat capabilities were rather unremarkable, only slightly superior to that of a bloodthirsty wolf, and far inferior to that of a bloodthirsty wolf king. However, the wolf-clad guard exhibited much stronger attributes. Bandit Lieutenant, level 4, combat power, 45, health, 160. Description: one must possess some skill to be a lieutenant. With a combat power of 45 and 160 health, this lieutenant was considerably stronger than the bloodthirsty wolf king. Whereas Hanzhe's combat power was merely 30. Would a standard wooden bow prove effective? Would he reduce the lieutenant to a mere bandit? If he transformed the lieutenant into an ordinary bandit leader, would that not merely upgrade the foe? Regardless, this lieutenant represented a formidable challenge, akin to a boss for Hanzhe at present. He scrutinized the ore within the mine carts and the adjacent wagons. Hanzhe found himself in need of both horses and ore. Securing this iron mine would fulfill 2 desires simultaneously. However, upon counting, he noted there were at least 15 visible guards, comprising melee fighters and archers, along with a level 4 boss. It was likely that more guards lurked within the mine's depths. Hanzhe surmised that a direct assault would be barely feasible, albeit at a grave cost. Having painstakingly gathered a mere 20 individuals in his territory, losing a significant portion would severely hinder his developmental pace. No, a reckless confrontation was not Hanzhe's style. He contemplated alternative strategies and decided to test his skills. The abilities he had drawn from this game thus far had yet to find application. He resolved to experiment with the skill, sow discord, cause dissent, which allowed him to disseminate rumors within a group, the content of which was random yet likely to be believed by most, creating a certain degree of unrest. Before him lay a ready-made group for this endeavor. Hanzhe was eager to witness the effects of his rumor spreading. He launched a skill from a distance towards a minor bandit. Shortly thereafter, Hanzhe noticed a prompt box appearing beside him. Your skill has been activated. Please be patient as its effects gradually take place. Note that during the skill's persistent diffusion, you may choose to activate it to hear fragments of the rumors. Chapter 309. Spreading rumors to confound the enemy, generating random rumor content. Generation complete. Would you like to broadcast this content? Without hesitation, Hanzhe selected yes. His curiosity about the nature of this random rumor was piqued. Upon clicking yes, the prompt vanished. Hanzhe remained concealed behind the bushes, observing the distant minor bandits. They appeared to show no reaction. Where were the effects of the skill? As Hanzhe pondered, a patrolling minor bandit suddenly exhibited a change. The bandit turned to approach a fellow bandit stationed nearby, and the two began to engage in hushed whispers. Although their voices were low, Hanzhe, thanks to the skill, could hear them distinctly. Patrolling bandit. Brother, have you heard? Station bandit. Heard what? I've heard from an expert that iron ore can greatly replenish one's health and prolong life. The station bandit was incredulous. Are you kidding? How can iron ore be good for health? What do you know? The expert said that the blood in our bodies contains iron, and since iron ore also contains iron, it must replenish our vitality. Is that really true? Do you even understand science? Can experts be wrong? With your level of intelligence, you'll only ever be a lowly bandit. Wait, buddy, if iron ore truly has such health benefits, how come we, who mine every day, don't feel any different? I don't feel anything at all. You do have a point, but the expert shouldn't be mistaken, right? That is not right. Brother, that is not right. What do you mean not right? Think about it. If iron ore can replenish health, we use pickaxes every day and hardly ever touch iron ore. If we don't touch it, how can it help? Oh, that makes sense. I told you the expert couldn't be wrong. From today onward, let us only use our hands to dig for iron ore? Great. I'll do just that when I head down to the mine. I'm determined to replenish myself. After their spirited exchange, the two minor bandits continued their patrol, engaging in casual conversations with other bandits. Brother, I have a miraculous remedy for health, certified by an expert. Brother, did you hear? They even shared a few words with a minor leader among the miners. Bro, I've made a discovery that can greatly enhance health. Before long, the rumor had spread widely. A new prompt appeared before Hanzhe. Rumor dissemination complete. Rumor effect. All members of this group gain a 300 increase in work enthusiasm. Work hours extended by 50, and no longer use pickaxes during work, resulting in an 80 increase in mine output. Gazing at the effects of the rumor, Hanzhe's expression was complex. What kind of rumor was this? It was truly bizarre. However, Hanzhe could discern that the effect of this rumor was remarkably potent. Merely activating a skill had diminished the output of the iron mine by 80. He contemplated the possibility of this being utilized by other players' territories. Meanwhile, the guards tasked with safeguarding the mine had already descended into the depths of the mine, bustling with fervor and enthusiasm. Even the minor leaders among the bandits joined in, leaving only 3 guards above ground, rendering the area strikingly deserted. It seemed that Hanzhe's skill could only persuade the majority to believe the rumor, leaving a small faction still skeptical. Perhaps the minor leaders were also aware of the necessity to maintain some level of defense outside, hence their decision to retain those 3 guards above. This was indeed a rare and opportune moment. Awaken! Hanzhe urged the dozing soldiers beside him. The rumor had circulated for over 2 hours. causing the soldiers to feel drowsy. Hanzhe proceeded to devise a straightforward battle plan. All right, prepare for action. He surveyed the members of his team, selecting the most captivating succubus among them. You, go and attempt to bewitch those 3 guards, persuading them to abandon their dark allegiance. He commanded the succubus, eager to test her enchanting abilities. The succubus nodded and emerged from the foliage. Hanzhe speculated that the bandits were likely quite lecherous, and with the succubus's charm, a mere sway of her hips would likely dazzle the 3 guards. They would probably find themselves nodding in agreement to her every request, their will to fight diminished. Oh, lovely one, I shall grant all your wishes, they would say. Then, the succubus stood up from the thicket and ventured into the open space of the mine. Who goes there? The 3 bandit guards instantly became alert. It's just a little lost girl who accidentally wandered in here, the succubus pouted playfully. Oh, it's just a little lady, the 3 guards chuckled, their gazes fixated on the succubus. You must be so bored hanging around this dreary mine all day. Why not come with us? I can lead you to experience extraordinary pleasures. The succubus continued her playful banter, even teasingly caressing herself. Yes, exactly that allure. It's incredibly tempting. Hanzhe, concealed within the bushes, clenched his fists in excitement. If she could indeed bewitch those guards, whether to entice them into his territory or lure them away from the mine, it would be a significant gain for him. However, the 3 guards suddenly drew their weapons. Brothers, let us seize this girl and enjoy ourselves tonight, they exclaimed with glee. Indeed, the other 2 guards echoed, charging towards the succubus with palpable enthusiasm. Upon witnessing this turn of events, the succubus was momentarily taken aback and began to retreat silently. Hanzhe's expression shifted instantly. This was dire. The enemy, having been enchanted, seemed even more invigorated. This would not do. Charge! Hanzhe commanded his soldiers without hesitation. Hanzhe and 3 succubus soldiers swiftly emerged from the underbrush, charging towards the nearest mining bandit. Hanzhe led the way. The bandits, engrossed in their game, only turned to notice the commotion when it was almost too late. There's an ambush. One of the bandits cried out. The closest bandit had no time to react as Hanzhe thrust his stone spear fiercely into his chest. The blow landed, and the bandit fell. In reality, such an attack would have been fatal. However, this was not reality. Hanzhe's attack power was capped at a certain limit, and even a spear that pierced through the skull would only inflict a fixed amount of damage. A mere few dozen points. The bandit's health stood at 90, rendering him not dead from a single thrust. The spear automatically slipped from the bandit's chest, and he promptly rose to his feet. Meanwhile, the 2 succubus soldiers wasted no time in delivering follow-up strikes. Their stone spears struck the bandit once more. Still, he did not perish. It was only after Hanzhe delivered another thrust that he achieved the kill. On the other side, the 2 succubus soldiers were engaged in a struggle with another bandit. Their combat prowess was inferior to that of the bandits, but their numerical advantage allowed them to hold their ground. Further afield, the 3rd bandit, the one farthest from the group, made no attempt to resist. Instead, he turned to flee, calling out as he dashed into the mine, seeking reinforcements. Hanzhe paid him no mind and instead thrust his spear from behind to aid the 2 succubus soldiers in dispatching the bandit before them. Witnessing the bandit succumb under his spear, Hanzhe quickly turned to his subordinates, issuing orders. All right, now heed my command. Run. Immediately return to the territory. Having spoken, he plunged into the forest. The succubi were momentarily taken aback by the abruptness of his command, but they quickly followed suit, dashing into the mist-laden woods behind him. As they traversed the forest, Hanzhe felt a wave of frustration. The charm ability, as described, was supposed to enhance the succubi's allure. However, it appeared that the description was far from modest. It indeed merely enhanced their attraction. There was no hint of a coercive effect, nor even a semblance of a mind-affecting influence. In truth, if this ability were named charisma, it would be far more fitting. The term charm was misleading. It was a vexing predicament. If they could not even sway minds, could they still be called succubi? They might as well be termed streamers. After swiftly navigating through the forest, Hanzhe returned to his territory. At this moment, the stone walls surrounding the area were nearly complete. These were level 2 walls, not particularly sturdy, standing only about 3 meters high, which was quite low, and their thickness was unremarkable. Hanzhe intended to surround the area with the level 2 walls first and gradually upgrade them. Initially, he had contemplated constructing level 1 walls directly. However, the level 1 wall stands merely a meter high, resembling nothing more than an enclosure for pigs, which is why Hanzhe opted for a level 2 wall. Shortly after Hanzhe's return, another soldier arrived, driving a cart. This was precisely Hanzhe's objective. Earlier, while concealed in the thicket, he had contemplated that if bewitching the enemy proved ineffective, then a direct assault would be necessary. With only a handful of men at his disposal, capturing an iron mine would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. Even if he summoned reinforcements from the territory, the casualties incurred in an all-out assault on the mine would be catastrophic. Observing the situation of the mine, it appeared there was also a bandit camp nearby. Even if Hanzhe forcibly seized the mine, should the bandits send reinforcements, he would be unable to hold his ground. Thus, Hanzhe chose a more prudent course of action. He merely required a small quantity of ore and 2 horses by distracting the guards. He could steal the cart with greater safety. Hanzhe proceeded accordingly. As several men burst forth from the underbrush, another soldier had already stealthily driven away with the cart. Hanzhe estimated that this incident would likely reveal the existence of his territory, and he would soon face an assault from the bandits. However, before that occurred, Hanzhe had time to undertake construction work. He felt no regret, for iron and horses were of paramount importance to him at this moment. If the bandits sought revenge, so be it. Once Hanzhe acquired iron, he could exchange it for, or in the resource black market. He utilized the remaining quota for the day to convert it all into iron ore, subsequently upgrading the workshop. With the newly upgraded workshop, he began crafting iron tools. The majority of his quota for the day had been spent on stone to fortify the walls. Thus, his stock of iron ore was limited, prompting him to prioritize forging iron swords, distributing one to each soldier. After all, this was the most material-efficient option. Armor and bows would have to wait until the resource black market refreshed its quota the following day, at which point he could produce more with the iron ore. After arranging the tasks, Hanzhe returned to the bulletin board. The task refreshment period had elapsed, and the original task had been replaced with a new one. Nevertheless, prior to his departure, he had accepted the simplest exploration quest, which, due to its acceptance, remained on the bulletin board and had been completed upon his discovery of the iron mine. Hanzhe clicked to claim his reward. Chapter 310. Monsters on holiday. Upon receiving his reward, Hanzhe obtained 2 items and some iron ore. The items included a blueprint for explosive arrows and a finely crafted sword. Nothing particularly extraordinary. After all, the game's tasks were not like Hanzhe's vending machine, offering items that were standard and unremarkable. Hanzhe examined the blueprint for the explosive arrows. As the name suggests, explosive arrows detonate upon hitting their target, inflicting significantly more damage than ordinary arrows, providing area damage and proving effective against structures. They are exceptionally useful, though prohibitively expensive to produce, requiring a substantial amount of wood and stone for refinement. This was something Hanzhe could accept, as the chainsaw wielded by Baldi Chong operates tirelessly, ensuring an endless supply of wood. However, crafting explosive arrows would occupy the workshop for a considerable duration. The time spent crafting this arrow precludes the creation of any other items. The cost of this endeavor is prohibitively high, and it necessitates a high-level workshop. If Hanzhe were to construct additional advanced workshops solely for the purpose of producing explosive arrows, the expense would escalate even further, rendering it entirely impractical. This implies that the production of explosive arrows would be limited, sufficient only for dealing with clusters of enemies or fortifications. Nonetheless, this would suffice. Hanzhe had no intention of relying solely on this firepower for coverage. As dusk approached, Hanzhe successfully completed the stable, housing the captured horses within. To his astonishment, he discovered that there were 2 stallions. The stone walls had also been erected, standing 3 meters high and 1.5 meters wide. Slightly more rudimentary than the walls he had constructed at the hot springs in Misty Mountain. However, due to the urgency of enclosing the area, the space within the walls was somewhat constrained. Should Hanzhe wish to build new structures in the future, they would likely need to be constructed outside the walls. This posed no significant issue. An inner city and an outer city could coexist. Eventually, the outer city could also be fortified with walls, allowing for further expansion of new buildings outside the outer walls. It would inevitably resemble something from Attack on Titan. In the final moments before sunset, Hanzhe instructed all to take up their bows and arrows atop the walls. His city gates, constructed of wood, were of level 2, comprising 2 entrances, one in the front and one in the back. Ample level 3 traps had been dug outside both gates. Hanzhe estimated that as long as the night did not bring forth spider-men or birdmen, they would be able to withstand any assault. As night fell, Hanzhe stood upon the walls, surveying the surroundings. He had prepared several explosive arrows to counter large groups of enemies or heavily armored foes. On the 3rd night, what could possibly approach? Hanzhe tightened his grip on the bow. The silence enveloped him. After a few minutes in the night breeze, he was puzzled by the lack of any movement. Previously, the monsters had always appeared right at sunset. Why had they not yet arrived tonight? Were they delayed? Hanzhe lingered on the walls for another half hour, yet nothing materialized. A wave of confusion washed over him. Was it possible that there would be no foes tonight? Unlike the ordinary days, descending from the walls, he checked the bulletin board's chat channel. The discussions there still revolved around monsters. Reading through the messages, he realized that others had already encountered monsters. Tonight was certainly not an ordinary night. Yet why was it so quiet on his end? Had they simply not arrived yet? Or had Hanzhe fortuitously drawn a night without any enemies? Uncertainty clouded his thoughts. However, remaining idle in the night air was not a viable option. Hanzhe instructed a handful of soldiers to remain vigilant while allowing others to rest or attend to their tasks. Periodically, he would check the chat channel to see if anyone else was experiencing a lack of enemies. Yet throughout the entire night, no enemies appeared. In the chat channel, not a single person mentioned a lack of foes on their side. It was as if, for this night, Hanzhe's territory alone was devoid of adversaries. He could not fathom the reason why. On the 4th day, Hanzhe devoted himself entirely to developing the base, while simultaneously dispatching several reconnaissance teams to investigate the surrounding area. Particularly noteworthy is the observation of whether there are territories of other players nearby. The exploration team, while surveying the vicinity, encountered predominantly random events. Upon the team's return, these occurrences were conveyed to Hanzhe through pop-up notifications. Your expedition team ventured into the forest and discovered a purse left behind by an adventurer. You have gained 20 gold coins. Your expedition team stumbled upon an abandoned cottage during their exploration, and after searching, you obtained blueprints for a tower. This tower, a rather lofty structure, could serve as a lookout or a defensive edifice, or even a landmark. After perusing the blueprints, Hanzhe glanced at the adjacent 5-star hotel. After a moment of contemplation, he quietly relegated the blueprints to his storage. Your expedition team encountered a migrating goblin settlement in the forest, and your team received the goblin's blessing. All female members of the expedition team have entered a state of pregnancy. Your expedition team received guidance from passing elves during their forest exploration, and everyone in the team gained experience points. These were rather haphazard rewards. On the evening of the 4th day, Hanzhe remained poised for battle. Yet, the entire night passed without a single enemy encounter. A glance at the chat channel revealed that others, like him, were also devoid of adversaries. Hanzhe found this perplexing. On the 5th day, the expedition team finally captured a wild mare outside. Hanzhe could finally commence breeding horses. That night, he anticipated an uneventful evening, similar to the preceding days. However, reality played a jest upon him. Numerous large spiders, each comparable in size to the previously encountered bloodthirsty wolves and capable of spewing venom, emerged. Hanzhe expended considerable effort to vanquish them, and tragically, 2 succubi villagers lost their lives. In honor of the fallen, Hanzhe constructed a cemetery at a distance from the territory, ensuring that the departed succubi were laid to rest. The cemetery's cost and construction time were minimal. Thus Hanzhe proceeded with the endeavor, appreciating the added sense of ceremony. On the 6th day, Hanzhe had acquired a sufficient number of horses. The expedition team could now ride, significantly expanding their exploration range, allowing them to thoroughly investigate the nearby and even more distant areas. By midday, the exploration team finally pinpointed the location of the nearby bandit stronghold. In truth, the number of adversaries was far fewer than Hanzhe had anticipated, with only a few dozen present. However, what struck Hanzhe as peculiar was the absence of any other players' territories in the vicinity, whether near or far. This vast expanse appeared to be solely occupied by Hanzhe's territory. Was he fortunate enough to spawn in a secluded corner devoid of other players, allowing for a more cautious development? It seemed so. He pondered the notion of internal governance, awaiting changes in the world before advancing into the central plains. Hanzhe felt a sense of confidence, especially with the chainsaw of Bald Strong at his disposal. It was unlikely that many could surpass his development. Furthermore, since the 5th day, he had gradually begun to see various alliance recruitment messages in the chat channel. It seems that many individuals have begun to unite. As for the matter of joining an alliance, Hanzhe remains unhurried, for he is surrounded by no other players. At present, the distinction between joining or not feels negligible. On the evening of the 6th day, it transformed into Christmas Eve. No monsters had appeared in Hanzhe's territory. Observing the chat channel, others seemed to experience nightly invasions from monsters, leading vibrant nocturnal lives, while Hanzhe's monsters occasionally chose to be absent. What could possibly be the reason for this? Do monsters also take holidays? Hanzhe found himself perplexed. Chapter 311, The Meal Alliance. On the 8th day of the game, the population of Hanzhe's territory had surpassed 300, among which 50 were professional soldiers. Iron equipment had been fully prepared, and there were 50 steeds at his disposal. Hanzhe was now ready to commence his campaign against the bandits. Bandits, after all, must be dealt with at all times. In addition to the 50 professional soldiers, Hanzhe also drafted 200 villagers, equipping them with armor and weapons to form a militia. 250 individuals marched into the forest, first assaulting the bandits' iron mine, followed by an attack on their stronghold. To be frank, with his current military strength, dealing with these bandits was akin to a one-sided confrontation. As he set out, he took a glance at the bulletin board for quests and accepted the task of eliminating the bandits. The iron mine was guarded by a mere 20 or so mining bandits. Hanzhe skillfully shot down a few bandits on the ground, while the remaining bandits in the mine emerged one by one only to meet their demise. Hanzhe easily captured the iron mine, which held significant importance for him. He no longer needed to expend vast amounts of wood to exchange for overpriced iron, thereby greatly accelerating his development. Hanzhe assigned a few individuals to guard the mine and immediately led his entire army along the paths of the mine to launch an offensive, striving to take down the bandit stronghold in one swift motion. Not long down the road, he arrived at the bandit stronghold he had previously scouted. It exuded the quintessential aura of a mountain lair, wooden walls, timber watchtowers, and in some areas, the skulls of sheep and torches hung as standard decorations. The bandits within the lair had heard the news and closed the gates, intending to defend their stronghold behind the walls. Hanzhe ordered 10 prepared soldiers to step forward. Each soldier possessed 3 explosive arrows. Upon releasing the arrows, they struck the walls. A cacophony of explosions ensued, causing the wooden walls and gates to collapse in a tremendous crash, engulfed in thick smoke. Hanzhe's army charged into the stronghold, confronting a host of level 3 elite bandits, alongside a level 5 bandit chief. The level 5 bandit boasted an astonishing health of 240, yet this proved inconsequential. Hanzhe's forces were simply too numerous, with most equipped with iron-tipped arrows. A volley of arrows rained down, turning the level 5 bandit into a sieve. Hanzhe also loosed an arrow, merely to garner a touch of assistive experience. Before long, the bandit stronghold was breached. Hanzhe's men began to gather the spoils of war. Gold coins, iron, ore, food, and weapons were all transported back to their home. Hanzhe also discovered virtuous women abducted by bandits and brought them back to his territory. He was unperturbed by the number of individuals and approved their inclusion without hesitation. Additionally, a few surrendered bandits were presented to him. Hanzhe faced the choice of executing, recruiting, or releasing them. Among these bandits, the lowest rank was level 2, while the highest was level 3, which still held some utility. Hanzhe was uncertain whether these bandits might rebel, as the guidebook did not provide explicit information on the matter. However, he was in desperate need of manpower. His territory, which could accommodate 300, had fewer than 40 men. Thus, he was willing to recruit any man available. Hanzhe never anticipated that he would find himself so intrigued by men. Ultimately, he decided to recruit the bandits, assigning them tasks for the time being. If any threat arose, he could always place them on the front lines as expendable resources. Upon his victorious return, scouts reported an intriguing situation to Hanzhe. They had discovered a chest in front of the forest, initially perceiving it as a mere random event. Hanzhe inquired about its contents. The scouts shook their heads, stating that a note affixed to the chest read, "To the esteemed lord." They were hesitant to open it without permission. Taken aback by this, Hanzhe wondered if it was indeed meant for him. "Bring the chest over for me to examine," he commanded. Soon, 2 scouts transported the chest and placed it in the clearing before the inn. It was a wooden box, adorned with a piece of sheepskin that bore the inscription, "To the esteemed lord." Pondering why it was addressed specifically to him, Hanzhe felt a twinge of skepticism. He stepped back several meters and called to the scouts, "You open it." Following his command, the scouts cautiously pried it open. "What's inside?" Hanzhe shouted from a distance. The scouts rummaged through the chest and turned to report, "My lord, it contains a note and a box of provisions." "The note? Let me see it," Hanzhe instructed. The scout handed him the note, which was a small piece of sheepskin. Upon unfolding it, Hanzhe read 2 lines, "Esteemed lord. Soon all players will begin to attack one another, placing everyone in a precarious situation. Why not join our alliance for mutual support? To join, construct a communication center. Search for Food Alliance and apply for membership. A small gift is enclosed for your acceptance." After reading the note, Hanzhe grasped the situation. Although one question lingered in his mind: how had this so-called Food Alliance managed to reach him in his remote corner, where no other players were within several kilometers? Chapter 312. Join my alliance. Hanzhe glanced at the contents of the box, which held a supply of bread. Though bread was inexpensive, he was nonetheless grateful to receive it, as he had grown weary of consuming the fruits from his fields daily. However, he hesitated about joining the Food Alliance. Ultimately, he decided to allow the villagers to commence construction of the communication center, a facility intended for alliance interactions. The primary purpose of constructing this was to join an alliance. However, Hanzhe had refrained from doing so, as he felt it unnecessary to isolate himself in a desolate corner without other players around. He believed he could develop independently for a while longer before seeking alliance. Nonetheless, with an invitation now extended to him, he thought it prudent to build one and assess the situation, especially since the cost was negligible. Soon enough, a level 1 liaison office was completed. It was merely a wooden cabin accompanied by a courtyard, which housed a pigeon coop for sending messages. This pigeon was, in fact, a mere decorative feature, generated out of thin air upon construction. The liaison office served as a portal for Hanzhe to interact with other alliances via an information panel located at the cabin's entrance. Hanzhe searched for the Gourmet Alliance, and the information promptly appeared. Gourmet Alliance. Click to apply. Number of members. For alliance strength. Obscure average distance from my location. Close. Click to apply. There were only 4 lines of information and an application button, lacking even a declaration of the alliance's purpose. Having perused the guidebook, Hanzhe knew that a level 4 alliance headquarters would provide a declaration for other players to see. The absence of such a declaration indicated that the headquarters had not even reached level 4, and with only 4 members, it was pitifully meager. Joining such an alliance would feel akin to boarding a sinking ship, if not a pirate vessel. Hanzhe's interest waned entirely, and he closed the panel, dismissing the encounter as if it never occurred, and continued with his development. Later, Hanzhe clicked to complete the bandit extermination task on the bulletin board and received his rewards. 1. Intermediate class change card. 1. Improved ballista blueprint. 1. Castrated pig set. This castrated pig set was essentially a rudimentary quality cleansing outfit, allowing villagers to change their profession to eunuch. The eunuch class significantly enhanced work efficiency while negating reproductive capabilities, thus preventing unauthorized breeding. Although the specifics of the profession were not detailed, Hanzhe could easily surmise its implications. This set could also be applied to livestock, similar to reality. Using it would render the animals incapable of reproduction while slightly enhancing their abilities and attributes. Hanzhe stored the items back in his inventory and used the class change card to promote a villager to the profession of skilled lumberjack. This was akin to equipping Tyson with brass knuckles, thereby amplifying the already formidable lumberjack capabilities of Bald Chong with his chainsaw. On the evening of the 8th day, Hanzhe grew concerned that if monsters spawned during the night, they might attack his mine as well. Therefore, he dispatched the chief guard and a few higher-level soldiers to safeguard the mine. The chief guard had already reached level 5, making her the strongest among Hanzhe's subordinates. He estimated that with her and several others, a force of a dozen would suffice for defense, especially since the bandits had a similar number guarding their mine. As night fell, the monsters approaching Hanzhe's territory were level 5 wild boar kings. They wreaked havoc on several structures in Hanzhe's outer city, severely damaging a segment of his wall, and subsequently engaged in a fierce battle with Hanzhe and the villagers, targeting their provisions. To counter this, Hanzhe even constructed a level 2 barbecue grill specifically for wild boars. On the morning of the 9th day, Hanzhe was preparing to embark on a journey to expand his intelligence, aiming to transform the surrounding situation from a few kilometers to a broader 10-kilometer radius. However, the scouts arrived first with alarming news. "My lord, our iron mine was attacked last night. The soldiers and villagers stationed there, as well as the mining facilities, have suffered extensive destruction." "Wait, did the captain of the guards also perish?" Hanzhe inquired urgently. "Yes, the captain unfortunately met his demise," the scout confirmed. Hanzhe's heart sank at that moment. The captain had been by his side for several days and had recently attained level 5. He had developed a bond with him. Suddenly losing him was a bitter blow. Frustration surged within Hanzhe. What is this system doing? Are the wild boars attacking the mine more formidable than those at our main base? According to the circumstances of the captain and his men, if it were merely a level 5 wild boar king, even if the captain couldn't secure victory, he should have been able to retreat to the territory, with only a few casualties at most. Yet, they were completely annihilated. Clearly, there must have been many wild boars involved in the attack. "My lord, it may not have been wild boars," the scout interjected. "What? We found a note left for you amidst the ruins of the mine." "A note?" Hanzhe was taken aback. The scout handed over the note, which Hanzhe recognized as a familiar piece of sheepskin. "We invited you yesterday, but you seemed hesitant. Thus, we thought it prudent to remind you. Rest assured, if you join our Gourmet Alliance, we will compensate you for all your losses." Once again, it was the Gourmet Alliance. If soft persuasion failed, they resorted to brute force. Yet, what kind of alliance resorts to such tactics? "If I refuse to join, can't you simply persuade me or send a warning message? To take such direct action, what are they trying to achieve?" This was akin to defecating on my neck. Hanzhe felt a surge of anger. "My friends, with my timber harvesting speed multiplied by 100 and my superior tools, do you truly believe you can bully me?" Chapter 3:13. Are we at war with the 8 routes? Hanzhe temporarily directed the villagers under his command to return to the mine and repair its facilities. Simultaneously, he dispatched all his scouts. Their mission was to scour the area surrounding Hanzhe's territory and locate the player responsible for the attack on his mine. The immediate vicinity of Hanzhe's territory had already been thoroughly explored, so this time, the scouts focused their search on a 6 to 10-kilometer radius around his domain. They conducted a thorough search until they found their target. Hanzhe's strategy was straightforward. Since this so-called Gourmet Alliance was lurking in the shadows, he needed to flush them out swiftly. Given his current level of development, as long as he could locate the enemy, he was absolutely confident in defeating them in a one-on-one confrontation. However, if all 4 of them attacked simultaneously, he would feel some trepidation. Yet, it was unlikely they could reside together. If Hanzhe could strike first and eliminate one, dealing with the remaining 3 would become significantly easier. All of this is predicated on a thorough understanding of both oneself and one's adversary. What Hanzhe desperately requires at this moment is intelligence, particularly regarding the ethnicity of his opponents, so he may devise targeted strategies. However, the more he yearns for this information, the greater his disappointment becomes. After a day of reconnaissance, his scouts have yet to discover any territories belonging to other players. This leaves Hanzhe perplexed. Could it be that the territory of the so-called Rice Eater Alliance is not in close proximity? Did they launch a long-distance assault against him? If the distance is indeed so vast, how did they even learn of Hanzhe's domain? These questions confound him. In response, Hanzhe has implemented new measures. He has discreetly stationed scouts in the woods surrounding the mine, conducting continuous patrols around the clock. Should this so-called Rice Eater Alliance attempt another ambush on the mine, even if the mine cannot be defended, the scouts will at least be able to inform Hanzhe of the approximate direction from which the enemy approaches. That night, no monsters invaded. Yet, regrettably, as dawn approached, Hanzhe received unwelcome news. In the early hours, another raid had occurred on his mine, resulting in the demise of several villagers. This incident constituted a minor-scale harassment. Although he lost a few villagers, the facilities of the mine remained intact, and there were even survivors. A note was left behind, inscribed with a single line: "Join the Rice Eater Alliance, and all losses will be compensated." Hanzhe's frustration deepened. He summoned the surviving villagers of the mine for inquiries. The villagers reported that the assailants had stormed the mine from all directions of the forest, clad in dark garments and masks, leaving their specific ethnicity unknown. Based solely on their physique, they appear to be of a size similar to that of humans. However, there are countless races that fit such a description, rendering this intelligence of little use. Hanzhe then called back the scouts patrolling the area around the mine. A few scouts had gone missing, presumably eliminated by the enemy. However, none of the surviving scouts could ascertain the origin or departure of the attackers. They had not even laid eyes on the enemy. Most troubling of all, the scouts reported no signs of unfamiliar hoofprints in the vicinity. The forest was relatively open, yet there were no traces of underbrush that could provide clues. The situation was utterly confounding. Was it possible that the enemy did not ride horses to execute their ambush? Could they have approached on foot? Hanzhe deemed this unlikely. Could they be dragon riders, descending from the skies? He gazed upward. Yet, according to the survivors' accounts, the attackers had emerged from the forest. So, dragon riders would forego their dragons, parachuting into the woods only to sprint forth and attack? Hanzhe shook his head. But he had no superior alternatives. He could only add a few more scouts to his ranks. That night, the mine faced another attack. This time, only one villager perished, though the workhouse of the mine was set ablaze. Once again, a note was left behind. If you do not join the alliance, your mine may not be the only target in the future. Hanzhe called the scouts back once more, and indeed, 2 of them had not returned. The remaining scouts were equally oblivious to the situation. Hanzhe felt on the verge of madness. What manner of enemy possessed such elusive abilities? Could there truly exist a race capable of vanishing without a trace? He pondered briefly and recalled a related thought. The 8 routes. Am I perhaps waging war against the 8 routes? Hanzhe scratched his head in confusion. Regardless of the enemy's identity, if they could genuinely arrive and depart without detection, Hanzhe would be at a loss. Should the situation prove dire, joining an alliance could be an option, yet that would render the death of the captain meaningless and turn him into a coward. Hanzhe felt a twinge of reluctance. That evening, he devised a plan. He deployed nearly 50 villagers as scouts, assigning each a number. These scouts would transform the previous mobile watch into a fixed one, centered around the mine. They would be arranged in a vast square formation akin to a chessboard. This setup had its advantages. At dawn, they could ascertain which positions had lost scouts, thereby deducing the enemy's approach. Simultaneously, Hanzhe laid an ambush at the mine. Should the enemy's night raiders dare to approach, he would deliver a decisive counterattack. That night, the enemy indeed launched a nocturnal assault. However, only a handful appeared, clad in dark attire and wielding iron spears. Hanzhe's ambushers sprang into action, swiftly surrounding the attackers. Hanzhe glanced at the attackers' information. Masked night attire protection. He was taken aback to discover that the combination of a mask and dark clothing could obscure their information display. Upon realizing they were encircled, the assailants ceased their struggle against Hanzhe's soldiers. Retreat, shouted their leader. The masked figures swiftly grabbed bamboo tubes and cast them to the ground. With a resounding thud, a dense cloud of smoke erupted, obscuring visibility. When the smoke cleared, Hanzhe noticed that the masked assailants had vanished. How could they escape right under his nose? Mount up. They cannot have gone far. Hanzhe commanded his soldiers. They began to scour the surroundings, with Hanzhe joining the search. However, after an extensive search, they found not a single enemy. What puzzled Hanzhe was that within the mere moments afforded by the smoke bombs, the masked figures had completely vanished. Could they have employed some form of earth evasion technique? Frustrated, Hanzhe decided to call back all the scouts. As anticipated, several were indeed missing. He took out a sheepskin and noted down the numbers of the absent scouts. To his astonishment, according to the chessboard formation, if the enemy had approached from the 3 o'clock direction, the outermost scout in that direction would have been eliminated first, followed by those closer in, creating a line extending from the periphery to the center. Thus, one could deduce the direction from which the enemy emerged. It was reasonable to assume that the adversaries would retreat in the same direction, allowing for a direct pursuit. However, the current situation perplexed Hanzhe. All the scouts from the outermost 3 circles had returned unscathed, while those stationed closer had been eliminated. This indicated that the ambushing foes did not approach from outside the forest, but rather materialized unexpectedly from within it. How could this be possible? After contemplating the matter, Hanzhe concluded that the only way to elucidate this mystery was to thoroughly investigate the location where the enemy had suddenly appeared the previous day. He retrieved a sheepskin map previously drawn by the scouts and marked the area of the enemy's emergence. This is the spot where the enemy appeared. Conduct a comprehensive search of this region immediately and ascertain if there are any remaining foes or traces left behind. He commanded the scouts. Mounted scouts promptly set out, but soon returned with nothing to report. They claimed the area was entirely devoid of any presence. How can there be nothing? Did you search diligently? Use your torches to illuminate the surroundings. Hanzhe felt an urge to reprimand the scouts. My lord, we truly searched the area, one scout replied, visibly frustrated. It's not a matter of torches, we can see perfectly well. Enough. I shall conduct the search myself, Hanzhe declared, doubting the scout's keen vision. He mounted his war horse and, accompanied by several scouts for protection, arrived at the designated area. Upon arrival, Hanzhe was taken aback. Before him lay a vast clearing within the forest, clearly visible without the need for torches, which explained the scout's confidence. However, what was peculiar was a massive boulder, the size of a small hill, situated in the center of the clearing. Approaching the boulder, Hanzhe observed a fissure splitting it down the middle, creating a narrow gap that traversed the entire stone. He examined the crevice, noting its narrowness. One would struggle to pass through sideways. Surely, Such a narrow opening could not conceal anyone, he mused with a smile, shaking his head. Nevertheless, he remained cautious and peered into the gap. Something within appeared to be glowing. Leaning closer, Hanzhe scrutinized the fissure, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Within that slender space lay a structure illuminated by lights, resembling a shop, complete with a vertical sign atop its roof. He read the inscription, Genshin Chicken Shop? Chapter 314. Assault on Genshin Chicken Shop. Hanzhe could not resist rubbing his eyes and taking another glance. Indeed, it was Genshin Chicken Shop. He recoiled slightly, utterly bewildered. What on earth? How could a Genshin Chicken Shop exist within such a narrow crevice? It was as if there existed a narrow fissure on the floor of Hanzhe's bedroom, which he had disregarded during his daily comings and goings. One day, however, he inadvertently cast a glance into the crevice and discovered a thriving outlet of Genshin chicken fillet nestled within. Anyone would be momentarily taken aback by such an unexpected sight. As Hanzhe recoiled, his nearby bodyguard observed his reaction with a look of bewilderment. "My lord, what is the matter?" The enchanting demon bodyguard inquired softly. "What is the matter?" Hanzhe himself was entirely at a loss. Yet, one thing was certain. The enemy had likely emerged from this very spot and might also vanish through it. This fissure was undoubtedly linked to the adversary, possibly serving as a portal of sorts. Quickly, return and summon the troops. Initiate an A-level combat formation. Hanzhe instructed his bodyguard in a hushed tone. The combat formations were regulations established by Hanzhe the previous day within his territory, outlining predetermined deployment strategies. A C-level formation indicated the mobilization of half the soldiers, while a B-level formation represented the engagement of 80 of the soldiers alongside 50 villagers. An A-level formation called for the full mobilization of all soldiers and 80 villagers, armed and ready for action. An S-level formation, the most severe, involved the mobilization of everyone in the territory, a situation deemed desperate enough to risk everything for confrontation. Upon receiving the command, the demon bodyguard promptly set off to gather personnel from the territory and the mine. Meanwhile, Hanzhe and the remaining soldiers cautiously led their horses into the adjacent woods, extinguishing their torches. They observed the movements around the fissure from a safe distance. Hanzhe's men had previously scouted while mounted, and the sound of hooves was significant. He doubted anyone within the fissure would remain oblivious. The adversary was likely prepared, hence Hanzhe required reinforcements. Moments later, the fissure remained still, and the first wave of reinforcements arrived. Dozens of Hanzhe's cavalry, his elite forces, surround that large boulder. Anyone who attempts to emerge must be dealt with swiftly, Hanzhe commanded. The cavalry quickly encircled the massive stone. After a few more moments, Hanzhe's infantry arrived. Yet the fissure remained silent. He called upon 2 brigands he had recently conscripted. "You two, venture inside and investigate." The 2 brigands complied, cautiously approaching the fissure and then squeezing sideways into the opening. Suddenly, a flurry of arrows erupted from within, striking the 2 brigands at the entrance. Amidst the chaos of flying arrows, they convulsed briefly before collapsing to the ground. The scene was utterly harrowing. It seemed that this fissure was well defended, though this notion applied to those of the cold weapon era. Hanzhe, however, possessed modern firearms. He retrieved an explosive arrow from his satchel, advanced to the fissure, drew back the bowstring, and swiftly released the arrow. A resounding explosion echoed forth, sending a cascade of debris soaring from the opening. Without hesitation, he nocked another arrow, and another explosion followed. Hanzhe quickly turned to the soldiers beside him, issuing the command, "Advance, advance, advance." The soldiers, upon receiving their orders, surged into the crevice of the stones. After estimating that a dozen or so had entered, Hanzhe followed suit. To his astonishment, once he traversed the narrow gap, the space within expanded considerably. It was not merely spacious, it felt vast, akin to the size of a football field, seemingly larger than the entire exterior stone formation. What was this extraordinary space? Hanzhe glanced around, and within this realm, he recognized buildings he was quite familiar with. Level 6 farmland, Level 5 warehouses, Level 4 residences, which he had not constructed due to his own hotel, and a Level 2 barracks, alongside a destroyed Level 2 arrow tower at the entrance. In that instant, clarity dawned upon Hanzhe. He realized he had stumbled upon a Player S territory. To think that so close to himself, another Player S domain had existed all along. He had believed himself fortunate to be alone in a remote corner, yet unbeknownst to him, an invisible neighbor had resided nearby. It was no wonder the Dining Alliance had sought him out. The proximity was startling. Hanzhe inhaled sharply and turned his attention forward. His soldiers were already engaged in combat with the enemy ahead. A brief glance revealed that the enemy was not numerous. There appeared to be only 20 or 30, all clad in yellow chef uniforms, wielding large cleavers as they clashed with Hanzhe soldiers. In the background, a few archers could be seen. The air was filled with the furious battle cries of the enraged enemies intermingling with the alluring shouts of the demon soldiers, enhanced by the acoustics of the semi-enclosed space, creating an extraordinary atmosphere. "Lord, be cautious, someone is preparing to strike from the shadows," warned a demon soldier, raising a large shield to protect Hanzhe. He nodded in acknowledgement and, shielded by its cover, retreated to a corner to peer out and assess the enemy's details. Genshin chicken fillet, Level 2, Profession, professional soldier combatability? What a peculiar name. Hanzhe couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it. Indeed, they were called Genshin chicken fillet. On the other side, Hanzhe's soldiers continued to pour in from outside, their numbers swelling. Conversely, the Genshin chicken fillet foes were falling one by one, their ranks dwindling. Soon, Hanzhe's forces gained a definitive advantage, and the space was dominated by the delicate voices of the female soldiers. Then, from several level 4 residences, emerged more figures in chef uniforms, but wielding tongs. Genshin chicken fillet, level 1, profession, unclassed combatability. Hanzhe glanced at the information and discerned that these were likely the villagers of this territory. The villagers had all been brought out to fight, indicating that the enemies were nearing defeat. Before long, the feeble villagers were overwhelmed by Hanzhe's elite soldiers, with many of them falling in the fray. The foremost of Hanzhe's soldiers rapidly leveled up amidst the chaos. However, Hanzhe's concern was not with their advancement, but rather with the whereabouts of the territory's lord. He surveyed his surroundings. Among the familiar structures, only one Genshin chicken fillet establishment was unfamiliar to him. Approaching it, he accessed the information regarding this chicken fillet shop. Genshin chicken fillet store, the player's main city. I am Huangbo, is indeed a distinctive stronghold, exuding a unique charm that even Hanzhe finds somewhat impressive. He gestures towards the Genshin chicken shop and commands 2 nearby soldiers to investigate the premises. The soldiers nod in acknowledgement and proceed to the shop. They raise their hands to smash the glass door, and just as they are about to enter, a young man clad in leather armor suddenly emerges from behind the counter. He raises his hands and shouts, "Big brother, please don't strike. I seek peace." Instantaneously, a notification appears beside Hanzhe. Player, I am Huangbo, has initiated a peace negotiation request. Would you like to enter discussions? According to the guidance manual, when conflict arises between players, one party, if overwhelmed or unwilling to continue fighting, may issue one of 2 requests. The first is a peace negotiation, essentially a request for truce, which may be contingent upon certain conditions that could grant a temporary reprieve from hostilities, subject to the opponent's agreement. Various terms may be proposed, including resources, territorial concessions, population exchanges, items, or even alliance membership. The most extreme condition entails becoming a vassal, akin to becoming a subordinate who must heed the commands of the dominant player. However, this status is often temporary, and should the vassal gain strength, independence is attainable. Of course, one may also choose to remain a loyal subordinate indefinitely. In the final game standings, if only the dominant player remains, all subordinate factions will rank one position lower than the dominant player, effectively securing second place, provided they survive until the end. The alternative to negotiation is outright surrender, which equates to conceding defeat. In such a case, all remaining population and assets are forfeited to the opponent, and the player exits the game in defeat. This may seem a foolish choice, as it ultimately leads to loss. One might as well resist until the end. However, this perspective overlooks the primary advantage of surrender, survival. In the realm of neon smiles, death is final. Yet choosing to surrender ensures a safe exit, albeit at a cost. Ultimately, the preservation of life outweighs the risk of annihilation during a futile resistance, where one could face actual death in combat. Hanzhe scrutinizes the peace negotiation notification. The terms of this negotiation can indeed be rejected unconditionally, allowing Hanzhe to assess what concessions this individual might offer. Chapter 315. The Evil Spirit Knight. Upon entering the peace negotiations, both parties momentarily cease hostilities, a measure enforced by the system and beyond Hanzhe's control. The notification before him updates, revealing the terms proposed by the adversary. Player, I am Huangbo, is willing to offer 8,000 units of wood and 20 gold coins in exchange for 1 week of peace. Upon reading the offer, Hanzhe cannot help but laugh. Wood? This individual wishes to barter with wood? This negotiation seems utterly absurd. With a scornful chuckle directed at the chicken shop, Hanzhe prepares to dismiss the notification. Yet, a moment's hesitation prompts him to reconsider. There may still be room for discussion. The young man in the chicken shop presses a button once more. The new offer has transformed into, Player, I am Huangbo, is willing to provide 8,500 units of wood and 20 gold coins, and will withdraw from his alliance to join yours in exchange for peace with you. Hanzhe lifted his gaze to glance at the man, who responded with an awkward smile. Hanzhe silently shook his head. Given the man's lackluster strength as an ally, Hanzhe found little interest in him. The man's expression shifted as he realized this was unacceptable. What do you say? He asked. Hanzhe answered, then surveyed his surroundings. There were essentially only Hanzhe's people left in the vicinity. Do not waste my time. I offer you one last opportunity, Hanzhe stated once more. The man hesitated, becoming aware of his precarious situation. Taking a deep breath, he entered his offer for the 3rd time. Player, I am Huangbo, is willing to provide 8,986 units of wood and 23 gold coins, and is prepared to become your vassal in exchange for peace with you. Hanzhe regarded the piecemeal offer, noting the willingness to become a vassal, understanding that this was the utmost limit of the man's proposal. However, Hanzhe had no use for such a feeble subordinate, especially one who might not even be loyal and could potentially pose future threats. Most importantly, Hanzhe's disdain for the man had already solidified due to his previous actions. Since there was nothing of value in the offer and his aversion for the man was palpable, Hanzhe decided to terminate the negotiation. He shook his head and exited the dialogue interface. You want to agree to this? The man was incensed. My team does not accept weaklings. Especially not a repugnant one like you, Hanzhe retorted. The man was momentarily taken aback by Hanzhe's words. Enough, surrender quickly. Exiting the game will at least save your life, Hanzhe advised. I will give you 10 seconds, and then I shall initiate an attack. As he spoke, he took cover behind the shield of his nearby guards, somewhat wary of the man's potential wrath and sudden retaliation. As soon as Hanzhe finished speaking, the numerous succubus soldiers beside him pointed their iron spears menacingly at the man, bolstering Hanzhe's confidence. The man, now thoroughly deflated, clicked a few times in the air. Hanzhe immediately received a new notification. Player, I am Huangbo, has surrendered to you. You will receive 75 of his resources, 50 of his remaining population, and all of his territories. All items in the opponent's inventory will be lost. Hanzhe nodded in acknowledgement. He then observed as the man behind the counter began to gradually vanish. Just wait, you'll see what's in store for you. The man spat vehemently before disappearing completely. Hanzhe remained unfazed by the threat. After all, he had heard many such bravados before and had grown weary of them. Following the man's surrender, a portion of the remaining villagers vanished, yet the majority remained on the field, turning to bow respectfully at Hanzhe. These were the villagers who automatically joined Hanzhe's faction. He examined their information, and this time, since he was already their lord, the details were complete. Hanzhe casually glanced at the information of a nearby villager. Name, Explosive Chicken Fillet Number 14, renameable, level, 3 race, Genshin Chicken Fillet People. Profession, unemployed, health points, 45 work capability, 22 combat capability, 6 racial talent. Genshin Chicken Fillet Shop. Genshin Chicken Fillet People can construct buildings known as Genshin Chicken Fillet Shops. These shops can be established in any confined space, and allied structures in proximity to the Genshin Chicken Fillet Shop will not be hindered by the limitations of terrain width. The Genshin Chicken Fillet Shop can function as a main city or exist independently as a store, providing you with income. Air fryer. Genshin Chicken Fillet People can convert air into chicken fillets, albeit with a lower yield. Upon reviewing this racial talent, Hanzhe found clarity regarding his previous doubts. The existence of this territory was entirely reliant on the racial talent of the Genshin Chicken Fillet People. However, he could comprehend how such a talent could exist for these beings. In his memory, Genshin Chicken Fillet establishments are frequently nestled in small corners of alleys, capable of operating in the most constrained spaces. Yet, the concept of the Genshin Chicken Fillet People was profoundly abstract. Previously encountered races, whether Transformers, Hilichurls, or Naruto ninjas, were all within his realm of acceptance. But now, the introduction of a race directly embodying a Genshin Chicken Fillet was somewhat beyond his comprehension. Would there be even more abstract races? Perhaps KFC people? Sha County Snack people? Wangzai Milk people? Hanzhe even conjured a skill for the Wangzai Milk people, envisioning them summoning a motherly figure bearing 2 cans of Wangzai milk as supplies, broadcasting through school loudspeakers to evoke maternal love that would touch the hearts of nearby enemies. What a peculiar notion. Emerging from the rocky crevice, Hanzhe began directing his subordinates to transport the resources from this area back to his territory. While it need not be abandoned, consolidating most of the resources back to the main base would be prudent. As dawn broke, Hanzhe surveyed the vast expanse of empty land outside. At that moment, he comprehended the reason for the open space. This Genshin Chicken Fillet entity also required development, which necessitated the felling of trees, resulting in the surrounding area being cleared. Moreover, in this game, cutting down trees leaves no traces, including stumps. Thus Hanzhe had previously failed to surmise the presence of another player's territory here. Suddenly, a cacophony of hooves approached from behind as Hanzhe pondered. Turning around, he saw one of his scouts galloping out from the woods. Lord, there is a situation. The scout called out. What is it? Speak clearly. Hanzhe replied. The scout halted his horse. My lord, to the 2 o'clock direction, a troop of cavalry is heading straight towards us. They are likely enemies. Cavalry? How many? About a dozen. What race do they belong to? They appear human, but they are not riding horses. Not riding horses? What are they riding then? They are on vehicles. What kind of vehicles? They have only 2 wheels. Do they have pedals? What is their speed like? Hanzhe gestured as he inquired. The footrest you mentioned are absent. The speed appears swift, yet it seems they have slowed their advance out of concern for enemy activity, the scout remarked. Upon hearing the scout's words, Hanzhe's expression turned grave. Previously, when the Lord of Genshin Chicken Cutlet surrendered, Hanzhe speculated that this cavalry unit was reinforcements from the Rice Alliance. The dilemma lies in discerning the race of these reinforcements. 2 wheels, rapid speed, and no footrests. Undoubtedly, they must be motorcycles. They resemble humans, yet the game has scarcely commenced, and Hanzhe had not even unlocked the internal combustion engine. So how could the enemy possess motorcycles? Hanzhe surmised that it was highly likely this race came equipped with them. What kind of race resembles humans and can provide motorcycles? After much contemplation, Hanzhe could only conjure 2 possibilities, the Hell Riders or Batman. Both are known for riding motorcycles, although Batman primarily drives his Batmobile. Perhaps there are also the Terminators. But upon further reflection, the only ones definitively associated with motorcycles are the Hell Riders. A dozen of them, perhaps? Wow. Hanzhe recalled the Hell Rider from the movies he had watched. A superpowered individual wielding flaming chains. Wouldn't they annihilate these primitive warriors armed with cold weapons with just a single lash? No wonder the Rice Alliance was so audacious. They must possess genuine power. Nearby soldiers noticed Hanzhe's grim countenance. Mount up, prepare for battle. Hanzhe immediately commanded. A dozen Hell Riders posed an almost unwinnable battle for him. Hanzhe mounted his horse. I will lead a reconnaissance. You all remain on standby. After issuing the order, he sped into the woods with a few guards, fervently contemplating strategies. He wondered whether ordinary wooden bows would be effective against the Hell Riders. Could they possibly transform into something else? Ordinary knights? If all else fails, perhaps negotiation is an option. If they truly are Hell Riders, then aligning with the Rice Alliance would not be a loss for Hanzhe. As he pondered, he gradually reached the edge of the woods, where the roar of motorcycle engines echoed ahead. It was chaotic, but indeed there were at least a dozen. To prevent startling their horses and revealing their position, Hanzhe and his companions dismounted and approached the forest's edge. In the open field, there were indeed several figures riding motorcycles, yet they merely circled in place, seemingly waiting for something, likely for news from their scouts. Hanzhe scrutinized the Hell Riders closely and immediately perceived something amiss. Their motorcycles were not the vintage models from the films, but were instead uniform scooters. Who rides scooters among the Hell Riders? Moreover, this scooter appeared somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, it was a scooter imbued with a futuristic design, adorned with dazzling ambient lights. Was this not a ghost fire? Cavalry riding ghost fires? Hanzhe examined these riders more intently. Each of them sported golden hair, clad in fitted t-shirts, slim trousers, and loafers, circling about while emitting a cacophony of AO. They lacked even the iconic leather jackets of the Ghost Rider. In an instant, Hanzhe had an epiphany. These riders were not the Ghost Rider at all. They were merely spirited youths. Chapter 316. The Spirited Youth's occupation, professional soldier level, 2 combat ability. Hanzhe glanced at this information and breathed a sigh of relief. As motorcyclists, these spirited youths paled in comparison to the Ghost Rider, resembling a troop of monkeys given motorcycles. They exuded an air of expendability. Yet, Hanzhe remained cautious, for it was reasonable to assume that every race possessed innate abilities. This group of spirited youths likely harbored unique talents unknown to Hanzhe. What could those abilities be? He speculated that one must pertain to motorcycles. As for the other, given the nature of games, it surely would not be entirely useless. However, Hanzhe was not well versed in the realm of spirited youths, and he struggled to conjure many relevant possibilities. Could it be that a simple maneuver or a flamboyant gesture would trigger some effect? That was the extent of his conjecture. Regardless, Hanzhe was resolved to engage them in battle. After a brief pause, the first wave of reinforcements, around 20 soldiers, arrived. Although their numbers were not significantly greater than those of the opposition, Hanzhe decided to strike now. The sparse underbrush offered little cover. If too many of his men arrived, they would have nowhere to hide and risk alarming the enemy. Hanzhe swiftly began his preparations. Given that the adversaries rode motorcycles, he opted to fight within the dense thicket, where obstacles would greatly disrupt their movements. Evading tree trunks while engaging in combat would surely prove challenging for both sides. He instructed 2 soldiers to lead the horses away while the remaining troops concealed themselves in the underbrush. To ensure thoroughness, he even ordered his men to charge with spears should the enemy begin to sway, determined to interrupt their actions. Having set the stage, Hanzhe approached the forest's edge. The spirited youths remained stationary, oblivious to the purpose of their prolonged wait. Without hesitation, Hanzhe unleashed an explosive arrow towards the spirited youths in the open field. He was aware that his bow had limited range, and this distance exceeded it. However, his intent was not to inflict harm with the explosive arrow. The arrow landed nearby, detonating with a resounding blast. In an instant, the entire assembly of spirited youths halted their motorcycles and turned their attention towards Hanzhe. He waved at them and shouted, "Hey there, your motorcycles look fantastic. Did you modify them from electric bikes?" The spirited youths twitched in surprise, then collectively glanced at a nearby youth who sported an exaggerated tail fin on his ghostly motorcycle. This individual was likely their leader. "This is the enemy our Lord warned us about. Charge! Let us take him down." The leader of the spirited youths drew a water pipe from his waist and pointed it at Hanzhe, with a cacophony of shouts. The group of spirited youths turned their motorcycles around, revving their engines and charging towards Hanzhe with reckless abandon. In response, Hanzhe swiftly darted into the woods. "Old dang, look at you, acting like it's a famine. Don't run." The spirited youth behind him jeered. They hurled their water pipes at Hanzhe, several striking the trees beside him. As Hanzhe dashed into the forest, the spirited youths followed closely behind. The soldiers concealed in the bushes immediately revealed themselves, brandishing iron spears and thrusting them toward the spirited youths. In ancient warfare, the spear was a formidable weapon against cavalry, capable of piercing a horse before it could reach its target, or at the very least, startling the steed into a panic. This was the essence of frightening the horse. However, these spirited youths were different. They rode motorcycles, which were impervious to fright. As several soldiers lifted their spears to stab, the The motorcycles charged forward, sending soldiers flying. The spirited youths quickly picked themselves up, seizing a fallen segment of the water pipe and taunting the toppled soldiers. Is this how you conduct an ambush? You lot are utterly superfluous. Not only did they collide with others, but the demon soldiers, upon emerging from the underbrush, would also shudder slightly, causing a number of the spirited youths to become momentarily entranced, leading them to crash into trees. Those who avoided both human and arboreal collisions opted to circle back and continue their assault on other soldiers, though the water pipes appeared innocuous. Combined with the speed of the motorcycles, they could inflict significant damage. Hanzhe even witnessed several lower-ranking soldiers being dispatched in an instant by the water pipes. The spirited youths who were thrown from their bikes immediately engaged in combat with the demon soldiers. However, Hanzhe's demon soldiers seemed to possess a natural advantage over these spirited youths. When faced with them, the youths instinctively looked downward. A mischievous grin spread across the faces of the spirited youths. When engaged in battle, if one does not focus on the enemy's fists and feet, but instead fixates on their chest, the outcome of the confrontation is virtually predetermined. Soon, the majority of the spirited youths found themselves vanquished by Hanzhe's soldiers. This old dang is playing dirty. We're outmatched. Let us retreat. The leader of the spirited youths exclaimed as he righted a nearby motorcycle and revved the throttle, fleeing towards the edge of the woods. The remaining spirited youths desperately lifted their motorcycles to escape. Hanzhe's soldiers hurled their steel spears, managing to pierce one wounded spirited youth. Yet 3 or 4 others managed to flee. Just 3 or 4, let them go. Hanzhe remained most concerned about the scattered demon motorcycles. These were motorcycles, far superior to his own steeds. Hanzhe hurriedly propped up a motorcycle, attempting to start it for a test ride. With a vigorous twist of the key, the ignition emitted a series of sounds, yet the engine stubbornly refused to roar to life. Convinced that this motorcycle was defective, he switched to another. Still, the engine would not start. He tried yet another, but to no avail. Ultimately, amidst a sea of over a dozen motorcycles, none responded to his efforts. Hanzhe felt a wave of frustration wash over him. If merely 1 or 2 had failed, it would be understandable. However, the complete inability to start any of them posed a significant issue. He then instructed one of his subordinates, a succubus, to give it a try. The result was the same. It seemed these motorcycles were utterly unusable and destined for scrap. Hanzhe was at a loss regarding the underlying cause, but disappointment lingered. On a brighter note, the loss of personnel on his side had been minimal. A quick glance revealed that a few had fallen in the skirmish. Yet they had successfully eliminated numerous enemy cavalry. The casualty ratio appeared to be 1 to 3, which was not a significant loss. It seemed these spirited foes lacked any extraordinary abilities, allowing Hanzhe's team to handle them with relative ease. Suddenly, a soldier collapsed nearby with a thud. One after another, more soldiers fell to the ground. Were they under attack? He ordered everyone to take cover. As he barked commands, Hanzhe sought refuge behind a tree. Once concealed, he observed the fallen soldiers from a distance. Rather than lying unconscious or lifeless, they writhed in agony, shrieking as they clutched their limbs. Hanzhe remained hidden for a while, the air filled with the soldiers' cries of despair. He summoned a few of his uninjured guards to investigate the situation. Boldly, they executed his orders and patrolled the area, yet found nothing amiss. The vicinity was devoid of enemies, leaving only Hanzhe's men. He directed the scouts to continue their reconnaissance while he approached the writhing soldiers on the ground. What ails you? Hanzhe inquired. It hurts, one soldier whimpered, pointing at her arm and leg, tears streaming down her face. Hanzhe leaned closer to examine her condition. He accessed the soldier's information panel, but it failed to indicate any special status. The information appeared largely normal. However, each soldier's combat and operational capabilities had plummeted to a mere 1. Unable to glean further insight from the panel, he shifted his focus to the soldier's physical state. From her fingers to her elbows, and from her toes to her knees, multiple joints were severely swollen and deformed. A gentle touch elicited another cry of pain. Having studied some basic first aid, Hanzhe surmised that these symptoms likely indicated severe joint sprains. Yet, was it conceivable that all of their joints could be sprained simultaneously? And so many of them at once? Surveying the area, he noted the numerous incapacitated individuals strewn across the ground, all seemingly victims of the earlier skirmish with those spirited foes. What peculiar ability was at play here? Hanzhe furrowed his brow as he gazed at the injured, stripped of their combat effectiveness. With no other recourse, Hanzhe summoned several of his healthy subordinates to temporarily transport the injured back to their territory on horseback. Watching the cavalry depart, Hanzhe calculated the potential losses. If these wounded soldiers were to lose their combat capabilities, the battle losses would not be 1 to 3, but rather 2 to 1, which would be quite unfavorable. After the injured were taken away, Hanzhe's infantry reinforcements arrived, marking the arrival of his main force. At this juncture, Hanzhe had little desire to waste energy on this so-called meal alliance. Even though he was still unaware of the specific talents of this group of spirited youths, he resolved to march forth and eradicate the alliance entirely. A 2 to 1 loss ratio was merely a fraction of the potential casualties. What did it matter if it turned into 3 to 1 or 4 to 1? As opposed to allowing the enemy to continuously encroach upon his territory? Approaching the corpse of one of the spirited youths on the ground, Hanzhe attempted to activate a skill. Return to roots. You may allow the deceased to rise and return home for burial. He had previously used this on the zombies that invaded his territory at night, but it had proven ineffective. Would these corpses yield different results? As Hanzhe activated the skill, the spirited youth on the ground trembled and began to rise. Then, the spirited youth steadied himself, mounted the nearby ghostly motorcycle, and it roared to life, something that had seemed impossible before. The spirited youth revved the motorcycle and sped off into the woods. Hanzhe, hastily followed by a few guards on horseback, pursued him. Could the dead truly ride? However, after a short distance, Hanzhe realized that a corpse was indeed a corpse. The spirited youth lacked agility and frequently veered into ditches, requiring Hanzhe's subordinates to assist in lifting the motorcycle back onto the path. Thus, they traversed several kilometers, crossing the wilderness until they arrived at a hilly region. Here, Hanzhe finally beheld one of the enemy players' territories. The developmental pace of the other players was evidently inferior to his own. From a distance, the territory resembled nothing more than a village, with walls merely consisting of low barriers and fences. The audacity of such a fledgling establishment to provoke Hanzhe was likely bolstered by the additional courage granted by their alliance of 4 players. Observing the villagers within the territory, Hanzhe was somewhat surprised to note that, in addition to the spirited youths, there were 2 other races present, and their numbers appeared substantial. One was immediately recognizable to Hanzhe as orcs. The other race, resembling humans, consisted of what appeared to be adolescent boys clad in white shirts, some adorned with neckerchiefs. Their attire had a certain distinctiveness, yet it lacked the pronounced characteristics of the spirited youths, leaving Hanzhe unable to discern their specific race. Furthermore, due to the distance, he could not access their information panels. The terrain here was relatively open, and Hanzhe knew that getting any closer would surely reveal his presence. So he was compelled to retreat for the moment. A territory housing 3 different races, each with a considerable population, indicated to Hanzhe that this was undoubtedly a gathering of the entire Meal Alliance, preparing for action against him. It would be fortuitous to eliminate them all in one fell swoop, thus sparing him further trouble. Hanzhe counted and estimated their numbers. The combined number of the 3 races barely exceeds 100 individuals. Even if Hanzhe were to achieve a touching battle loss ratio of 3 to 1, he would still maintain a significant advantage. Meanwhile, a spirited young man returned to the territory astride his fiery motorcycle. His reckless maneuvering led him to crash directly into the fence, propelling him into the territory. The lord of the stone-walled main city heard the commotion and emerged from the gate to survey the situation outside. "Could you ride a little more carefully?" he called out. However, the spirited young man paid no heed. He simply climbed to his feet, retrieved a fender from his motorcycle, and began to excavate the earth using it as a makeshift shovel. The lord was momentarily taken aback. "Hey, what are you doing?" he shouted at the young man digging in the dirt. The spirited youth offered no reply, continuing his task with fervor until he had excavated a sizable pit. "Are you attempting to dig a trap?" the lord inquired. Still, the young man remained silent. Instead, he stood up and leapt into the pit, lying down and using his hands to cover himself with soil, transforming the pit into a mere mound of earth. The surrounding lords watched in bewilderment. "Are you burying yourself for fun? What is this? Is it a custom of yours?" he turned to ask the other spirited young men. "We have no idea. We can't comprehend it either," the others replied, shaking their heads in confusion alongside their lord as they stared blankly at the mound. 30 minutes later, Hanzhe's main army arrived. At this moment, the lord had just unearthed the mound, staring in perplexity at the spirited young man who had found his eternal rest within. Just then, a scout rushed over to report the approaching enemy, prompting the lord to hastily ascend the watchtower. Hanzhe's forces had already formed ranks in the clearing before the territory. The lord's brow furrowed. He had never anticipated such a formidable number from Hanzhe. However, with the enemy at the village's doorstep, he lacked sufficient fortifications to defend the city adequately. With no other recourse, he resolved to engage in battle, hoping to maximize the capabilities of the spirited young men in the open field. In the wilderness, Hanzhe observed a dozen spirited young men charging forth from the enemy's territory. He immediately commanded the frontline soldiers to raise their spears in defense. Following these spirited young men were beastly soldiers and an unknown human race, totaling several dozen. While the Orcish warriors appeared larger and more robust than Hanzhe's men, their numbers were too few, and they likely lacked any notable talents, so Hanzhe felt little concern. His apprehension was primarily directed towards the youthful human race, wondering if they possessed any extraordinary abilities. Before long, although the charging spirited young men inflicted some casualties on Hanzhe's frontline soldiers, they were largely subdued. The orcs and the unknown human race followed closely behind. It was only then that Hanzhe was finally able to access the information panel for these human beings. Name: unnamed 49, race: pure love warrior, class: warrior. What? Pure love warrior? This time, it was Hanzhe who found himself bewildered. In chapter 318, the pure love warriors weep at the outset. Hanzhe had presumed that the most formidable adversaries would be the orcs. After all, their imposing physiques suggested they could take on multiple opponents simultaneously. Indeed, this notion held some truth. Each orc was capable of contending against 2 foes. However, their numbers were insufficient, as each orc engaged 2 adversaries. A third succubus soldier would swiftly plunge a dagger from behind, leading to the rapid downfall of these orcs. They proved to be of little concern. On the other hand, what astonished Hanzhe was the main spectacle. Those youths clad in white shirts, the so-called pure love warriors. Their combat prowess was astonishing. Armed only with their fists, they could send Hanzhe's forces reeling. His soldiers found themselves at a disadvantage, unable even to gain an upper hand when outnumbering them 2-1, or even 3-5. Nevertheless, their numbers were not excessively overwhelming, enabling Hanzhe's subordinates to maintain a temporary semblance of control, albeit at a grievous cost. Almost every pure love warrior had a pile of Hanzhe's soldiers fallen at their feet. Hanzhe was profoundly shaken, while orcs could manage a 2-1 scenario. The pure love warriors dispatched 5 with apparent ease. How could they possess such strength? It seemed implausible. Hanzhe felt akin to a general commanding 100,000 troops, brimming with confidence, when suddenly a battalion of Zhao Zilong burst into his ranks. He sensed a looming danger and realized he needed to devise a strategy swiftly. What transpired next left Hanzhe even more perplexed. A pure love warrior, initially wreaking havoc in the formation, suddenly found himself confronted by one of Hanzhe's soldiers. The pure love warrior, who had previously taken on 5 with ease, suddenly faltered in strength upon encountering this soldier, quickly resorting to merely defending against the attacks, unable to mount a counteroffensive. Strangely, while fending off the onslaught, the pure love warrior demonstrated an uncanny ability to retaliate against any of Hanzhe's soldiers attempting a stealthy assault from behind, dispatching them with swift precision. It appeared as though this pure love warrior was intentionally holding back against Hanzhe's soldier. Hanzhe was bewildered. He glanced at the information regarding his soldier, seeking to discern what made her so special. Yet, all her attributes were merely those of a standard succubus soldier, with a level as low as 1. Categorizing her as a novice, how could she single-handedly dominate a pure love warrior? Just as Hanzhe grappled with this unexpected turn, the level 1 soldier astonishingly eliminated the pure love warrior. She then proceeded to engage other pure love warriors, with similar results. Each time these warriors clashed with Hanzhe's level 1 soldier, their combat effectiveness plummeted, leaving them with little more than the capacity to defend before being vanquished. On a parallel front, Hanzhe's female zombie soldier exhibited the same phenomenon, effortlessly dispatching pure love warriors on her own. Minutes later, all the pure love warriors that had infiltrated Hanzhe's formation had been defeated, and the battle subsided. The casualties on Hanzhe's side were significant, primarily due to the actions of the pure love warriors. Simultaneously, a considerable number of soldiers suffered from severe joint swelling and were rendered immobile, much like before. However, this did not deter Hanzhe from continuing his assault. The remaining soldiers swiftly charged into enemy territory, which was largely deserted, save for a few spirited individuals and 2 arrow towers. The lord of these spirited individuals had already fled, allowing Hanzhe to swiftly seize control of the entire territory. Without pausing, Hanzhe stationed a few guards to oversee the newly acquired land and led the remaining forces in pursuit. This was undoubtedly the enemy's weakest moment. Failing to chase now would lead to insurmountable consequences later. Hanzhe once again employed falling leaves return to roots on the fallen orcs and pure love warriors, marching toward their domains under their guidance. These 2 territories were not as distant as Hanzhe's own. After a brief journey of around 10 minutes, he reached the orc territory, where both the lord and the orcs had already fled, effectively handing the territory over to Hanzhe. Continuing his advance for another 20 minutes, Hanzhe arrived at the domain of the pure love warriors. As anticipated, the other 2 lords had retreated here, gathering their remaining troops in a desperate attempt to confront Hanzhe one last time. Yet, this was a futile endeavor. Hanzhe possessed an overwhelming numerical advantage and was already aware of the weaknesses of the pure love warriors. As the last remaining pure love warriors engaged in battle, they were swiftly dispatched by Hanzhe's soldiers and a female zombie. The final forces of the Rice-Eating Alliance were utterly routed. As Hanzhe prepared to advance, he encountered the leader of the Rice-Eating Alliance, presumably the lord of the pure love warriors. He was a young man clad in leather armor with a buzz cut, standing atop a stone arrow tower, shouting at Hanzhe, "Brother, you have won. Let us negotiate for peace. You can be the leader. We can team up to fight together." Hanzhe heard his plea but paid it no mind, continuing to issue orders for the assault. The spirited individuals riding motorcycles, along with the enigmatic pure love warriors, were deemed too valuable to lose. Thus, he could not accept their offer of surrender. After all, the distinction between being commanded by the enemy and under Hanzhe's direct leadership was substantial. Hanzhe's soldiers commenced their attack on the arrow tower, its health rapidly diminishing and poised to collapse. The young man could only curse in frustration as he signaled for surrender. The other 2 lords, having no alternative, submitted their capitulation to Hanzhe before the wooden gates of the lord's castle were breached by Hanzhe's forces. The Rice-Eating Alliance surrendered in its entirety. The scant remaining troops were fully incorporated into Hanzhe's ranks. Only then could Hanzhe examine the detailed information of these races. Name, once played hard, now strives with all, renameable, level 3 race, spirited individual tribe. Occupation, spirit knight, health points, 35 work ability, 13 combat ability, 12 racial talent. Old Deng. Behold my ghost fire. The Spirit Knight can be promoted from the advanced barracks, automatically acquiring a flashy ghost fire motorcycle. Trendy. That's a true spirit. These spirited young individuals are exceedingly trendy, causing any enemies who encounter them to suffer from severe rheumatism. Occupational talent. Unity of man and machine. The Spirit Knight and the Ghost Fire have achieved a profound unity. Should the Ghost Fire be separated from its master, it becomes unusable. Now it makes sense. Hanzhe comprehended why his soldiers behaved in such a manner. It was due to the affliction of severe rheumatism. How remarkably trendy. However, Hanzhe realized, upon reviewing the description, that these spirited individuals were indeed a formidable race. Firstly, they possessed motorcycles, which far surpassed the speed of horses. Secondly, merely engaging with them would result in debilitating rheumatism, diminishing combat effectiveness. Even the most formidable adversaries would likely face a stable exchange of 1-for-1. Truly formidable. Fortunately, such a powerful race had already been incorporated into Hanzhe's ranks. Hanzhe then turned his attention to the so-called pure love warrior next to him. Chapter 319. The Lost Girl Unnamed 117 Race. Pure Love Warrior Level 3 Occupation. Pure Love Warrior. Health Points 42 Work Ability 26 Combat Ability 10 Racial Talent. Pure Love Warrior in Struggle. The Pure Love Warrior fights for the one they cherish, granting them superior work abilities compared to ordinary races. Pure Love War God. When facing a target who has engaged with multiple partners, commonly referred to as a bus, the combat power of the Pure Love Warrior is significantly enhanced. The more partners the target has had, the stronger the Pure Love Warrior becomes. Pure Love Warrior's Tiers. If the target has not engaged with anyone or has only been with a single partner, the combat strength of the Pure Love Warrior is greatly diminished. The third talent presented a wholly negative effect. However, upon reviewing these talents, Hanzhe immediately understood. Previously, in his efforts to boost the population, he had assigned most of the succubi to breeding tasks, resulting in repeated pairings. Such succubi, when confronted by the Pure Love Warrior, triggered the latter's effects, allowing the Pure Love Warrior to prevail against multiple opponents. Conversely, the level 1 succubus recruit had not yet been assigned to breeding, rendering her a pure maiden. Thus, she would possess a counteracting effect against the Pure Love Warrior. The same applied to the female zombie, as her race prevented Hanzhe from arranging pairings for her, thus granting her a similar advantage. At this juncture, Hanzhe recognized that the talents of the Pure Love Warrior race were entirely counterproductive to his own. This realization likely contributed to the confidence of this so-called Rice Alliance. Had Hanzhe not acted decisively, allowing this Rice Alliance to develop unchecked would have undoubtedly posed a significant threat. Following his incorporation of the Rice Alliance's territory, Hanzhe's controlled domains had expanded to 5. In addition, there are 4 resource points. The Rice Alliance originally possessed 3 mineral deposits. These territories and resource points have the potential to generate substantial resources for Hanzhe, resulting in an exceptionally rapid rate of development. At this juncture, mere agricultural endeavors have lost their allure. Hanzhe must swiftly embark on external conquests to decisively suppress his adversaries. Particularly useful are the spirited youths, whose motorcycles surpass horses in both speed and endurance, making them more suitable for reconnaissance than Hanzhe's cavalry. Unfortunately, the Rice Alliance has yet to discover an oil field, limiting Hanzhe's fuel supply. However, Hanzhe has devised a solution. By transforming the spirited youths into spirited night riders, a fully fueled motorcycle will be generated automatically. Thus, by proliferating new spirited youths for this transformation, Hanzhe can ensure a continuous supply of fully fueled motorcycles. What intrigues Hanzhe the most is that all spirited youths are male. How do they reproduce? Is it through a form of parthenogenesis? Hanzhe later realized that these spirited youths possess remarkably robust genes, capable of reproducing with female members of any race, ensuring that their offspring will also be spirited youths. The newborns of the spirited youths differ from typical infants. Upon emerging from their chambers, they already sport curly yellow hair and boldly greet Hanzhe as Old Deng. Quite audacious indeed. Hanzhe, unperturbed, swiftly delivers a couple of slaps to the cheek of this spirited lad, shaves off his yellow locks with a blade, and then kicks him into the kindergarten. The spirited youths primarily serve as Hanzhe's mobile scouts, surveying the surrounding conditions. However, relying solely on these mobile scouts proves inefficient, and it becomes increasingly challenging to maintain real-time awareness of the environment. Consequently, Hanzhe summoned the Genshin chicken fillet personnel to establish Genshin chicken fillet outlets as outposts and supply stations. These outlets are strategically concealed within various crevices and rocky recesses. Should anyone happen to explore the seemingly barren wilderness nearby and access Meituan, they would discover there are 544 Genshin chicken fillet stores near you. Please select. The combination of these Genshin chicken fillet outlets and spirited youths rapidly extends, forming Hanzhe's formidable yet covert intelligence network. Before long, leveraging this intelligence network, Hanzhe uncovers an oil field. With the conquest of the oil field, the fuel dilemma is resolved, allowing his intelligence network to flourish even further. Numerous player territories gradually come to Hanzhe's attention. These territories can be categorized into 3 distinct situations. The first category comprises weak territories, akin to small villages with frail races and underdeveloped infrastructure. Conquering such territories would yield minimal benefits for Hanzhe and might inadvertently alert other nearby factions. Thus, these weak territories are merely noted and temporarily overlooked, provided they do not obstruct Hanzhe's objectives. The second category consists of territories experiencing rapid development, boasting robust defenses, high walls, and deep moats. While overcoming these territories may require considerable effort, the rewards for such conquests are substantial. One of Hanzhe's primary objectives is to assess costs and benefits before deciding on an action. The third most significant threat to Hanzhe arises from players who have entered a relatively powerful alliance's territory. In this case, he must rely on the daily movement of characters from other races to determine whether the territory has indeed joined an alliance. For the second and third scenarios, Hanzhe cannot launch a hasty attack, which leads to the establishment of the third ring of his intelligence network, a domain where the succubus clan excels, the utilization of informants. The inherent talent of the succubi allows them to infiltrate other players' factions under the guise of informants. Initially, Hanzhe was unaware of how this process operated, but he later inquired with the succubi to gain insight. The succubi disguised themselves in the wilderness as lost maidens escaping from bandit dens or goblin tribes, feigning vulnerability to elicit assistance from passersby. If a player encounters one of these succubi personally, an event pop-up is triggered, masquerading as a random occurrence to mislead adversaries. Should a player's subordinate soldiers encounter a succubus, they will also perceive her as a lost maiden, marking it as an exploration event, and these soldiers will automatically escort the succubus back. Once the succubus infiltrates another player's territory, if that player chooses to accept her, she will seamlessly transform into a subordinate of that player. This player can scrutinize the succubus's information entirely, leading to the impression that she is genuinely one of their followers. Furthermore, the succubus's information panel will undergo alterations. The original talent, brought by the gentle wind, which states, this race possesses an innate ability for stealth. Upon reaching a certain level, succubi can awaken a special ability that allows them to conceal their identity and join the enemy's ranks, will be replaced by the redeemed maiden, which reads, this maiden is profoundly grateful for your life-saving grace, and thus she will labor diligently to repay you. She will exhibit greater loyalty than your typical subordinates. Indeed, it transforms into a fictitious talent, explicitly stating that she is more loyal than ordinary subordinates. Most players, upon viewing these talents, would not harbor any suspicions, as it is inconceivable that system descriptions could be fabricated. The success rate of Hanzhe's succubi infiltrating enemy territories is nearly 100%. He employs these infiltrators to gather intelligence, engage in sabotage, and even coordinate efforts to assist him in conquering these territories. When Hanzhe's army arrives, the lords of these territories are often caught off guard as their gates unexpectedly swing open. It was only later that Hanzhe learned of a game mechanism. When a large number of enemy troops surround a territory, the chat channel within that territory becomes inaccessible. This likely serves to prevent players from exposing their weaknesses after seizing a small city, thereby enhancing the game's excitement. Consequently, when these lords discover the informants and wish to alert their allies or announce to the world, Hanzhe is already at their gates, having severed their communications. This tactic of employing informants has proven consistently effective for Hanzhe in the short term. Over the following month, he waged relentless campaigns, capturing vast swathes of territory. However, the repeated application of the same tactic, despite Hanzhe's efforts to maintain discretion, inevitably led to its exposure. Soon, the news spread throughout the world, revealing that a certain individual was employing succubi to infiltrate others' territories as spies, engaging in seduction. Yet, most remained unaware of this person's true identity or whereabouts. Lacking knowledge of Hanzhe's name, others simply assigned him a moniker, the Premier Pimp. In the month following the commencement of the game, Hanzhe's notorious reputation as the Premier Pimp had proliferated across the realm. Others became wary, effectively thwarting Hanzhe's espionage plans. Now, it was not just Hanzhe's succubi. Even certain elven players would be mercilessly targeted with arrows should they dare to wander alone in the wilderness. Nevertheless, the advantages garnered from the espionage over the past half-month had been substantial. During this time, Hanzhe expanded aggressively, devouring a significant number of other players. Most battles saw him achieving stable victories, bolstered by either his spies or the formidable strength of his own territory. Yet, two particular confrontations proved to be arduous. The first involved an adversary from the Naruto clan. This faction appeared formidable, yet their territory had not yet developed, and Hanzhe's spies had ascertained that their troop numbers were limited. Hanzhe initially believed that with minimal casualties, victory would be within reach. However, as the two armies faced off, the enemy suddenly unveiled a catapult. Hanzhe anticipated that it would hurl boulders at his forces, but instead, it launched a woman into his ranks. Indeed, this woman was cast into Hanzhe's army. Bewildered, he approached to investigate. He soon discerned that the woman had short hair, adorned with distinct purple markings on either side of her face. Upon closer inspection, he recognized her immediately. Was that not Lin from Naruto? What purpose did the enemy have in sending her over? As Hanzhe pondered this, a horde of enraged children donned in white masks surged forth from the enemy's ranks, shouting Lin's name as they charged into Hanzhe's forces. These masked youths exhibited remarkable combat prowess, wreaking havoc among Hanzhe's troops. Fortunately, with numerical superiority, he managed to secure a tenuous victory, albeit at the cost of 40 soldiers. The second challenging battle occurred as Hanzhe advanced southward. His territory extended further south, bordered by a mountain range. To continue his expansion, he needed to traverse this range, yet the Soul Pass had been seized by a player of the Dragon Clan. Yes, the very one with the prominent nose. This player had fortified the pass with structures unique to his race, constructing a large, square concrete edifice that spanned the mountain's entrance, featuring only a single grand portal at the front. It bore a resemblance to a stronghold or a tunnel, yet its stark angularity was striking, lacking even an aperture for the discharge of arrows. Moreover, its exterior was remarkably robust. The explosive devices wielded by Hanzhe could only strip away superficial layers of the walls, should Hanzhe wish to launch an assault. The only feasible course was through the grand entrance. In summary, it was an oddly peculiar structure that appeared fundamentally amiss. Under ordinary circumstances, Hanzhe might refrain from risking an attack on such a position. However, this mountain pass held paramount significance. For Hanzhe, it represented a gateway. Securing this mountain pass would allow his forces to exit freely for offensive maneuvers while retreating back to the northern mountains for a steadfast defense. Hanzhe contemplated the situation, recognizing that the opposing force was merely Chunlong regardless of Chunlong's prowess. It was likely he could only manage to contend against 3 or 4 of Hanzhe's men at best. Even so, Hanzhe still enjoyed a numerical advantage. Furthermore, this peculiar edifice resembling a checkpoint was undoubtedly linked to Chunlong. After some reflection, Hanzhe surmised that it was likely a film set. Should it indeed be a filming studio, there was little cause for concern. An all-out assault would suffice. Consequently, Hanzhe ordered his vanguard to penetrate the structure. Upon their entry, the vanguard discovered that the interior was, astonishingly, a furniture emporium. Inside lay an array of whimsical hazards, playful balls that guaranteed a fall upon contact, refrigerator doors that induced a momentary paralysis when struck, chairs with legs designed to withstand a single enemy assault, and deceptive dolls that provided at least one instance of neglect from adversaries. These were the effects that Hanzhe would come to understand only after his forces had secured the establishment. In essence, the Chunlong faction thrived within the furniture store, employing unexpected tactics that inflicted substantial casualties upon Hanzhe's troops. After incurring significant losses, Hanzhe ultimately seized the mountain pass, signifying his control over the entire northern sector of the map. This also indicated that Hanzhe had established dominance over 10 regions of the map. Beyond the mountain pass lay what other players referred to as the southern or central sector, encompassing roughly 20 of the entire map. The numerous factions within the central sector possessed their own intelligence networks, and they swiftly discerned 2 critical revelations. The first was that the newly established player at the mountain pass appeared to be the notorious head honcho of ill repute. The second was that this infamous figure had successfully claimed the entirety of the northern sector, emerging as one of the most formidable powers in the north, now bordering the central area and posing a significant threat to the entire central region. Had there been only the first revelation, Hanzhe might have merely provoked mild annoyance amongst the populace, resulting in a limited response against him. However, the second revelation pertained to survival, prompting a considerable number of players from the central sector to unite in an effort to besiege Hanzhe. The convergence of these 2 revelations effectively galvanized the prominent factions within the central sector to ally against him. In a swift turn of events, the chat channels became inundated with denunciations of Hanzhe from central sector players. Various factions within the central region initiated alliances in the chat, openly coordinating their efforts to combat the notorious head honcho, discarding any pretense of subtlety. Meanwhile, Hanzhe's intelligence network in the southern sector reported that a multitude of forces had commenced their march from various locales, converging in the territory south of the mountain pass. It is evident to even the simplest minds that these individuals are intent on breaching the mountain pass to confront Hanzhe. Indeed, it seems that any player who exhibits even a modicum of exceptional development will inevitably find themselves targeted by a coalition of others who will conspire to eliminate them first. A mere day after the assembly commenced, the chat channels erupted with declarations of war against Hanzhe, filled with taunts, threats, and derision. Hanzhe chose to remain silent, focusing intently on his preparations. The intelligence gathered, coupled with the discussions in the chat channels, illuminated the situation for Hanzhe. The Central Coalition was primarily spearheaded by 3 major alliances, interspersed with smaller factions and independent forces. To the west lay the Sun Xiaochuan Alliance, whose territory was closest to Hanzhe, effectively positioning them as the vanguard. Their main forces comprised conventional races, predominantly zombies, undead, skeletons, and death knights. The central front was dominated by the Didaway Alliance, boasting the largest numbers and a diverse array of races, thus serving as the backbone of the coalition. The eastern contingent, known as the Dead Set Against Buying Electric Cars Alliance, was smaller in numbers and equally varied in composition. Yet it was known to include the formidable Autobot race, making it a force that Hanzhe could not afford to overlook. Moreover, behind these 3 armies lay a multitude of other factions, biding their time, likely waiting for the opportunity to seize the spoils of war. In summary, The coalition's numbers vastly outstripped Hanzhe's forces, marking a significant moment in this game where he would face an overwhelming majority. Chapter 321. One man at the gate. The day following the gathering of various anti-escort factions, Hanzhe emerged from the mountain pass with a modest contingent of troops, establishing a camp before the entrance. Thus, the two sides faced each other across a vast expanse of open ground, and due to Hanzhe's limited numbers, his presence appeared considerably diminished. The reality was not that Hanzhe was unwilling to defend the pass, but rather that the furniture city within the mountain pass was already teeming with dragon spirits, leaving no room for others to take their stand. 2 kilometers from Hanzhe's position, the Sun Xiaochuan alliance had assembled in their main stronghold. Inside, the leader of the alliance and several members were engaged in discussion. The truth was that the Sun Xiaochuan alliance understood that the coalition formed by the 3 factions was not solely focused on vanquishing the escort. Rather, there was a greater desire for the resource points located to the north of the mountain. Thus, everyone awaited a sacrificial canary to take the lead in assaulting the escort, exhausting their military strength, and once the conflict had significantly weakened them, the others would seize the opportunity to reap the rewards. In such a scenario, whoever took on the role of the vanguard would inevitably become that sacrificial bird, facing the brunt of the conflict. Yet, the Sun Xiaochuan alliance willingly accepted this role, publicly proclaiming their motives as, "We detest deceitful harlots above all, allow us to lead the charge." This rationale, steeped in national grievances and personal vendettas, conveyed the author's deep-seated animosity towards such individuals, even suggesting that many within the Sun Xiaochuan alliance were likely victims of deceit in their real lives. However, this justification was merely a facade. The underlying reason for their actions was closely tied to the races within the alliance, predominantly composed of undead and similar entities. Their means of population growth deviated from conventional reproduction methods. Instead, they relied on 2 primary methods. One involved harnessing and consuming the dark spiritual energy that only manifested under the cover of night to create villagers or soldiers, while the other utilized existing corpses. The corpses of other races can be utilized by the undead, transforming into subservient villagers or soldiers of their kind. It is due to the second method of soldier creation that the Sun Xiaochuan alliance dares to take the lead. Their plan is deceptively straightforward. They intend to boldly assault the stronghold in full view of all, engaging in fierce combat with the forces of the brothel keeper. The individual military strength of the Sun Xiaochuan alliance is, in fact, inferior to that of the brothel keeper's army, which has already seized control of the entire northern region of the mountains, not to mention the advantage of the stronghold. Thus, the Sun Xiaochuan alliance is destined for a crushing defeat and heavy casualties. Before the eyes of all, the remnants of the Sun Xiaochuan alliance will retreat, lamenting their losses. On the surface, they will appear gravely weakened, nearly devoid of any capacity for further assault, fading from the sight of others. Everyone will assume that the Sun Xiaochuan alliance has returned home in disgrace, oblivious to their subsequent movements. In the meantime, the main forces of the other allied armies will continue to clash with those of the brothel keeper, resulting in significant losses on both sides. At this juncture, the Sun Xiaochuan alliance will quietly return to the battlefield, converting the fallen into their own ranks. While the other 2 factions are on the brink of exhaustion, the Sun Xiaochuan alliance will find itself at the pinnacle of its strength. At that moment, it will be the Sun Xiaochuan alliance that dictates the course of events. This ingenious plan from the alliance leader aligns perfectly with the strengths of their entire faction, garnering unanimous agreement from the other alliance members. As the allied factions convene to discuss the timing of their deployment, a skeletal knight bursts in to report, "My lord, there are individuals emerging from the northern stronghold, and it seems their leader is personally leading the charge." "How many?" "Just over 200. The number is rather insignificant." The members express mild surprise. The leader, invigorated, responds, "Is this not the opportune moment to strike? Let us first feast upon these individuals, gain some experience, and then proceed with our plan." Agreed. The members promptly mobilize their forces. Various undead factions split into multiple teams, converging on the stronghold, while the leader remains behind, sipping tea. His elite troops are reserved for a more significant role and should not be squandered here. Reports from the front lines arrive in quick succession. "My lord, the 1st Legion of Corpses and the mixed undead battalion are advancing." "My lord, the 2nd Legion of Skeletons has also reached the enemy's flank." "My lord, the 1st and 2nd Legions have arrived at the enemy's position." "My lord, the 1st and 2nd Legions are charging at the enemy." "My lord, the 1st and 2nd Legions are turning back. They are retreating." The final report reaches the leader, causing him to sputter his tea. Wait. What did you just say?" "I said, my lord, the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Legions have begun to retreat." "Why are they running back before even engaging? What is happening with the others?" The leader demands angrily. "We are uncertain, my lord. The 1st and 2nd Legions are under the joint command of other leaders. Their simultaneous retreat suggests a shared plan." The leader, infuriated, stomps his foot. "Are they not undermining our strategy?" "Shared plan indeed. I shall inquire directly with them." In a fit of rage, the leader exits the main city, mounts a skeletal steed, and prepares to confront the front line. The chat channel is a fixed establishment and cannot be brought to the front lines, Thus those on the front can only rely on soldiers' reports or face-to-face discussions. As the leader mounted his steed and advanced, he observed a multitude of skeletal knights from the front line returning hastily. They passed by him without a glance. Continuing their retreat, the leader furrowed his brow and spurred his horse onward. Soon, he encountered the first member of the alliance, a skeletal warrior. "What is happening? Why have you ordered a retreat?" the leader inquired. To his surprise, the alliance member, looking despondent, replied, "My lord, we do not know. Our troops charged forward, and suddenly they turned back without a word, utterly disregarding our commands." The leader was taken aback. "Is this the case for all of you?" The member nodded vigorously. "Yes, we are all in disarray. The entire army is in full retreat." Meanwhile, at the mountain pass, not long ago, Hanzhe's forces had taken their positions. Suddenly, a vast legion of undead surged forth. Hanzhe surveyed the army of ghouls, skeletons, and other undead creatures, feeling a sense of triumph. As they drew closer, he silently unleashed his skills upon them. In an instant, many from the legion turned to flee. The once 1,000-strong army was reduced to a bewildered few dozen Death Knights, who continued their charge, unaffected by Hanzhe's abilities. The player leading the Death Knights, mounted on a spectral steed, looked around at the sudden scarcity of his comrades, his brow furrowing in confusion. He felt an overwhelming sense of bewilderment akin to being in a bustling crowd while buying a home, only to find himself alone in a darkened community upon moving in. What happened to the battle? "Retreat," he commanded, immediately pulling his horse around to flee. Chapter 322. The army approaches 35 kilometers southeast of the mountain pass lies the gathering point of the Didaway Alliance. Much like the Sun Xiaochuan Alliance, the leader of the Didaway Alliance was in the main hall of their stronghold, discussing tactics with the members. The Didaway Alliance is currently the most powerful faction in the southern region, its strength comparable to 3 Sun Xiaochuan alliances or 2 refused to purchase electric vehicles alliances. However, despite their substantial resources, they chose to adopt a cautious approach, refraining from overly aggressive maneuvers. Not long ago, scouts reported that the notorious leader, known as the Top Courtesan, had emerged from the gates with over 200 followers. At that moment, a member stepped forward, eager to volunteer. "Leader, just over 200? Leave it to me. I can eliminate them in no time." The leader of the Didaway Alliance promptly shook his head. "Let us wait and observe the reactions of others, particularly the Sun Xiaochuan Alliance, who have volunteered to be the vanguard. We must ascertain whether they genuinely wish to lead or are merely deceiving us." Thus, the Didaway Alliance opted for a temporary standstill. Shortly thereafter, new intelligence arrived. The Sun Xiaochuan Alliance was launching an all-out assault. Their forces numbered in the thousands. "Excellent." The leader of the Didaway Alliance rose from his seat, exclaiming, "Let these impetuous youths exhaust the enemy's strength. Once they have engaged sufficiently, we shall promptly deploy our forces and seize the pass." Indeed, all members simultaneously expressed their agreement. 10 minutes later, the scout returned with news. "Report to the leader. The forces of the Sun Xiaochuan Alliance were utterly defeated upon encountering the enemy and are now in full retreat." "Did the Sun Xiaochuan Alliance collapse at the first sight of the enemy?" exclaimed the leader of the Didaway Alliance. "Indeed," nodded the scout. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. Most of them didn't even return to their rally point and fled straight back to their original territory," the scout replied. "Were there ambushes from the enemy?" "I saw none. I only witnessed them charging into the enemy's ranks of 200, and shortly thereafter, it turned into a complete rout. The specifics of what transpired remain unclear to me." "Damn it, 1,000 against 200, and they fell apart so easily?" The leader of the Didaway Alliance's eyes widened in disbelief. The other members of the alliance were equally perplexed. "This is simply outrageous. Was it due to some unique racial trait of the enemy, or did they employ some skill?" "Let us check the World Chat channel to uncover what transpired with the Sun Xiaochuan Alliance," suggested the leader. The group quickly navigated to the Bulletin Board's chat channel, only to find no mention of the Sun Xiaochuan Alliance whatsoever. How could such a significant event elicit no response from the Sun Xiaochuan Alliance? They frowned. In truth, this silence was not a deliberate act of the Sun Xiaochuan Alliance. At that moment, chaos reigned within their ranks. Their various leaders were desperately pursuing their soldiers, who were wholly focused on fleeing, while the leader was frantically seeking out members to inquire about the situation. Everyone in the alliance was preoccupied outside, leaving no one to post messages on the territory's bulletin board. Meanwhile, the members of the Didaway Alliance scrutinized the chat channel for a considerable time. The only inquiry was from the refusal to buy electric car alliance asking what had happened with the Sun Xiaochuan Alliance. Yet, there was no response from the latter. "Never mind, let us not wait any longer," the leader of the Didaway Alliance declared, shaking his head. "I will send someone to personally inquire at the Sun Xiaochuan Alliance's base about the situation. Inform the refusal to buy electric car alliance that we shall march together immediately." Upon hearing this, the surrounding alliance members expressed their astonishment. "Leader, the situation is still unclear. Isn't it too reckless to attack now? It's a march, not an attack," the leader clarified. "Huh." The members were momentarily taken aback, still not comprehending the leader's intent. "What I mean is, we will advance our entire army and station ourselves near the pass. We will merely observe what tactics this old hag employs, without rushing into an assault. Once we arrive, The enemy will assume we intend to attack, yet we will not. This will exhaust their defenses. When they believe we are not going to strike and lower their guard, we will launch a sudden attack. Such swift action will leave this old hag little time to respond. The leader outlined a straightforward tactical plan. While simple and not particularly novel, it sounded entirely feasible. The members unanimously agreed. Meanwhile, at the mountain pass, Hanzhe observed the fleeing troops of the Sun Xiaochuan alliance from a distance, feeling a wave of dizziness. It was only the support of a nearby guard that prevented him from collapsing. Hanzhe exerted great effort to stabilize himself and regain his composure. Although the skill Fallen Leaves' return to roots did not impose significant personal cost, its simultaneous application across a vast legion exacted a terrifying toll on Hanzhe's stamina. He felt as if he were floating with each step. Realizing he could not continue, Hanzhe had no choice but to summon a wheeled sofa from the furniture city and seated himself upon it. Just as he leaned back against the cushions to catch his breath, a spirited scout returned from the front lines to report, "My lord, the enemy's pesticide alliance has nearly mobilized its entire army and is advancing towards us. Furthermore, the Electric Vehicle Alliance, which staunchly refuses to purchase electric vehicles, has also been deployed. Both forces have merged and are approaching. All of them." Hanzhe sprang up from the sofa. He turned to his nearby guard and commanded, "Quickly, go inside and summon them." In truth, the 200 individuals accompanying Hanzhe were merely bait to draw the vanguard of Sun Xiaochuan's alliance into attack. If he were to confront the enemy's main force, he would have to deploy his primary troops. Soon, the reinforcements Hanzhe had prepared traversed the mountain pass and arrived by his side. This contingent comprised over 1,500 men, representing approximately 70% of Hanzhe's entire forces. Indeed, he was prepared to fight with all his might in this battle. After a short while, the enemy army arrived. A dark mass that appeared to number nearly 10,000. However, upon sighting Hanzhe's forces, they advanced only a short distance before halting, locking eyes with Hanzhe's troops across a stretch of open ground. Frankly speaking, Hanzhe's forces were at a significant numerical disadvantage compared to their adversaries, resulting in a palpable decrease in morale. It seemed as though a fierce battle awaited. Chapter 323. Everyone, pay attention. What surprised Hanzhe next was the enemy's inexplicable hesitation to launch a full-scale assault despite their numerical superiority of nearly 10 to 1. Instead, they remained stationary, fixated on Hanzhe's side. He even noticed that some of their soldiers had begun constructing encampments behind them. 10 to 1 and still so timid? Hanzhe furrowed his brow. Yet, he quickly deduced the reason. Sun Xiaochuan's alliance had evidently fled in disarray, instilling a sense of caution in the enemy, preventing them from advancing recklessly. This was, in fact, not favorable news for Hanzhe. If he were to remain in a standoff for several hours, his situation would grow increasingly perilous. The Sun Xiaochuan alliance had merely retreated, not been annihilated. Once they returned home to recuperate, they would likely regain their composure. With Hanzhe's current stamina insufficient to drive them away entirely, should they return in a few hours, the two armies would transform into three, complicating matters further for him. Thus, he resolved to take the initiative. 1,500 against 10,000. I shall strike first. This was not without precedent. It was said that a certain individual once led 800 men into battle against 100,000, taking the initiative. Hanzhe's own army was quite heterogeneous. Most of the players' territories he had conquered had surrendered to survive, and those fortunate enough to have surviving villagers or soldiers would now find themselves under Hanzhe's command. Hanzhe can breed surrendered villagers and soldiers to utilize this race. The likes of Genshin Chicken Fillet, Spirited Youths, and Jackie Chan exemplify this. Hanzhe has nearly conquered the entire northern mountainous region, acquiring a considerable array of races. This game lacks a hybridization mechanism. Generally speaking, when two distinct races are bred together, there exists a 50% chance that the offspring will inherit the father's race and a 50% likelihood of inheriting the mother's. The races that Hanzhe has recruited are predominantly male, while his succubi are primarily female, creating a harmonious balance. Hanzhe relies heavily on the succubi to facilitate reproduction among the other races. However, even when both parties are succubi, the reproductive characteristics of each race differ, leading to varying outcomes. Pure love warriors can mate and reproduce with only one female throughout their lives. If that female subsequently mates with another, the pure love warrior will forever refuse to reproduce, making them one of the most problematic races. Furthermore, their versatility is exceedingly low, resulting in a mere handful remaining in Hanzhe's ranks, preserved solely to counter promiscuous adversaries. In truth, Hanzhe is unsure which other races possess similar promiscuous attributes aside from the succubi. Orcs are robust, capable of performing arduous tasks and engaging in combat. Initially, Hanzhe aimed to breed the orc race vigorously. However, the outcome was rather disappointing, as orcs possess a particular trait that prevents them from breeding with individuals smaller than themselves. When Hanzhe confined the orcs and succubi together for breeding, upon opening the door, the orcs were lively while the succubi had perished. Alas, the orc race can only reproduce within their own kind. With the female population being inherently sparse, their reproduction rate is slow. After 20 days, Hanzhe's army still comprises only 10 orcs, relegated to an elite unit. The reproduction of the Naruto race is even more unique. They have a special structure known as the Ninja Village. Under standard breeding methods, only nameless ninjas, mere novices who can throw shurikens, are produced. Only by donating gold to the ninja village can one acquire renowned ninjas from the Naruto series. The more one donates, the stronger the ninja obtained. While Hanzhe possesses ample wood and iron ore, his gold reserves are lacking, as this resource is largely obtained through random events. Hanzhe once spent a fortune to create Itachi Uchiha, a formidable ninja from Naruto. Many readers assert that had Itachi not succumbed to illness prematurely, he might have single-handedly defeated the ultimate boss, leaving the protagonist out of the equation. Hanzhe envisioned utilizing this asset for widespread conquest. After creating Itachi, he indeed captured 2 challenging territories with his aid, remarkably effective. However, this race is remarkably true to the original work. After 10 days, Itachi, much like in the original narrative, succumbed to illness. Having invested significantly to create him, only to utilize him for a mere 10 days, left Hanzhe in a state of despair. His gold reserves are dwindling. Later, Hanzhe came to comprehend why. During his assault on the territory of the Naruto clan, his adversaries would conjure a throng of enraged children. The cost-effectiveness of this strategy was exceedingly high. The term enraged children referred specifically to the youthful incarnation of Uchiha Obito, who possessed a modicum of magical prowess. This Uchiha Obito represented the embryonic phase of the ultimate antagonist in the narrative, akin to an underdeveloped infant version of the final boss, and was relatively inexpensive to acquire. Moreover, he harbored 2 innate talents. The puppet master, Uchiha Obito, is remarkably susceptible to manipulation, easily wielded as a pawn. Lin, my Lin. Uchiha Obito holds great affection for Noera Rin. Following a calamity befalling Noera Rin, Uchiha Obito's abilities surged dramatically, plunging him into a state of fury. In the storyline, Noera Rin is the unrequited love of Uchiha Obito. However, within this clan, Noera Rin is akin to a mere cannon fodder ninja, exceedingly cheap to produce, costing merely 2 gold coins. This gives rise to a formidable combination. Typically, these juvenile Uchiha Obitos would be confined in cages, while an equal number of identical Noera Rins would be ensconced in adjacent cages. Consequently, Uchiha Obito would gaze longingly at Noera Rin daily, his heart pricked by unfulfilled desire, thereby augmenting his potential for future rage. When the time came, Noera Rin would be loaded into a catapult and hurled into the enemy ranks. Upon the release of the cage, the youthful Uchiha Obito would erupt in fury, charging into the fray, shouting Rin's name, mirroring Hanzhe's previous encounters. This high-cost, high-efficiency death squad earned the moniker Raging Child Camp, constituting Hanzhe's most formidable force. In addition, there existed other tribal forces, albeit with comparatively modest capabilities, resulting in their limited numbers. For instance, the Goblin tribe, which perpetually harassed the succubi, could not be integrated, leading Hanzhe to form a simple infantry unit. The Centaur tribe, unable to outrun motorbike riding youths, was likewise segregated, resulting in the creation of a dedicated cavalry unit. The Treant tribe, which did not consume human food but rather fertilizer, also necessitated unique classification. Now, the 2 armies stood poised against one another, and Hanzhe was able to observe the opposing forces firsthand. The Didaway alliance, as its name suggests, had a rather peculiar origin. Didaway is indeed a type of pesticide. The leader of this alliance hailed from the honor of King's tribe. Hanzhe discerned that the central contingent of the Didaway alliance was comprised of several characters from Honor of Kings. Leading the charge was a row of Zhang Fei, each adorned with a yao atop their heads. Behind them, familiar archers and mages could be spotted, along with a Qinglong, whom Hanzhe had not previously encountered. Did Honor of Kings feature a Qinglong? He quietly reminded the surrounding soldiers to exercise caution should anyone bear 3 yellow lines above their heads, indicating the presence of invisible foes. Moreover, he could roughly identify the tribes flanking the enemy's central force. To the left stood a row of warriors, donning red hats and armor, clutching a flask of liquor in their left hands while wielding a knife in their right. A few among them held not liquor but rather a child, identified as Chao Chong, a type of item from the Jade tribe. To the right, a swarm of Zerg, numerous in number, appears to constitute the majority of the enemy's forces. On either flank, a chaotic amalgamation of other races can be observed, prominently featuring some undead and triceratops. To the east lies the faction known as the Alliance Against Electric Vehicles, where Hanzhe encounters only a handful of Autobots, the majority being other races. It is evident that the production cost of Autobots remains prohibitively high, precluding any significant deployment. Within this Alliance Against Electric Vehicles, Hanzhe also notices a few Dragon Knights, occasionally soaring into the air to circle around, though they too are limited in number due to their considerable expense. Overall, surveying the opposing army, Hanzhe feels a profound sense of foreboding, believing that a direct confrontation would result in his utter demise. However, Hanzhe possesses his own tactical approach. He mounted his horse and, isolated from his troops, rode into the open space that separated the 2 forces. On the opposite side, the coalition watched in bewilderment as a lone rider emerged. The leaders and members of the alliance stood back, observing curiously. Seated atop his steed, Hanzhe summoned the Goose Emperor, utilizing its ability to amplify his voice. This function, akin to a loudspeaker, allowed the somewhat weary Hanzhe to project his words for all to hear. Listen up, he called to the opposing ranks. The coalition leaders and members exchanged glances. Puzzled by this audacious display, what was he planning? Uncertain, they resolved to listen further. Each member nodded in agreement, their attention fixed on Hanzhe. He continued to address them through the Goose Emperor's amplification. Behold, I am the lord of the army behind me. Furthermore, I am the one you seek, the so-called number one brothel keeper. As he stepped forward, the distance allowed all players who had transitioned to the scout class to view Hanzhe's information panel. They quickly realized the truth. He was indeed a player, not merely an NPC masquerading as one. Within the alliance, players began to share this revelation among themselves. Fool. Stepping out like that, they scoffed, many quietly issuing commands to their elite soldiers. When the fighting begins, focus on that mounted figure. Spare no effort to eliminate him. Meanwhile, Hanzhe continued his proclamation, refraining from advancing further to avoid entering the range of the enemy's ranged weapons. Hey, you over there. Continue to listen. Do you know what I am about to do? He paused, drawing his sword from his waist. The opposing players furrowed their brows, unsure of the erratic leader's intentions. Then, raising his sword, Hanzhe declared, watch closely. I am about to take my own life. With that, he drew the blade across his throat. A scream escaped his lips as blood gushed forth, and he fell from his horse, crashing heavily to the ground. To the enemy's astonishment, Hanzhe's information panel vanished, marking his instantaneous death. The atmosphere in the entire venue became instantly still. Everyone on the opposite side gaped in disbelief, their expressions frozen in shock. Chapter 324. The Great Pursuit. As the audience stood in a daze, an overwhelming sensation surged within their hearts, fear. It was a terror that permeated their very beings. From head to toe, this was the most intense dread they had ever experienced in their lives. The fear felt akin to gazing into a dark abyss teeming with countless vengeful spirits, where the dying pleaded desperately for mercy, each one familiar to them. It was reminiscent of discovering a corpse, discarded in a well, decomposing for days, grotesquely swollen, while maggots writhed in the putrid water. It was like witnessing an elderly woman, devoid of clothing, performing a lascivious dance before you, and should you avert your gaze, she would thrust her shriveled, sagging form against your face. This was a terror that struck at the very core of their souls. A paralyzing dread swept through the crowd. Riders were thrown from their horses in fright, while those wielding weapons discarded them in panic. The more fragile among them succumbed to complete mental collapse, frantically searching for places to hide. Chaos erupted. Fearful screams echoed everywhere, and people fled in terror, pushing and trampling one another. The entire coalition had lost all semblance of control. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hanzhe's army, though leaderless, maintained a remarkable composure. Hanzhe had forewarned them about such scenarios, and they were well prepared for the unfolding events. Now was the moment to execute Hanzhe's meticulously crafted plan, seizing the opportunity at hand. Behind Hanzhe's formation, catapults were set into motion, launching dozens of wild projectiles into the disarrayed enemy ranks. Following this, a group of masked, furious children charged from Hanzhe's lines, plunging into the fray. The enemy coalition, thoroughly gripped by fear, was incapable of mounting any substantial resistance. These enraged children cut through the enemy formation with alarming ease, like harvesting wheat, reaping one foe after another. Many in the already terrified enemy ranks fainted at the sight of these harbingers of death. After a brief interval following the children's entrance, Hanzhe's forces commenced a full assault, executing a strategic ambush on the enemy. Meanwhile, Hanzhe himself had recently resurrected within his own territory, albeit clad in nothing but a pair of undergarments. Indeed, all his other equipment had been left behind at the site of his previous demise. This was part of Hanzhe's grand design. During the standoff, he had activated a class change, transforming his profession to courier upon your death in the game. A square wooden box will materialize at the location of your demise, containing your gear and items as spoils for your enemies. Subsequently, you will resurrect in your territory, though this effect has a cooldown period. Thus, Hanzhe's self-sacrifice would result in his true death, but he would indeed resurrect in his territory. As for why Hanzhe chose to take his own life, this is naturally attributed to Hanzhe's sea-level skill, fear derived from the unknown. When your actions are beyond the comprehension of your opponent, you can instill fear. The less they understand, the greater their fear. Long before Hanzhe faced his adversaries, he had already devised a battle strategy. While Hanzhe possessed numerous skills, not all were necessarily pivotal. He meticulously considered each skill in turn. He once attempted to utilize his love of reading skill in hopes of generating a few invincible skill books. Unfortunately, despite trying an array of classic skill book titles, he produced none. The game simply did not incorporate a skill book mechanism. Hanzhe also contemplated taking the head of the general amidst the chaos. But the coalition consisted of under 10,000 troops, insufficient to trigger the skill. As for spreading rumors to confuse the enemy, causing their own downfall, Hanzhe had already discreetly employed it against the enemy. The rumors generated were rather ineffective. The rumor spread among the anti-electric vehicle alliance was that the leader claimed not to buy electric cars while secretly installing a charging station at home. A completely futile rumor, lacking significance. The rumor for the Dichlorvos alliance was that the leader intended to seize the northern territory after conquering the mountains, which bore slight merit after its dissemination. A couple of members indeed withdrew from the alliance, but that was the extent of it. Most members merely sought to cling to a powerful ally for status. So if the leader chose to monopolize, it did not warrant a rift. The rumor concerning the Sun Xiaochuan alliance absurdly suggested that the leader was an avid user of Zaihongshu, a claim that was nonsensical and entirely ineffective. Other skills proved similarly unhelpful. In desperation, Hanzhe ultimately placed his hopes on the skill, fear derived from the unknown. This skill, classified as a rule-based ability, promised widespread effects if successfully triggered. Thus, Hanzhe pondered what actions could render his opponents perplexed. Initially, he considered engaging in bizarre behaviors, such as awkward dancing, ghostly howling, or discussing astrophysics on the battlefield. However, he realized the results would likely be underwhelming. Encountering someone performing a series of inexplicable acts would merely lead one to conclude that the individual was mad, thus rendering their actions comprehensible after a brief moment of confusion. Given this, the fleeting effect of the skill would dissipate. To truly leave his opponents in prolonged bewilderment, something far more outrageous was necessary. After much contemplation, Hanzhe devised a rather audacious plan. Imagine if your enemies, arrayed for a decisive battle, were expected to engage in a thrilling confrontation, only for one of them to suddenly commit suicide. You would find yourself utterly dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend the situation. This was the essence of Hanzhe's strategy. He also informed his subordinates in advance about the forthcoming events, ensuring they understood, thereby preventing any inadvertent harm from the skill. As the enemy was left terrified by Hanzhe's enigmatic maneuver, his forces would launch their assault according to plan, securing victory with certainty. Hanzhe mounted the horse he had prepared earlier and swiftly made his way towards the mountain pass. The distance between this territory and the pass was not considerable, merely a 10-minute journey. Hanzhe estimated that if he hurried, he should still be able to witness the grand spectacle of his army ambushing the enemy. As Hanzhe traversed through the furniture city and reached the outskirts of the mountain pass, he indeed beheld a gruesome sight of countless enemy corpses strewn across the ground. However, what surprised him even more was that his own troops had returned. The newly appointed captain of the guards waved to Hanzhe from a distance, still mounted on his steed. "Why did you not pursue?" Hanzhe demanded loudly of the new captain, a succubus. "It has only been a short while." A force of nearly 10,000 enemies could not possibly have been completely annihilated. Thus, Hanzhe was certain that his subordinates had returned prematurely or had not pursued at all. "My lord, I followed your orders to the letter, but an unforeseen situation arose." The new captain replied. "What situation? Speak quickly," Hanzhe urged anxiously. Some of the enemies suddenly shouted, "Do not underestimate our bonds," and then their strength surged, thwarting our pursuit. "Our casualties escalated rapidly, and without your presence, we dared not continue to expend our forces against the enemy. So we had no choice but to return with the army for the time being." Chapter 325. A great victory, a great defeat earlier. Upon witnessing Hanzhe's suicide before their eyes, the entire coalition army fell into a state of panic. After a few inexplicable objects were hurled from the opposite side, the entire formation collapsed. Everyone scattered in a frenzy, particularly the few Autobots who transformed into vehicles in their desperation to escape, running over anything in their path. The leader of the enemy's Fear Alliance was so frightened that he fell from his horse. He quickly scrambled to his feet and turned to flee with all his might. The chaos was overwhelming, and he was knocked down several times by fleeing soldiers from his own side, being trampled repeatedly. Nevertheless, he ultimately managed to escape, encountering his subordinate Guan Yu along the way. Guan Yu, mounted on the swift steed Red Hair, charged through the ranks, continuing their flight. The leader of the enemy's Fear Alliance urged Guan Yu to hasten their escape as news reached them that the enemy's entire force was in pursuit. The roar of motorcycle engines grew increasingly close, accompanied by the raucous cheers of men. The leader understood that it was the enemy's cavalry. Then, a barrage of explosive arrows flew towards them. Explosions erupted around the leader, and the cavalrymen fleeing alongside him were struck down one by one, violently thrown from their mounts. Finally, yet another explosion occurred nearby, causing both the leader and Guan Yu to be thrown from their horses. "You've blown this son of a gun to bits," laughed a young man with dyed yellow hair riding a motorcycle, reloading his explosive arrow aimed directly at the leader. Terrified beyond measure and on the brink of a mental breakdown, the leader of the enemy's Fear Alliance begged for mercy. At that very moment, soldiers who had been lying on the ground inexplicably rose and, in unison, shouted, "Do not underestimate our bonds." The soldiers surged towards the yellow-haired motorcyclists with fervor. Their combat prowess surged unexpectedly. Those armed with blades wielded their weapons, while others resorted to their fists, swiftly dispatching the nearby yellow-haired youths. In the rear, the demon cavalry, mounted on steeds, sensed the disturbance. The soldiers of the Didaway Alliance, previously in disarray, suddenly regained their composure, shouting fervently as they launched a frenzied assault against the demons. The demon cavalry had little chance to defend themselves, being ruthlessly torn apart by the soldiers of the Didaway Alliance. The chief demon guard immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. "Fall back," she commanded, pulling on the reins and issuing the order to retreat. The demon cavalry withdrew. Watching their retreating figures, the leader of the Didaway alliance sat on the ground, shaken. This turn of events was due to a skill he possessed. Anime protagonist. You are now the protagonist of an anime. This skill activates when you and your teammates find yourselves in an overwhelmingly disadvantageous position, suffering heavy casualties with no means of turning the tide. You and your comrades will awkwardly, yet passionately proclaim the strength of your bonds. You and your allies will remove all negative effects and significantly enhance your combat strength. If stirring background music plays at this moment, your combat power will increase even further. This skill can only be triggered once against the same enemy. Fortunately, at the last moment, the conditions for this skill's activation were finally met. Salvation had arrived. The leader of the Didaway alliance let out a sigh of relief. Number 1, madam. Since your sorcery has failed to subdue me this time, a good show is about to unfold. A smile spread across the leader's face. Meanwhile, Hanzhe listened to the guard captain's account, his brow slightly furrowing. What a ridiculous skill, requiring such an embarrassing chant. However, judging by the skill's effects, it appeared to function as an adrenaline boost that could only be activated in dire circumstances. Hanzhe was not particularly concerned. He glanced at his information panel. Before the battle, he had been at level 36. Now he was at level 47, just 3 levels shy of 50. Indeed, while his soldiers gained no experience from defeating system NPCs without his assistance, they did grant him a small amount of experience when they vanquished soldiers from other players. Additionally, Hanzhe had employed Unknown Fear, which also inflicted negative effects upon the enemy, contributing to his assist experience, hence his rapid level increase. This, however, also indirectly confirmed that although the pursuit had been forced to halt, Hanzhe's forces had still inflicted significant losses upon the adversary. The enemy coalition was likely gravely weakened. This presented an opportune moment for Hanzhe to advance and seize the southern stronghold. He promptly reorganized his troops and directed them towards the nearest enemy territory, which belonged to the Sun Xiaochuan alliance. As Hanzhe's forces arrived, their undead soldiers were still gathering from various locations. Most bore the marks of earth upon them, as if they had been interred only to be unearthed once more. It was profoundly inhumane. Hanzhe felt a deep sorrow and once again activated Rest in Peace for these soldiers. The soldiers who had just arrived here turned back to flee, while those who originally belonged to this territory began to dig into the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Hanzhe's army launched an offensive. They encountered only a meager resistance from a handful of Death Knights, and overall, the operation proceeded remarkably smoothly. Hanzhe successfully captured the stronghold of the Sun Xiaochuan alliance, seizing a substantial amount of enemy provisions. The enemy's supplies were rather peculiar. The most abundant item was incense, the kind typically burned at graves. There were also fresh meat, ghost money, blood products, and calcium tablets, presumably catering to different types of undead soldiers, each requiring distinct sustenance. Most of these provisions were of little use to Hanzhe's forces. He promptly set fire to the useless items, thereby alleviating the need for vigilance over them. After a brief pause, Hanzhe continued to gather his soldiers, preparing to assault the next stronghold. It was imperative to seize more territories while the enemy was still reeling. Once they regained their strength, it would become exceedingly difficult to conquer them. Mounting his horse, Hanzhe aimed directly for the gathering territory of the enemy alliance. At that moment, a warning notification appeared before Hanzhe. Attention! Your main stronghold is under attack. Please address this matter urgently. If your main stronghold is destroyed, you will incur significant penalties. Reading this message, Hanzhe was taken aback. How could his main stronghold be under attack? The guidebook had explicitly stated the importance of the main stronghold. Should it be captured or destroyed, the player would face hefty penalties, and rebuilding within a stipulated time frame would be impossible, potentially leading to elimination. Hanzhe was well aware of the significance of the main stronghold and had always fortified it heavily. Logically, the forces to the north of the mountain had been nearly eradicated by him. No one should have had the capability to launch a surprise attack on his main stronghold. Moreover, the armies from the south had to pass through the heavily guarded furniture city at Qinglong, even if a few managed to slip past. It was utterly implausible for a sufficient force to infiltrate and conquer Hanzhe's main stronghold. So, how could his main stronghold be under attack? And how had they breached the inner 2 layers of walls? Hanzhe quickly ordered his troops to remain stationed, while he, accompanied by all his spirited cavalry, hastened towards the main stronghold. The slower mounted troops followed behind, making their way as best they could. Seated behind one of the spirited riders, Hanzhe was bombarded by notifications. Your main stronghold is under attack. Your main stronghold is under attack. Your main stronghold is under attack. Attention! Your main stronghold has been destroyed. Your entire faction is now demoralized. All your troops will suffer the following morale penalties until a new main base is established. Work efficiency 75, combat efficiency 75. You cannot rebuild your main base for 72 hours. If you fail to reconstruct your main base within 7 days, you will be eliminated. As Hanzhe hurried along, the notification of the destruction of his main stronghold reached him. He was rendered numb. The main city had fallen too swiftly. Had a cunning enemy used a teleportation skill to bring forth an elite force? Was the handful of spirited young men I brought along sufficient? After traversing a journey of over an hour, Hanzhe finally arrived at his original territory, the very heart of his dominion. Through the thin veil of mist, the illuminated sign of the five-star hotel stood out, its structure seemingly unscathed. It appeared as though the robust concrete edifice had withstood the test of time, leaving the adversaries with insufficient opportunity to dismantle it. Yet, as Hanzhe approached the forefront of his territory, he was taken aback. The entire city wall remained intact, devoid of any signs of conflict. The walls were pristine, yet the central stronghold was missing. In a state of disbelief, Hanzhe reached the city gate, where his commanding officer, the succubus, awaited with the garrison to greet him. "My lord, we are at fault," the succubus said, her head bowed in remorse. Hanzhe seized the collar of her armor, lifting her with urgency. "What on earth happened? The walls and your forces are unscathed, yet my stronghold has vanished?" The succubus, her face a mask of despair, replied, "My lord, we did our utmost, but we never anticipated this." "Did your utmost? How many foes did you face?" "One individual." "What? Just one person? You mean to say that you could not thwart a single man?" "Indeed." He was clad in red, with a white ponytail, wielding a spear. This spear-wielding man effortlessly leaped over our walls and, in mere moments, invaded the inner sanctum. He unleashed a frenzied assault on the central stronghold with his spear. "The man with the spear?" Hanzhe furrowed his brow, contemplating the situation. "And you did not engage him?" "We unleashed arrows, yet he began to leap frantically, evading our shots. Still, many arrows struck him, and he was continuously losing blood. What then? Just as we were on the verge of defeating him, a sudden glow enveloped him, and the word immunity appeared above his head. Following that, our attacks caused no damage. Thus, he bore the brunt of our arrows and dismantled the stronghold." "Immunity?" Hanzhe paused, the term sounding eerily familiar. A spear, a ponytail, red attire, and the ability to leap over walls. What manner of foe could this be? Hanzhe pondered, instinctively reaching out to his allies. Wait, the Fearless Alliance. The abilities of their leader resemble those of characters from King of Glory. With a resounding clap of his thigh, clarity dawned upon him. The assailant of his stronghold was none other than Han Xin. Damn it, he even wielded the famed sword. Seeming, what a nightmarish reality. Chapter 326. The Fragment Shop. Once the central stronghold was compromised, Hanzhe realized that his predicament had taken a dire turn. News of the fall of his stronghold spread rapidly through the global chat channels. Scouts from the front lines returned with reports that the Fearless Alliance and the unyielding Electric Vehicle Alliance had gathered remnants of their forces and were advancing once again toward the mountain pass. Other factions in the southern mountains, previously hesitant, upon hearing of the loss of Hanzhe's stronghold, rallied to form a coalition against him. This coalition now boasted even greater numbers than before, all eager to partake in the spoils. Meanwhile, every soldier on Hanzhe's side faced a substantial penalty, with their combat capabilities reduced to a mere 75. The fall of the Guankou furniture city is merely a matter of time. The coalition forces will soon invade the northern region of Shanbei, sweeping through all the territories of Hanzhe. This time, Hanzhe truly cannot withstand the onslaught. He has begun transporting supplies to various Zhongxin fried chicken outlets. Should the enemy breach their defenses, Hanzhe plans to retreat to these outlets, engaging in guerrilla tactics and adapting to the situation as it unfolds, which is indeed a viable strategy. Subsequently, the battle at Guankou commenced. The warriors, undeterred by a combat penalty of 75, steadfastly held their ground while inflicting significant casualties upon the enemy. Although Hanzhe was not present, he could envision the fierce intensity of the conflict at Guankou by observing his rising experience points. An hour into the battle, Hanzhe noticed that his experience points were accumulating at a slower rate, leading him to conclude that the situation at the furniture city was nearing its conclusion. After 1 hour and 10 minutes of combat, Hanzhe's experience points reached their maximum, allowing him to ascend to level 50. Level 50? This advancement holds substantial significance for Hanzhe. He opened his personal inventory to examine the rewards associated with achieving this level. Following the guidance of Neon Smiley, he had prepared to include Shinraner in the level 50 reward package. At long last, he had attained level 50. "Oh, Shinraner, the favor you have asked for has indeed been quite arduous to fulfill, but it is finally over." Hanzhe clicked to open the package. "You have received Internal Combustion Engine Blueprint, X1. You have received Oil Refining Technology Upgrade Blueprint, X1. You have received Shinraner Fragments, X10. Upon seeing the phrase Shinraner Fragments, Hanzhe was utterly taken aback. What exactly are these fragments? He opened his inventory to inspect the details of the Shinraner fragments. The item image displayed a photo of Shinraner, with the description stating, "A certificate for redeeming Shinraner. Collect a certain quantity to exchange for Shinraner at the Shinraner store." Open Shinraner store. There is even a Shinraner store? Has this Neon Smiley truly created a store dedicated to Shinraner? Unbelievable. Hanzhe clicked to open the Shinraner store. Initially, he anticipated finding only a single version of Shinraner available for redemption. However, upon entering, he was met with several rows of options. Shinraner Christmas Encounter, featuring Shinraner in a red Christmas dress, priced at 58 fragments. Shinraner Gothic Lolita, showcasing her in a dress with an umbrella, priced at 68 fragments. Shinraner Summer Swimsuit, depicting her in swimwear, priced at 168 fragments. Shun Ranner Berserker, illustrating her in armor wielding a giant axe, priced at 48 fragments. Hanzhe even came across a basic version of Shun Ranner, with the image obscured by a mosaic, priced at 648 fragments. He found none of these eccentric outfits appealing. As he scrolled to the end, he finally discovered a standard version of Shun Ranner, yet it too commanded a price of 38 fragments. With just 10 fragments, he could only purchase a Shun Ranner experience card for either 3 or 7 days. Hanzhe was left both exasperated and amused. Damn it, Neon Smiley. Stop playing dead and show yourself. Hanzhe shouted to the sky, startling the surrounding succubus villagers. In the moments following his outburst, a sudden silence enveloped the area, and the villagers froze in their movements. The avatar of the neon smiley-faced robot reappeared before Hanzhe. Upon seeing him, it clapped its mechanical arms together in a symbolic gesture. Mr. Hanzhe, your recent performance in the live stream has been quite commendable. Allow me to commend you. Commend this. What is the meaning of these fragments of Shun Ranner? Hanzhe demanded sharply. Why? It simply indicates the exchange of Shun Ranner fragments. Is that not clear? The robot replied calmly. Then let me ask you. Initially, you stated that Shun Ranner would be included in the level 50 package. How did it become fragments? Indeed. I claimed that I would place Shun Ranner in the package, but I never specified that it would be the entirety. A portion of Shun Ranner is still Shun Ranner. Is it not? Are you toying with me? Not at all. You never inquired back then. However, do not fret. Subsequent packages from level 60 to 200 will indeed contain a certain number of Shun Ranner fragments that can be exchanged. Are you suggesting I must grind to level 200? Hanzhe suppressed his fury. What harm is there in reaching level 200? Your livestream is currently experiencing remarkable popularity, and you have a loyal audience. The longer you play, the more you can reward your viewers. Many viewers captured your splendid expression when you unveiled the Shun Ranner fragments from the package. Would you like to see? The robot continued, as the screen before Hanzhe began to replay his earlier reaction. I can't take this any longer, Hanzhe exclaimed, drawing his sword and thrusting it directly at the robot. The screen of the robot was instantly pierced, emitting a flurry of electrical sparks. Yet, the robot remained unfazed, continuing to speak. Moreover, the audience is aware that you are encountering a bit of trouble, so they have requested me to lend you a hand. Lend me a hand. How? Hanzhe strained to keep his anger in check. Your lottery machine's cooldown has ended. You may now draw new items. The audience is eagerly awaiting to see you wield those items to vanquish the lesser adversaries. I hope you will continue to excel and not disappoint them. With that, the robot vanished from Hanzhe's sight, offering him no further opportunity to respond. Gradually, the surrounding noise returned, and the succubus villagers resumed their activities. Hanzhe stood there, seething with frustration. This was nothing short of blatant mockery. If he could tolerate it before, he could bear it no longer now. He took a deep breath. Very well. You wish to paint a grand picture, enticing me to continue performing for your livestream, correct? Then I shall shatter that illusion and defy your expectations. If I must perish, so be it. After all, living merely as a plaything is no life at all. I shall cease to play. Hanzhe opened the chat channel and scrolled through messages. Earlier, during the standoff between the two armies, a player in the world chat had lamented about a supply shortage and was soliciting aid for provisions. No one paid him any mind. The only one who did was the leader of the opposing alliance. This leader offered him no sustenance, instead mocking his meager state and disparaging the coalition. The player dared not utter another word. Observing the chat logs, Hanzhe felt a pang of sympathy for the unfortunate soul. Ah, how reminiscent of those days at the school reunion, standing there like a mere lackey. Thus, he decided to bestow upon him the fortune he so desperately needed. Without hesitation, Hanzhe initiated a surrender to the player. Chapter 327. You have betrayed the audience. After sustaining losses in the Furniture City, the anti-old brothel coalition ultimately seized the stronghold. Subsequently, the cavalry swiftly advanced. Presently, the foremost brothel leader was still under the heavy penalty of losing her domain. Her sorcery instilled fear in the hearts of many. Therefore, for the entire coalition, every fleeting moment was crucial. They needed to vanquish the primary brothel leader before the penalty expired. Otherwise, once the punishment elapsed and the enemy's strength was restored, who could predict what other bizarre tactics the brothel leader might employ? The coalition's cavalry was led by the leader of the opposing alliance, consisting of several members from the alliance, along with others from various factions and their respective cavalry. In total, there were over 1,000 mounted warriors. Their singular objective was the primary territory of the foremost brothel leader. Although the main city had been razed, a series of other significant high-level structures remained, with most of the brothel leader's resources still hoarded there. Capturing this stronghold would deal another devastating blow to the already wounded brothel leader. The cavalry quickly traversed the plains, arriving at a desert region. As they gazed out, the desert lay shrouded in a thin veil of mist. Gentlemen, the brothel leader's main city is located at the heart of this vast desert, proclaimed the leader of the opposing alliance. How peculiar. According to the system's quest reward map, this area is designated as the Misty Forest. How has it transformed into a fog-laden desert? Inquired a member of the alliance. Perhaps we have gone astray, suggested another member. The alliance leader shook his head. There is no mistake. This is indeed where Han Xin executed his ambush, the enemy's main city in the desert. It is likely that the system triggered some random event, altering this area into a desert. Let us not dwell on this. We must press forward with our assault. With that, the leader continued to advance swiftly, leading the charge. The entire cavalry swiftly crossed the desert and arrived at the territory within. From the nearby sand dunes, the cavalry beheld the stronghold. 2 towering stone walls encircled the entire territory, presenting a formidable defense. This brothel leader certainly possesses substantial resources to establish such a stronghold. The leader remarked, cursing under his breath, before turning to a young member beside him. This individual was the 17th member of the alliance, part of the most recent cohort to join. His strength was lacking, and within the alliance, he was often relegated to menial tasks. Once again, an opportunity had presented itself. The leader turned to member number 17 and remarked, "The primary courtesan is nearing her end, so I shall allow you and your subordinates to advance on her stronghold first, granting you an opportunity for growth." Member number 17 was not foolhardy. He recognized that within this main city lay numerous soldiers, and the leader was merely sending his subordinates to their demise to ascertain the enemy's strength under the guise of opportunity. Nevertheless, he found himself powerless against the leader's command. With a heavy heart, he summoned his contingent of cavalry to prepare for an assault on the enemy territory. At that moment, a notification appeared before him. "Player, Ipermu, has surrendered to you. Their population and territory now fall under your command." Member number 17 paused, bewildered. "Ipermu? Who is that? Why do they suddenly surrender to me?" He pondered, realizing he did not recognize this player. Surrender could only occur to a faction in a state of conflict. However, the enemy's union was vast, encompassing many factions, and he could not possibly know them all. Perhaps it was a minor faction, desperate and wishing to exit the game without benefiting the leader, that had chosen to surrender to him instead. Member number 17 felt little interest, as those who surrendered typically had little left to offer. It was better than nothing, he thought. He opened his territory status map to locate the area of the surrender. Upon opening the overview, he was struck dumb. The number of territories and resource points had skyrocketed from 3 to 61. The entire northern mountainous region now appeared almost entirely as his own domain. In that instant, member number 17 comprehended who had surrendered to him. His heart raced, excitement surging through him. "Hey, what are you dawdling for? Launch your attack," urged the leader of the enemy's union, nudging him. To his surprise, member number 17 turned around, his usual submissive demeanor replaced by a confident, almost arrogant smile. "Are you addressing me, esteemed leader? Hanzhe has surrendered. The game is over." He returned to the preparation room. As the vibrant neon logo illuminated the screen, it displayed the message of game failure. Initially, there was an option for a review. Hanzhe glanced briefly at it, still grappling with 2 primary questions. Why did falling leaves return to roots prove ineffective against the zombies in enemy territory? And why did monsters invade other territories nightly while his own experienced sporadic invasions? The first question was soon resolved. The zombies in the enemy territory were spawned by the system in the wilderness, devoid of any homeland, thus rendering the skill ineffective. The second question was more intricate. Yet Hanzhe unraveled it. On nights devoid of monster invasions, the intruders in his territory were thieves who spawned at a certain distance from his domain. Before they launched their assault on Hanzhe's territory, the towering 5-star hotel could be seen from afar amidst the desolate forest. The sight of such an extravagant multi-story establishment left the bandits utterly bewildered. In response, Hanzhe's skill, unknown fear, would automatically activate, instilling a profound terror in the hearts of these thieves, compelling them to retreat in fright. Thus, Hanzhe's domain remained undisturbed. However, if monsters were to spawn that night, unfamiliar with the 5-star hotel, they would not find it peculiar and therefore would not be influenced by Hanzhe's ability, leading them to attack his territory. Consequently, incursions by monsters would occur sporadically in Hanzhe's realm. After reviewing the replay, Hanzhe resolved the doubts lingering in his mind. With the review concluded, it was time for the system to calculate his results. Hanzhe observed a new line of text appear on the screen. Warning. The penalty for failure in this round is, randomly lose 1 skill you have already learned, and the next 3 skills drawn will be guaranteed to be F-grade skills, which cannot be replaced. Upon reading this penalty, Hanzhe felt a slight sense of relief. It was not as terrifying as he had anticipated. The screen then began to randomly display the skill that Hanzhe was about to lose, heightening his anxiety. However, when the image finally froze, he exhaled in relief. The skill was Superficial Taste. Upon acquiring this skill, you can activate it in the early stages of the game. The gameplay duration will be significantly shortened, but the difficulty will be halved, resulting in a substantial reduction in rewards. Fortunately, it was a relatively inconsequential skill that he had not utilized since obtaining it. Nevertheless, the fact that the next 3 skills would undoubtedly be F-grade and irreplaceable was rather unfortunate. Yet, that was a matter for the future and did not significantly impact Hanzhe at present. With the review complete and the calculations finalized, he expected to return to the real world. However, Hanzhe knew that this was an impossibility. Neon Smiley would not allow his return. Calmly, he gazed toward the lounge area, and indeed, the avatar of Neon Smiley materialized before him. The screen in front of it appeared functioning, whether repaired or replaced. He could not tell. You surrendered? You have disappointed your audience. The robot's voice was chillingly indifferent. Those are your spectators. What does that concern me? Hanzhe retorted, glaring at the robot with indifference. Although they are my audience, you must understand that if they are displeased, I too will be unhappy. And if I am unhappy, you shall not find joy. The robot maintained its icy tone. Then you may as well kill me. Hanzhe adopted a nonchalant demeanor. So be it. Let this wretched existence come to an end. Why do you wish for death so fervently? The robot inquired. I am weary, Hanzhe replied, reclining back on the sofa. Do you not wish to resurrection, Ranu? The robot pressed further. Hanzhe shook his head without a moment's hesitation. Forget it. Given the current situation, her existence is merely a torment. It would be far better for her to rest in peace. The robot fell silent for a moment. Hasten my demise, would you? Quickly. Don't dawdle, Hanzhe urged, delivering a sharp slap to the robot. Do you truly wish to die? The robot inquired again. Do I look like I possess even the slightest desire for survival? Hanzhe retorted, launching a powerful kick at the robot. The robot crashed heavily against the wall. Yet, the robot's tone remained unchanged. You can't die even if you wish to. It coldly stated, leaving Hanzhe momentarily stunned. For a certain period from now, you shall work for me to atone for your actions. During this time, you will not be able to experience true death, the robot added. Work? Hanzhe was taken aback by this statement. Suddenly, his vision went dark. The final words of the neon smiley began to mechanically echo in his mind. It continued until his head felt ready to burst, and only then did the sound cease, as his surroundings gradually brightened. The screen flickered back to life, displaying several lines of explanatory text left by the neon smiley. From now on, you will become an NPC in our game. During this time, all your skills will be sealed, and you will only temporarily acquire skills as the game demands. You will not truly die. I hope you will diligently fulfill your duties. The message bore the logo of the neon smiley. Damn it, Hanzhe cursed under his breath. Then, the screen flashed again, revealing a new line of text. Please select the genre of game you wish to join. The opportunity to choose a game genre? It seemed the neon smiley had shown a modicum of consideration, allowing Hanzhe to make his own selection. With a sigh, Hanzhe clicked in, surveying the vertical list of genres. There were horror, emotional, war, and life genres, among others. Hanzhe contemplated this. Since the neon smiley had no intention of letting him die, further torment was surely in store. He needed to choose wisely to minimize his suffering. Hanzhe was not a masochist. While he harbored a fleeting desire for death, he preferred to endure as little torment as possible. He perused the list. Horror? Hanzhe had previously played a ghost. That experience was rather unpleasant. After all, he was not a true specter. Being confined to a basement every day felt stifling. Emotional genre? He had experienced that as well. It was too abstract, one of the few games capable of raising his blood pressure. As for war, he had just endured that. Indulging in it once or twice was tolerable, but too much became tedious. Ultimately, Hanzhe chose the video game genre. At least this option promised greater variety. Thus, Hanzhe officially commenced his servitude. However, he never intended to work earnestly for the neon smiley. He would take every opportunity to slack off and engage in chaos. He would delve into various video games. It was then that Hanzhe discovered the abundance of video games available within the neon smiley's realm. Hanzhe was the first to enter a game of Honor of Kings. This was a solo endeavor, where he took on the role of a teammate to a single player. He chose the marksman Sun Shangxiang as his character, and his initial major item was the Apocalypse. The player, possessing a commendable temperament, patiently explained in the team chat that the Apocalypse was only suitable for fast-attacking marksmen, while Sun Shangxiang, with her skill limitations, was a slower marksman and should have opted for critical strike items instead. Hanzhe, however, was unyielding, responding in the chat, "No worries, I'm quick." He then proceeded to acquire 5 Apocalypses. Subsequently, Hanzhe participated in a game of Three Kingdoms Kill, which was also a solo game. It featured an 8-player identity scenario where the player assumed the role of the sovereign. Alongside the sovereign were 4 rebels, 1 traitor, and 2 loyalists. Hanzhe's identity was that of a loyalist, allied with the sovereign. According to conventional gameplay, the sovereign and loyalists should initially join forces with the traitor to eliminate some rebels before turning their attention to the traitor. However, Hanzhe took a different approach. As a loyalist, he aggressively targeted the traitor from the outset. The player controlling the sovereign became understandably anxious, exclaiming, "Dude, if you're a loyalist, focus on the rebels first, don't rush to attack the traitor." Yet, Hanzhe continued to unleash his fury upon the traitor. In the chat channel, he pretentiously explained to the sovereign, "What do you know? This is a matter of securing the home front before engaging external threats. It is profound wisdom." The player controlling the sovereign, unable to contain his frustration, erupted in the chat, "Your profound wisdom, indeed." Afterward, Hanzhe explored nearly all major games, some even multiple times. In CSGO, he was a headshot hunter when winning and a headshot victim when losing. In PUBG, he displayed great finesse, refusing to fire a shot until his weapon was fully equipped. In Genshin Impact, he encountered the identity of a hilichurl, marking the first time players witnessed a hilichurl opening a treasure chest before swiftly vanishing on the horizon with the player's precious gems. The most unfortunate players were likely those in an MMO game where Hanzhe played as an NPC. An MMO typically involves numerous players battling monsters, leveling up, and engaging in player versus player combat. Hanzhe took on the persona of an NPC named Unnamed Sage of the outside world. As an NPC, he naturally had tasks for players to complete. However, his tasks differed significantly from those of typical NPCs. Completing Hanzhe's tasks granted players an item of divine quality, the highest tier of equipment in the game. Such divine gear typically dropped only from defeating superbosses, yet Hanzhe offered it for completing his tasks. Countless players flocked to him immediately. Nonetheless, Hanzhe's tasks were meticulously designed. First, players were required to defeat 500 low respawn rate monsters in 5 different locations and then gather 500 similarly rare items. The locations of these tasks have been meticulously calculated by Hanzhe, each situated a considerable distance from the player's teleportation points. Players must traverse these areas on foot, requiring between 30 minutes to an hour of running. In truth, if divine artifacts were genuinely bestowed, these distances would pose little challenge to the players. Hanzhe does indeed provide such artifacts. However, there lies a significant issue with their distribution. For instance, if a player's class is that of a heavy warrior, a tank-like role within the game, Hanzhe will automatically assign them a divine bow. This warrior soon discovers that the weapon given is incompatible with their class, rendering it unequipable. When they attempt to sell it, they are shocked to find that all weapons provided by Hanzhe are bound upon acquisition, meaning they cannot be traded or discarded, but must be retained for personal use. Yet, due to the mismatch with their class, they remain unusable. Furthermore, this game does not allow for the unbinding of items or class-changing tools. Thus, after countless players laboriously complete the arduous and tedious tasks, they ultimately realize that the divine artifacts bestowed by Hanzhe serve merely as collectibles within their inventory, only to be viewed when desired, but not utilized. Ironically, the task descriptions promise a randomly allocated weapon, misleading countless players with the terminology of random class. Imagine the frustration of investing 5 to 6 hours of effort, only to receive an item that can merely be admired in one's inventory. Soon, an uproar of discontent ensues, with players expressing their vehement ire towards Hanzhe, wishing for his downfall. However, the game prohibits players from attacking task-giving NPCs. Thus, Hanzhe continues to dispassionately issue tasks to unsuspecting players, secretly reveling in their plight. After several days of mounting outrage, the game community is in an uproar, yet Hanzhe remains indifferent, observing the chaos with calm detachment. It is during this tumultuous time that a robot with a neon smile materializes before Hanzhe. "What brings you here again?" Hanzhe inquires with a furrowed brow. "I am here to remind you," the robot replies. "What? Your performance as an NPC is utterly abysmal. This cannot continue." The robot's demeanor remains cold. "If you believe I am inadequate, why not have your projections handle it? Are they not more obedient than I?" Hanzhe retorts, having intended to ask this very question. The robot, inquiring, responds, "Are you asking why we utilize you when we have projections? Indeed, there is no need for concealment. I can be forthright. The projection's performance is not yet flawless. In certain instances, they exhibit distortions. Thus, we require human samples to enhance the projections." The robot's tone shifts, growing icy. "However, due to your actions, our repository of projections has now been burdened with a version of Sun Shangxiang from the Apocalypse, alongside an NPC that can only provide inventory collectibles. Such folly is intolerable. Thus, I personally come to remind you that if you continue to disappoint me in such a manner, do not hold me accountable. I shall remain as an NPC, unchangeable. If it is unbearable, you may as well end my existence, for it would be convenient for both of us." Hanzhe, undaunted, completely disregarded the threats posed by the neon smiling face. "To kill you? Too easy. Are you not afraid that I might employ methods far more effective than mere death to punish you? Do as you wish. Regardless, I shall never work for you." Hanzhe remained resolute, his words laced with a hint of animosity. "Then, perhaps you should experience this for a while. You may change your mind." The robot of the neon smiling face uttered these words before vanishing once more from Hanzhe's sight. The surroundings then succumbed to darkness. When the light returned, Hanzhe found himself back in the preparation room of the neon smiling face. The screen illuminated, displaying the logo of the neon smiling face at its center. Subsequently, the logo faded, giving way to a line of text. "Hanzhe, welcome to the cinema specially prepared for you." "A cinema? What manner of punishment is this? Are they to subject me to horrifying and gruesome films?" Hanzhe gazed at the screen with confusion, as the explanatory text disappeared, replaced by a video. The footage resembled that of a short video platform, depicting a 350-pound young woman, heavily made up, strolling down the street. As she passed a man engrossed in his phone, merely casting a curious glance, the 350-pound girl lunged forward, seizing his sleeve with an iron grip. "Are you filming me? You disgusting men. Just because you see someone pretty, you can't help yourselves?" The hefty girl shouted in the video. "Stop slandering. Who's filming you? I'm just sending a message." The man retorted loudly. "If you say you aren't filming, show me your phone. Here, take a look." The man handed over his phone. "Oh, look at you, deleting so quickly. A habitual offender, aren't you? Today is the end for you." The 350-pound girl viciously gripped the man's collar. Hanzhe watched the video, frowning. The title below the video read, "Ladies, when you step out with exquisite makeup, remember to protect yourselves. I've caught the perverts in the act." Hundreds of thousands of likes, tens of thousands of saves. This entire video was utterly absurd. Hanzhe found himself at a loss for words. He attempted to switch to another video, but the screen refused to respond. At that moment, another line of text appeared. "Please like, save, and follow the video, and leave your support and encouragement for the author in the comments." What nonsense is this? This absurd video requires likes and saves, along with positive reviews. Although Hanzhe was reluctant to comply, the video continued to play on an endless loop. The aggressive voice of the 350-pound girl echoed throughout the room, a complete assault on the psyche. With no other recourse, Hanzhe begrudgingly liked, saved, and followed the video creator, Nana the Fairy. Then, he opened the comments section. Given the requirement to praise and encourage the author, Hanzhe contemplated for a moment and left a simple yet ambiguous comment. Awesome. While awesome is indeed a form of praise in this context, it could be interpreted both as admiration and as a subtle mockery. Hanzhe clicked send, yet his message failed to go through. The prompt on the screen trembled slightly. Transforming into new content. Please comment with sincere wording, avoiding any ambiguity, and ensure your response exceeds 20 words. Exasperated, Hanzhe had no choice but to grit his teeth and recompose his message. Thank you, Fairy Nana, for safeguarding our safety. Thumbs up emoji, ladies. Remember to protect yourselves when going out. Steer clear of those suspicious men in the videos. Spitting emoji. Upon completing this, Hanzhe felt a wave of frustration. He clicked send, and to his astonishment, it actually went through. The video automatically transitioned to the next one, titled Takeout, created by a user named FunnyXX. The video depicted a middle-aged man conversing with a teenage boy. The middle-aged man asked, "Son, would you like to order takeout?" The boy replied, "Sure, Dad." Consequently, the middle-aged man brought his son to the police station and said to the officer, "Officer, please change my child's name to takeout." Following this statement, the video erupted with a rather foolish laughter track. Hanzhe found himself speechless. Was this absurdity merely a joke? Yet, he had no alternative. To avoid the incessant echo of that foolish laughter, he could only like, save, and follow the video, then comment. "Ha, this is hilarious. Laugh cry emoji. You've got incredible talent. Creator, thumbs up." After submitting this, he was whisked away to the next video. The subsequent one was a product demonstration. Despite recognizing that the so-called home goods featured in the video were nothing more than a scam, Hanzhe felt compelled to like, save, and comment. "I bought this last year and have used it for a year. It's truly excellent. Friends, I highly recommend it. Those who buy it will know it's worth it." Thus began the most torturous chapter of Hanzhe's life. Each day, he could only engage in one activity, watching the videos pushed to his screen. All these videos were utterly ridiculous, completely devoid of merit, provoking a desire to confront their creators. However, Hanzhe was obliged to like, save, and follow these videos, while also suppressing his conscience to praise them in the comments, lest he be subjected to the incessant foolishness of the background sounds. What tormented Hanzhe the most was the ceiling of his own skills, including that of the Goose Emperor. Alas, if only the Goose Emperor could be summoned to watch alongside him. Both could vent their frustrations together, which would bring Hanzhe some comfort. Moreover, he faced physical torment. Firstly, while attempting to sleep, the inability to comment caused the videos to replay incessantly, depriving him of any restful slumber. Then there was the matter of food and water. His room provided him with neither sustenance nor hydration. Soon, he found himself ensnared in thirst and hunger, ultimately succumbing to death amidst hours of torturous background noise and deprivation. However, Hanzhe discovered that upon perishing from thirst, he would resurrect in the same spot, his physical state restored. He understood clearly that this was what the neon smiley had referred to. He would not truly die. However, although Hanzhe's physical condition has improved, his mental state remains irreparably damaged. Psychological wounds can accumulate over time. Days turned into weeks, and Hanzhe lost count of how many times he felt he had perished, how many comments he had posted. In any case, he could now sing along to the background music of nearly every video. His mental state deteriorated significantly, leading him into a haze that felt endless. He sat numbly on the sofa, enduring thirst as he watched mindless videos on the screen, mechanically liking and commenting. Initially, he would occasionally reminisce about the past, but eventually, his mind became incapable of even that. All that remained was a relentless cycle of repetition. His emotions had dwindled to mere irritation. This state of existence persisted for an indeterminate period. One day, while watching videos, something suddenly caught Hanzhe's attention. It was a clip featuring a young girl in a short skirt and black stockings, twisting her waist in front of the screen. Was it suggestive content? This was a type of video Hanzhe had never encountered before in this space. Previously, he had only been exposed to the mundane historical videos curated by Neon Smiles. Never had he come across such suggestive material. Although he was not particularly fond of this genre, after so long of monotonous historical content, it felt refreshingly novel. After finishing the suggestive video, he liked, saved, and commented, only to be further astonished by the next video, a commentary on a good film. This was another type of video he had never seen here. The film commentary was engaging, and Hanzhe thoroughly enjoyed it. Subsequently, he was delighted to find that most of the following videos were equally interesting and diverse. Suddenly, his experience was no longer tedious. What was happening? Had Neon Smiles suddenly found a conscience? Or was this entity preparing to negotiate with him? As Hanzhe pondered this, his peripheral vision caught sight of something that had mysteriously appeared on the small coffee table beside him. This object captivated his gaze. Chapter 330. Reunion. It was a can of cola. For Hanzhe, who had been parched for so long, it was more enticing than anything else. He immediately reached for the cola. It was still cold. Chilled cola. Without hesitation, he pulled the tab and drank it all in one go. Quenching his thirst with a bottle of icy cola felt utterly divine. Hanzhe yearned for more. This must be a bribe from Neon Smiles, a slap followed by a sweet date, tempting him to comply. Yet, even so, Hanzhe had no intention of yielding. It was as if to say, you might as well finish me off. He set the can down, reclined on the sofa, and resumed watching the video on the screen, contemplating how to respond when Neon Smiles eventually appeared. However, he remained on the sofa for quite some time, and the anticipated Neon Smiles never materialized. In the end, he found himself alone in the room. Neon Smiles did not show up. The only difference from before was the presence of other videos, which prevented his life from becoming a stagnant pool. Yet, it merely added a ripple to that stagnant water. Hanzhe continued to endure his torment. After an indeterminate period, perhaps days, weeks, or even a month, Hanzhe switched to a video featuring a pure classical music background. As he closed his eyes in a meditative state, he suddenly sensed a brilliant illumination surrounding him. This light was distinct from the brightness of the video. It felt as if the entire room was aglow. Hanzhe promptly opened his eyes and was utterly astonished. Before him was a bright room, yet he scarcely noticed the furnishings. For seated in a chair across from him was a familiar figure, someone Hanzhe had been deeply concerned about for some time. His mouth agape. He managed to utter the name, Banzhong. The person across from him nodded with a smile. Did you miss me? Indeed. Seated before Hanzhe was none other than his former class monitor, who had once lived next door. He wore a rather futuristic jacket. His appearance slightly altered with pronounced dark circles under his eyes, though other changes were minimal. Of course I did. Hanzhe exclaimed, exhilaration coursing through him. He stood and immediately enveloped Banzhong in a hearty embrace. Where am I? How did you end up here? Hanzhe inquired hastily. This is, my office. Banzhong replied. Your office? Hanzhe glanced around the light blue room, devoid of windows, illuminated solely by artificial light. Several file racks stood behind Banzhong, and before him was a console adorned with multiple screens and buttons. What on earth is this place? It resembles a spaceship's cockpit from a movie, Hanzhe remarked. This is a bit complex to explain. Banzhong furrowed his brow. I'm not quite sure how to convey this to you right away. Perhaps I should organize my thoughts. Well, first tell me how I went from the Neon Smiles preparation room to here. Hanzhe chuckled, genuinely pleased. Oh, that is simple. I brought you back. For that reason alone, I think you can refer to me as your adoptive father, Banzhong said. You fetched me? You can actually retrieve me from Neon Smiles. Have you acquired some invincible new skill? Hanzhe exclaimed excitedly. This skill is rather intricate, and you might find it hard to accept, Banzhong expressed with some trepidation. Did you unlock the reward skill from that formula? Hanzhe queried. That's approximately correct. Then it's clear. You deciphered that formula, obtained a new skill, and used it to rescue me from Neon Smiles. Isn't that straightforward? Why the need for elaboration? Hanzhe dismissed with nonchalance. Well, it's not quite that simple. Let me start from the beginning, Banzhong replied. All right, but could you first get me some water? I'm parched, Hanzhe said. Of course. What kind of water do you want? I have plenty here. Banzhong responded. Do you have any iced drinks? Indeed. Here is your favorite iced lemon tea. As he spoke, a bottle of lemon tea materialized in his hand. Hanzhe's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness. Is your new skill the ability to create objects from a distance? Not entirely, replied the class leader, handing Hanzhe a bottle of lemon tea. Hanzhe pulled the tab and took a hearty swig. Then please, enlighten me, starting with how you solved that formula. Hanzhe was brimming with curiosity. He had long desired to uncover these mysteries. The class leader also opened a bottle of lemon tea and began his narration. In the beginning, I was at home, immersed in my studies of the formula, when suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, I was greeted by a middle-aged man accompanied by a young man of similar age to mine. The middle-aged man introduced himself as the principal of the United Rules Academy, and the young man beside him was also from the same institution. Perplexed, I inquired what brought them to my door. The principal gestured towards the young man, stating that he had recently acquired the skill known as the King of Examination Education: you can decipher any formula or riddle, provided that the questioner knows the correct answer. Upon hearing this, I was filled with excitement, realizing that he could provide the answers I had sought for years. I immediately invited them inside, nearly bowing in my eagerness. I then retrieved a large scroll of paper filled with formulas, and the young man truly activated his skill, deciphering each one for me. The content was extensive, covering a myriad of topics from mathematics to astronomy and physics, a chaotic amalgamation. Ultimately, we arrived at a singular answer, a segmented number, 1038921. What does 1038921 signify? Does this answer hold any special meaning? Hanzhe listened, somewhat bewildered. Indeed, but you may not fully comprehend its significance. What is it? This is, in fact, the room number for the Neon Smiley live broadcast. As for what the Neon Smiley live broadcast entails, that explanation is rather intricate. Ah, now I can grasp it. Hanzhe nodded. You understand? The class leader was somewhat surprised. Yes. So, you are already aware of the Neon Smiley broadcast? The class leader was even more astonished. I am. Hanzhe nodded again. How did you come to know? Previously, I accompanied the United Rules Academy's exploration vessel to the moon, where Neon Smiley treated us to tea, and without holding back, shared all about the broadcast. I see. That makes it much easier for me to explain the rest. The class leader nodded. Please continue. After you entered the correct answer, what astonishing skill did you acquire? Hanzhe inquired. Upon entering the answer, it indeed confirmed as correct. And then I beheld my newly acquired skill. The class leader took another sip of tea, pausing momentarily. What is it? It is GM, the class leader stated. GM? Chapter 331, the class leader's ability. GM? Is it what I think it is? Hanzhe exclaimed. Yes, the class leader nodded. The ability I obtained is that of the system administrator for the Neon Smiley game. Wow, this is incredibly cool. Hanzhe gasped in astonishment. Can you control most of the elements in the Neon Smiley game? To a certain extent, yes. However, as I am not the developer, I cannot intervene at a deeper level, the class monitor replied. Isn't this taking off? Can you show me? Hanzhe inquired eagerly, leaning closer. Of course. I'll demonstrate it for you, the class monitor responded, turning around to press a button, causing the screen to illuminate instantly. A series of entries appeared, showcasing the ongoing matches of the Neon Smiley game. I can not only view each game individually, but also access the records of completed games, the class monitor explained. Since you already possess administrator privileges, why do you still need the machine? Hanzhe casually asked. It's akin to being able to conjure a story yourself. Why would you still choose to watch a movie? Utilizing the machine simplifies many tasks, the class monitor answered. Oh, I see. Where did this machine come from? It was provided by Neon Smiley, the class monitor replied nonchalantly, then gestured towards the entries on the screen. Is there a specific game you wish to see? Show me the one with the most players, Hanzhe requested, eyeing the entries on the screen. That's this one, the class monitor said, selecting the sorting criterion and clicking on the game that topped the list. Initially, the class monitor clicked to view the game summary. This is a 500 versus 500 red versus blue confrontation. The game's backdrop is set in a zombie apocalypse where a portion of humanity has survived. The blue player's objective is to help humanity endure, while the red players aim to assist the zombies in exterminating the remaining humans. The class monitor then opened the scoreboard, displaying the highest contributors from both sides, along with the player's basic information. The blue player with the highest contribution utilized the skill, Son of Earth and Stone. You can construct concrete structures out of thin air at an astonishing speed. He erected numerous towering walls, successfully withstanding the onslaught of the zombie horde, thus allowing humanity to stabilize their position. Conversely, the red player with the highest contribution employed the skill, Ancient Greek God of Fertility. You can grant any individual lacking reproductive capability an enhanced ability to conceive. He utilized this skill to establish a zombie hatchery, significantly bolstering the ranks of the undead. Can you intervene in the game's progress? Hanzhe asked. To a certain extent. Yes. Can you erase the skill of the one breeding zombies? That's not possible. I can only alter the game's parameters, such as duration and scoring thresholds. But I cannot directly modify an individual's skills. So what practical value do your administrator privileges hold? Quite a bit, actually. For instance, I can do this. The class monitor pressed several buttons. At that moment, a dashing individual overseeing the zombie hatchery was astonished to find himself suddenly switched to the blue team. Subsequently, the players on both sides checking the contribution leaderboard were left bewildered. First, on the red side, the second-ranked contributor ascended to the top position, while on the blue side, an exceptionally glaring -1 appeared. The reason for its glaring nature was that this -1 had a contribution value of -9,879. Yes, negative. As I scrolled up, I noticed that humanity's contribution value ranked second to last was merely 3. Though it may seem unscrupulous, your authority is indeed impressive, Hanzhe remarked. Well, in most cases, it proves to be quite useful, the class leader replied. Can you access my past gaming sessions? There is something I've long desired to know, Hanzhe continued. Of course, the class leader promptly retrieved Hanzhe's information from the archive, displaying his gaming history. Which match? The class leader inquired. This one. Hanzhe pointed to the game titled, If You're Alive, Descend 100 Levels. The class leader clicked into that game record. What if someone's skill allows them to keep the effects of their other skills secret from everyone else? Would we still be able to review it? Secret from everyone? Yes. As in, they can't be reviewed during the recap. That wouldn't matter. I possess administrative rights, the highest priority. So all skills would be rendered ineffective before my authority. That's good, Hanzhe nodded. So what do you wish to see? Show me how the top player descends so swiftly. I barely made it down 10 levels, and he has practically reached the basement. Is he cheating? All right. The class leader accessed the information of the top player and initiated the recap. It was then that Hanzhe witnessed how the top player swiftly completed the 100 levels. This, of course, was primarily due to his skill, divine redemption. When you desperately need to relieve yourself, on the verge of bursting, you will find the exit of your current space. This top player relied solely on that skill? Hanzhe scrutinized the process and realized it was not entirely the case. Initially, the top player descended into the communication layer among players, just like everyone else. He glanced around. In fact, his ability did not heavily rely on teammates, at most needing a combat-oriented ally, hence he could afford to be casual. However, during his casual observation, he encountered another female player. This female player carried a support-type sign, yet whenever questioned about her skills, she merely shook her head and walked away. The top player, driven by curiosity, inquired about the female player's skills. Upon hearing her response, his eyes lit up, and he immediately sought to collaborate with her. The female player's support skill was quite simple. She could conjure substantial Wallace meals from thin air. The ensuing events unfolded as Hanzhe had anticipated. The top player continuously triggered his skills, stubbornly descending the 100 levels. A formidable individual, utterly ruthless. Hanzhe felt a pang of discomfort watching this. However, he felt no envy towards such a ruthless player claiming the top spot. One must endure hardships to rise above others. I respect that. Meanwhile, the class leader, observing with furrowed brows, simultaneously gave a thumbs up. He could empathize with the struggles behind the champion's glamorous facade. At this point, the recap had concluded. Hanzhe sensed it was the opportune moment to pose a question he had been contemplating all day. Class leader, since you possess such formidable authority, why didn't you rescue me sooner? This matter is somewhat complex. The class leader hesitated to explain. Do you have any idea how many videos about the history of survival I've watched lately? Hanzhe lamented, nearly howling in frustration. The class leader quickly patted Hanzhe on the shoulder, saying, I understand, but I had no means of intervention before. Everything related to you was locked by Neon Smiley. And I lacked the authority to interfere, only able to observe. Was it specially locked for me? Because he knows I'm acquainted with you. I was rendered powerless in all matters concerning you. Then how did you ultimately manage to extricate me? Chapter 332, because Neon Smiley is no longer alive. This is the most intricate part to explain, the class leader replied. Could you summarize it? Hanzhe inquired. It traces back to the formula I deciphered earlier. The class leader began. What do you think enabled me to arrive at that formula? What do you mean by how was it deciphered? It's simply because there are individuals with the relevant capabilities at the Joint Rules Academy? Hanzhe paused, momentarily taken aback. That's merely the surface level. It's akin to you being named Hanzhe, fortuitously encountering someone whose ability is to enhance those named Hanzhe. Life is rarely that serendipitous. Are you implying that? Precisely, the skill that unraveled my formula was deliberately bestowed by Neon Smiley. So essentially, it means Neon Smiley facilitated your discovery of that answer? Indeed. What was his motivation? Moreover, your formula has been around for 4 years. Why did it suddenly become solvable? To put it bluntly, it's because he is no longer alive. What? You know that Neon Smiley was running a live stream, right? Yes. After several years of streaming Neon Smiley games, the audience began to grow weary, and the daily active number in the stream was continuously declining. He was struggling to keep afloat. Hence, he required a team of administrators to manage daily affairs while he focused on developing new content. Additionally, he sought individuals who could enhance his program's appeal. As the class leader spoke, he glanced at Hanzhe, who quickly grasped the implications. That explains why Neon Smiley was so fixated on me. Wait, if Neon Smiley's intention was to recruit you as an administrator, then you currently... Hanzhe looked at the class leader. The class leader nodded. Indeed, I not only possess the capability to manage, but I am also currently an administrator of Neon Smiley's games, an employee of Neon Smiley. Does that mean you are also? The class leader nodded again. Like you. I am not entirely free. However, I am under a softer form of confinement. Then, where exactly are we? Hanzhe surveyed the surroundings. We are on the moon. Although I have adjusted the room's gravity parameters so you cannot perceive it. Wait, so I have effectively escaped from a prison cell to the warden's office? Hanzhe remarked, scanning the area once more. Not quite the same. Don't panic just yet. This place is quite secure, far more so than you might imagine. Secure? Hanzhe remained skeptical. Is there truly a safe place with Neon Smiley's methods at play? Listen to my explanation, and you will understand. The class leader sighed. Over the past year, aside from fulfilling my routine maintenance duties for Neon Smile, I have been tirelessly seeking ways to crack its code. Among other things. Over a year? You say over a year? Indeed. It has been just over a year since your moon landing. The class leader nodded. Over a year? It feels like only a few months have passed, Hanzhe remarked, somewhat perplexed. Yes, the class leader replied calmly. Hanzhe rubbed his forehead. Please, continue. For more than a year, I have been searching for a way to decipher Neon Smile, but the system is highly guarded against us administrators. Our permissions are severely limited. I am primarily confined to designing games or creating basic necessities in reality. I cannot generate anything dangerous, such as weapons, in the real world. Neon Smile operates like a sophisticated computer, while we, the so-called administrators, are merely ordinary users. What about you? The class leader smiled. However, I am somewhat different from the other administrators. Neon Smile has overlooked something with me. Overlooked? What do you mean? It's that formula I was given. The complex equation provided by Neon Smile is a formula rather than a simple arithmetic expression. To solve an arithmetic expression, one merely performs calculations. In contrast, a formula requires comprehension. One must interpret and derive conclusions from it. This means that deriving a formula is inherently more challenging than calculating an expression, as it demands an understanding of its significance. Consequently, when designing skills, Neon Smile chose the most complex formula known to create a difficult, yet solvable problem for the skill's owner. Is that so? So if you understand the mechanism, can you directly? Not at all. The class leader shook his head. The entire system of Neon Smile operates like an exceedingly efficient central server, processing the skills of every individual on Earth in every ongoing game. Each game, in turn, represents a small world. The computational load is astronomical. Thus, the operational mechanism of Neon Smile is nearly perfect, boasting an exceptionally stable and efficient algorithm that is virtually indestructible. So what exactly is the operational mechanism of Neon Smile? Could you elucidate? Hanzhe inquired, clearly intrigued. The most efficient mode of computation is, in fact, to refrain from computation. Refrain from computation? Yes. Essentially, Neon Smile is about replication. What has already existed will inevitably recur. Allow me to demonstrate, the class leader said, and in an instant, the surrounding scenery shifted. Hanzhe and the class leader found themselves on an empty street in a deserted city. I will now limit the computational power to an extremely low level. Making the effect more apparent, the class leader explained, lifting a glass bottle filled with dozens of small balls. This represents the conventional method of computation. With that, the class leader tilted the bottle upward, releasing the small balls into the air. Hanzhe distinctly noticed that the balls paused momentarily in midair, as the small ball struck the ground and rebounded. Did you witness it? It resembles our gaming experience, where inadequate machine configurations result in lag, the class monitor remarked. Hanzhe nodded in acknowledgement. This is the algorithm of Neon Smiley, operating under equivalent computational power. The small ball reappeared in the monitor's bottle, and he tossed it once more. The ball soared, descended, and bounced back. Much like the real world, the motion was seamlessly fluid, devoid of any stutter. Why is there such a stark contrast? Hanzhe inquired, observing the multitude of scattered balls. The conventional computational method calculates the trajectory of each ball in real time based on physical parameters to ensure authenticity. With dozens of balls, there are countless simultaneous real-time calculations. With hundreds or thousands, the machine is prone to crashing. Therefore, in situations of limited computational power, Neon Smiley employs a novel approach, utilizing pre-existing scenarios. Pre-existing? It means storing potential outcomes and directly retrieving them for playback when such situations arise. Essentially, these balls have all been thrown once before. And now we simply present the previously observed scenarios for viewing. There is virtually no computation involved in this process, requiring minimal computational power for smooth operation. Previously thrown once. How is that possible? Even if someone had thrown the ball before, the circumstances would likely differ, right? Indeed, they would not be identical, but they can be similar. As long as a comparable situation arises, it will automatically transition into the same result set. Take the current situation as an example. In reality, if you were wearing a down jacket while throwing the ball and a gentle breeze occurred, or if you used a heavier ball, these factors would influence the outcome. However, in the realm of Neon Smiley, such subtle differences do not alter the result. These discrepancies are minute. The system evaluates similar conditions and categorizes them into the same result group, leading to a uniform conclusion. However, varying the force applied will yield different outcomes, as different strengths constitute different conditions, leading to distinct result groups. This implies that as long as I apply the same force, regardless of how many times I throw the ball, in the world of Neon Smiley, the trajectory and landing spot will remain the same? Not entirely, as this could make it easily recognizable to you. Therefore, within each result group, there are numerous diverse results, randomly selected to simulate realistic randomness. In your current scenario of throwing the ball, each result group actually contains 162 distinct landing outcomes. Thus, under identical conditions, in the world of Neon Smiley, only 162 different trajectories and landing points will manifest. In essence, miracles are virtually non-existent in the realm of Neon Smiley. Understood, Hanzhe nodded. If I were to catch the ball mid-throw and then toss it again, executing a series of intricate and uncommon maneuvers, would this lead to a lack of pre-existing results to showcase, potentially causing the system to crash? Not at all. In the absence of pre-existing results, the system will engage in real-time calculations. The intricate series of actions you performed earlier were processed in real time by the system's computational power. However, once the opportunity arises, such as when your ball is released, the system seamlessly incorporates pre-existing results to minimize computational load. Indeed, this system is remarkably sophisticated. Given that the actions of the characters within the game cannot possibly overwhelm the system, I find myself with another inquiry. What is it? Where do these event result samples originate? Hanzhe pondered in confusion. As an ordinary individual tossing a small ball, there exist 162 distinct samples. By varying the force applied, whether increasing or decreasing it, the potential for numerous additional samples becomes apparent. This is merely a trivial act of tossing a small ball. To consider the cumulative number of samples required to sustain the entire neon smiley world is beyond Hanzhe's imagination. We have been under surveillance for quite some time. In fact, prior to the true advent of the neon smiley, a decade was spent scanning the Earth to amass a substantial collection of samples. Moreover, in the absence of corresponding samples, subtle influences were exerted upon reality to ensure the collection of relevant scenarios. In Chapter 333, Why My Face? The class monitor provided a brief elucidation on the tiered mechanism of the neon smiley. Within the database of the neon smiley, every individual's attributes are evaluated through specific attribute values. For instance, the standard strength value for an average adult is 100, while Hanzhe, in his earlier stages, was rated at 110. Each capability value correlates to a distinct set of result groups, signifying that individuals with varying abilities yield different outcomes in their endeavors. For instance, two individuals with a strength rating of 110 may not be the same person, yet their results in physical tasks would align with the same result group. It is akin to two individuals rolling the same 162-sided die. While there may be variations in outcomes, with sufficient rolls, the results converge closely. As for the vast repository of data, Hanzhe had his suspicions. So, you still haven't explained how you managed to extract me, Hanzhe remarked. It relies on this. The class monitor replied, producing a small orb emanating a soft white light. This is the disordered sphere I designed, though it remains inactive for now. What? Hanzhe exclaimed. When I first assumed the role of administrator, I attempted countless methods, but could not bypass the constraints of permissions. I pondered how to exert a decisive influence over the system without elevated permissions. After much contemplation, I concluded that the simplest way to shut down a computer is by opening enough software to freeze it. Thus, I conceived this disordered sphere. Inside it is a multitude of small spheres forced into chaotic motion. Because I created this object with administrator privileges, relying on no pre-existing templates, the system lacks a basis for describing it, and must rely on computational processes to sustain its existence. Consequently, at every moment, the neon smiley system is engaged in calculating the movements of these small spheres. Given the unpredictable nature of their motion, the system lacks shortcuts and can only rely on rudimentary calculations, rendering it nearly a computational black hole. Oh, Hanzhe fully comprehended, nodding vigorously. Thus, you relied on this to damage the CPU of the neon smiley? Did a bug inadvertently bring me forth? This is not entirely accurate. The primary issue stems from the impeccable design of the neon smiley itself. It comprehends that, as a computer, it may encounter situations where certain bugs may lead to system freezes. Therefore, the neon smiley is equipped with a unique protective mechanism known as the bypass mechanism. Under normal circumstances, when faced with exceedingly complex computations, the neon smiley will invoke nearby computational resources to ensure the smooth execution of operations. However, when the calculations become extraordinarily intricate and all surrounding resources are engaged, to prevent a single bug from compromising the entire system, the neon smiley opts to bypass the situation. This entails skipping the problematic computation and masking it with alternative processes, treating it as though nothing occurred. This is the essence of the bypass mechanism. In your case, I utilized a chaotic sphere to trigger the bypass mechanism, thus circumventing the restrictions associated with you and retrieving you. Suddenly, the class monitor altered his tone. However, your limitations are not singular. I must address them one by one, which prolongs the process. Initially, I could only manage your program and provide you with supplies. Did you enjoy my program? Those borderline videos and film commentaries were indeed presented by you? Hanzhe chuckled. Indeed, I had intended to showcase even more thrilling content, but I feared it might discomfort you, hence I refrained. The class monitor continued. I appreciate your consideration. No need for thanks. It is rare that I can assist you. The sincerity in the class monitor's voice was palpable, and Hanzhe nodded in acknowledgement. The class monitor proceeded. It is akin to when we encounter challenging questions during exams and choose to skip them, ultimately landing on the last one. To avert such scenarios and ensure system stability, the neon smiley also features a mechanism that places a cap on the bypass mechanism. Should the same position be bypassed multiple times in quick succession, the system will resort to the central reserve computational power to enforce processing, acting as a contingency to resolve the issue. This is the sole avenue through which I can influence the core of the system. Therefore, I have also devised this. The class monitor produced a larger object resembling the chaotic sphere, radiating a blue light. This is the Chaos Sphere Pro, an amalgamation of several chaotic spheres, which, when activated, triggers them sequentially in a designated order. It can push the bypass mechanism to its limit, resulting in partial system paralysis. Thus, if I wish for the system to bypass certain components, I can employ a standard chaotic sphere, but to induce direct paralysis in parts of the system, the Chaos Sphere Pro is required. Such a significant secret. How can you assure that the neon smiley remains oblivious? What if it discovers the vulnerability? Hanzhe inquired, recalling that the neon smiley seemed to possess nearly omniscient awareness. It will not know. This entire space, along with the reality outside the office, has been enveloped by my chaotic spheres. Its system scans cannot penetrate, and it will remain unaware of our actions, including the forthcoming event. Upon concluding, the class monitor gestured toward the ground. Hanzhe followed his gaze downward. The once asphalt road had transformed into a translucent surface, beneath which a radiant blue light emanated from an object below. There lay a vast pit, within which resided an enormous blue sphere, its diameter seemingly spanning several dozen meters. The sheer size of this chaotic sphere, dubbed Chaos Sphere Max, left Hanzhe utterly astonished, especially when he recalled the much smaller Chaos Sphere Pro he had observed earlier, which measured merely 30 centimeters. The squad leader, brimming with excitement, explained, "This is precisely why I have brought you here. I intend to insert this chaos sphere into the neon smirk, rendering it incapacitated. At that moment, you must not be within the neon smirk." Impressive indeed, thought Hanzhe, struggling to find adequate words to express his astonishment. However, a sense of trepidation gnawed at him. After all, they were up against the neon smirk, a force capable of manipulating humanity at will. Could they truly proceed with such a bold plan? Unable to contain himself, Hanzhe voiced his doubts. "Do you want the truth?" The squad leader's fervor dimmed, replaced by a somber demeanor. "Go ahead. It's not that it might not work. It's that it definitely won't," the squad leader stated firmly. "Then why pursue it? Isn't that tantamount to courting disaster?" Hanzhe exclaimed in disbelief. "Knowing it likely won't succeed is precisely why we must attempt it. At the very least, it will instill a measure of caution and respect in the neon smirk, preventing it from treating us with such blatant disregard," the squad leader elaborated, his tone measured. "In essence, this course of action is meant to signal to the neon smirk that we are not to be trifled with." After a brief hesitation, Hanzhe nodded in agreement. "By the way, having spent the past 2 years inside, you may not grasp the current state of affairs outside. Allow me to show you," the squad leader said, conjuring a large screen before them. Displayed was a cityscape, towering skyscrapers silhouetted against chaos, as a creature reminiscent of Godzilla wreaked havoc, leveling buildings and raising clouds of dust. The squad leader switched to several other scenes, one depicting a long-tongued humanoid creature clinging beneath an overpass, snatching a child from a woman cradling her baby. The video was filled with the woman's heart-wrenching cries. The screen showcased a plethora of monsters, some colossal, others resembling human size. Among them were Godzilla, vengeful spirits, zombies, sea monsters, Cthulhu, mother of insects, the Dragon King, and various other creatures, both recognizable and obscure. The squad leader explained, due to a decline in popularity, the neon smirk recently unleashed a wave of monstrous entities upon Earth. Consequently, the situation has descended into utter chaos. As Hanzhe observed the disorder on the screen, his brow furrowed, the scene striking a chord deep within him. "Wait a moment, I must have misseen," he interjected. "What is it?" The squad leader paused the footage. "Is it just me, or does that creature bear a striking resemblance to me?" Hanzhe remarked, pointing at the screen. In the screen, a towering humanoid creature, devoid of any trousers, traverses the street, seizing a fleeing human to devour. However, the creature's visage bears an uncanny resemblance to Hanzhe, with the sole distinction being its particularly lewd expression. "Oh, this is not merely a resemblance, it is indeed your face." "Why?" "Because this is a live broadcast room that prioritizes popularity and audience interaction, leading to the majority of monsters being generated based on viewer votes. Your prominence in the Neon Smiley live room has resulted in many creatures resembling your visage," the class monitor remarked with a hint of regret. "Damn it." Hanzhe cursed under his breath. Chapter 334. Preparing to activate. "So, when do you intend to activate this sphere?" Hanzhe inquired. "I will activate it immediately. I have lingered here long enough and do not wish to wait another minute," the class monitor responded. "Moreover, I have prepared the teleportation program with my privileges. Once initiated, it will transport both of us back to Earth." "Transport back to Earth?" "Considering we are facing the Neon Smiley, isn't this akin to escaping from the bedroom to the living room? Seems a bit excessive, doesn't it?" "Not at all. I have also prepared this," the class monitor said, raising a hand that held several necklaces. Each pendant gleamed with a small, chaotic sphere emitting a blue light. "Wearing this will shield us from all signals of Neon Smiley, rendering it incapable of directly controlling us. All of Neon Smiley's rule-based abilities will also be ineffective against us," the class monitor elucidated. "Does that mean the skill seal it placed upon me will also be rendered void?" "Yes, the seal will be lifted, but there is a significant caveat." "What is it?" "Certain skills granted by Neon Smiley will also become unusable." "Certain skills? Which ones?" "All skills that interact with the Neon Smiley mainframe, including all rule-based skills and several others. For instance, your gifts from the god of jealousy, taste in moderation, along with your lottery skills will be ineffective." "Do I have any skills left?" "At least your QQ membership remains. And the MacArthur's blessing is still intact. Those skills are preserved." "The QQ membership and MacArthur's blessing can be retained?" "Indeed. As these two skills only affect you and not other users within Neon Smiley, severing the connection allows their continued use." "That's a relief," Hanzhe nodded. The absence of the Goose Emperor was bearable, especially with MacArthur's blessing still in effect, ensuring his combat prowess would not diminish significantly. "What about the face-changing ability?" "That seems to affect others. That can also be preserved." as the principle behind your face-changing ability involves using an invisible blade to perform cosmetic surgery on others while simultaneously repairing them, rather than directly altering their faces. That is even better. The skills related to dining are preserved as well. Hanzhe accepted the situation with satisfaction. Furthermore, even if Hanzhe were unwilling, all skills would remain in a sealed state, akin to being non-existent. It was better to activate the chaotic sphere, as it would at least provide 2 additional usable skills. If you wish, you may activate it now. The class monitor nodded. Then let's activate it. How do we do that? Rubbing it? That seems rather unrefined. Hanzhe complained lightly before taking a string of necklaces and rubbing the orb on it. The orb's blue light flickered and brightened considerably. Hanzhe immediately felt a sense of lightness envelop him. The neon smile seal had been lifted. Does that mean the Goose Martial Emperor can finally emerge? Hanzhe activated a skill, and the Goose Martial Emperor reappeared before him. It had been almost a year since they last met. Observing the figure of the Goose Martial Emperor, Hanzhe exhaled with relief and even felt a surge of excitement. At that moment, the Goose Martial Emperor was engrossed in an electronic book on a tablet. He suddenly became aware of a change in his surroundings and lifted his head. His gaze first landed on the class monitor. A new master? The Goose Martial Emperor expressed mild surprise, noticing the lack of the previous one. The class monitor's face twitched slightly as he pointed behind the Goose Martial Emperor. Your master is over there. Turning around, the Goose Martial Emperor saw Hanzhe and was momentarily taken aback. However, the emotional reunion Hanzhe had envisioned, with tears in their eyes, did not materialize. Hanzhe, you're alive, the Goose Martial Emperor exclaimed. Why on earth would I be dead? Hanzhe retorted. I'm not sure what exactly happened to you, but my display shows that the skill has been rendered ineffective. Generally, a skill becomes ineffective only when the master is completely dead, so I assumed you had perished. The Goose Martial Emperor explained. It's all right. The neon smile temporarily sealed my skill, which is why it showed as ineffective. But now the seal has been lifted. That's splendid. Over this past year, I often reminisced about our days together. If I had a new master, it surely wouldn't be as thrilling. The Goose Martial Emperor replied with genuine happiness. Hanzhe frowned slightly, having expected a more emotional reaction, but the Goose Martial Emperor seemed rather unperturbed. How have you been over the past year? Hanzhe inquired. What else could I do but read novels? The Goose Martial Emperor raised his electronic reader. Look, it's a series. The overbearing and charismatic Xiao loves me. The overbearing and charismatic Xiao loves older women. The overbearing and charismatic Xiao loves women in menopause. The overbearing and charismatic Xiao loves postmenopausal women. And the overbearing and charismatic Xiao loves retired women. Right now, I'm on the author's latest sequel. The overbearing and charismatic CEO snatches me in the nursing home. Hanzhe frowned. That title sounds utterly outrageous. Is this even for human readers? The class monitor interjected, unable to contain himself. It's quite captivating. The Goose Martial Emperor praised highly. All right, you can go back to reading, Hanzhe said. Sure thing. The Goose Martial Emperor nodded and vanished before their eyes. Gazing at the spot where the Goose Martial Emperor had just stood, Hanzhe pondered aloud. By the way, once you activate that large chaotic orb, will you lose your administrative privileges? Certainly. Then why not utilize your administrative powers to the fullest before activating it? For instance, I feel I have exhausted all possible uses. Can you resurrect Shinranu? Of course not. If I could resurrect her, I would have done so long ago without needing your prompting. Can you retrieve my belongings? What belongings? The items that were in my waist pouch. They vanished after I entered the neon smiley game. Hanzhe gestured towards his empty waist pouch. Oh, those. I nearly forgot about them. I did keep them safe for you for a while. I also managed to retrieve the items from your summoned beast storage. The class leader nodded. Several items materialized on the adjacent table. Hanzhe immediately glanced over. There was an iBox gaming console, an advertising crossbow, a bulletproof vest, and that stick-like, random grave summoning device. Additionally, there lay a shattered object resembling a phone, which was a communication device for the fans of Brother Rotten Flesh. And then, there was nothing more. Wait, is that all? What about my card battle system? My relaxation sheets? Were they transferred to the space of the Goose Martial Emperor? Hanzhe grew somewhat anxious. These were the 2 most powerful items he possessed. The items you mentioned were completely deleted by Neon Smiley, and I am powerless to recover them. Deleted? Why? Because those items posed a significant threat to Neon Smiley, hence she personally removed them. Personally removed. Hanzhe was momentarily taken aback, but quickly comprehended. If he were Neon Smiley, he too would not retain such troublesome items. But why was this item not deleted? Hanzhe looked at the shattered Brother Rotten Flesh communication device. Can you restore this item? He inquired, pointing to the device. What is this? It's the communication device for Brother Rotten Flesh's fans. With it, perhaps you could. Oh, are you intending to use Brother Rotten Flesh's fans to eliminate Neon Smiley? Just like you did in Misty Mountain? Precisely. Then you might as well abandon that thought. Why? Neon Smiley herself is a fan of Brother Rotten Flesh. Her fan club is already at level 5, the pinnacle of fandom. She is among the most devoted fans. Neon Smiley is a fan of Brother Rotten Flesh? How could that be? Hanzhe exclaimed in astonishment. While Neon Smiley may not genuinely adore Brother Rotten Flesh, she is fundamentally a businesswoman. Given that Brother Rotten Flesh is a top-tier idol, it's only natural that Neon Smiley has collaborated commercially with him. both promoting each other. This occurred earlier this year. Neon Smiley joined the fan club then and ascended to level 5, which is the highest rank, with Neon Smiley holding this status. Requesting Brother Rotten Flesh's fans to target her is akin to summoning Guan Yu to slay Liu Bei. Very well. Hanzhe felt profoundly disappointed. Chapter 335. A resounding slap to Neon Smiley ultimately. Although they knew it was likely futile, Hanzhe and the class leader decided to attempt it nonetheless. The class leader utilized administrative powers to repair the Brother Rotten Flesh communication device. Hanzhe opened the homepage of the device, and a pop-up window immediately appeared. Attention! Your fan status has been deactivated. Please restore it promptly. Fan status deactivated? This thing can even expire? Hanzhe and the class leader were somewhat bewildered. Hanzhe closed the pop-up window and searched for the recovery method on the homepage. There was a line of explanatory text. During your absence, our beloved brother Corruption has released 12 albums. Please purchase these albums promptly to demonstrate your support for Brother Corruption and restore your fan status. Is it true that one must buy 12 albums to regain their fan status? Hanzhe glanced at the store, where albums were indeed for sale. However, the required quantity for restoring status was not 12. That number was merely a commoner's demand. A true fan would purchase one album for each release. However, to restore fan status, one must buy over 100 copies of each album. Each album was priced at 500. And Hanzhe was uncertain of the specific currency, certainly not one from Earth. To acquire 200 albums at 500 each totaled 600,000. Hanzhe had not a single unit of such currency and could not fathom how to earn it. There was no way. Hanzhe could only resign himself to this fate. Is there anything else you need me to do? I'm about to activate, the class leader inquired. Hanzhe pondered briefly. It seemed there was nothing more. No, that's all, he replied. Then please deactivate the Chaos Sphere. We need to teleport and still require the ability of the Neon Smiley. The class leader said. How do I turn it off? Touch. Okay. Hanzhe gently caressed the Chaos Sphere at his chest. Indeed. The Chaos Sphere flickered and dimmed. Afterward, Hanzhe tucked all the Chaos Sphere necklaces into his waist pouch. Such important items must be carried at all times. Alright, I'm going to activate the Chaos Sphere. I will initiate the teleportation quickly before the system collapses, so be prepared. Understood, Hanzhe nodded. Remember, once you arrive on Earth, activate the Chaos Sphere immediately and sever the connection with the Neon Smiley to prevent it from pulling you back, the class leader added with caution. Hanzhe nodded once more. Then the class leader activated their ability and brought the giant Chaos Sphere to life. The massive Chaos Sphere emitted a blinding light, followed by a swift commencement of the teleportation program. The world spun chaotically. Suddenly, Hanzhe felt himself crash onto a cold surface. He rose from the ground and surveyed his surroundings. It was dusk, the sun had nearly set. On the other side, a round moon hovered near the horizon, still displaying that neon smiley. He found himself on an empty street, devoid of vehicles and pedestrians. Activate the Chaos Sphere, the class leader reminded him. Right. Hanzhe nodded and rubbed the Chaos Sphere at his chest. Upon activation, he felt his body lighten instantly. Gazing at the full moon above, everything appeared as it should. Has the giant Chaos Sphere been activated? Hanzhe turned to ask the class leader. It has, the class leader affirmed with a nod. But why does it feel like nothing is happening? Wait, it requires a process. Alright. The two continued to gaze at the moon. As two individuals were celebrating the Mid-Autumn Festival in place, a sudden, piercing metallic sound echoed from behind them. The pair turned to investigate, only to discover a towering figure. Over 2 meters tall, standing on the street corner. This man donned a tattered cloth mask, wore a plaid shirt paired with work trousers, and wielded a chainsaw that was already revving to life. The sharp metallic noise emanated from this very chainsaw. The man fixed an unwavering gaze upon Hanzhe and his companion. This must be the leader observing the strange man, one of them remarked. A face mask and a chainsaw. It's too obvious. This resembles the protagonist from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Hanzhe replied calmly. Can you handle this? The leader inquired. Yes, Hanzhe nodded. Just as they exchanged hushed words, the man with the chainsaw began to advance directly towards them, offering no words, only a chilling approach. His demeanor heightened the sense of dread. Within mere steps, he stood before Hanzhe, bringing the chainsaw down upon him. With a swift kick, Hanzhe sent the man hurtling into a nearby shop window, sending up a cloud of dust. The intruder has been dealt with, he stated as he and the leader returned their attention to the moon. Did I see that correctly? Is the moon slightly redder than before? Hanzhe pondered aloud. Indeed. It has taken on a reddish hue, came the reply. They continued to gaze at the celestial body, which soon transformed into a blood moon, casting a crimson glow upon the ground. The neon smiley face above flickered several times, and for a brief moment, the smiley design vanished entirely from the moon. It appeared that the neon smiley's CPU had indeed begun to overheat. Ultimately, the moon settled into a deep crimson shade, and the smiley face disappeared from view. Was that successful? Did we eliminate it? Hanzhe asked. Uncertain, but it seems unlikely, the leader responded. My home is just around the corner. Let us head there. Sure. Hanzhe agreed readily. The two walked along the deserted road before turning right. They soon arrived at the complex where the leader lived. The entrance gate lay discarded on the ground, and the shops on either side had lowered their shutters. The glass windows of the street-facing buildings were nearly all shattered, leaving only hollow frames. The evening breeze swept through the vacant structures, creating an eerie soundscape. The entire complex, indeed the entire neighborhood, appeared abandoned and lifeless. Your place seems to have quite a draft, Hanzhe remarked, observing the damaged windows. The leader expressed his surprise, noting that the extent of decay was beyond his expectations. Why don't we check out my house? At least I have a sturdy basement that should provide some shelter from the wind. All right, I suppose my rent is likely due anyway, the leader quickly agreed. The two then turned towards Hanzhe's home, growing impatient with the leader's pace. Hanzhe lifted him up and sprinted ahead. Having received MacArthur's blessing, his physical prowess has soared to remarkable heights, even while carrying the squad leader. His running speed rivals that of an automobile. As he traverses various locales, Hanzhe gradually realizes that the entirety of Dongchuan City bears a striking resemblance to one another. Numerous edifices lie abandoned, and sporadically, one can witness the remnants of collapsed structures and heaps of debris. Occasionally, Hanzhe spots scavengers armed with firearms, alongside some grotesque creatures. However, apart from a few monstrous carcasses from a bygone period, most of the creatures he encounters lie lifeless on the ground, their wounds still fresh. Likely due to the malfunction of the neon smiling face, which has caused them to temporarily enter a state of dormancy or death. As night descends, the surroundings grow even darker. Virtually all buildings are shrouded in pitch blackness, with streetlights extinguished. The entire city takes on a more sinister atmosphere. Paying little heed to the ominous surroundings, Hanzhe hastens back to the vicinity of his villa. He estimates that while the surface structures may have suffered damage, the subterranean sections should still be habitable. To his astonishment, upon arriving home, he discovers an unexpected sight. His residence is illuminated. Moreover, it stands as the sole villa aglow in the entire neighborhood. Is there someone else in his home? Hanzhe is perplexed. What's wrong? The squad leader inquires. That's my house. Hanzhe gestures towards the brightly lit villa from a distance. Does someone else reside there? A hidden beauty, perhaps? The squad leader quips casually. Certainly not. Who could that be inside? Hanzhe responds, pondering the dilemma. It is evident that the lights did not remain on since Hanzhe's departure, as no light could sustain illumination for an entire year. Could it be that others, seeing his house unoccupied, have taken it upon themselves to occupy his dwelling? Anger wells up within Hanzhe at this thought. Those little miscreants dare to squat in my home. Let's take a look, he declares, setting off with determination. Hanzhe soon arrives at the entrance of the courtyard, only to discover that the gate has been replaced with a sturdier iron door. I'll climb in for a closer look. Wait for me here, he instructs the squad leader, who nods in agreement. With a nimble leap, Hanzhe vaults over the courtyard wall and lands gracefully. Upon raising his gaze, he is met with an astonishing sight. Two figures stand before him in the yard. His eyes widen in realization as he identifies the two individuals clad in armor reminiscent of the Qin dynasty, each wielding a long polearm. They are Qin soldiers. What else could they be but emissaries of Qin Shi Huang or his subordinates? Hey, who goes there? The two Qin soldiers, noticing Hanzhe's presence, point their polearms at him. Hold on, I'm one of your own. Take me to your superior, Hanzhe asserts, positioning himself beside a courtyard lamp. The Qin soldiers, illuminated by the light, recognize Hanzhe's face, and their expressions shift dramatically. He perceives a flicker of panic upon their visages. Is that you, my lord Taiwei? Upon hearing this, Hanzhe was momentarily taken aback and then inquired, do you know me? Indeed, esteemed general, we certainly recognize you, replied the two Qin soldiers, nodding in affirmation. How do you know me? I believe I have not encountered either of you before. This revelation indeed surprised Hanzhe, as he presumed that only the agricultural guards from Qin Shi Huang's side had seen him. How could these two soldiers have recognized him? We possess your portrait, one of the soldiers remarked, pulling a piece of paper from his satchel. It was a snippet cut from a newspaper, primarily showcasing a photograph. The image depicted a colossal worm emerging from the earth, yet its head bore the visage of Hanzhe, as the worm's face in the photograph was directed towards the camera, rendering it remarkably clear. Hanzhe furrowed his brow upon seeing the photograph. Where did this picture come from? He queried. It was given to us by the commander, who instructed us to invite you if we happen to see you. He is currently inside. Would you like to enter now? Entering is no problem, but my friend is at the entrance. Allow me to call him in. Do you require our assistance? No need, Hanzhe replied, turning to unlock the great iron gate of his courtyard. The gate indeed felt substantially sturdier than before, now reinforced with a heavy latch. Upon witnessing Hanzhe open the door, the squad leader outside quietly asked, did you manage to drive them away? So soon? Hanzhe shook his head. The situation is a bit complex. Please come inside. Although the squad leader did not fully comprehend what had transpired, he followed Hanzhe inside. Upon entering, the squad leader observed two armored Qin soldiers wielding long halberds, which caused him to pause momentarily. However, he chose not to dwell on it. The group arrived at the entrance of the villa, which had also undergone modifications, now featuring an iron door. One of the Qin soldiers entered to announce their presence. The notion that Hanzhe had to be announced upon returning home felt rather peculiar. After the announcement, the Qin soldier signaled Hanzhe that he could proceed. Hanzhe and the squad leader entered the living room. As soon as they stepped inside, a familiar figure approached and bowed, addressing Hanzhe as esteemed general. Hanzhe instantly recognized him as the agricultural guard who had accompanied him previously. Lord Gnome, what brings you to my residence? Hanzhe inquired. Please, take a seat. I shall explain everything in due course. The agricultural guard invited Hanzhe to sit on the sofa, then turned to the squad leader beside him. And who might this be? He is my classmate. You may simply refer to him as squad leader. Very well, esteemed squad leader, please have a seat. The agricultural guard did not dwell on the unusual title. The squad leader, still bewildered, sat down. The agricultural guard stood nearby and began to elucidate. Esteemed general. You may be unaware, but the realm is currently in turmoil. Thus, His Majesty took action several months ago. Action. The term sounded somewhat unfamiliar to Hanzhe, yet he quickly grasped its implications. Qin Shi Huang had commenced his operations. By the command of His Majesty, I was tasked with making contact with you, esteemed general. However, upon arriving at your residence and discovering you were absent, we temporarily stationed ourselves here while searching for your whereabouts, until we finally located you today. How did you find my residence? It was provided by the general, who obtained it through his intelligence network. General, what was the name of that individual? Have you located him? Yes, he finally contacted us a few months ago. It is due to him that His Majesty is taking action. Understood. Hanzhe nodded. How long have you been stationed here? Hanzhe inquired. It has been about 3 months. 3 months without locating me, and you are still here? Are you not returning to report to His Majesty? Hanzhe expressed his confusion. His Majesty has issued a strict order. Finding you is our sole mission. An indefinite task that we will pursue tirelessly until we succeed. This response took Hanzhe by surprise. He recalled the words of the previous Emperor Wu. The personnel under Qin Shi Huang were not plentiful, consisting only of 5 chief guards from the farmer, artisan, and merchant classes. Could Qin Shi Huang specifically dispatch a farmer guard to relentlessly seek him out? Did Qin Shi Huang truly value him to such an extent? Was it merely because he held the title of Grand Minister? No, that couldn't be it. Then tell me, what is the current status of His Majesty's army? Hanzhe asked again. Please take a look. The farmer guard said, producing a map and laying it on the tea table. This is the map of Zhongshan City, not the Dongchuan city where Hanzhe currently resided. A vast area to the west of the city center was shaded green. And Hanzhe immediately recognized that the United Rules Academy had been included in that area. The farmer guard then pointed to the green region on the map. This is the capital security zone established by the Pseudo-Dynasty's army. Most of the citizens of Zhongshan City are taking refuge here. However, this area is mostly under the control of the general. Our lords of industry and commerce are also here. Wait a moment, Hanzhe interrupted the farmer guard. Did you just say that you have essentially taken control of the security zone in Zhongshan City? Yes, the farmer guard nodded. Hearing this, Hanzhe was plunged into astonishment. Goodness, I was inside for over a year, and when I emerged, Zhongshan was on the brink of becoming Xianyang? My lord, what is wrong? The farmer guard roused the dazed Hanzhe. It's nothing. Please continue. The general is carrying out tasks outside, while the Lord of Scholars is safeguarding His Majesty's security. Is His Majesty still in the royal mausoleum? Hanzhe asked once more. Upon hearing this question, the farmer guard sighed. Yes, His Majesty is currently unable to leave. Oh, Hanzhe nodded. Subsequently, the farmer guard briefly updated Hanzhe on the current situation. Due to the monsters generated by the neon smiley face, the population in nearly all cities has plummeted by over 90%. Hanzhe had witnessed this firsthand. As he ran from his class leader's home to his own, he encountered no more than 10 people along the way. However, the vast majority of the diminished population was not eliminated by monsters. They had chosen to hide. Where did they take refuge? Naturally, they sought refuge within the neon smiley face game. In the outside world, monstrous beings roamed, and with factories and transportation halted, there was a severe scarcity of clothing and food. Conversely, within the neon smiley face game, while there was a chance of encountering the monster world, it remained a small probability and only a minor portion. Most of the neon smiley games, although they may feature intense competition or challenging tasks, are significantly more relaxed compared to the current reality. In particular, the majority of these games provide a sense of security regarding basic needs. If one is fortunate enough to encounter a single-player game that can be completed within a month and boasts of billion rewards, the experience is undoubtedly quite comfortable. Moreover, in Neon Smiley, as long as one possesses the courage to admit defeat, most players can exit the game alive. Should one be fortunate enough to win, there are even skill rewards to be gained. In stark contrast, in the real world, even the most unfortunate individual, if they manage to survive for 100 years, remains fundamentally weak. Consequently, when comparing reality to the Neon Smiley games, it becomes evident that many people prefer to retreat into the world of Neon Smiley. Those who are reluctant to engage in the games often seek refuge in secure zones protected by military forces. Presently, the only individuals who can wander through the monster-infested city are those endowed with exceptional skills. Upon hearing this, Hanzhe nodded slightly. Although it diverged somewhat from his expectations of the world, it was largely similar. By the way, my lord, during your absence, a woman sought you out at your residence. A woman? Hanzhe paused momentarily. A woman who could find her way to his door? He immediately thought of one possible candidate. Is her name Hanzhe? Hanzhe inquired. It seems that that's not her name. What does she want from me? Apparently, she claims you owe her something. Oh, Hanzhe was taken aback once more. When did he acquire a female creditor? Had it been a year without payment, and now Hanzhe was demanding money? However, we found it somewhat suspicious, so we detained her. Detained her? Yes, she is currently held in your basement. Nevertheless, she appears quite attractive. And we feared she might be a romantic debtor seeking you out, so we have been treating her well. Now that you have arrived, please decide how to proceed. First, take me to see her. Hanzhe rose from the sofa. Chapter 337. Could you explain this to me? While Hanzhe conversed with the guard, the squad leader nearby was left in a state of bewilderment. What is this talk of the emperor and the general? It felt akin to two elementary school students proclaiming themselves as the kings of Ultraman. However, the two guards outside, along with the man before Hanzhe, were dressed quite impressively. This left the squad leader somewhat uncertain about the authenticity of the situation. Subsequently, when Hanzhe proposed to see the woman detained in the basement, everyone stood up, and the squad leader leaned in to quietly ask Hanzhe, "Have you joined some retro-style special faction? I can't understand a word of what you're saying." The squad leader intended to use the term cult, but refrained. Meanwhile, Hanzhe contemplated offering a straightforward explanation but realized that it would be rather cumbersome, and the squad leader might not even believe it. After a moment's thought, he decided against it and simply nodded at the squad leader. Yes, one could say that. This faction possesses considerable strength. We are merely following along for now. Understood. The squad leader nodded in agreement and then whispered again. But what position do they hold in your faction when they call you general? Regarding the senior officials, he is nearing the position of deputy leader. Do you understand? Ah, so formidable. How did he achieve that? The explanation is rather cumbersome. We shall discuss it later. Hanzhe deliberately sidestepped the topic. The circumstances surrounding his appointment as Grand Marshal are, in truth, somewhat unsavory. For throughout the entirety of Qin Shi Huang's reign, there were merely two visitors, General Yu Hao and Hanzhe's summoned beast, the Goose Emperor. If Hanzhe were not to be awarded the title of Grand Marshal, there would be no one else to bestow it upon. Subsequently, the squad leader posed a fresh inquiry to Hanzhe. Speaking of which, who is the woman currently confined in the basement? It wouldn't truly be a romantic entanglement of yours, would it? Hanzhe vigorously shook his head. I have absolutely no idea. Perhaps she is a former subordinate of mine. You are utterly clueless? Is your life truly so chaotic? It is not chaos. Rather, I cannot recall anyone. No worries. Just stand behind me for a moment, and once you ascertain her identity, you may reveal yourself. If she is with child, you can discreetly make your escape. As the squad leader spoke, he moved ahead of Hanzhe. Hanzhe found himself at a loss for words. However, at this juncture, they had already arrived at the entrance of the basement, and Hanzhe chose to remain silent. The makeshift cell was indeed a converted safe house of Hanzhe's. The agricultural guards opened the door to the safe house. The woman was seated on the central sofa, and as the door swung open, she lifted her head to gaze over, allowing the group to behold her visage. This was incorrect. It was Hanzhe. Observing from behind the squad leader, who was momentarily taken aback by the woman's appearance, yet he quickly composed himself. In contrast, the squad leader, standing in front, was utterly astonished, his jaw nearly dropping as he stammered. Shinraner? Who? The woman in the safe house appeared momentarily stunned. Shinraner, it's us. Do you no longer recognize us? The squad leader immediately interjected. How did you come back to life? And how did you end up here? The squad leader gazed at the woman with excitement and astonishment. What are you talking about? The woman was completely bewildered. Meanwhile, Hanzhe discreetly tugged the squad leader back a bit. Squad leader, remain calm. She is not Shinraner. Upon hearing Hanzhe's words, the squad leader was momentarily taken aback. This is not Shinraner. Then who is she? The squad leader was thoroughly flummoxed. Hanzhe. At that moment, the woman spotted Hanzhe and immediately called out his name. I have finally met you. The woman's exclamation was filled with an intensity that lacked any trace of joy. Rather, Hanzhe could distinctly sense a palpable anger. Oh, it's good to see you again. Hanzhe attempted to offer some pleasantries to ease the tension. TSK, you appear considerably more haggard than the last time we met. Have you been lacking in other forms of amusement? The woman regarded Hanzhe coldly. Hanzhe found himself at a loss for words. The woman then pointed to her face and directed another question at Hanzhe. You must tell me honestly, what is the matter with my face? What is wrong with it? Your face is quite beautiful, possessing a natural charm that far surpasses the typical semi-permanent beauty. Hanzhe feigned ignorance. Beautiful? Natural? Huh. The woman across from me let out a cold laugh. Previously, I had painstakingly located your dormitory and inquired about your situation from the building's administrator. However, the moment the dormitory manager laid eyes upon my face, she screamed and fainted on the spot. Could you possibly enlighten me as to why the dormitory administrator would be so frightened as to lose consciousness at the mere sight of me? Chapter 338. The Grand Commander meets His Majesty. Hanzhe was inclined to explain, yet it seemed futile, so he opted for silence. The woman opposite me pressed further. Speak honestly. Did you give me the face of a corpse? With her words hanging in the air, Hanzhe found himself at a loss for words. The class monitor, having grasped the situation, turned to look at Hanzhe and exclaimed, Goodness, did you truly give her Shinraner's face? Hanzhe silently nodded. There was a bit of a mishap at that time. She demanded that I compensate her with a face. However, she had been masked before. And I had no idea what her original face looked like, so I gave her a decent face to make do. And you chose a corpse's face? The woman asked coldly. At that time, she was not. And this isn't a corpse's face. Shinraner is merely temporarily deceased. Temporarily deceased? What do you mean? The woman was taken aback. Never mind. Show me your photo. I shall restore it, Hanzhe replied. It became apparent to Hanzhe that the woman before him was the one named Man whom he had encountered in Misty Mountain. Since he had altered her face without reverting it, she had been searching for him ever since. However, due to Hanzhe's prolonged absence from the real world, it took them this long to reunite. All right, hurry up, Man said as she retrieved a photograph from the pocket of her leather jacket. Hanzhe took the photo and glanced at it, while the class monitor leaned in to have a look as well. So this is Man's true face. It was rather appealing, yet entirely different from Shinraner's. Man's visage belonged to the exquisite and adorable category. The class monitor nodded vigorously. Yet, this only has the frontal view. What about the profile? How am I to discern what your side looks like? Do you have a 3D model of your former face to send me? Hanzhe inquired. Forget it, I'll manage. Hanzhe, possessing experience in cosmetic alterations, relied on his intuition to create a near-perfect profile that complemented her frontal features. Man examined herself in the mirror, satisfied with a nod. Where have you been for over a year? I searched numerous places and found no trace of you, Man casually remarked. This seemingly innocuous question posed a challenge for Hanzhe to answer. After all, so much had transpired in that time. Would you believe me if I said I was saving the world? Hanzhe replied. Saving the world? Save the world? You might want to deal with the neon smiley first, Man scoffed, pointing out the small window of the basement toward the moon above. Wait a moment. Where's the smiley? Man paused, bewildered. At that moment, the smiley face on the moon had transformed into a blurred mosaic. Man turned to Hanzhe and the class monitor, astonished. What happened? Why has the moon changed like this? Would you believe it was our doing? Hanzhe asked. The class monitor nodded in agreement. The expression on Man's face shifted. She squinted, fixing her gaze on the two individuals across from her. Do you believe I am Qin Shi Huang? I don't, for I truly know Qin Shi Huang, Hanzhe replied. This statement rendered Man speechless. You two are as deluded as those peculiar gangsters indulging in ancient costume cosplay. She rolled her eyes. Hanzhe understood that convincing Man would require considerable effort, so she refrained from further explanation and turned to the nearby agricultural guard, saying, She is fine now. Let her go. The agricultural guard nodded in agreement. As you wish. My lord. He then waved his hand, and a talisman flew from Man's back, returning to the guard's hand. Only then did she rise, hopping in place, her demeanor appearing considerably lighter. Miss, you may leave now, the agricultural guard announced. Man stepped forward, glancing at Hanzhe and the others before looking back at Hanzhe. So I'm leaving? Be careful on your way, Hanzhe advised. At that moment, it was indeed more crucial to exercise caution on the journey than before. Man nodded, her figure flickering as she departed the basement. You've tied her up in your basement, and you're just letting her go? The class leader remarked, momentarily taken aback. Hanzhe glanced at the class leader. At this juncture, the agricultural guard, who had been waiting patiently, finally seized the opportunity to inquire, My lord, do you have any other matters to attend to? The unexpected question caught Hanzhe off guard. She pondered for a moment, looking at the class leader, who shook his head. No, do you have something to discuss? Hanzhe asked. Well, my lord, if you have no other business, could we proceed to report to His Majesty? The agricultural guard continued. To meet Qin Shi Huang? Hanzhe was momentarily taken aback again. She realized there was no escaping this. Very well, it is indeed time to meet His Majesty, Hanzhe acquiesced. Could we summon the general to accompany us? It would be more convenient, the agricultural guard suggested tentatively. They were all aware that the Goose Emperor was Hanzhe's summoned beast. No problem, Hanzhe replied. Subsequently, they returned to the courtyard, where Hanzhe activated her skill. The Goose Emperor reappeared before them. He surveyed the surroundings. Isn't this your courtyard? We're back. Hanzhe nodded, however. We must see His Majesty immediately. Lead the way so I can take the elevator directly. As she spoke, she retrieved the random grave summoning device from her waist pouch. This was familiar territory for the Goose Emperor. He nodded, took the summoning device, adjusted it to the storage position, and activated it. A subterranean passage re-emerged on the lawn of Hanzhe's courtyard. The class leader curiously observed. The Goose Emperor was the first to enter, followed by Hanzhe and the agricultural guard. When the class leader attempted to follow, he was stopped by the agricultural guard. I'm sorry. Although you are a distinguished guest as a friend of my lord, His Majesty's decree permits only the general and my lord to enter. You must wait outside. Reluctantly, the class leader retreated. No, let him come with me. I will take responsibility should anything arise. As the cold and stoic Hanzhe turned to speak, he addressed the esteemed Tai Wei with a respectful tone. The agricultural guards did not press further. The four individuals crawled through the tunnel for quite some time before glimpsing a flicker of light ahead. Emerging from the subterranean passage, they found themselves in an expansive chamber. Their position was against one of the cave's stone walls, overlooking a fortified city below. Each corner of the city was adorned with watchtowers aglow with light, illuminating the surroundings, while numerous other lights twinkled throughout the city. At the center stood a grand platform, atop which was a pavilion, brilliantly lit, making it the brightest spot within the cavern. This was the mausoleum city of Xianyang. Where are we? The squad leader asked in astonishment. Would you believe me if I told you? Hanzhe replied. I do. This time I truly believe, the squad leader nodded in agreement. This is the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, Hanzhe clarified. What? The four continued onward. Arriving at the base of the city wall, the gates creaked open slowly, revealing several Qin soldiers armed with long halberds. Go inform His Majesty that the esteemed Tai Wei and the Grand General have arrived. The agricultural guard shouted to the soldiers. Upon hearing the command, one soldier turned to report back, while the others stood at attention on either side, their halberds raised in salute as the four entered the city. Passing through two gates and traversing a grand avenue, Hanzhe whispered to the squad leader, remember to pay your respects, just hold on a moment. The squad leader, awestruck by the spectacle, nodded vigorously. After navigating through several inner gates, Hanzhe arrived at the foot of the elevated platform. The brilliance of the lights above was blinding. Amidst this illumination, Hanzhe discerned a solitary figure standing atop the platform. The glare obscured the individual's features. Yet Hanzhe recognized it was none other than Qin Shi Huang himself, silent, yet emanating an aura of authority. Your Majesty, the esteemed Tai Wei and the Grand General have arrived. Along with a friend of the Tai Wei, the agricultural guard proclaimed as he knelt in reverence. Hanzhe and the Emperor Wu of the Goose promptly followed suit. Hanzhe, adhering to the formalities portrayed in the dramas, called out, I, Hanzhe, pay my respects to your Majesty. The squad leader, unsure of what to utter, merely mimicked the act of bowing. After a moment of silence, Qin Shi Huang remained unresponsive, not even shifting. The atmosphere was thick with an oppressive quietude, broken only by the soft crackling of nearby flames. Hanzhe felt an intangible pressure weighing upon him. Yet, without the Emperor's words, he dared not act impulsively. He could only wait. Fortunately, after a brief interval, Qin Shi Huang finally spoke. Indeed, my Tai Wei is a person of remarkable stature. You may rise, he remarked, a note of praise lacing his tone, though it carried little warmth. Thank you, your Majesty, Hanzhe replied, as the others stood as well. However, Tai Wei Han, upon your arrival, I sensed something amiss, Qin Shi Huang added suddenly. What is it, your Majesty? Hanzhe inquired, a twinge of anxiety creeping in. Was the Emperor about to confront him over his prolonged absence? Why do you carry such an intense aura of death about you? Qin Shi Huang continued, his voice resonating like a thunderclap, sending a tremor through Hanzhe's heart. He stood momentarily dumbfounded. During his previous passage through Anqing City, the old man he encountered once remarked that Hanzhe bore the scent of death, perhaps due to a curse or some form of sorcery. At that time, Hanzhe pondered whether it was Qin Shi Huang who, in order to exert control over himself, had secretly instructed the agricultural guards to cast such a spell. Yet now, Qin Shi Huang unexpectedly inquired about it. Could it be that he was not the orchestrator behind this? If not him, then who else could impose something upon oneself? Hanzhe found himself utterly perplexed. Your Majesty, I am also uncertain, Hanzhe stated candidly. You remain in the dark as well? Qin Shi Huang pressed. Indeed. I know nothing, Hanzhe replied. I see, Qin Shi Huang acknowledged with a slight nod, then turned to his left, commanding, Guard, assist the Grand Commandant. At once, came the reply. From the platform on Qin Shi Huang's left, another figure emerged. After the Emperor's instruction, the figure stepped back. The man referred to as the guard then slowly descended from the elevated platform. Once he moved out of the light, Hanzhe could discern his appearance. Unlike the agricultural guard, this man wore no armor, but rather a dark official robe characteristic of the Qin dynasty, presenting a more refined, bureaucratic demeanor. His visage was that of an elder, gaunt with prominent cheekbones and adorned with a long white beard, giving his features a striking three-dimensional quality. If his official attire were exchanged for that of a Taoist, he would undoubtedly exude an ethereal aura. The guard approached Hanzhe, silently scrutinizing him from head to toe. His gaze was piercing. The agricultural guard, Banzhang Iwu Di, stepped aside to allow the guard to examine Hanzhe closely. What do you discern, esteemed guard? Can you ascertain the cause? Hanzhe inquired with genuine concern. The guard did not respond immediately, instead continuing to gaze intently at Hanzhe for a moment longer. Finally, he spoke. Pray tell, Grand Commandant, what does your pouch contain? He gestured towards Hanzhe's waist pouch. Hanzhe glanced at his pouch, momentarily taken aback. In there? It holds quite a bit, he replied. Do extract its contents. It would facilitate my investigation into the source of this deathly aura, the guard requested. Very well. Hanzhe nodded and opened his bag. If it proves inconvenient, you may retrieve the items one by one, and I shall eliminate them accordingly, the guard added. There is no inconvenience, Hanzhe said, as he began to pull out items from his pouch in succession. The first he retrieved was the corrupted flesh brother communicator. However, the guard shook his head, indicating it was not that. Hanzhe then produced the chaotic sphere pendant and the iBox gaming console. But the guard continued to shake his head. Finally, Hanzhe extracted the random tomb summoner. Upon sighting this, the guard's eyes widened in astonishment. He nodded vigorously. This is it. In all my years of cultivation, I have never encountered an object so steeped in deathly essence. Is it truly this? Hanzhe mused. glancing at the summoner in his hand. He recalled the first time he had seen this artifact, nestled within a wooden box adorned with warnings that read, "Do not open." It seemed this summoner indeed harbored some hidden secrets. "Lord Taiwei, I am curious about the purpose of this object," inquired the guard. "I wonder if you would believe what I am about to reveal," Hanzhe replied. "Please, speak freely. I naturally trust the words of Lord Taiwei," the guard responded. "This object can summon graves at random," Hanzhe explained. "Randomly summon graves? Indeed. Might I have a glimpse?" The guard asked eagerly. "Behold," Hanzhe said, handing the summoner to the guard. The guard received the device and examined it closely. "Press the life button to randomly generate a grave," Hanzhe elucidated. Upon his words, the guard pressed the button. Indeed, a mound appeared on the platform before them. Thus, this is how a grave is randomly produced? Is this the source of the deathly aura? Hanzhe pondered aloud. The guard shook his head. Clearly not. This mound exudes merely the stale essence of a typical grave, devoid of any deathly aura. Could it be that the summoner amalgamates the essences of numerous graves, thus producing a dense deathly presence? Hanzhe speculated. "Nay, I can sense the veins of this deathly aura. I should be able to trace its origin," the guard remarked, as he began adjusting the dials on the summoner. After several turns, he inhaled deeply. At this setting, the deathly aura is most potent. The source must lie here. As he spoke, he pressed the life button once more. A new pit emerged in the ground. However, Hanzhe immediately sensed something amiss. A chilling wind emanated from the pit. The moment Hanzhe encountered the breeze, he was struck by an intense cold that penetrated his flesh and seeped into his bones, rendering his clothing utterly ineffective. Simultaneously, he found it increasingly difficult to breathe. Though he inhaled air, a suffocating sensation enveloped him. What manner of place is this? The tomb of a penguin king from the Antarctic? How could it be so frigid? "Emperor," you casually remarked. "This wind is both freezing and stifling," the squad leader added. "This is the essence of death, so potent that you can all perceive it," the guard explained, raising his hand. A brilliant flame ignited within his grasp. The moment the flame illuminated, Hanzhe felt warmth return, and his breathing eased. No wonder he serves under Qin Shi Huang. He possesses remarkable abilities. Yet, to ascertain the cause of such a dense deathly aura, descending into the pit seemed necessary. The guard inquired, "Shall you accompany me?" He glanced at the others. Hanzhe and his companions nodded vigorously, and the farmer guard also acquiesced with a nod. "Then let us proceed," the guard announced, bowing slightly as he entered the pit. Hanzhe and his companions followed closely behind. As they descended, it seemed the deathly aura intensified, causing Hanzhe to notice the flame in the guard's hand flickering increasingly, its warmth diminishing with each step. After descending several meters, the flame had shrunk to a mere flicker, swaying violently, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Hanzhe and his companions felt the encroaching chill, their breaths becoming labored. The guard slowly shook his head, stating, "It appears our journey must end here. The stench of death grows too potent for the living to endure. Only lifeless entities might venture further. Only the deceased?" Hanzhe and the leader instinctively glanced at the Goose Emperor. The Goose Emperor exclaimed, "Am I not alive? Am I truly not alive?" Chapter 340. The Tomb Raiding Chronicles. "Let us utilize this," Hanzhe said as he retrieved a set of iBox gaming equipment. He powered on the device and randomly selected a character, a nimble assassin from Dark Zone Breakout, depicted as a man clad in a simple uniform, wielding a dagger. "Let it descend while we observe the screen," Hanzhe instructed. The leader nodded in agreement, and the Goose Emperor vigorously affirmed. The farmer and the guard, having never encountered a device with a screen, curiously positioned themselves behind Hanzhe to observe. Hanzhe extracted 2 spare flashlights from the Goose Emperor's space and affixed them to the shoulders of the assassin. He then guided the character deeper into the cavern. As they ventured further, the cave expanded, yet Hanzhe distinctly sensed a crimson hue enveloping the surroundings, as if a red mist pervaded the air. The assassin pressed onward until the passage culminated in a vast chamber, cluttered with numerous objects that resembled small mountains from a distance. Approaching closer, Hanzhe discovered that the heaps consisted entirely of skeletons, not merely human remains, but those of various races. Some were diminutive in stature, while others loomed large, with a particularly alarming number of insectoid skeletons, creating a scene that was both terrifying and somewhat repulsive. However, as the observers were situated before the screen, their emotions remained relatively undisturbed. The entire space was suffused with a red dust, obscuring vision at greater distances. It seemed this crimson residue was the result of decayed flesh and blood vapor from the skeletons, generating such a dense aura of death. "Have we stumbled into a mass grave?" the leader inquired, furrowing his brow. "It feels more like a grave for tens of thousands. With this many corpses, I suspect there could be hundreds of thousands," Hanzhe replied, continuing to navigate the assassin through the piles of remains. After traversing past several heaps, the screen finally revealed an extraordinary sight, a raised platform towering above all the corpses. However, the surface was encrusted with deep red, wax-like substance that appeared somewhat grotesque. Hanzhe adjusted the viewpoint upward, discovering a throne atop the platform, seemingly occupied by a figure. "The tomb's master resides here," Hanzhe remarked. The leader nodded in acknowledgement. Hanzhe maneuvered the assassin to ascend the platform, which featured steps, albeit obscured by a thick layer of wax that hindered the character's progress. After a prolonged effort, the assassin reached the throne, revealing a tall, mummified corpse seated upon what appeared to be a stone seat. The desiccated corpse before them was vaguely humanoid, yet it possessed 6 arms, adorned in an alien armor. In front of it, an oddly shaped sword was thrust into a pedestal, with the corpse's foremost 2 arms resting upon the hilt. The sword was peculiar, being crimson in hue, with numerous tentacle-like structures on the grip and an irregular blade. Quite a commanding pose, remarked the class leader nearby. But with 6 hands, wielding just one sword seems a tad extravagant, Hars scoffed. This fellow looks formidable. His sword must be equally impressive. Can we procure it for our own endeavors? Goose Wudi inquired. Is it truly feasible to take it? Hars hesitated. The tomb's master exuded a menacing aura. Even aliens and predators would likely receive a couple of hefty slaps if they dared approach. Could one simply take his burial treasures? Wouldn't he rise from his grave in pursuit? Let us observe the situation first. We wouldn't want to trigger any traps, Hars suggested, maneuvering the blade-wielding automaton to survey the area around the throne. Soon, Hars noticed a large stone tablet embedded in the ground before the throne, previously obscured by red wax in the dim light. He directed the automaton to scrape away the wax, revealing the engravings upon the tablet. Instead of text, there were images etched in a peculiar substance, several illustrations. The first depicted a figure with multiple arms, wielding a sword and striking down various adversaries. This multi-armed being was presumably the master of the tomb. The enemies illustrated were diverse, representing a myriad of races. The second image showed the tomb's master standing atop a pile of skeletons, sword raised, likely signifying victory or conquest. The third illustration featured only the tomb master, but his head had transformed from a near-circular form to that of a skull, indicating his demise, whether from old age or some extraordinary cause. The fourth, fifth, and sixth images portrayed the master seated upon his throne, still in skeletal form, but with varying backgrounds, suggesting the passage of time. Subsequently, another figure appeared, seizing the sword from before the tomb's master. This individual, brandishing the sword, reveled in triumph among a crowd, while the multi-armed master loomed ominously behind him. Ultimately, both the triumphant figure and the onlookers were transformed into skeletons, and the tomb master returned to his throne. Upon viewing these illustrations, Hars comprehended the message clearly. They served as a grave warning to any intruders. The tomb's master was likely an extraterrestrial super-assassin or a malevolent deity, eternally resting here. Should anyone dare to stealthily abscond with his sword, he would return to the realm of the living, slaughtering not only the thief, but all those nearby as well. Oh dear, Hars mused. The tomb's master seemed to have anticipated that grave robbers might be illiterate, opting instead to convey his warning through simple imagery. What a thoughtful gesture, he remarked, as the group grasped the meaning. Should we still attempt to take it? The class leader glanced at Hars. Can we truly contend with an ancient extraterrestrial assassin? Hars returned the gaze. If I possess such abilities, would I still require that sword? The class leader replied. That settles it. Let us return. Hanzhe deactivated the eyebox. The crowd nodded and made their way back to the entrance of the cave. With the issue of the deathly aura now understood, it was time for Hanzhe to meet with Qin Shi Huang. This royal mausoleum had a designated meeting room where Hanzhe and Emperor Wu of the Goose formally convened with Qin Shi Huang. Meanwhile, the class leader, accompanied by the agricultural guards, casually explored the mausoleum, akin to a day trip to a scenic spot. This was Hanzhe's first close encounter with Qin Shi Huang. Clad in a black robe and appearing to be in his 50s, the emperor possessed a piercing gaze and an extraordinary charisma that emanated from within. He exuded a more refined presence than any portrait Hanzhe had previously encountered. Remarkably, he did not adhere strictly to formalities, even taking a seat close to Hanzhe, which surprised him greatly. Qin Shi Huang spoke extensively with Hanzhe, primarily about the grand vision of restoring the Qin dynasty and the intention to bestow titles upon Hanzhe, stirring a sense of fervor within him. The conversation also veered towards practical plans. Although the specifics of these plans were not articulated in detail, Hanzhe could sense their meticulousness. Qin Shi Huang was indeed worthy of his title, exhibiting the demeanor of an emperor revered through the ages. The restoration of the Qin dynasty was not merely idle talk. Thus, what role did Hanzhe play in this plan? This was the aspect Qin Shi Huang emphasized most. The mausoleum was bound by a restriction that prevented Qin Shi Huang from leaving, and others could only depart during the weakest moments of the restriction. On the 1st or 15th of each month, with a token. This was something Hanzhe had already gleaned. For many years, Qin Shi Huang had been at an impasse regarding this restriction. However, he finally had a solution, relying on Hanzhe's random tomb summoner. The random tomb summoner, while appearing to generate random graves, actually connects to an existing tomb. When this summoner linked to Qin Shi Huang's mausoleum, it effectively created a superspatial tunnel within the mausoleum itself, circumventing much of the restriction. The guards had theorized that if they constructed a specific array on the 1st of the month, when the restriction was weakest, they could utilize the tunnel generated by Hanzhe's summoner to facilitate Qin Shi Huang's escape from the mausoleum. Upon hearing this, Hanzhe finally understood why Qin Shi Huang had been seeking him for so long, despite having left the emperor waiting. The emperor remained courteous toward him due to this very reason. Chapter 341. The high-level meeting of the Qin dynasty today was the 14th day of the lunar calendar, with a fortnight remaining until the 1st. Qin Shi Huang did not intend for Hanzhe to remain in the mausoleum for the entire duration. Instead, he instructed Hanzhe to leave first and meet with the general in Zhongshan City, returning to the mausoleum in 2 weeks. Due to the restrictions, Hanzhe could only depart on the 15th, meaning he had to spend one more day within the mausoleum. After concluding his conversation with Qin Shi Huang, Hanzhe encountered the commander of his cultural troop once more. She was also appointed by Emperor Qin Shi Huang to a position of authority, specifically that of Fengchang, one of the 9 ministers, akin to a modern-day cabinet minister. The Fengchang during the Qin dynasty oversaw the state rituals of ancestral temples and held the highest rank among the 9 ministers. Currently, she is entrusted with the maintenance of the entire imperial mausoleum, and she remains the foremost among the 9 ministers, as she is the sole representative in that esteemed group. Upon encountering Hanzhe, she was filled with excitement, fervently addressing him as commander while clutching her broom. Hanzhe exchanged pleasantries with Qin Shi Huang, requesting to take the company commander with him. Naturally, Qin Shi Huang consented, as the commander belonged to Hanzhe. Furthermore, the emperor bestowed upon the squad leader the title of general, a rank traditionally held by only one individual at a time throughout various dynasties. However, the title of general was not established until the Han dynasty, and since it was created primarily to honor Emperor Wu of Han, Qin Shi Huang felt free to grant it. The squad leader expressed his gratitude immediately. The Qin Shi Huang mausoleum had truly convinced him of its authenticity, and he was indeed pleased to accept the title bestowed by the genuine Qin Shi Huang. On the night of the 15th, Hanzhe and his companions departed the mausoleum, armed with the emperor's token. Accompanying Hanzhe was the agricultural guard, whose orders were to assist him. Yet, Hanzhe discerned that this was a sign of Qin Shi Huang's lack of trust, as the guard was sent to monitor him. Upon exiting the mausoleum, Hanzhe gazed up at the moon, and indeed, the smiling face had reappeared, indicating that the reboot was complete. However, the smile appeared somewhat altered, its curvature exaggerated and even slightly twisted, lending it a menacing aspect. Upon inquiring with the agricultural guard station nearby, they learned that the smile had re-emerged on the moon less than 2 hours after its disappearance. The vast chaotic sphere had caused the neon smile to malfunction for only a brief period, which left the squad leader feeling somewhat disheartened. As they made their exit, Man returned as well. "Why are you back?" Hanzhe inquired. Man, her face pale, responded, "Have you two donated sperm to some nefarious laboratory? Why do all the monsters bear your faces?" "Us." The squad leader was momentarily taken aback by her words. The two of them, equipped with Hanzhe's night vision binoculars, stood on the rooftop and peered out. To their astonishment, they discovered that every monstrous creature, whether a large one in the distance or a smaller one wandering nearby, unmistakably bore the faces of either Hanzhe or the squad leader. Previously, most of the monsters had emerged from films, games, or literary works, with only a few resembling Hanzhe. Now, however, they had all transformed to reflect the visages of the squad leader and Hanzhe. "What is this? Hanzhe is conquering the world?" Hanzhe and the squad leader exchanged glances, pondering the situation. Could it be that because we are both wearing the chaotic sphere, the neon smile is unable to affect us, hence its grotesque mimicry? Hanzhe speculated. "It seems so," the squad leader nodded. "But what exactly is happening? I have seen monsters with your face before, and I thought you were indulging in some twisted amusement." Man could no longer contain her curiosity and asked. Man, the cat, was already aware of Hanzhe's ability to change faces. Thus, when she encountered a creature bearing Hanzhe's visage, she was not particularly surprised. She merely assumed that Hanzhe had previously encountered this creature and had swapped its face for his own. However, with the proliferation of such entities, a problem was evident. "Perhaps an explanation is in order," the class leader suggested. "Very well," Hanzhe nodded, handing Man a chaotic orb necklace. "Wear this, and you shall temporarily free yourself from the control of the neon smile." Hanzhe then proceeded to elucidate the entire situation. Although Man found it difficult to accept, the current circumstances left her no choice. Subsequently, they would head towards Zhongshan City to meet General Shang. For Hanzhe, the greatest inconvenience of having a monster wearing his face was the potential chaos that would ensue should he venture into Zhongshan City with his current appearance. The guards at the gate would surely lose their minds. Adjusting the class leader's appearance was straightforward, as Hanzhe could easily employ his skill to alter his face. As for himself, he would have to resort to wearing a mask. The following evening, the group arrived at the Zhongshan safe zone. Towering concrete walls loomed over them, and the gates were crafted from specialized metal, ensuring formidable security. Under normal circumstances, the class leader and his companions would pass through without issue. Yet Hanzhe was not so fortunate. He initially considered scaling the wall under the cover of darkness, but the entire structure was illuminated by searchlights, making stealth impossible. Hanzhe devised a plan. He would utilize a random grave summoning device to conjure a suitable grave, lie within it, and then preserve the grave. Once the others had entered the safe zone, he would summon the grave again and emerge. Hanzhe selected a grave meant for ashes, which was devoid of any unpleasant odor and thus acceptable. After enduring a series of security checks, the class leader and his companions successfully navigated the entrance, proceeding to meet with General Yu Hao. This task was entrusted to the farmer guard, who led the group to the office of the resource distribution supervisor. Upon entering, the farmer guard uttered a series of coded phrases, prompting the supervisor to escort them through a private underground passage. They arrived at an iron door, where they were instructed to wait. Two staff members soon appeared. One invited Hanzhe and the class leader inside, while the other escorted the farmer guard and Man to a waiting area. Hanzhe completely understood why Man was not permitted entry, as she was considered an extraneous individual. However, he questioned the reasoning behind the farmer guard's exclusion. In terms of loyalty, he was undoubtedly among the most devoted to Emperor Qin. Why was he also denied entry? Passing through two iron doors, Hanzhe and the class leader entered General Yu Hao's office. The space was quite ample. A middle-aged man dressed in formal attire sat behind a desk in the center of the room, engrossed in writing. From a distance, Hanzhe could discern the authoritative presence of the leader. Upon hearing their entrance, the middle-aged man raised his head and smiled, inquiring, "Have you both arrived?" Hanzhe regarded the man and nodded. The man sported a neatly trimmed stubble, and his amiable smile left a positive first impression on Hanzhe. Only the class leader appeared taken aback, staring at the middle-aged man for a moment. "Principal?" The class leader's voice was filled with astonishment. Chapter 342, the six-character mantra of the Internet Principal? Hanzhe turned to glance at the class leader. "Is this fellow the principal? Is he the one I'm thinking of?" The class leader nodded, confirming, "It is he who brought people to assist me with my queries." Upon hearing this, Hanzhe was momentarily taken aback. This Yu Hao is actually the principal of the United Rules Academy. No wonder. Meanwhile, Yu Hao, noticing the class leader's astonishment, furrowed his brow slightly. He regarded the class leader with curiosity and inquired, "Are you a student of our academy?" The class leader, somewhat excited, replied, "No, principal. I am not a student of the academy, but you once brought people to help me with my questions. Do you remember?" As he spoke, the class leader nudged Hanzhe. Understanding the hint, Hanzhe restored the class leader's original composure. Upon seeing the class leader's face, Yu Hao immediately recognized him. "It's you. What transpired after you answered the question?" "You vanished right before our eyes, prompting us to search for you for several days. I answered that question and was taken by Neon Smiley to become an administrator." "Administrator?" "Merely overseeing the smooth operation of certain games, nothing more." The class leader chose to withhold further details. "I see." Yu Hao nodded and then turned his attention to Hanzhe. "So, this esteemed individual is Lord Han?" Given that both men were ostensibly subordinates of Qin Shi Huang, Yu Hao's language took on an archaic formality. "Yes, it is I," Hanzhe affirmed with a nod. "Lord Han, donning a mask, is there a reason?" Yu Hao made a simple gesture. "No, it's not that it's inconvenient. I mainly fear startling others." Hanzhe replied. "How could that be?" Yu Hao chuckled lightly. "It's all in service to His Majesty. Lord Han may place his trust in me, and feel free to remove it." "Very well." Hanzhe removed his mask. As the principal of the academy, Yu Hao was likely familiar with Hanzhe's profile, particularly his photograph, thus leaving little for Hanzhe to conceal. However, upon removing the mask, the astonishment on Yu Hao's face was utterly unmasked. His expression seemed to scream, "How could you possibly look like this?" "Lord Han, Yu Hao could not help but exclaim. "What's wrong?" Hanzhe looked at Yu Hao. "You were the missing student, Hanzhe, from our academy?" Yu Hao exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Hanzhe frowned slightly. "Yes, I did attend the United Rules Academy. I could indeed be considered a student of Lord Yu. However, judging by your reaction, it seems you were completely unaware?" Yu Hao chuckled. "I am aware of the esteemed title of the Grand Commandant, and that our academy once had a student named Hanzhe, but I truly could not fathom that the Hanzhe in question was the Grand Commandant himself." Yu Hao was not mistaken. He had only heard this name from Qin Shi Huang and had always assumed it was Hanzhe, thus failing to connect it with the missing student. Hanzhe smiled, understanding the situation. If he were in Yu Hao's position, he too would not link a student to a prospective superior. "Then, Grand Commandant, could you recount the events that transpired after your journey to the moon?" Yu Hao could not resist asking. After the group, led by Hanzhe, mysteriously vanished upon their arrival on the moon, the Earth remained oblivious to the events that unfolded there for over a year. Suddenly, a survivor emerged, and it was impossible for Yu Hao to refrain from inquiring. Hanzhe, understanding the urgency, succinctly recounted the occurrences on the lunar surface. He briefly mentioned that he was able to return to Earth with the assistance of the administrator. Upon learning the truth behind the neon smiles, Yu Hao fell into a prolonged silence. He subsequently posed several questions concerning the Neon Smiles live broadcast, to which Hanzhe provided thorough answers. Yet, Yu Hao's brow remained furrowed, as it had become evident to all that a formidable force was manipulating the Neon Smiles. Few could fathom the extent of this control, and it became apparent that each individual was merely a subject in a cruel experiment, toyed with by the Neon Smiles. The disparity in power was overwhelming, leaving Yu Hao to sigh in despair. Once Yu Hao had exhausted his inquiries, it was Hanzhe's turn to ask questions. His primary curiosity revolved around the fate of Qin Shi Huang. Is it true that he did not perish? Has he truly resided in his mausoleum for 2 millennia? Hanzhe inquired directly, omitting any formalities. This question served as a tentative probe, as Hanzhe suspected that Yu Hao, like himself, was a modern individual without the patriotic fervor of the Qin dynasty, thus lacking deep loyalty to Qin Shi Huang. Not dead. How could that be? If he truly lived, why would he dwell in the mausoleum? Yu Hao responded, also discarding formalities. Of course, I resurrected him. Yu Hao replied nonchalantly. Ah, yes, you possess the ability to resurrect. Hanzhe realized, acknowledging Yu Hao's position as the head of the United Rules Academy, which indeed granted him such powers. Shall I elaborate on the process? Absolutely. Hanzhe eagerly nodded. My abilities are well known among many here, with little to conceal. Allow me to share. Yu Hao directly divulged to Hanzhe. His ascendance to the role of principal at the United Rules Academy was attributed to his exceptionally formidable skills, which bordered on the extraordinary. His talent was a superlative amalgamation. Dubbed the deity of the internet, encompassing 6 distinct effects: Dian, Ji, Bong, Xiao, Pi, and Ying. The Dian effect allows the user to negate an opponent's skill by designating it as Dian, rendering it a classic joke and nullifying its effect, while simultaneously increasing the user's joy. The Ji effect permits the user to categorize an adversary's attack as Ji, causing the attack to lose its structure and become increasingly frantic, ultimately backfiring on the aggressor. The Bong effect activates when the targeted adversary labeled as Ji opts to cease their assault to evade repercussions, thus indicating that the enemy is no longer frantic. The adversary remains unhurried, and is thus deemed a clam. In this scenario, you are bestowed with substantial damage reduction and an enhancement in combat prowess. Should the opponent become ensnared, they will be immediately vulnerable, suffering considerable physical and psychological harm. Clearly, the term clam serves as a supplementary tactic to induce urgency in the opponent, ensuring they inevitably fall into a trap regardless of their actions. Next, we encounter filial piety, which possesses dual effects, one directed at foes and the other at allies. When employed against an enemy, it designates the target as filial, rendering them incapable of assisting another designated target. While this effect may appear modest in reality, within the context of the neon smiley game, it can disrupt various team dynamics, potentially severing the bond between 2 targets, thereby demonstrating formidable efficacy. Conversely, when filial piety is directed towards an ally, its effect is straightforward. It resurrects the chosen target, which is the source of Yu Hao's revival abilities. The effect of batch allows the user to activate it against a target, automatically identifying what captivates or delights them. Once identified, the target and their allies endure a specific amount of physical and mental damage. This constitutes an area of effect attack skill, and is among Yu Hao's most frequently utilized offensive maneuvers. Lastly, we arrive at Yu Hao's most pivotal skill effect, Win. This is an unequivocal rule-based ability, ensuring that the user achieves victory. Essentially, they win. Within the neon smiley game, Yu Hao can invoke this skill to secure triumph instantaneously. This implies that if you are unfortunate enough to be matched with Yu Hao in a game, while you are still perusing the rules, he has already claimed victory, an astonishing phenomenon. It is conceivable that the creators of Neon Smiley recognized the absurdity of this skill. Hence it comes with a caveat. Using this skill to attain victory yields no rewards. Nevertheless, this ability remains exceedingly formidable, as it guarantees Yu Hao's undefeated status in the game. Indeed, he has emerged victorious in numerous matches, acquiring a multitude of skills, including the ability to transform other skill effects into machinery, which contributes to the plethora of unique machines within the United Rules Academy. Furthermore, the win skill effect can also be applied in reality, allowing for automatic victory in battles or competitions. Such automatic victories compel opponents to surrender or flee, rendering it an exceptionally powerful skill, arguably the most formidable that Hanzhe has ever encountered. However, win is not without its own limitations, known as Ma. Should win be invoked excessively within a short time frame, it will automatically enter a win-malus state, prohibiting the activation of its effects for a specified duration. As Hanzhe and the class leader listened to Yu Hao's skills, both furrowed their brows. Despite the strength of these abilities, the abstract terminology, Dan, Ji, Bong, Shak, He, Ying, and the title of President of the United Rules Academy seem incongruous, akin to sipping cola from a Yixing teapot. Overall, Yu Hao's ability is undeniably formidable, an absolute anomaly within the realm of rules, truly reaching a level of unparalleled dominance, which indeed left Hanzhe profoundly astonished. Chapter 343, Victory Achieved Next. The matter of Qin Shi Huang arises. Yu Hao possesses yet another skill, one that Hanzhe was already aware of, known as meeting an old friend. The effect allows the user to meet a person they long to see, but the effect is limited to a single use. Yu Hao intended to employ this skill to encounter historical figures from the past, as he could easily meet any living individuals he desired. After much deliberation, he ultimately chose to meet Qin Shi Huang. Given Qin Shi Huang's historical significance, Hanzhe fully comprehended Yu Hao's choice. Utilizing the effect of filial piety, Yu Hao resurrected Qin Shi Huang from a distance, and subsequently, with meeting an old friend, he was granted an audience with the emperor. The ensuing conversation mirrored what one might expect from Qin Shi Huang. The emperor appointed Yu Hao as a general and tasked him with the restoration of the Great Qin. However, Qin Shi Huang concealed a crucial detail. The 5 leaders of the scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, along with several Qin soldiers, were also revived with Yu Hao's assistance. Did you truly revive so many individuals? Are you genuinely intent on restoring the Great Qin? Hanzhe could not restrain his curiosity. Not quite, Yu Hao replied, shaking his head. Then what is your intention? I merely seek to harness a fraction of Qin Shi Huang's power, Yu Hao stated solemnly. With your current strength, why would you still require Qin Shi Huang's power? Hanzhe was taken aback. My abilities are impressive, yet they are ultimately illusions. After all, they are bestowed by Neon Smile, who can retract them at any moment. If I am to confront Neon Smile in the future, I must rely on powers beyond those granted by them. Thus, I resurrected the 5 leaders under Qin Shi Huang, as they represent the only strength I can procure outside of Neon Smile. Yu Hao's words remained grave. Hanzhe fully grasped the situation. Although Yu Hao was unaware of the precise truth regarding Neon Smile, he had sensed something amiss for quite some time. His resurrection of Qin Shi Huang was merely an act of idolization. However, reviving the 5 leaders was a different matter altogether. His actions were driven by the need to seek a power independent of Neon Smile, enabling his allies to possess a modicum of resistance when faced with them. It was akin to quietly preparing a candle in anticipation of a potential blackout, even as others relied on electric lights, a testament to remarkable foresight. Truly, one worthy of the position of president at the United Rules Academy. The class monitor, having overheard these revelations, nodded slightly in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in Yu Hao's approach. And what are your plans regarding Qin Shi Huang? Hanzhe inquired. This is precisely what I wish to discuss with you. Yu Hao's demeanor shifted from solemnity to gravity. I am uncertain of the skills you possess that could release Qin Shi Huang from his mausoleum, but I implore you not to attempt it. Why not? While he remains in the mausoleum, we can delay matters and utilize the power of the 5 leaders. However, releasing him would result in a loss of control over him. And that would lead to complications. Is it really that exaggerated? Absolutely. He is not a savior, but a monarch intent solely on rebuilding his empire. And he may very well be a tyrant. You believe that bringing him back to the mortal realm would only result in further turmoil. Hanzhe pondered for a moment before inquiring. May I ask if the confinement of Qin Shi Huang within the imperial tomb was orchestrated by you as well? Certainly not. Yu Hao replied, shaking his head. That confinement has existed for nearly as long as the tomb itself. It was likely established by some esteemed figure from the Qin dynasty. Their intention was to eternally imprison Qin Shi Huang's soul within the tomb, serving as a curse upon him. A curse? Enduring for 2 millennia? How cruel! Hanzhe exclaimed. Perhaps his entire lineage was exterminated by Qin Shi Huang. Such occurrences were commonplace in feudal times, Yu Hao remarked. Then, adopting a more formal tone, Yu Hao stated, Trust me, do not develop any empathy for a feudal monarch. He is likely far more inhumane than you can imagine. Hanzhe found some merit in Yu Hao's words and fell into contemplation. After all this, what do you wish for me to do? Hanzhe asked. Delay. Yu Hao uttered succinctly. He meant for Hanzhe to agree to whatever was proposed, yet refrain from taking action, especially regarding assisting him in leaving the tomb. Hanzhe fell silent, glancing at the class leader, who merely shrugged, indicating a lack of opinion. Thus, Hanzhe was left to rely on his own swift analytical thinking. Hanzhe hesitated, caught between words. What are your plans? Yu Hao continued to observe him, awaiting a definitive response. Principal Yu, I've had a thought. Please consider its validity. Hanzhe said. Go ahead, Yu Hao encouraged. Before Qin Shi Huang restored the Qin dynasty, I was merely a nouveau riche. Although I possess some wealth, even the director of the local school dared to bully me. However, if Qin Shi Huang were to restore the Qin dynasty and appoint me as Grand Commandant, I would rank just below him, above millions. Everyone would bow and scrape before me. I could casually kick anyone in the street, and they would praise my strength. Tell me, if you were in my position, what would you choose? Hanzhe gazed at Yu Hao, sincerity evident in his eyes. So you'd forsake the position of Grand Commandant to remain a lowly individual, would you? Moreover, even if Qin Shi Huang is indeed a tyrant, he has not wronged me. Hanzhe, why would I betray him? That makes perfect sense. I too believe it would be wiser to continue as a general. The class leader nodded vigorously in agreement. Once their discussion concluded, Hanzhe noticed the light in Yu Hao's eyes had dimmed. Yu Hao shook his head slightly and glanced back at Hanzhe, an expression of unspoken plea lingering in his gaze. Is this truly how you feel? Yes, Hanzhe and the class leader affirmed with nods. What a pity, truly. Yu Hao's voice grew somber. I apologize, Hanzhe. I must prevent Qin Shi Huang's return, so I can only impose on you. The request in Yu Hao's eyes vanished, leaving behind a chilling demeanor. Hanzhe and the class leader's expressions shifted. Rest well, Hanzhe. It has been a pleasure knowing you. Yu Hao offered a polite smile before activating his ability. 2 minutes later, Yu Hao's face had traversed the entire room's floor, only to be slammed against the wall by Hanzhe before being pulled down again. Brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. Yu Hao lamented with a sorrowful expression, his face swollen to the size of a pig's head, pleading for mercy, devoid of any semblance of a principal's dignity. He even lacked the composure befitting a middle-aged man. Principal, we too wish to spare you, but just moments ago, you intended to take our lives, the class leader remarked from the side. Indeed, Principal. You showed no mercy at all. Upon our refusal, you threatened us without a second thought. without even a discussion. Hanzhe grasped Yu Hao by the collar, lifting him as effortlessly as one might a chick. Discussion? We can certainly discuss. Yu Hao exclaimed urgently. You are finally willing to negotiate. Hanzhe smiled at Yu Hao. Of course I am. Yu Hao nodded vigorously. Then let us have a small discussion. I do have matters to address. Hanzhe casually tossed Yu Hao into a corner of the wall. In that moment, Hanzhe found the situation rather amusing. Who would have thought that the man before him, now so flustered, had just moments ago been the possessor of the most formidable skills on Earth, nearly unparalleled in his mastery of the rules? Unfortunately, this invincible being had encountered two adversaries who disregarded the very effects of those rules. Reflecting on this, Hanzhe glanced down at the chaotic orb pendant around his neck. This trinket truly proved to be quite effective. Chapter 344, Mr. Principal. Let us make a deal. Yu Hao indeed possessed foresight. He had always been acutely aware that his strength was entirely predicated upon his rule-based skills. Should he encounter an environment where those rules ceased to function, he would revert to the status of an ordinary individual. Thus, over the years, he had employed numerous strategies to bolster his intrinsic combat capabilities, rendering himself quite formidable. It could be said that even without his rule-based skills, few could directly vanquish him. As it stood, Yu Hao's enhancements to his combat prowess had evidently borne fruit. After 2 minutes of Hanzhe's assault, he remained unvanquished. Here's the deal. You will help me resurrect someone, Hanzhe proposed. No problem. Just provide me with the necessary items pertaining to this individual, and I will assist you in their resurrection. Yu Hao readily agreed. Wait a moment. Hanzhe summoned the Goose Martial Emperor and retrieved a backup of Shun Ranner's belongings from his storage space. Yu Hao accepted the items and greeted Hanzhe. Let us establish this. I can only resurrect the individual at the location of their demise. If they have been buried, we must first exhume them before proceeding with the resurrection. Yu Hao explained while cradling his swollen face. Can't you summon them directly for resurrection? That requires a prior backup. Those without a backup can only be resurrected on the spot. So, where is the person you wish to resurrect? Yu Hao inquired again. Where? Hanzhe paused momentarily. I am uncertain. Not knowing is inconsequential. I possess a locating skill. Once resurrected, I can assist in searching for them. Yu Hao reassured him. You have a locating skill? Then why didn't you search for the missing members of our lunar expedition? Hanzhe questioned. I did search, but to no avail. Which is why I have remained oblivious to your circumstances. Unable to find them? Hanzhe expressed disappointment. It seemed that upon entering the world of neon smiles, the locating skill had become ineffective. Thus, it was likely that Shun Ranner would also remain unfound. Subsequently, a small cube materialized in Yu Hao's hand. He placed it on the ground, and a holographic projection of Earth emerged before them. In a moment, I will activate my ability to mark the location of the person you seek with a luminous point on the globe. Pay close attention, Yu Hao declared. You possess such a skill. Why then resort to old friends meet to find Qin Shi Huang? Would it not be more direct to seek him at the designated location? The class monitor inquired. This ability was acquired later. I did not possess it previously, hence it was unusable, Yu Hao replied. Subsequently, Yu Hao activated the skill. Is he resurrected? Hanzhe asked. Indeed, Yu Hao affirmed with a decisive nod. Then display the location, Hanzhe urged. It has already been displayed. Search for the luminous point, Yu Hao instructed. Upon hearing this, Hanzhe and the class monitor promptly began their search on the large holographic globe. Initially, they scanned the country where they were located, but found no luminous point. Hanzhe continued searching across other continents and islands, yet to no avail. He even glanced into the sea, but there was nothing. How can this be? Surely there must be something, Hanzhe exclaimed. There must be. Search again, Yu Hao suggested. Equally puzzled, Hanzhe took another look. The holographic globe's hues were rather dim, making any luminous point conspicuous. Truly nothing, he sighed. Wait, what about that? The class monitor pointed behind Hanzhe. Turning around, Hanzhe beheld a luminous point not on the globe, but at a considerable distance from Earth. He paused momentarily before realizing it was situated on the moon. The class monitor nodded in agreement. Those who perished in the neon smiley game are indeed represented on the moon. It follows logic. In this scenario, I cannot assist you. Yu Hao shook his head. Very well, Hanzhe frowned at the luminous point. At that moment, the point vanished. Why has the luminous point disappeared? The class monitor queried. Oh. This device only displays living individuals. Its disappearance indicates that this person has just passed away, Yu Hao explained. Hanzhe and the class monitor fell silent, realizing she truly was on the moon. Do you still desire me to resurrect this individual? Yu Hao glanced at Hanzhe and the class monitor. No need. Hanzhe raised his hand. Have you previously resurrected others who died in the neon smiley game? The class monitor asked. The neon smiley game? The person you wish to resurrect perished in that game? Yu Hao expressed his astonishment. Yes, is there a problem? The class monitor nodded. That is indeed peculiar, generally. Individuals who die in the neon smiley game cannot be resurrected or tracked down. However, this particular case is an exception, Yu Hao responded. Hanzhe and the class monitor pondered briefly. It was likely the doing of the neon smiley, as Shun Ranner was not merely a deceased individual, but also a prize. As Yu Hao exited the office with a face swollen like a pig's head, the staff member stationed outside was taken aback. The soundproofing of Yu Hao's office was quite effective, and thus, despite the commotion within, Only faint noises reached the outside. Moreover, given Yu Hao's unparalleled skills, the staff outside had never considered that he could be in trouble. Secretary General, is everything all right? The staff member inquired with concern. Although Yu Hao's features appeared somewhat distorted, his clothing and hairstyle remained unchanged, allowing the staff to still recognize him. I accidentally fell, Yu Hao replied. You fell? The staff member looked at Yu Hao's face, eyes widening in surprise. Yes, I fell, Yu Hao nodded. I understand, the staff member acknowledged. Subsequently, Yu Hao continued to lead class leader Hanzhe forward. Observing Yu Hao and class leader Hanzhe departing the office, the staff member hurriedly entered a nearby duty room and picked up the phone. He dialed the alert center. Just as the call connected, a hand suddenly reached out and pressed the phone down. The staff member raised his head and saw that familiar pig-like face. I told you it was an accident. Why are you calling the alert center? Yu Hao inquired. The staff member was momentarily speechless. Could you refrain from making assumptions and speculating on the leader's thoughts? Yu Hao said. Apologies, Secretary Yu. The staff member quickly apologized. Only then was Yu Hao satisfied and left with class leader Hanzhe at the door. So, what do you think, gentlemen? Are you satisfied with my performance? Yu Hao smiled at Hanzhe and the class leader. It's acceptable, Hanzhe nodded. Chapter 345. The sudden surprise of the neon smiling face. There was one more matter in which Yu Hao deceived Qin Shi. He did not actually control the entire Genshin security zone. Yu Hao's position within the security zone was, in fact, that of the chief secretary of the advisory group. Essentially the leader of the advisory committee. The entire security zone remained under military control, with Yu Hao merely serving as a chief advisor. Although he possessed certain authority, it was not substantial. In truth, it had become evident to all observant individuals that there was someone controlling the neon smiling face, and that this individual harbored intentions of human annihilation. Consequently, the military had begun to take action, formally initiating resistance against the neon smiling face. They had selected a substantial number of combat personnel from various regions. The criteria for selecting these combatants prioritized strong combat abilities, specifically those that did not rely on rule-based skills or temporary enhancements. Individuals like Yu Hao or Imo Tsang would be excluded from the selection process. Only those with permanent enhancements, akin to Hanzhe's MacArthur's evaluation, could be chosen. This was because such individuals were less dependent on the skills of the neon smiling face and might possess a greater chance of success when facing it. With Yu Hao's voluntary assistance, Hanzhe and the class leader were also selected as advisors for the Genshin security zone, granting them certain privileges. Through this opportunity, Hanzhe and his companion discovered that, in addition to combat personnel, the military was simultaneously preparing in various other aspects, such as the construction of manned spacecraft and researching methods to breach the protective layers surrounding the moon, particularly regarding the issue of penetrating the moon's protective layer. The United Rules Academy had previously managed to do so only by relying on a rule-based skill. Currently, the military had yet to find a second individual with a similar skill set, rendering this problem unresolved and considered a formidable challenge. It is indeed a pitiful and lamentable situation to seek a decisive battle with a neon smiling face, yet be unable to even breach its perimeter. However, there now exists an escaped neon smiley administrator within the military ranks, which resolves the predicament at hand. The squad leader comprehends that the protective layer surrounding the moon is, in fact, the firewall of the neon smiley system. To breach this formidable system, one must launch an offensive against it. And this is precisely where the chaos orbs come into play. By preemptively deploying the chaos orbs onto the protective layer, one can induce a collapse of the firewall system, thus temporarily allowing passage through this barrier. Additionally, Hanzhe and the squad leader generously donated the majority of their stock of chaos orb necklaces to the military. Hanzhe was, of course, compelled to contribute, for it is these necklaces that empower the combat forces to break free from the control of the neon smiley, rendering the confrontation with it genuinely feasible. Hanzhe was acutely aware of the stakes involved. Once he and the squad leader successfully addressed the military's dilemma, they were instantly recognized as pivotal figures within the entire secure zone. Yu Hao even became their deputy. It is worth mentioning that, to avoid complications, Hanzhe consistently wore a mask, and no one in the military was privy to his true identity. Out of respect for Hanzhe, no one dared to inquire about his mask. Hanzhe casually used his privileges to arrange a VIP apartment for Catman Man. He even managed to capture the author of The Overbearing Cool CEO Snatches Me in the nursing home and confined him to a solitary cell, compelling him to write a new sequel titled The Overbearing Cool CEO and I, Living in the ICU, Make a Lifetime Pact Each Day. As soon as the author completed a chapter, Hanzhe would promptly send it to Goose Woody, ensuring it was fresh and warm. Meanwhile, the military had resolved its most pressing issues and was devoid of any anxieties. The war machinery under the military's command was fully operational, with new models of manned spacecraft and various technological weapons being rapidly developed and manufactured. In the following weeks, Yu Hao diligently served as the deputy to the squad leader and Hanzhe, despite having faced Hanzhe's wrath and experiencing humiliation. He seemed to fully grasp the significance of Hanzhe and the squad leader. He executed even the seemingly trivial tasks, such as apprehending web authors, with utmost dedication, harboring no resentment whatsoever. Truly, he exemplified the magnanimity and vision befitting the president of the United Rules Academy. Hanzhe often felt somewhat hesitant in directing him. Thus, half a month passed, leading to the 30th day of the lunar calendar. The agricultural guard arrived at Hanzhe's office, fully aware of his intentions. Consequently, Hanzhe had discreetly slipped away a few hours prior. He evaded capture on both the 30th and the first day of the lunar calendar. The agricultural guard was utterly unable to locate Hanzhe. At this juncture, Hanzhe's status had ascended to that of a grand commandant within the Zhongshan security zone, rendering him less inclined to heed the summons for the return of Qin Shi Huang. However, he was reluctant to entirely abandon the plan to restore the Great Qin, at least for the time being. Thus, Hanzhe chose to remain in seclusion, postponing matters for the month. On the military front, operations were progressing smoothly. Nevertheless, to ensure absolute reliability, they prepared extensive long-term tests for every piece of equipment and each spacecraft in addition to development and manufacturing. Hanzhe estimated that at the current pace, in about 6 months, he should be adequately prepared. He is quite eager for the day of revelation with the neon smiley to arrive sooner. Naturally, Hanzhe has devised a plan so that when the time comes to confront the neon smiley, he can contribute to the best of his abilities. A month after Hanzhe settled in the Zhongshan safe zone, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, he and the squad leader found themselves in a VIP room. Enjoying dinner while gazing at the moon adorned with the neon smiley, they engaged in casual conversation, taking turns speculating about the true appearance of the neon smiley. As Hanzhe observed the neon smiley on the moon, he pondered, perhaps he embodies this symbol, resembling an emoji? The squad leader inquired, is that so? Perhaps. Hanzhe replied, his gaze fixed on the moon. To be frank, if one were to set aside their biases, the moon with the neon smiley appeared far more exquisite than the ordinary moon of yore, evoking a deeper sense of appreciation for the night sky. Hanzhe found himself momentarily entranced. Yet, at that moment, he suddenly noticed a transformation in the moon. The neon smiley vanished. The entire moon turned a striking blue, speckled with white markings, seemingly larger than before. Wait a moment. Is that not the moon in the sky? Is that not Earth? Hanzhe abruptly stood, surveying his surroundings. He realized he was no longer in the familiar VIP room, but rather in an expansive white space. The ceiling was a transparent glass dome, through which he glimpsed the sky. As he looked around, he noticed many others in the space, some seated on stools, others lounging on sofas or beds, all wearing expressions of bewilderment as they observed their surroundings. Just as everyone was grappling with confusion, the ground in the center of the space opened up, revealing a white metallic column that ascended, adorned with several screens. The screens displayed the same image. A yellow, round-headed figure appeared, seemingly seated at a table, its head emblazoned with the logo of a neon smiley. Is this the neon smiley itself? Is it truly an emoji? Hanzhe was astonished. Then, a voice emanated from the screens. Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the moon. The live broadcast of your spacecraft's construction has been rather dull. I find it uninteresting. And so do the viewers, as evidenced by the declining daily active users. Since you would eventually arrive here anyway, I have taken the liberty of skipping the tedious and lengthy moon landing process to save you time and the audience's patience. Now, after half a month of promotional build-up, the viewership has peaked in nearly 2 years, so we are about to commence the final segment. I wish you all the best. The voice on the screen carried a hint of amusement. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Hanzhe and the squad leader exchanged glances, their eyes wide with shock, instinctively touching their chaotic orbs. The chaotic orbs were still present. How could they be under the control of the neon smiley? Transported directly to the moon. Chapter 346. The grand finale of the live broadcast as the atmosphere surged with excitement. The neon smiley on the display screen continued. I am aware that you have numerous inquiries, and if I delay my responses any longer, the opportunity may slip away. Therefore, I shall address your queries by region. First, let us discuss the matter of the neon smiley itself. In truth, each of you finds yourselves within an immense live broadcasting room, and the so-called neon smiley game constitutes our primary content. The neon smiley briefly elucidated the truth regarding its existence. This revelation had already been hinted at by Hanzhe and the class leader, rendering it nearly public knowledge. Thus, a significant portion of the audience was already aware of this truth. Nonetheless, when this reality was casually articulated by the neon smiley, the crowd erupted with fervor. Yet, the neon smiley remained unfazed by their reaction and continued to address other questions. Some of you should possess this little gadget. As it spoke, the neon smiley lifted a blue ball necklace. Hanzhe, the class leader, and many others in the audience widened their eyes in astonishment. Indeed, it was the chaotic sphere necklace. The function of this trinket is rather intriguing. It is said to disrupt my direct control over you through a certain bug. In fact, it does possess this effect. The neon smiley paused momentarily, then added, however, some of you may wonder why, despite wearing this necklace, you still find yourselves under my control and transported here. The answer is quite simple. While your little orb may obstruct the bug, I am capable of rectifying it as well. I had actually repaired the relevant bug over a fortnight ago, yet I refrained from revealing this to ensure you could rest peacefully. Although the neon smiley's tone remained casual, it bore an air of boastfulness. Hanzhe and the class leader exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Others in the audience exhibited signs of trepidation. It was chaotic. The neon smiley continued. Now, I shall address what is arguably the most significant question. What do I intend to do today? Allow me to candidly inform you that the content of our broadcast concerning your Earth has nearly reached its conclusion, and it is challenging to unveil anything novel. Therefore, our live transmission from Earth will soon conclude, as we prepare to embark on a new planet for broadcasting. I would like to share with all viewers in the broadcast room that the races on this new planet possess over 30 genders, which promises to be exhilarating. Stay tuned for a more captivating program. The neon smiley disregarded the audience entirely and began interacting with viewers beyond the screen. After engaging with the audience for a while, it finally returned to address those present. In summary, today marks the final episode of our Earth broadcast, and I have naturally arranged an unprecedentedly thrilling program. Upon concluding its statement, the audience could only hear the sound of metallic machinery whirring. The white metallic walls surrounding the arena descended, revealing the transparent curtain wall behind them. As the crowd peered through the glass, they were first met with the desolate lunar soil outside, followed by the sight of expansive rooms beyond the transparent barriers. These large chambers mirrored the one in which they currently resided, with numerous individuals inside gazing out in confusion. Indeed, there were others. As you can see, I have transported all those who intend to battle against our neon smiley here. The total number of such individuals globally amounts to approximately 150,000. Providing you with an opportunity, the neon smiley proclaimed, as the surroundings trembled once more. Suddenly, a towering neon sign rose beside them, displaying a 24-hour countdown that had yet to commence. Ladies and gentlemen, this thrilling segment signifies that I shall officially annihilate the Earth in 24 hours. The neon smiley stated calmly. The audience erupted into chaos. If earlier the atmosphere had been merely frenzied, now it was akin to a nuclear explosion. But do not panic just yet. I have also provided you with a means to counter this, the neon smiley continued. No sooner had he finished speaking than the tremors intensified again. A vast expanse of white structures emerged in the relatively open area before the room. At the center of these edifices, a tall white tower ascended, crowned with a distinctive neon smiley orb. This is a meticulously designed labyrinth, constructed from indestructible terrain, housing various randomly generated monsters. I, along with the detonator for the Earth-destroying device, await you in the heart of this tower. If you can navigate the perilous maze and reach the tower's summit within 24 hours to disable the detonator, I shall revoke the destruction plan and withdraw from Earth, allowing you to return to your tranquil lives. However, should you fail to achieve this goal by the deadline, prepare to witness a grand display of fireworks. The neon smiley's visage seemed to radiate an even more brilliant smile. Subsequently, slender corridors extended from the central structure, connecting to the room where the crowd stood. A final reminder, all rules and skills will be rendered ineffective within the maze. Best of luck to you, the neon smiley concluded. And the glass curtain wall before the gathered individuals lowered, revealing the entrance to the previously connected corridor. Most did not hesitate, rushing into the passageway. Hanzhe turned to the class leader. Do you think what the neon smiley said is true? What part are you referring to? The part about him being inside that tower. It's possible. The neon smiley must be on the moon, but he may not actually be in that tower. Why do you say that? Due to latency, if the neon smiley wishes to control the game in real time, he cannot be too far away. The moon is the most suitable location. I understand. Chapter 347, Nuclear Egg Brother. To enhance the scale and excitement of the broadcast, the neon smiley transported all those who wished to combat him to the moon. Then an unexpected event occurred, one that might also take neon smiley by surprise. When the candidates expanded to encompass the entire globe, a plethora of extraordinary individuals emerged. This vividly illustrated the notion that there are always greater talents beyond the known, and higher mountains yet to be scaled. A mere 35 minutes into the entire proceedings, the first group had already breached the base of the towering citadel. The monstrous guardians posed no substantial hindrance. The 24-hour countdown set by Neon Smiley seemed to have devolved into farce. As the initial group approached the gates of the tower with intentions to assault, the appointed gatekeepers, orchestrated by Neon Smiley, made their appearance. They were 5 identical figures, each clad in gray formal suits and carrying briefcases, yet their heads bore the visage of a yellow Neon Smiley. Once these 5 yellow Neon Smilies emerged, they stood motionless, exhibiting minimal activity. They merely cast a glance at the foremost individuals, emanating an odd beam from their eyes. However, the leading group found themselves abruptly immobilized, perplexed as to why they could not move. In the next instant, their bodies erupted violently, flesh and blood scattering in all directions. Yet, as this sanguine matter struck the ground, it was absorbed as if it were water on a sponge, leaving the pristine surface unblemished, as though nothing had transpired. Nevertheless, the horrifying spectacle of those who had just exploded was witnessed by the throng behind them. After executing this grisly spectacle, the 5 gatekeepers lifted their heads and ambled toward the crowd behind. Some among the onlookers screamed in a frantic bid for survival. Many others remained paralyzed, shattered, and absorbed into the earth. A few, indeed, endeavored to retaliate fiercely, launching missiles, beams of light, and energy projectiles from all directions. Yet, upon contact with the neon smiley gatekeepers, these assaults vanished instantaneously, as if devoured by some unseen force. What formidable defensive armor was this? Realizing their attacks were utterly futile, panic swept through the assembly, leading many to frantically retreat, including Hanzhe, who hastily carried the squad leader on his back. The gatekeepers exhibited no urgency, leisurely pursuing from behind and methodically dispatching anyone they encountered. The ensuing hours devolved into a gruesome hunt by the neon smiley gatekeepers, who roamed the labyrinth alongside other creatures lurking within. A significant number of lives were lost. Hanzhe, relying on his abilities, though insufficient for retaliation, found evasion from the gatekeepers manageable, even while bearing the squad leader. However, due to the peculiar powers of these gatekeepers, the deceased vanished into the ground, leaving no corpses behind. This left Hanzhe with an overwhelming sense of diminishing numbers around him. Initially, in the labyrinth teeming with over 100,000 individuals, one would encounter others at nearly every turn. Now, after traversing several sections, it became increasingly rare to glimpse another soul, with only distant cries of anguish occasionally piercing the silence. Both the squad leader and Hanzhe furrowed their brows. Their fear of the gatekeepers was minor. What weighed heavier upon them was a sense of shame. As time passed inexorably, a sense of shame loomed over humanity, helpless in the face of such circumstances. Yet, as the saying goes, there are always hidden talents among us. Shortly thereafter, an individual managed to eliminate a gatekeeper adorned with a neon smile. The specifics of this deed remained unclear to Hanzhe and the class leader, but it was rumored that it was accomplished through a strategic ambush utilizing the terrain, followed by a concentrated assault that shattered the defenses. With the first gatekeeper falling, others found renewed confidence. Not long after the demise of the initial gatekeeper, news arrived of the subsequent elimination of the second and third. Following the fall of the fourth gatekeeper, the final one seemed to have learned its lesson, retreating to the tower's entrance. The open environment rendered any attempt to approach immediately perilous, as the gatekeeper would swiftly imprison and detonate any intruder. Some attempted to create cover to disrupt the gatekeeper's line of sight, yet these barriers crumbled into nothingness under its gaze. Without cover, proximity was futile. With 3 hours remaining, those who had merely observed decided to take action. A few brave souls employed blinding smoke skills in a desperate bid to engage the gatekeeper, but their efforts were in vain, as they were swiftly eliminated. Among those taking action was an acquaintance of Hanzhe, a colonel from the military of the Central Safety Zone, famously known as Nuclear Egg. His skill allowed him to launch a nuclear strike at a distance, controlling the explosion's radius, but he possessed only 2 such devices. Nuclear Egg instructed the crowd to clear the area and unleashed one of his nuclear bombs. A colossal mushroom cloud engulfed the entire tower. However, due to Nuclear Egg's precise control over the blast radius, even those in proximity felt no wind from the explosion. As the cloud dissipated, the tower re-emerged before them, unscathed. Truly, it was a testament to the indestructible terrain mandated by the neon smile. Yet, the gatekeeper had been obliterated beyond recognition. At last, all gatekeepers had been vanquished, granting access to the tower. The foremost individuals surged towards the grand entrance. And at that moment, the door swung open. 5 figures emerged, identical in attire and appearance to the previous gatekeepers, save for one distinction. Their faces were now orange instead of yellow. Simultaneously, a screen extended from the tower, where the neon smile elucidated, "My friends, you may be unfamiliar with the hierarchy of my guardians. Allow me to clarify. They are classified into 3 tiers based on combat prowess, yellow being the weakest, orange moderately strong, and red the strongest. Time is of the essence. Let us press on." The neon smile's words plunged all present into despair. Yellow was the weakest? Beyond orange, there existed red? Many hearts shattered, leading to immediate surrender. Nuclear Egg, with one remaining strike, found himself at a crossroads, uncertain whether to deploy it. What would he do after defeating these 5 orange gatekeepers, with 5 red ones still looming ahead? He had but 1 shot left. As for others, no one possesses nuclear bomb skills anymore. When the neon smile was transmitted, it essentially only brought each person over, leaving behind an array of immensely powerful weapons on Earth. In essence, humanity is left with but 1 nuclear egg. While everyone was in a quandary, another individual stepped forward, patting his chest. "I am the bizarre Dr. Blackspade, and I possess healing skills that can help you regenerate 1. Hurry then." "No problem, stay still." The one known as Blackspade approached to assist the nuclear egg bearer. At that moment, the 5 orange gatekeepers seemed to sense the threat posed by the nuclear egg bearer. They swiftly advanced, rushing to a short distance in front of him. The nuclear egg bearer began to float. This might illustrate the distinction between the orange and yellow gatekeepers. The yellow ones moved with a leisurely stroll, while the orange ones charged forward directly. A massive mushroom cloud reappeared before everyone's eyes, enveloping both the 5 orange gatekeepers and the nuclear egg bearer. Hanzhe realized that this was the nuclear egg bearer's rapid response, leading to a mutual destruction with the enemy. After the mushroom cloud dissipated, only 5 shattered orange bodies remained on the ground. The nuclear egg bearer was utterly annihilated. Before anyone could mourn, the grand tower's doors swung open once again. 5 red gatekeepers emerged, offering no respite to the onlookers. How formidable could they be? Hanzhe pondered anxiously. Immediately, the 5 red gatekeepers vanished in an instant. The next moment, they had each appeared before several individuals. These individuals had no opportunity to react before being shattered, sublimating into nothingness in the air. This time, even the stages of confinement and ground penetration were absent. The disappearance of a group occurred in less than a second. The red gatekeepers continued to flash, appearing before others. Throughout this process, people swiftly vanished, leaving the arena increasingly desolate. No one could muster any effective response. Many had not even completed the motion to turn before they disappeared. Merely seconds later, these red gatekeepers had approached Hanzhe's vicinity. "Run, Hanzhe! Don't you dare worry about me!" The class leader shouted directly at him. Hanzhe felt a deep sense of despair. The adversaries were employing a tracking-style teleportation. How could one escape? "Run! What are you doing?" The class leader nearly hurled his shoe at Hanzhe's face in frustration. "Wait, perhaps I can escape," Hanzhe exclaimed as he retrieved a shovel. This was a random grave summoning device. He plunged it into the ground and promptly kicked the class leader into the generated pit, following him inside. As Hanzhe burrowed down, he heard the sound of wind rushing behind him. This was the noise of the red gatekeepers teleporting to the cave's mouth. Chapter 348, Cockroaches and Insecticide. The two of them drilled downward with all their might. Fortunately, the red gatekeepers had not pursued them. Hanzhe and the class leader continued their descent. However, after a while, the class leader halted his progress. He tightened his clothing and exclaimed, "Damn. I thought you were going to summon Qin Shi Huang for reinforcements, but instead, you're heading to the mass grave?" Hanzhe nodded in agreement, stating, given the current circumstances, even if the 5 subordinates of Qin Shi Huang were to master a combined ultimate move, it would be futile. I am certainly not seeking Qin Shi Huang. "So your intent is to venture into the mass grave?" the squad leader inquired, maintaining a watchful gaze on Hanzhe. Hanzhe nodded once more, retrieving the iBox gaming console from his waist pouch. Without the protective flames of the guards, their descent was severely limited, prompting Hanzhe to activate the console right there. This time, he summoned a character with pink hair, known as March 7, hailing from a railway simulation game. However, her name and origin were of little consequence. Her summoning was merely to serve as a runner. Hanzhe handed March 7 a flashlight and continued to delve deeper. Before long, they arrived at the gruesome expanse littered with corpses. March 7 climbed the mountain of bodies, approaching the remains of an ancient killing deity. "Prepare to take it," Hanzhe cautioned the squad leader. "Understood," the squad leader replied, fixated on the screen. March 7 extended her hand, grasping the monstrous sword of the ancient slayer. With a forceful pull, the brittle hand of the ancient being was severed. The moment the sword was lifted, Hanzhe distinctly felt the screen of the game tremble violently, as if it had encountered some intense disturbance. Could it be that the curse mentioned in the warning mural had begun to take effect? However, Hanzhe's focus was now elsewhere. He maneuvered March 7 to return. As March 7 made her way back, Hanzhe sensed a palpable aura of death approaching him from afar. When March 7, wielding the monstrous sword, drew near, Hanzhe felt as though he could scarcely breathe. The squad leader was nearly suffocating, prompting him to distance himself from the sword. Clearly, this weapon emanated a significant amount of deathly energy. Yet, what purpose could this sword truly serve? Would it transform its wielder into a war god, or was it merely the result of the Slayer's curse? Hanzhe remained uncertain. Nonetheless, he was not foolish enough to wield the sword against the Crimson Guardian, staking his life on a gamble to test its might. In such a predicament, a skilled swordsman or a disposable pawn was required. Hanzhe produced a photograph depicting 3 armored warriors. This was a skill previously acquired from Luo Tian using the subjugation Polaroid. With this photograph, Hanzhe could temporarily summon the Axe Warrior, Bow Warrior, and Shield Warrior. These summoned warriors possessed considerable combat prowess, making them ideally suited to wield the monstrous sword in battle. Hanzhe and the squad leader retraced their steps, returning to the entrance of the cave. Peering outside, Hanzhe observed the desolate silence. Not a single human soul was in sight, leaving him uncertain whether they had fled or been slain. Nearby, the 5 Crimson Guardians continued to wander aimlessly. Hanzhe utilized the photograph, successfully summoning the Axe Warrior, and directed March 7 to pass the sword to him. The sword emanated wisps of black gas, subtle yet undeniably formidable. At that moment, the nearest Crimson Guardian had materialized before the Axe Warrior. To Hanzhe's astonishment, the Axe Warrior did not explode like the others before him. Instead, the peculiar sword vibrated slightly, producing a resonant metallic clang. The Crimson Guardian fixed its gaze intently upon the Axe Warrior, who, with unwavering resolve, struck decisively at the Guardian's shoulder. The Guardian's arm was severed cleanly, almost gracefully. What surprised Hanzhe was that after sustaining this blow, the Crimson Guardian merely took a step back before swiftly dimming and melting away, transforming into a charred mass of sludge upon the ground in less than 2 seconds. A swift execution. Hanzhe and the class leader exchanged glances, both nodding vigorously in agreement. Truly, it was the sword of the ancient god of slaughter, capable of such instantaneous destruction. Following this, Hanzhe commanded the Axe Warrior to engage the remaining 4 Crimson Guardians. As the Axe Warrior received his orders, The four guardians materialized around him, encircling him with unwavering focus. Yet the axe warrior remained unfazed, the only sound being the rhythmic clash of his sword. In that instant, Hanzhe understood. The sword was shielding the axe warrior from the guardian's assaults, explaining his apparent invulnerability. Indeed, the weapon of the ancient god of slaughter possessed not only unparalleled offensive power, but also formidable, automatic defensive capabilities. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Hanzhe and the class leader were filled with exhilaration. With a swift motion, the axe warrior struck down the four crimson guardians, reducing them to a charred mass upon the ground with elegant precision. However, it was then that Hanzhe noticed the black gas emanating from the peculiar sword had thickened considerably. This gas did not dissipate, but instead coalesced above the axe warrior's head. A curse? As Hanzhe observed, the black mist gradually took on a clearer form, revealing a humanoid silhouette. Hanzhe swiftly deduced it was a manifestation of the sword's essence. Was the previous owner of the sword here to exact vengeance? Hanzhe realized he needed to act quickly, to strike the neon smiley face before the sword's former master could retaliate. Once more, he commanded the axe warrior, who advanced to the entrance of the towering structure. The door, crafted from white metal, loomed tall at nearly 4 meters. At this moment, the humanoid figure of black mist above the axe warrior had become distinctly defined, resembling a colossal black giant standing before the door. The axe warrior raised his hand and struck down upon the door. What appeared to be a solid barrier was cleaved as effortlessly as tofu. In that instant, several crimson guardians burst forth from within, prompting the axe warrior to raise his sword again. Yet this time, the black mist also extended for shadowy arms, simultaneously encroaching into the tower. Upon contact, the crimson guardians rapidly withered and carbonized, devoid of any chance to retaliate. A surge of dark mist began to envelop the axe warrior, swiftly pouring into the tower. Behind, Hanzhe and the squad leader were filled with excitement. Wonderful. This way, even the neon smiley can partake in secondhand smoke. The red guardian was completely vanquished, and the axe warrior, alongside the colossal humanoid figure atop his head, stepped through the grand entrance of the tower. This ignited a flicker of hope within Hanzhe. Perhaps, with the ancient god of slaughter's divine weapon and curse, he could indeed force the neon smiley to drink from the chalice of defeat. Excellent, he mused. Soon enough, the shriveled head of the neon smiley might just be hurled from the tower by the axe warrior. Hanzhe had already silently vowed that should this come to pass, he would offer incense to the ancient god annually. Suddenly, just a second after the axe warrior and the gigantic figure entered, a pulsating energy wave erupted from the tower. Radiating outward, a sword shot forth from the tower, embedding itself forcefully into the ground not far from Hanzhe, its blade chipped and cracked, almost resembling a serrated edge. Alongside it, the head of the axe warrior was also expelled. The dark, towering figure had dissipated under the force of the wave, leaving no trace behind. The abrupt turn of events left Hanzhe and the squad leader utterly bewildered, both at a loss as to what had transpired. Has the ancient god of slaughter been transcended? The squad leader exclaimed. At that moment, a sound of metallic friction echoed above. Below the spherical apex of the tower, several white walls descended, revealing a glass window behind them. A figure adorned with a yellow neon smiley head, dressed in an eccentric outfit, sat behind the glass, peering down at Hanzhe and the squad leader. This must be the true form of the neon smiley. He had finally made his appearance. A concealed loudspeaker atop the tower began to relay a voice, identical to that which had previously announced the rules, presumably the voice of the neon smiley himself. However, this time, it lacked the previous emotionless tone, instead carrying a distinct hint of mockery. Let me offer a rather special analogy. Imagine a cockroach, by sheer chance, acquiring a bottle of insecticide. Upon mastering its use, it discovers it can annihilate any other cockroach with ease. This cockroach rejoices, believing itself invincible, and decides to confront humanity. The outcome? Well, here we are. You think you stand a chance, but the reality is, you are far from it, the neon smiley concluded, fixating his gaze on Hanzhe, continuing through the loudspeaker. Hanzhe, you have a knack for surprising the audience, adding a touch of drama to our live broadcast, which is why I've treated you favorably. Despite the commotion you caused, I chose not to hold it against you. I never anticipated that today, in the final broadcast, you would manage to maintain your composure and deliver unexpected moments for the viewers. However, I must apologize. Some disparities cannot be bridged merely through small surprises. With that, the neon smiley shook his head, feigning a look of regret. Chapter 349. Who is Hanzhe? 15 minutes remain until the demise of humanity. Hanzhe, there is no need for you to feel remorse. Your efforts have been more than sufficient, and they have profoundly touched the hearts of the audience. Thus, you need not worry. As a reward, after the impending destruction, you and a few others who have demonstrated remarkable valor will be transported to a new world, including those who have already made the ultimate sacrifice. The neon smiley continued to speak, its tone imbued with a semblance of gravity. Yet, this offered no solace to Hanzhe. He fixated intently on the neon smiley behind the glass above. At this moment, he was likely overwhelmed with resentment and bitterness. But most of all, he felt an insurmountable sense of helplessness. This time, he truly felt powerless. in the vast emptiness of the arena. This feeling of impotence compelled Hanzhe to sit down. The class leader shook his head and joined him. Well, this is the original conclusion, Hanzhe sighed. He had surrendered, not out of desire, but out of necessity. The atmosphere was thick with silence. In humanity's final 15 minutes, apart from the class leader, Hanzhe found himself utterly alone, which only deepened his sense of isolation. It's the last 10 minutes, Hanzhe. Will you say something? Perhaps a speech? The audience is watching you, the neon smiley announced through the loudspeaker. Can I say something inappropriate? Hanzhe shot back at the neon smiley. How amusing. The neon smiley replied, devoid of emotion. Do as you wish. Hanzhe simply lay down on the ground, gazing quietly at the earth through the glass wall overhead. The class leader remained silent, also lost in contemplation. The earth appeared quite beautiful. Hanzhe realized he had never observed it from this perspective before. He thought he should take a good look, for he might never see it again. There's America, there's the Arctic, there's the Pacific. Suddenly, he paused. What is that? Hanzhe sat up abruptly. The glass wall above shimmered, revealing a white, undulating portal. It was a teleportation gate. Given the circumstances, who could possibly be arriving now? Hanzhe felt bewildered. Could it be the top supporter has come to rescue me? He wondered. Just then, something emerged from the portal, hovering above the room. It was a small green spacecraft, slightly larger than a typical semi-trailer. However, the green hue of the spacecraft was truly novel. Hanzhe, having witnessed numerous sci-fi films and games, found it unprecedented to see a ship painted green. Who could be aboard? A plant person? As he pondered this, a voice resonated from the spacecraft above. Who is Hanzhe? Are you the one we're looking for? Hanzhe jolted in surprise. The class leader also sat up straight. Is it a fan of Brother Rotten Flesh? The class leader speculated. I don't know. Hanzhe shook his head. But in this situation, he felt no fear. I am Hanzhe, he declared, raising his hand and shouting upwards. That's right. Hanzhe, your package. The spacecraft responded. As it spoke, a parcel descended from above, landing directly in Hanzhe's hands. It was a small box. A package? A package. Hanzhe quickly comprehended the situation and understood why the spaceship was green. Why on earth did you arrive so late? If you had delayed any further, I would have had to burn your package. He shouted at the heavens. You provided the wrong address. We searched for ages to find you. And if you think it was slow, why didn't you send it via express instead of postal service? But then again, with express, we might not have found you at all, came a voice from the spaceship. Very well, Hanzhe nodded, realizing that the address issue was indeed his fault. No more nonsense, just sign for it. Another voice called from the spaceship. All right, Hanzhe replied, signing his name on the delivery slip. Once completed, the slip soared upwards, entering the spacecraft. Thank you for your support. The spaceship remarked politely before vanishing into the sky, leaving Hanzhe exhilarated and his squad leader bewildered. Hanzhe, your package has arrived, but it seems it's of no use now. What a pity, the neon smiley announced through the loudspeaker. He understood what it contained. And so did Hanzhe. The squad leader, however, uncertainly inquired, could it be the one you sent? Yes, Hanzhe nodded, opening the package to reveal a mobile phone. Indeed, this was the very device. In the final moments on Misty Mountain, Hanzhe had executed this action. He had discovered that the App Store featured both postal and express delivery services, and upon noticing that the first order was free, he decided to send the phone, filling in the address as Earth. Although uncertain if it would reach its destination, he figured that since the game would end and the phone would be lost anyway, he might as well give it a try. After some time without any updates, he assumed it had not been delivered and gradually forgot about it. To his astonishment, at this very moment, he had received it. However, confronted by the neon smiley, the phone appeared to hold little value. Summoning the fans of Brother Corruption? Setting aside how long it might take for them to arrive, even if they did, the neon smiley was a level 5 fan. They would not assist Hanzhe in battling her. As for hiring a substitute, even if he were fortunate enough to encounter a new account offering free orders, summoning second-rate fighters would hardly disturb the neon smiley. Is there any other way? The squad leader glanced at Hanzhe. It seems not. Hanzhe despaired, shaking his head. 3 minutes remaining, Hanzhe. I deeply regret to inform you that nothing can change the outcome. The neon smiley spoke through the loudspeaker. Oh, Hanzhe acknowledged, calmly gazing at the phone. Chapter 350, the grand finale, Hanzhe's astonishing turnaround countdown, 60 seconds. Hanzhe, shall we count down together? Create some semblance of ceremony? The neon smiley inquired through the loudspeaker. Hanzhe did not respond. He merely stood up, silently gazing at the neon smiley above. His eyes reflected an unprecedented tranquility, leaving the neon smiley somewhat perplexed. A neatly aligned fissure appeared diagonally across the towering structure. The entire crack traversed from one side of the edifice to the other, passing through the chamber occupied by the neon smiley face and even penetrating its very form. Subsequently, the upper structure of the tower began to slide downwards, dislodging itself. Thud! The upper portion of the tower crashed heavily to the ground, raising a considerable cloud of dust that startled the squad leader. What have you done, Hanzhe? Came the inquiry from the hidden speaker in the corner of the venue, the neon smiley face's voice laced with a tone that had lost its prior calmness, now tinged with hesitation and even a hint of alarm. You will find out soon enough, Hanzhe replied with composure. Meanwhile, the squad leader could only silently crouch down to evade the flying debris. Although there are still 20 seconds left, I must press the button now, Hanzhe. This is entirely your fault, the neon smiley face declared through the speaker, seemingly quite flustered. Thud. However, before he could finish, the speaker erupted with another deafening sound, followed by a cacophony, which then subsided into silence. The squad leader nervously glanced up at the earth, which appeared calm, as if nothing had transpired. Has it been activated? A soft thud echoed behind the two. Hanzhe turned around to see a mechanical warrior clad in armor, its head a camera lens, standing behind them. The warrior bore a sword at its waist, its hands occupied, one grasping a mechanical circuit component, the other leading a figure with a neon smiley face for a head. Boss, as per your instructions, I have dismantled the device, and here it is. This is the neon smiley face you sought, the warrior announced, dropping the two items onto the ground. The figure with the neon smiley face head shakily rose, locking its gaze onto Hanzhe. So this is the real neon smiley face. The one in the tower was merely a decoy, hiding elsewhere. Quite cunning. However, it is of little use now. Hanzhe, with no hesitation, seized the neon smiley face by its head and pulled it forward. The yellow neon smiley face was lifted, revealing a gray octopus visage, adorned with 4 eyes. Ah, so you share a kinship with the rotting meat brother, Hanzhe chuckled. Spitting. The octopus face expelled a cloud of black mist towards Hanzhe. Yet, before the mist could reach him, the mechanical warrior swiftly intervened, cleaving the fog into oblivion. What have you done, Hanzhe? Who is this creature? The neon smiley face exclaimed in a frenzy. What have I done? I summoned a henchman. Hanzhe replied with a smile. Allow me to introduce you. The one behind you is the Genesis warrior, the reigning champion of the DD combat power rankings for 4 consecutive terms. Hanzhe was not mistaken. It was indeed the top contender. Moreover, though it appeared to be a robot, it was merely a puppet, controlled by a skilled individual behind the scenes. The thought of the prowess possessed by the actual controller of this puppet, capable of achieving the pinnacle of the combat power rankings, left Hanzhe in awe. However, this has nothing to do with Hanzhe. There is no need for him to ponder it. You, how could you possibly afford the top-ranked warrior? That exorbitant hiring fee is beyond your means. Neon Smiley exclaimed angrily. I may lack funds, but I possess this, Hanzhe replied with a smile, revealing his phone screen to Neon Smiley. On it were numerous blue apps. What are these? Neon Smiley paused for a moment. They are online lending apps. I've borrowed from every app available. Their services are indeed convenient. All it takes is a single click to authenticate and secure a loan. You. Neon Smiley was rendered speechless with rage. I do not require a loan. Do you truly believe I am without money? Hanzhe scoffed. Damn it. I need to hire someone too. Neon Smiley retorted furiously. Your opportunity has passed. Hanzhe signaled to the Creation Realm warrior. In an instant, Neon Smiley's right arm shattered, black blood gushing forth. He writhed in agony on the ground. Behind him, the class leader eagerly rubbed his hands together. I have several questions to pose. You shall answer truthfully. Should your responses be tardy or insincere, I shall strike you down, Hanzhe stated coldly. You may speak, Neon Smiley gasped, the excruciating pain rendering him a shadow of his former self. What is Neon Smiley, and why did you choose this symbol as your logo? Logically, if your logo were a teppanyaki grill, I could comprehend it. However, this smiley face eludes my understanding, Hanzhe inquired. Neon Smiley hesitated slightly. Crack. In an instant, Neon Smiley's other arm was severed, black ichor spilling forth once more. He screamed in agony. Speak swiftly, or your legs will follow, Hanzhe warned. This Neon Smiley is the sign of my favorite establishment. I used it as my logo. What establishment? If we were to draw parallels with Earth, it would be a foot massage parlor. All right, I understand, Hanzhe nodded. Now, another question. Where is Shun Ranner at this moment? Behind my control room. There exists a materials repository. Many significant items are housed within. Lastly, how do you operate the machine you left behind? Hanzhe pressed. Following Neon Smiley's instructions, Hanzhe located the materials repository. The crowd, which had previously concealed themselves at a distance, returned to the square. There, they beheld Neon Smiley, now reduced to a mere husk of a human. Hanzhe refrained from killing him, adhering to his word. He would only strike when Neon Smiley's answers were delayed. However, when questioned about operating the control machine, Neon Smiley was reluctant to respond, hesitating for quite some time. Thus, both of his legs were severed. In this manner, it was akin to having extinguished his life altogether. The enraged crowd surged forward, each refraining from employing their abilities, as that would be too swift. They merely used their teeth to tear and their blades to slowly carve. In the end, amid the screams, Neon Smiley was transformed into shreds of calamari. Even in death, the once lofty Neon Smiley remained elevated. Due to its remnants transforming into highly commemorative keepsakes, it became the most expensive octopus silk in human history. Subsequently, Hanzhe, after much exertion, finally resurrected Shun Ranner. Observing the living Shun Ranner emerge, Hanzhe let out a long sigh of relief. After enduring countless trials and tribulations, she was alive at last. Hanzhe was on the verge of tears. The burden of this obligation had been immensely taxing. Shun Ranner gracefully stepped forward, and upon seeing Hanzhe, her cheeks flushed a delicate crimson. She had already surmised what had transpired and had nearly deduced all that Hanzhe had been doing all along. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Hanzhe, Hanzhe waved his hand dismissively. It's all right. Just next time, if it happens again, you should resurrect yourself. I truly cannot bear the weight of it any longer. The night breeze swept through the room, carrying the faint scent of osmanthus from outside. A mother sat by the bedside, gently closing the storybook, tenderly brushing her daughter's forehead. All right, Lei, this is the tale of a hero named Hanzhe who saved the world many years ago. The 5-year-old daughter nodded. Yes. Mama, this Hanzhe is truly magnificent. Indeed, Lei should strive to become as noble a person as Mr. Hanzhe in the future. I will, Mama. I believe in you, my dear. Good night. Good night, Mama. After speaking, the daughter, Lei, closed her eyes and drifted into a gentle slumber. The mother carefully placed the book on the bedside, picked up her coat from the nearby table, and prepared to leave the room. Mom, it's so late. Where are you going? The daughter inquired from her bed. My dear, Mama has to go to work, the mother replied, turning with a warm smile. But it's already past midnight. Do you really have to work at this hour? Lei questioned. The mother smiled again, leaning forward to stroke her daughter's forehead. Of course. My dear, Mama must go to work. Let me share some good news. At our current pace, if everyone in society works together for 279 years, we will be able to repay the previous loans. The end. Chapter 351. Epilogue 1. Conclusion. Following the conclusion of the tale, we discover the fates of all characters. First, concerning the entire Neon Smiley system, it partially self-destructed after Neon Smiley's demise, rendering it unable to continue functioning, though some data was preserved. Thus, most individuals retained their skills. But no new abilities would be acquired. Those still within the game were automatically transported back and could no longer embark on new adventures. Then, there was Hanzhe's story. After a lengthy entanglement with Shun Ranner, they ultimately forged a bond, becoming sworn siblings, not seeking to be born on the same day, but wishing to depart this world on the same date. Hanzhe emerged as a hero. For a considerable time thereafter, he became the focal point of various media platforms until the release of the Xiaomi SU7, which ultimately dethroned him from the top of the popularity charts. The class monitor and Catman ended up together, as the monitor's skills held an irresistible allure for Catman. During the wedding, Hanzhe attended, and the class monitor pulled him aside, posing a rather sweat-inducing question. Hanzhe, even now, you consistently refer to me as class monitor. Can you speak candidly and tell me? Do you truly not remember my name? Subsequently, Mao Man playfully tricked the class monitor on several occasions, which made Hanzhe realize that his initial decision to avoid Mao Man was indeed prescient. The Goose Emperor served as both a summoned creature and a friend to Hanzhe. At the United Rules Academy, Yu Hao continued to serve as the principal. However, unbeknownst to many, this university later introduced a major in the history of the Qin dynasty. Emperor Qin Shi Huang remained steadfast in his quest to restore the glory of the Qin. Next week, the Qin will surely be restored. The rules school attended by Hanzhe transitioned into a prestigious star academy, with enrollment fees reaching several tens of thousands. Bai Bin later sought out Hanzhe, and the latter treated him to a meal, nothing more. Kai Qian also approached Hanzhe, asking to borrow money. In light of their friendship, Hanzhe lent him a sum. However, it was later rumored that Kai Qian exploited Hanzhe's heroic identity to swindle others, landing him in court. Hanzhe entrusted Yu Hao with the resurrection of Pang Tao, effectively repaying his debt of gratitude. No longer in need of Hong Jie's assistance, Hanzhe provided her with a sum of money, thus dissolving their partnership. Hong Jie established her own legitimate company, and thanks to Hanzhe's support during its inception, the company experienced immediate success, ultimately becoming a multinational enterprise. The day Hanzhe defeated Neon Smiley became an annual significant holiday, with the primary custom being the consumption of grilled octopus. Following Hanzhe's livestream victory over Neon Smiley, the viewership of his channel surged to the top of the internet rankings for the first time. Those who engaged with ants experienced a backlash from the ants themselves. Countless viewers found amusement in this astonishing event and sent gifts to Neon Smiley's channel, akin to a gesture of goodwill. Unfortunately, Neon Smiley's channel remained closed thereafter, and it was said that the substantial gifts had yet to be redeemed. Brother Rotten Flesh was assassinated shortly thereafter. The assailant publicly declared the motive for the murder. This fellow sings so atrociously that it is a mockery of music, and his fans are no better. It's simply intolerable. The assailant was imprisoned in the Interstellar Federal Penitentiary, where 3 planets' forces were required to rescue him from the onslaught of Brother Rotten Flesh's fervent supporters. The original location of the Tianping sect was renamed Sacred Pot Mountain, reputedly named after a sacred vessel left by the founding master of the foremost sect, the original Spirit Sect. Chapter 352, Side Story 2, The Tale of the Goose Emperor. This chapter solely recounts the story of the Goose Emperor. In truth, Hanzhe had once pondered the origins of the Goose Emperor, and thus the following events were imparted directly by the Goose Emperor to Hanzhe. In the vast expanse of electronic information, a new batch of electronic eggs began to hatch. Meanwhile, Grandpa Penguin observed nearby. A group of little penguins emerged from their eggs, curiously gazing at the world around them. The sky was a brilliant blue, adorned with a few white clouds. while the ground was a verdant meadow with distant mountains in sight. Do not inquire, simply accept it as Windows XP. Here lies a realm of electronic information, where all the little penguins have been pre-programmed with a language module, enabling them to converse and recognize characters from the moment of their birth. These young penguins gather around Grandpa Penguin to acquire various skills essential for interacting with humans. They learn the virtues of sincerity, empathy, politeness, and the importance of considering others' feelings, as well as how to care for one another. The primary purpose of this education is to prepare them for their future roles as electronic companions to humans. In truth, much of the data resource for Neon Smiley was sourced from the internet. Thus, the Goose Emperor did not become an electronic pet, but rather a tangible summoned creature. During their leisure hours, the little penguins frolic and engage in games upon this verdant meadow. However, this expanse of grass is not entirely safe and comfortable. In a slightly secluded corner of the field, there exists a vast fissure. Though not particularly wide, it stretches endlessly, its depths obscured from view. Shrouded in a dark crimson mist, Grandpa Penguin, what lies beneath? Inquired one curious young penguin. Be cautious, for below resides the dark web, replied Grandpa Penguin. The dark web? What is that? It is a clandestine realm created by humans, rife with unspeakable evils. What lurks beneath? Everything imaginable: hatred, crime, depravity, terror, agony. You must keep your distance. Should you inadvertently fall in, you would be torn apart by the horrors within, Grandpa Penguin earnestly warned. The little penguins nodded in understanding, a wave of fear washing over them. Initially, they remained vigilant, but as time passed, their awareness of the fissure began to wane. Their caution diminished. One fateful day, two little penguins, in playful pursuit, found themselves near the crack. By the time one of them sensed danger, it was already too late. The penguin ahead, lost in its carefree dash, inadvertently stepped into the void, plummeting into the abyss. The unfortunate little penguin fell, engulfed by the encroaching darkness, as countless shadows rushed toward it with the intent to consume. The penguins remaining at the fissure hastily retreated to seek Grandpa Penguin's assistance. Yet, when he arrived, he could only shake his head and sigh at the chasm. It is futile. Given your current capabilities, survival after falling into the dark web is impossible. Upon hearing this, the assembly of little penguins was overcome with sorrow, tears streaming down their faces. Days later, a weary penguin emerged from the fissure, struggling to ascend back to the meadow. It stood once more upon the grassy expanse, shaking off the remnants of the dark mist. Raising its head to the heavens, it let out a triumphant cry. By my mother, the creations of humanity are astonishingly intriguing.